An unexpected twist of fate finds Lin Shu traversing the desolate world of the spirit cage. Alas, he possesses an invincible cultivation system that is incompatible with the Wasteland's template. System, congratulations, host. You have acquired a celestial-level heart method, but regrettably, this world lacks spiritual energy. System, congratulations, host. You have attained immortality and acquired an invincible physique, but alas, there is no spiritual energy to sustain it. System, congratulations, host. You have obtained. Can you just shut up? Originally destined for invincibility, Lin Shu now grapples with a system so unreliable, having landed in the wrong world. Yet, with a mindset of acceptance, he resolves to embrace reality and embark on his journey. Chapter 1. A misguided journey into the wasteland. I have never encountered such unabashed. A dog. The youth crouches, hiding within the rusted confines of an old truck, cautiously monitoring his surroundings through a small, corroded hole while muttering disdainfully in a hushed tone to, "Oh dear host, I am a system, not a mere dog," replies a voice. Startled, the youth turns abruptly, his teeth clenching audibly, his eyes aflame with fury. He glares at a robust black hound, a creature of impressive stature, yet adorned with crossed eyes and a grin revealing its large yellow teeth. Indeed, this black hound is the manifestation of the system, and its eyes betray its utter incompetence. The youth, named Lin Shu, had been on Blue Star just 10 days prior, a so-called prodigy in civil engineering, only to be overwhelmed by the relentless grind of life. On the day he resolved to abandon the construction site, a concrete mixer truck met with an unfortunate accident, and in that fateful moment, a pitch-black hound appeared before him. Before he could comprehend the situation, the hound lunged, biting his ankle, and with a powerful kick, tore open a rift in space, whisking them both away. Having escaped death, Lin Shu should have felt elated after all, while others merely experienced soul transference. He had transported both soul and body, awakening an extraordinarily potent, invincible cultivation system. Yet due to a blunder by this foolish dog of a system, they had traversed into the wrong world, the spirit cage, Wasteland, resulting not only in Lin Shu's misfortune, but also rendering his once ordinary eyes into a pair of crossed ones. How dare you speak? If only you had paid attention during the transition, I would not be in such a miserable state. His frustration mounting, Lin Shu lamented the impending release of his 27-year-old self from the shackles of his former life, now thwarted by this incompetent system. Seizing an opportunity while the hound was distracted, he unleashed a powerful kick into its flank. With a yelp, the black hound was sent crashing against the truck's wall with a resounding thud. "How dare you attack your lord, the Black Emperor?" The hound, now riled, sprang back, preparing to confront Lin Shu, who remained crouched in the corner. "Foolish dog, have you read too many novels? You dare call yourself the Black Emperor? In that case, you share one trait. Both of you are utterly ridiculous." The Black Emperor charged swiftly, only to be sent sprawling once more by Lin Shu's deft maneuver. Though the invincible system was tailored for a high martial world, its basic functions still operated here, albeit at a fraction of their potential. Over the past 10 days, the Black Emperor had tirelessly breached the Wasteland's celestial firewall, finally achieving a meager compatibility with this world. Lin Shu, in turn, received rewards from the system, one of which granted him eternal life and a body impervious to harm from this realm. Most importantly, he discovered a method of cultivation that could substitute for spiritual energy, greatly enhancing his physical prowess. As the Black Emperor was struck again, the already dilapidated truck could no longer withstand the onslaught, emitting a loud creak before collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. At that moment, the ground trembled ominously. Lin Shu, now aware of the impending danger, felt a surge of dread as he beheld the approaching horde of serpentine canines. "Old dog, once I escape this predicament, I will settle the score with you." Chapter 2. The Emergence of King-Class Beasts. With over 200 serpent dogs, the sheer magnitude of the threat was daunting. Yet Lin Shu, having faced similar assaults before, felt more astonished than fearful. His initial descent into the wasteland had been a thrilling encounter, one that taught him the unique properties of the life essence within the beasts. All of this was thanks to the Black Emperor, and it was no wonder Lin Shu harbored resentment towards it. "Foolish dog, what are you lingering for? Retreat and find a narrow space to deal with them." Are you just going to stand here and let them bathe you with their tongues? I certainly do not wish to experience that foul saliva again. With that, Lin Shu shivered violently. Although he was immortal, he could not withstand the peculiar appetite of the devouring beasts. The Black Sovereign also trembled at the words, sharing the same sentiment. Speak properly, you rascal. Does this system not care for its dignity? A man and his dog swiftly fled in one direction. The pack of snake dogs pursued closely behind, their necks craned as they desperately chased, their 6 legs pounding against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust that, from a distance, resembled a miniature dust storm. That a quarter of an hour later, Lin Shu and the Black Sovereign reached the highest peak of a mountain range. The snake dog pack had completely surrounded the summit, all drooling and glaring hungrily at the man and his dog. Old dog, be careful with your strength. Do not crush the spirit seed again. Stop your incessant chatter. I am well aware. Ensure you swiftly reach your full cultivation, and to enable my own breakthrough beyond this realm's firewall, I shall not allow a single fragment of this life essence to go to waste. The Black Sovereign turned to Lin Shu, grinning widely, its face etched with ferocity. Let's go. Lin Shu laughed heartily and bellowed, howl. The Black Sovereign let out a howl to the heavens, feeling that this moment called for a more powerful display. The man and his dog were filled with fervor, their spirits soaring the devouring beasts. Their heightened emotions were akin to the brightest torch, igniting the snake dog pack into a frenzy as they charged towards the peak. Fortunately, the area atop the mountain was limited back-to-back. Lin Shu and the Black Sovereign needed only to face 4 or 5 snake dogs at a time, significantly mitigating the chaotic onslaught of the pack. Lin Shu had already discerned the most effective means of dispatching the snake dogs during their previous encounters, facing their fearless charge. He transformed his hands into blades, drawing back his arms simultaneously. With a powerful strike, his palm blade struck 2 snake dogs on their turtle-like heads, while he kicked the third that lunged at him away. Seizing the opportunity while the first 2 were stunned, he swiftly plunged his hand into a snake dog's chest cavity, grasping the hollow spirit seed and yanking it free, tossing it into his storage space. The snake dog, bereft of the spirit seed, immediately transformed into a flowing black essence that spread across the ground. Though the Black Sovereign could not actively grow stronger, it reveled in the slaughter with its robust physique and impervious body, employing all manner of cunning techniques to devastating effect. Lin Shu's current physical strength rivaled the utmost limits achievable by a hunter wielding heavy weaponry. He had become a human-killing machine, utilizing his hands, shoulders, elbows, and knees in relentless assault in less than half an hour. Lin Shu and the Black Sovereign had slain over 80 snake dogs, their spirit seeds transforming into a massive essence that filled the ravines at the mountain's base, lying quietly in a dark expanse, seemingly harmless. Yet with the slightest drop of blood, this once quiet essence could morph into the most terrifying biological weapon. Old dog, how many points are required to exchange for that Ming Hong blade? I cannot exert myself for long without a replenishment of spiritual energy. I risk exhaustion. The life essence obtained cannot solely compensate for my physical depletion, otherwise my cultivation will falter, rendering my efforts futile. Lin Shu thrust his palms into a snake dog's chest, pulling fiercely until it was torn asunder. In the brief moment of collecting the spirit seed, he turned to the Black Sovereign with bloodshot eyes. Didn't I tell you? It requires 4,000 points to redeem. Moreover, restoring stamina does not necessarily require life essence. Ample food works as well. The Black Sovereign, caught up in the frenzy of battle, remained undeterred as it explained to Lin Shu. Damn it, where in this apocalypse can one find so much food? Besides, each devouring beast yields only 10 points. I have only amassed 3,200 points. So far, still far from enough. What a pathetic system. The weapon must be exchanged by the host. Other systems offer rewards simply for signing in. Upon hearing this, the Black Sovereign was instantly displeased, snapping the neck of a snake dog, kicking another one away, and leaping down from the peak to plunge into the pack of snake dogs, using them as a means to vent its frustration. Who could have anticipated such unforeseen circumstances? Initially, entering a high martial world promised you invincible cultivation. What use is a weapon without proper preparation? Lin Shu was amused by the Black Sovereign's words after reading so many novels. He had never encountered such an unreliable system at that moment. He could no longer be bothered to argue with the Black Sovereign after all. Earning points and seizing spirit seeds were of utmost importance, as they directly impacted his future cultivation. After a prolonged battle, Lin Shu's clothing had been shredded by the snake dogs, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to him. Fortunately, his body was impervious to harm otherwise. He would have been in a dire state. Were there to be any bloodshed, it would not merely invite snake dog attacks. As time passed, Lin Shu's fatigue from the intense combat began to manifest. Fortunately, he had already slain over 100 snake dogs, amassing 3,650 points, with just 35 more snake dogs needed to redeem the Ming Hong Blade. He intended to maintain his momentum and take down all the remaining snake dogs present. But just as Lin Shu prepared to imitate the Black Sovereign and leap into the pack, a bizarre scene unfolded. The snake dogs he had hastily slain earlier had yet to yield their spirit seeds suddenly. They shook their heads and stood up, their wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. Lin Shu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that his worst fears had come to pass. Roar! Just as he intended to scan the surroundings for the presence of higher-tier, devouring beasts, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very air. Lin Shu was struck by a sudden sonic wave, causing his head to throb painfully. Grimacing, he clamped his hands over his ears in an attempt to lessen the incoming sound, but the wave seemed to possess a penetrating quality, rendering his efforts futile. "Old dog, we must flee. A king-tier devouring beast is rushing towards us." Lin Shu struggled to call out to the Black Sovereign. He could no longer afford to linger. What were points and spirit seeds compared to his own life? He did not wish to experience being held in the jaws of a king-tier devouring beast like a nicotine addict savoring smoke. The Black Sovereign similarly stuffed its hooves into its ears, but it was in vain. Cursing under its breath, it barreled through the snake dogs rushing at it, frantically fleeing in a particular direction. Without the time to discern which king-tier devouring beast was approaching, Lin Shu smashed his fist into the head of a snake dog blocking his path, neglecting to collect the spirit seed before hastily staggering after the Black Sovereign. The number of pursuing devouring beasts behind them was rapidly increasing, evidently augmented by the arrival of a king-tier devouring beast, not just snake dogs but a multitude of earth roars as well. Chapter 3. Escaping to Safety, Encountering the Hunter. The earth roar and snake dog belong to the same category of generalized devouring beasts of type 1. The snake dog was a melee fighter, massive in size, with 6 limbs and a turtle-like head that could retract. In contrast, the earth roar excelled in ranged attacks, possessing a red throat and 2 human-like arms at either end of its neck, capable of generating and launching red energy spheres by rubbing its throat. Earlier, when pursued by the snake dogs, Lin Shu managed to handle them with ease as long as he did not allow them to catch up. He could maintain his safety. Desperate survival. When quality is lacking, quantity compensates amidst indiscriminate bombardment. There would inevitably come a moment of being struck. Before long, with a resounding bang, Lin Shu was predictably hit by a red energy sphere, his body uncontrollably propelled forward. Ouch, that hurt like hell. Once my cultivation has grown, I will return to settle the score with all of you wretched creatures. At this moment, Lin Shu was entirely preoccupied with escaping, neglecting even the ache in his back as he hastily rose from the ground and continued his frantic flight. The Black Emperor, naturally, witnessed Lin Shu's plight, its hooves pounding the earth as it mocked him with a grin, maintaining its speed without faltering. "Old dog, wait for me. You must know that you cannot stray beyond my 3-kilometer radius. If I fall into the clutches of those vile creatures, you will not escape either." Seeing the Black Emperor's gloating expression, Lin Shu felt an overwhelming urge to punch it, yet the creature's legs were swifter than his own. "Haha, dream on. Just look out for yourself." With a display of its large, yellowed teeth, the Black Emperor taunted before gathering its strength to sprint, determined to break free from the range of the earth-shaking attacks. Yet, as the saying goes, those who frequently tread near the river will inevitably get their feet wet. Just as the Black Emperor neared the edge of the firing zone, a trio of crimson energy spheres hurtled toward it with alarming speed. The Black Emperor's fur bristled in alarm as it deftly maneuvered to evade the first 2 energy spheres, but the third was unavoidable. "Look at you now," Lin Shu laughed, witnessing the impending disaster befall the Black Emperor. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere struck the Black Emperor, propelling its entire body forward at an accelerated pace. Lin Shu was unable to discern the Black Emperor's final words, but the urgency and irritation in its tone suggested they were far from pleasant. It was likely that in those fleeting seconds, the Black Emperor had unleashed a tirade of insults upon the relatives of the Devourer Beast. 2 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers, 2.8 kilometers, 2.9 kilometers. Lin Shu ceased his forward gaze, retreating 110 meters while turning to glance beside him. As he had anticipated, the Black Emperor appeared at his side out of thin air. TCH, why have you stopped running? I already told you that you can only operate within my 3-kilometer range, yet you still don't believe it. Lin Shu shot the Black Emperor a sidelong glance, rolling his eyes dramatically. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to end up with such a heartless host. The Black Emperor felt on the verge of tears, but could only endure, for it was powerless against Lin Shu, whose abilities were bestowed by none other than itself. Lin Shu's eyes lit up at the mention of heartless. A brilliant idea sparked in his mind as he turned to the Black Emperor with a mischievous grin. The Black Emperor sensed an ominous turn of events by the time it attempted to flee from Lin Shu's side. It was already too late. Lin Shu had seized its hind legs. Hey, I am your lifeline, your very system. Do you still wish to exchange weapons, materials, and equipment in the system shop? Beware, I might raise the prices. Before the Black Emperor could finish its threats, Lin Shu grinned and hoisted it onto his back, all the while keenly observing the descending energy spheres. Prepare yourself, we are about to charge. With determination, Lin Shu aimed for an energy sphere, opting not to dodge, but instead charging directly at it, using the Black Emperor's body as a shield against the impact. You scoundrel! I won't forgive you! With a thunderous crash, Lin Shu harnessed the energy sphere's force, achieving a staggering acceleration of 100 kilometers in a mere second, vanishing from the Devourer Beast's line of sight, leaving a cluster of bewildered beasts staring in confusion at the sudden disappearance of their prey. Roar! In the distance, the enraged roar of a king-level Devourer Beast reverberated, its furious sonic wave scattering debris for miles, causing several dilapidated structures to collapse in a cascade of destruction. An hour later, Lin Shu and the Black Emperor found themselves atop the ruins of a high-rise building, surveying the surrounding environment from their vantage point. Stop glaring at me. It's not my fault you lack pain receptors. If it weren't for my quick thinking, we would still be under pursuit. Lin Shu reclined languidly on a dilapidated sofa, utterly drained, his voice barely above a whisper. Oof. I'll spare you for now, but if it weren't for your current state, I would have surely challenged you to a duel of 300 exchanges. The Black Emperor lay at the edge, grooming its disheveled fur, while speaking with disdain. Lin Shu managed a weak smile, too fatigued to engage in further banter. My body may be invincible, but without spiritual energy to sustain it, I cannot endure prolonged combat. Look at me now, I have no strength left. What will we do? Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor paused its grooming and approached Lin Shu. That I have seeds for various plants and animals available in my shop. As long as you find a safe place, you can cultivate food and raise livestock. With a bountiful supply of sustenance, these issues will be easily resolved. What? I have to grow and raise them myself? How long will that take? What if the Devourer Beasts arrive before I'm halfway done? Is your system even reliable? Lin Shu was filled with skepticism regarding the Black Emperor's proposal. The Black Emperor huffed in annoyance and continued, Do you need me to remind you? There are potions available that can accelerate the growth of plants and animals. While the invasion of the heavenly path in this world is only at 1%, I have still managed to obtain the most fundamental resources. Once your cultivation reaches a higher level, I can attempt to breach the heavenly firewall again. It's only a matter of time before you become invincible in this realm. Hearing the Black Emperor's words, Lin Shu felt invigorated, already fantasizing about his future invincibility, unable to suppress a grin. The Black Emperor, weary of Lin Shu's arrogance, was about to retort when a series of violent explosions echoed from the distance. What's happening? Are the Devourer Beasts attacking? Lin Shu, fighting against the weakness in his body, staggered to the edge of the rooftop to peer toward the source of the explosions. In his earlier haste to escape, he had neglected to observe his surroundings, but now he noticed a massive wreck of a spaceship where the explosions originated. R-49 starship wreckage. Scavengers. Chapter 4. The Humanoid Devourer? The Transformed Black Devourer? Before traversing into the desolate world, Lin Shu held a profound fascination for the anime spirit cage. Having viewed it no less than 100 times and delved into various interpretations by different bloggers regarding the Wasteland universe. At this moment, guided by instinct, he surmised that the battle occurring at the ruins of the interstellar spaceship was undoubtedly the result of the scavenger team led by Mark encountering the Devourers in their quest for supplies. "Old dog, let us hasten there. We have finally located the main force," Lin Shu exclaimed joyfully, beckoning to Black Sovereign while retrieving the spirit seeds he had previously acquired from his storage space. He absorbed over 30 in one go, dissipating the weakness that had overtaken his body. "Ah, so you are no longer distressed about the spirit seeds you labored to obtain?" Black Sovereign observed Lin Shu's extravagant consumption of the life essence within the spirit seeds, curling its lip and speaking in a sarcastic tone. Lin Shu stretched his body, producing a sound akin to popping beans, and approached Black Sovereign, delivering a resounding slap to its head while bellowing, "What do you know? This is an investment. Mark my words, it will be immensely profitable." Black Sovereign bared its teeth at Lin Shu but hesitated to act. "Hurry up and keep up, or I shall send you flying again." Lin Shu clenched his fist, grinning widely, his tone laced with menace. Without waiting for Black Sovereign's response, he leaped from the rooftop of a towering building. Black Sovereign intended to protest, but upon witnessing Lin Shu's reckless maneuver, it was momentarily dumbfounded. Once it regained its senses, it hurried to the edge of the rooftop, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? This building is over 60 meters tall." Lin Shu regretted his impulsive leap the moment his feet left the rooftop, having been swept away by excitement and entirely forgetting his perilous height. "Damn it!" Thud. Black Sovereign stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at Lin Shu, who lay motionless in a large pit, and could not help but curse. What a complete fool. Following suit, Black Sovereign leaped down from the rooftop, landing with a resounding thud, emerging from the pit without a hint of discomfort. How careless. At this moment, Lin Shu was overwhelmed by pain, feeling as if he had been trampled by a herd of elephants. The immense agony had nearly submerged his consciousness, leaving him in a haze. Were it not for his invincible physique, he would have surely ended up as a mere puddle of flesh. Black Sovereign, grumbling under its breath, approached Lin Shu, biting the nape of his neck and lifting him out of the pit as one would a chick. With a shake of its head, it deposited Lin Shu unceremoniously onto its back and, disregarding his pained groans, charged towards the ruins of the interstellar spaceship. The tumultuous ride nearly cost Lin Shu his life. The pain was unbearable. A quarter of an hour later, the ruins of the interstellar spaceship loomed ahead, truly a case of seeing the mountain but dying on the horse. The pain throughout Lin Shu's body had dissipated, and he now sat upright on Black Sovereign's back, carried along at a frantic pace. After all, Black Sovereign's forelegs far surpassed Lin Shu's too in speed, making it an unwitting mode of transportation. "Faster! Accelerate!" Lin Shu urged, gazing at the destination still distant on the horizon, dissatisfied with Black Sovereign's pace. Black Sovereign merely bared its teeth and emitted a low growl of warning but dared not act, as previous attempts at resistance had resulted in a barrage of blows. As Black Sovereign picked up speed, the sounds of explosions from the spaceship ruins grew increasingly distinct, signaling that they were nearing their destination. Upon reaching the summit of a hill, the cacophony of explosions, desperate screams, and frantic shouts from the foot of the mountain assailed Lin Shu's ears, overwhelming him to the point of momentary deafness. Serpent dogs were relentlessly attacking the scavenger team from all directions, with personnel occasionally falling prey to their ambushes. Reduced to mere flesh and soil, 3 white heavy mechs were engaged in battle with the serpent dogs, providing cover for the evacuation of personnel, with one mech straining to extract a heavy transport vehicle from a deep pit. "Why isn't the transport vehicle moving? Who is operating that mech?" Mo Chung inquired anxiously, firing at the serpent dogs rushing down the slope, while simultaneously questioning Fei Shui, who was atop the vehicle using heavy weaponry. "Enough with the questions. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters now is eliminating the serpent dogs to buy us time," Fei Shui retorted, too occupied with operating the heavy weapon to delve into those concerns. Mo Chung understood the urgency of the situation, as the mountains were teeming with devourers. "Damn it! Why are there so many devourers here? They just keep coming." After eliminating a serpent dog that had charged close, Mo Chung was immediately met with 3 more appearing from the hilltop, lunging towards the transport vehicle with ferocious intent. Even from a distance, they could see the crimson glow of their eyes, sensing an overwhelming aura of malice. Witnessing this scene, the civilians trapped in the transport vehicle sank into profound despair. "It's over. We are all going to die here today," they lamented. "If only I hadn't rushed to seek supplies. Wasn't it supposed to be safest under Captain Mark's leadership? How could it come to this?" The civilians all wore ashen faces, their eyes wide with terror as they shrank into the corners of the vehicle, desperate to prolong their lives just a moment longer. The battlefield was rife with gunfire, easily drowning out the despairing cries of the civilians. At that moment, Jeff, piloting the white shark mech, charged in from afar, felling a serpent dog with a powerful punch before turning to Mo Chung and Fei Shui beside the transport vehicle. "Why are you two dawdling? We can't hold out much longer. The devourers are multiplying." After Mo Chung dispatched a serpent dog, he shouted back, "The transport vehicle is stuck. The mech is still trying to lift it out. It needs more time." "Seriously? What a mess." Before Jeff could continue his complaints, 3 more serpent dogs charged towards him. "Fei Shui, watch out for the hill behind you. 3 more serpent dogs are coming." Mo Chung, shifting his gaze from Jeff, suddenly spotted additional serpent dogs approaching from behind. "Get your vehicle ready." Fei Shui snapped at Mo Chung before redirecting her weapon, unleashing a barrage of firepower as the heavy weapon roared with gunfire. The hill erupted in a cloud of dust from the impact of the bullets. Yet the agile serpent dogs managed to evade most of the shots, rendering their efforts rather ineffective. After a round of attacks, the serpent dogs from both the front and back had closed in, and it was now too late to hinder them. While the transport vehicle remained ensnared in the mud despite the white shark mech's strenuous efforts. "Watch out. Fei Shui, Mo Chung, get down." Jeff cried out desperately, but he found himself pinned down by 3 serpent dogs, unable to move an inch. Erica, piloting a heavy mech, smashed through the serpent dogs in her path, her eyes bloodshot as she yelled frantically, racing towards Mo Chung and Fei Shui. However, the distance was too great, and reaching them now would be futile. Behind them were the civilians in the transport vehicle and a plethora of vital supplies, and Mo Chung and Fei Shui were still doing their utmost to protect them. "I am Mark. Fei Shui, Mo Chung. Abandon the transport vehicle and prioritize your own safety. This is an order," Mark commanded, piloting the Crimson Black Dawn mech as he charged towards Mo Chung and Fei Shui. All members of the scavenger team redirected their weapons, unleashing a furious volley at the serpent dogs encircling them, hoping to provide Mo Chung and Fei Shui with a fleeting chance of escape. In this critical moment, Lin Shu and Black Sovereign finally arrived. "What is that black shadow? Is it a transformed devourer? My heavens! And is that a humanoid devourer?" Chapter 5. Shocking everyone. The survivors on the ground, Mo Chung and Fei Shui, gazed in terror at the sudden appearance of Lin Shu and Black Sovereign. Their understanding shattered as they believed there were no human survivors left on the ground. Lin Shu, having endured the previous assault from the devourers, wore tattered clothing that had long since frayed into strips, appearing dirty and ragged, with a face smudged with grime, making it nearly impossible to discern him as a normal human at first glance. Black Emperor need not be mentioned. None would believe that a large black dog could survive on the ground. "Mo City, why are you still dawdling? Shoot and evade." Erica was the first to charge towards Mo City and Fei Shui, positioning herself ahead of the others. Upon noticing Lin Shu and Black Emperor suddenly charging towards them, she swiftly reacted by raising her heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. This girl is truly fierce. After his training, Lin Shu's strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary people. When bullets whizzed towards him like a swarm of bees, he executed a strange twist in midair, mystifyingly evading the onslaught. Black Emperor, relying on his lack of pain perception, braved the impact of the bullets. In the distance, ran Bing, riding a motorcycle, soared into the air, wielding an electromagnetic sniper rifle, the muzzle aimed at Lin Shu, poised to deliver a lethal blow with a deep breath. Everyone assumed that the sudden appearance of Lin Shu and Black Emperor targeted Mo City and Fei Shui, and they frantically opened fire, attempting to obstruct Lin Shu's trajectory. Unexpectedly, the pair, suspended in midair, suddenly veered at a right angle, plummeting directly towards the rampaging extreme beasts on the hillside. Within mere moments, 6 serpentine dogs perished instantaneously, leaving the onlookers bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. To everyone's astonishment, The bodies of those 6 serpentine dogs inexplicably liquefied into a dark red substance, leaving only their stark white skeletons behind. The extreme beasts, which had eluded the hunters for so long, had inexplicably met their demise, just as the crowd was in shock. A resounding bang echoed unexpectedly. Ran Bing, previously focused entirely on Lin Shu, decisively pulled the trigger as she took a deep breath, confident in her aim. By the time she realized Lin Shu's intent was to eliminate the extreme beasts, her finger had already pulled the trigger, and it was too late to retract. As a palm-sized shell ejected from the electromagnetic sniper rifle, a fierce bullet surged towards Lin Shu at lightning speed. No, Mark snapped back to reality, wanting to intervene. But there was no way to match the bullet's velocity. In the blink of an eye, the electromagnetic bullet reached Lin Shu. Wong, this is utterly unreasonable. I was solely focused on saving you. Lin Shu smiled bitterly. Dodging was no longer an option, so he resolved to withstand the ferocious barrage. In an instant, Lin Shu raised his hand into a fist, bracing to meet the electromagnetic bullet. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed around his position. When the dust settled, Lin Shu stood unscathed on the hillside, his right hand slightly trembling from the impact. Look closely, I am not an extreme beast. Why are you all frozen? Quickly break out of the extreme beast's encirclement. Are you waiting to die? Seeing everyone dazedly staring at him, Lin Shu couldn't help but shout in anger. The number of extreme beasts was rapidly increasing, and it was highly likely that mid-tier or high-tier extreme beasts lurked nearby, rendering the situation extremely perilous. Mark, the captain of the hunters, quickly snapped back into action after the initial shock. He urgently commanded everyone to organize an attack. Old dog, you handle the cleanup. These people do not know how to kill extreme beasts, and remember to collect the essence seeds. Stop the chatter, you don't get to slack off. Black Emperor, despite not giving Lin Shu a friendly look, obediently dashed around the area, eviscerating the seemingly lifeless serpentine dogs. The corpses of the extreme beasts lying on the ground bizarrely transformed into puddles of dark red viscous liquid, a sight that frequently turned heads. Yet Black Emperor's speed was too swift for anyone to discern his methods. Could this be the Black Dog? How astonishing that it can survive on the ground. While the hunters were engaged in battle, they couldn't help but speculate about Lin Shu and Black Emperor's origins, especially since the lighthouse had not detected survivors on the ground for over 20 years. Lin Shu darted towards the transport vehicle stuck in the mire. Glancing at the operator within gravity body number 19, Chunmin 4068. Without further ado, he gripped the bottom of the carriage. The operators inside stared at Lin Shu in bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. I'm here to help. Step on the gas, Lin Shu shouted, and with a powerful heave, the transport vehicle that had been immovable under the gravity body's force emerged from the mire with ease. My heavens, what terrifying strength! Chunmin 0609 couldn't help but exclaim. After decades, this was only the second time he had witnessed such a formidable human. While Mo City attacked the extreme beasts, he kept a watchful eye on Lin Shu. Astonished to see the heavy transport vehicle easily lifted by Lin Shu, causing his pupils to constrict and his throat to constrict as he swallowed hard. Having resolved the vehicle's predicament, Lin Shu clapped his hands, suddenly frowning, and swiftly turned, delivering a punch to the chest of a sneaking serpentine dog. The essence seed was quickly stored in his spatial compartment, and the serpentine dog's body instantaneously transformed into dark red essence soil. Lin Shu flexed his slightly developed muscles and nonchalantly whistled at the focused Feishua. Beautiful lady, do you require my protection? Feishua paused, taking a moment to appraise Lin Shu. Standing nearly 182 meters tall, his lean, muscular physique, chiseled facial features, and eyes sparkling like stars momentarily captivated her. However, his tattered clothing and dirt-streaked body somewhat detracted from the impression. No need, just take care of yourself. Feishua decisively declined, though her tone lacked the usual frigidness. Mo City shot a surprised glance at Feishua, murmuring that she was acting somewhat out of character today. You all should hurry. Leave the extreme beasts behind to me. I'll cover your retreat. Lin Shu, unfazed, spoke casually, entirely devoid of panic in the face of the extreme beasts, and turned to dash towards Mark and the others. You're not developing feelings for that kid, are you? Do keep yourself in check. We haven't discerned if he's friend or foe yet. At this moment, with no extreme beasts attacking, Mo City found a rare moment to relax while teasing Feishua about Lin Shu. You've been quite chatty today. Feishua replied with a hint of annoyance. and after speaking, she inadvertently glanced back at Lin Shu's retreating figure, lost in thought. City caught sight of her action through the rearview mirror, smirking but remaining silent, concentrating on driving. The three transport vehicles had swiftly escaped the attack range of the extreme beasts, while Mark and the others continued to hold their ground, having nearly eradicated the remaining extreme beasts. Just then, the previously deceased extreme beasts suddenly stood up, wobbling unsteadily. "Captain, look, they VE revived." After taking down a serpentine dog with her electromagnetic sniper rifle, Ranbing suddenly noticed the previously dead serpentine dogs stirring and quickly alerted the group. "How can they revive so quickly?" Mark scanned the surroundings, his expression grim. "Fall back. Their revival speed has increased." As he spoke, the injuries on the serpentine dogs had completely healed, and they charged once more towards Mark and the others. "Look over there. Someone is rushing towards us." Erica caught a glimpse of a blurred figure speeding towards them and gasped, her heart racing at the incredible speed. Chapter 6. First encounter with by Yukoi. It's the surface survivor. Ranbing, having previously scrutinized Lin Shu through the sniper scope, recognized him before he fully entered the group's line of sight. What astonishing speed. What is going on with this guy? He doesn't seem human at all. Erica's expression turned grave as she maneuvered the gravity body to set up a machine gun, the muzzle tracking Lin Shu's figure, remaining ever vigilant. "Stay alert," Mark said solemnly, his expression heavy. Lin Shu's extraordinary combat prowess filled him with a sense of pressure, although he also possessed formidable strength. He was piloting the Dawn gravity body, while Lin Shu was engaging in unarmed combat. It was simply unimaginable. However, the appearance of Lin Shu stirred a subtle excitement in Mark, seemingly validating his long-held conjecture that the surface was indeed suitable for human habitation. Lin Shu was perplexed as to why Mark and his companions chose not to attack the impending resurgence of the devourer beasts, but instead focused their attention on him. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for such distractions. His gaze was solely fixed on the devourer beasts, for he was on the verge of accumulating enough points to exchange for the Minghong blade. "You all go ahead. I will cover the rear." The transport vehicle seems to be under pursuit by a horde of devourer beasts. Lin Shu intentionally brushed past Erica, relishing the astonished expression on the beautiful woman's face. Seizing the opportunity of this second life, he vowed to claim every beauty for himself. "Mine. All mine," he roared internally. Erica cast a fleeting glance, and Lin Shu's enigma piqued her curiosity entirely. Mark studied Lin Shu intently, yearning to engage in conversation and extract all the answers he desperately sought. But the current situation forbade it. "Let us go. We must quickly catch up with the squad." Without further ado, Ranbing glanced back at Lin Shu, who had entered a state of slaughter, then swiftly activated her motorcycle and departed. Jeff and Erica followed closely behind. However, as Erica retreated, she continued to gaze at Lin Shu with wide, curious eyes. Lin Shu was acutely aware of Erica's actions, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He instantly transformed into a harbinger of death, dispatching the snake dogs with punches and elbows with ease, striving to exhibit his masculine prowess to an extraordinary degree. Mark watched Lin Shu's incisive combat style, astonished, thinking to himself that this individual was akin to a human weapon, exceedingly fierce. After a moment of hesitation, Mark resolved to call out, "Hey, you shouldn't be alone when they catch up." Lin Shu's movements faltered slightly. He had intended to follow Mark and the others to the lighthouse and had anticipated that gaining their trust would require significant effort. Yet Mark accepted him so readily. "Rest assured, I will catch up shortly." Mark cast another glance at Lin Shu before turning to activate the rollers on his heavy gravity suit, swiftly vanishing from Lin Shu's sight. Bang! Just as Mark departed, the Black Emperor suddenly burst forth from the nearby ruins, clutching half a snake dog's head in its mouth. "Where have you been?" The Black Emperor spat out the severed head, exclaiming, "A horde of snake dogs just attacked me alone, and those gun-toting humans did nothing to help, each fleeing faster than the last." Lin Shu quickly extracted the essence seed from the snake dog's body, weighing it in his hand, and turned to the Black Emperor with a cold smile. "This is the nature of humanity in the apocalypse, each more selfish than the last, some we need not save." The Black Emperor regurgitated the essence seeds it had previously acquired and handed them to Lin Shu, nodding in agreement with his words. "I don't mind. Just be cautious not to be exploited by others, lest it leads to regret." "Oh, I never expected that you, my troublesome system, would actually consider my well-being. That's quite rare." Lin Shu exclaimed dramatically after dispatching the last snake dog, tearing off his tattered clothing to wipe his hands before discarding it nearby. The Black Emperor, uninterested in Lin Shu's theatrics, sniffed the air and said, "It seems more devourer beasts are approaching us. We should retreat. Let us go." Consequently, the pair, one man and one dog, vanished rapidly from the scene. Shortly thereafter, nearly 100 snake dogs surged from all directions, howling at the empty space before them. By the time Lin Shu and the Black Emperor caught up to Mark and the others, the devourer beasts pursuing the transport vehicle had already been dealt with by Mark and Ranbing. Ranbing was squatting atop Mark's gravity suit, their teamwork remarkably harmonious. Lin Shu observed the ill-fated duo, and the thought that Ranbing might be drained of her life essence by Mark, her body reduced to rubble, left him feeling rather unsettled. He resolved that he must save Ranbing at a critical moment. "Brother, have the devourer beasts behind us been dealt with?" Mark glided to Lin Shu's side and inquired softly. Erica turned her head to look at Lin Shu. Although Fei Shu sat within the vehicle and did not fix her gaze on him, she slightly turned her body, casting a glance from the corner of her eye. The attention of the others was fully concentrated on Lin Shu. Yes, these ordinary devourer beasts were relatively easy to handle. The only concern is their sheer numbers. Lin Shu replied casually, as if exterminating a few ants were a trivial matter. Hiss! The atmosphere abruptly fell silent, with only the roar of the vehicle remaining, accompanied by the collective intake of breath from the crowd. "Can you tell us how to kill those devourer beasts?" Erica leaned closer to Lin Shu, her innocent eyes fixed on him, eagerly seeking the answer she had long desired. Lin Shu glanced at Erica, smiled faintly, and uttered 2 words, "You can't." Ignoring Erica's crestfallen expression, he sidestepped and leapt onto the Black Emperor's back, unwilling to run on his own. Surprisingly, the Black Emperor did not resist Lin Shu, silently carrying him forward at great speed. Although Mark was also curious about the answer, he refrained from pressing Lin Shu further. He shook his head at Erica, signaling her not to pursue the matter. Ranbing regarded Lin Shu with a serious expression before patting Mark's gravity suit gently, lowering her voice to speak. "Have you thought this through? Are you really bringing him to the lighthouse? We still haven't clarified his origins." Mark pondered for a moment, then looked up at Ranbing and replied, "After all, he saved the lives of Mo City and Fei Shu. Moreover, as a survivor from the surface, he holds great significance for us. We must take him to the lighthouse. He might be our hope for returning to life on the surface." Seeing Mark's unwavering determination, Ranbing chose not to press the issue further. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, someone suddenly shouted in terror, "Look! What is that thing? My God! How can it be so enormous?" Jeff exclaimed. Lin Shu was already aware that a colossal devourer beast would appear at this moment, yet upon witnessing its size firsthand, he could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. The giant-toothed, double-jawed devourer beast, towering 6 stories high, covered in spikes, with a human skull face upon its forehead and an enormous mouth, was the leader of the ordinary devourer beasts. "Quick, everyone, accelerate and escape." Mark turned back, utterly shocked. The sheer size of the creature left him overwhelmed with a profound sense of helplessness. This was beyond human capacity to confront. The group pushed their speed to the limit, striving to flee. Roar! As the giant-toothed, double-jawed devourer beast saw Mark and the others on the verge of escaping its attack range, it opened its mouth wide and let out a tremendous roar. The sound wave rapidly caught up to the group, causing everyone to clutch their heads and wail in agony. Moments later, the sound wave gradually diminished, and the devourer beast distanced itself from the group. Lin Shu took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the shoulder of the giant-toothed, double-jawed devourer beast. Mark and Ranbing, noticing Lin Shu's rapt attention to the creature, instinctively followed his gaze. "Is that a human?" Chapter 7. Entering the Lighthouse. Encountering the light-bearer Vanny, Lin Shu's eyes remained locked on the white-haired woman standing atop the giant-toothed, double-jawed devourer beast. Bayukawe. Upon seeing that solitary, proud figure, Lin Shu was instantly captivated, especially when their eyes met. Even from a distance, he felt a jolt coursing through him. Cold, aloof, untouched by the dust of the world, Bayukawe's indifferent gaze was like an irresistibly alluring quagmire, ensnaring Lin Shu completely. He took a deep look, then resolutely averted his gaze, realizing that with his current strength, he was far from worthy of her attention, given the considerable disparity in their abilities. "Old dog." She stands on the shoulder of the devourer beast in a state of returning to the source, It must be a method to conceal her emotions. I wonder why. As an invincible system, you can't provide me with a similar technique? Lin Shu patted the Black Emperor's head, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. If he possessed the same methods, wouldn't the vast expanse of heaven and earth be easily traversed? Huh, why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't that the heart technique that aids in cultivating a tranquil mind, found everywhere in the high martial world, already commonplace? It can be exchanged for just 10 points in the system shop. He Huang turned his head, glaring with his cross-eyed expression, wearing a look of apparent cleverness. Upon seeing the heart technique available for 10 points, Lin Shu instantly lost his composure, his voice rising in pitch. What? A yellow-tier heart technique, the ice heart formula. Is this it? Mark and Ran Bing, who stood closest to Lin Shu, were jolted back to reality by his sudden exclamation. Brother, I still don't know how to address you. Mark momentarily set aside the issue of the human on the shoulder of the devourer beast. Eager to inquire about Lin Shu's name, realizing he hadn't asked yet, Lin Shu swallowed the curse he nearly uttered, looking up at Mark. I am Lin Shu. I'm Mark, and this is Ran Bing, my aide. Mark introduced himself with a smile, and also introduced Ran Bing beside him. Ran Bing nodded at Lin Shu. Although she no longer regarded him with suspicion, they were not particularly close, as they had only just met. Lin Shu nodded back, knowing all their names but unable to reveal that knowledge, lest Mark become suspicious, making it impossible for him to enter the lighthouse smoothly. What about them? Lin Shu inquired, glancing at Erica and Jeff alongside the vehicle with Mo Chung and Fei Shui. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce them, huh? Mark chuckled, a bit embarrassed. The two controlling the gravity bodies are Erica and Jeff. Mark paused slightly, pointing at Erica. Don't be fooled by her youth. She fights fiercely. Lin Shu smiled and winked at Erica, but she remained sulky for having been refused the method to slay the devourer beast, pouting and snorting in annoyance. Lin Shu, undeterred by the slight, turned to Mark and continued, Brother Mark, what about the woman in the mask? She is Fei Shui, our sniper in the scavenger team. Don't underestimate her. It's no exaggeration to say she can hit a target 100 paces away. Upon hearing Mark speak of her, Fei Shui turned to look. Lin Shu smiled and met her gaze, raising a hand in greeting. When Fei Shui saw Lin Shu's bare torso, revealing a set of chiseled abs, her strong physique momentarily left her stunned. Having been saved by Lin Shu along with Mo Chung, she naturally felt grateful, but for reasons unknown. Each time Lin Shu smiled at her, her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her bewildered. Fortunately, her face was concealed by a mask, otherwise, the blush on her cheeks would have been unmistakable. Nodding at Lin Shu, Fei Shui quickly turned away, unable to look at him again. Hey, Lin Shu, are you prioritizing looks over friends? Why don't you ask for my name? Mo Chung, seeing that Mark had yet to introduce him, interjected. Haha, brother. What should I call you? Before Lin Shu could finish, Mo Chung hurriedly chimed in, jokingly, I'm Mo Chung. Thank you so much for saving me and Fei Shui earlier. Lin Shu smiled and waved his hand, dismissing the gratitude politely. Without the threat of the devourer beast, everyone relaxed completely, chatting and laughing. Within half an hour, the group quickly arrived at their destination. The towering lighthouse now loomed within view, suspended in midair. This is the lighthouse, humanity's last refuge. Mark pointed proudly at the massive iron structure resembling a mushroom. Lin Shu followed Mark's finger. Having only seen the lighthouse in the animated series before, though it had been stunning, witnessing it in person filled him with awe, sending chills across his skin. Truly magnificent. By the time Lin Shu and the group reached the base of the lighthouse, the lift awaited them on the ground. Lin Shu, this is my teacher, Elon. Mark quickly approached the lift, introducing the elderly man with a white beard who was laughing heartily. Who is he? Elon looked at Lin Shu with suspicion, his expression extremely serious, as he harbored a vague suspicion. Mark turned serious, addressing Elon. Lin Shu, a survivor from the surface. Buzz. Elon's mind buzzed as he froze in shock at Mark's revelation. For over 20 years, everyone believed that the surface was uninhabitable for humans. Yet Lin Shu's appearance seemed to challenge that belief. Is that amusing-looking big black dog also from the surface? Elon stared incredulously at the cross-eyed He Huang, wondering if survival on the surface was truly that easy. Woof woof woof. He Huang could not contain his frustration, barking back. You find me amusing? Your whole family is amusing. Lin Shu slapped He Huang on the head, signaling for quiet, awkwardly explaining. Ahem, this fellow is just greeting you. It's his first time seeing so many people, and he is a bit excited. Elon's eyes widened. The appearance of Lin Shu and He Huang left him in a prolonged state of disbelief. The lighthouse staff operating the lift were equally astonished, stealing glances at Lin Shu and He Huang whenever they had a moment, whispering among themselves. News of humanity's existence on the surface quickly spread throughout the lighthouse. Following Mark, Lin Shu arrived at the resource distribution room of the lighthouse, where the previously obtained supplies were being systematically allocated to different storage areas. Lin Shu, here is some clothing for you to wear. We need to head to the central command hall shortly. Your presence is crucial for us at the lighthouse. Is that all right? Mark handed Lin Shu the clothes, seeking his consent. Sure, I have nothing better to do anyway. Lin Shu responded nonchalantly, displaying no concern for his safety. If he wished to leave, no one could stop him. At that moment, a haughty female voice caught Lin Shu's attention. Where is Lin Shu? The leader is calling for you. Lin Shu turned to the entrance, where 3 figures stood, 2 men and a woman. The woman was tall and voluptuous, with skin as pale as snow, her head encased in a high-tech helmet that only revealed the lower half of her face. Dressed in a dark green gown that exposed her 2 flower-patterned thighs, the high slits in the dress made her appear exceptionally alluring. The radiant one, Vanny. Lin Shu smiled knowingly. Chapter 8. The friction of Vandy's heart. Vandy stood with her legs apart, holding an electronic display, her gaze scanning the resource distribution room with authority. Where is he? Their eyes met. Lin Shu stepped past Mark, intrigued as he approached Vandy, with He Huang following closely behind. Erica, Fei Shui, and the others set aside their tasks, moving toward the entrance. Although Fei Shui's expression was hidden behind her mask, an undercurrent of unease flickered in her gaze. Wow. Seeing is truly believing. She is incredibly sexy. Lin Shu's eyes roamed over Vanty, lingering particularly on the high slit of her dress, the sight causing him to swallow hard. Who among those who had watched the animated series wouldn't want to take Vanny to the Dawn Hall? Yet, they could only dream. Lin Shu had traversed into this reality, and if he let this opportunity slip away, it would be a grave injustice. Beep beep beep. Vanty, expressionless, stared at Lin Shu through her detection visor. The electronic display in her hand began to sound alarms as he drew near. Had his light index already reached the abyss? The emotional fluctuations detected on the electronic display indicated that Lin Shu's energy had surpassed the threshold, signaling danger and descent into the abyss. You'd best dismiss any unsavory thoughts from your mind. Vanny huffed, issuing a warning. Lin Shu remained unfazed, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Vanny's chest. TSK. Do you know why I've survived on the surface for so long? Before Lin Shu could continue, a subordinate from the Light and Shadow Council beside Vanny interjected arrogantly. The only reason you've managed to survive on the surface is due to the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow. Woof woof woof. The Black Emperor could no longer tolerate the situation, furiously lamenting his contributions, questioning how it was that some wretched Lord of Light and Shadow could simply usurp him. This wild dog is in dire need of discipline. The imposing figure of Sharif, who had accompanied Vanny, raised his heavy weapon as if to strike at the Black Emperor. Lin Shu's gaze turned icy. He was already gathering energy to deliver a fatal blow to the hulking Sharif. Those who dared to provoke him would meet their demise. This was his principle for survival in this desolate world. Fei Shui, standing among the hunter squad, clenched her fists nervously. She wished to stand up for Lin Shu, yet years of indoctrination under the lighthouse left her indecisive. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Mark decisively charged forward. Unwilling to witness Lin Shu being treated in such a manner, especially since Lin Shu was his guest. In a swift motion, Mark positioned himself between Lin Shu and Vandy, forcefully restraining Sharif's weapon. Lord of Light, please inform the guild leader that Lin Shu is my guest at the lighthouse. I will soon escort him to the command center, and if he wishes to meet, he may come. Vandy turned to Sharif, signaling him to lower his weapon. Since Captain Mark has said so, I shall relay your words to the guild leader without alteration. Vanty's tone remained unyielding, as if he had mastered an emotionless technique. Witnessing Vanty willingly serve as Charles's lackey enraged Lin Shu, solidifying his resolve to bring Vanty to the Dawn Hall and assert his dominance. He also hoped to fulfill the desires of those on Blue Star. Vanty ceased his entanglement and turned away. All that dare threaten me have been vanquished. This is the primary reason for my survival on the surface. Lin Shu's gaze pierced Vanty's retreating figure, his voice chillingly cold. Vanty paused, but did not turn back. Responding in a low voice, You ought to be grateful for the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow, foolish one. Lin Shu's eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous aura, akin to a hunter poised to deliver a lethal strike to its prey. Humph. When you fall into my grasp, let us see how defiant you remain. Lin Shu licked his lips with a sinister smile. Brother Mark, I shall step outside for some fresh air. Do continue your tasks. Mark nodded in response, cautioning. Do not wander too far. This place is still unfamiliar to you. Lin Shu nodded and led the Black Emperor outside. As they exited, anguished cries from a man echoed from within. Have they begun to punish 4068? Lin Shu turned his head to see 4068 curled on the ground, being lashed by the personnel of the Light and Shadow Society. It was time for a reckoning. Those who stab from behind must face their consequences. Ignoring the curious glances of passers-by, Lin Shu approached the railing to survey the scene below, his mood instantly brightening. The Black Emperor stood upright beside him, also leaning over the railing. After a moment, he softly remarked, You must not neglect your training. This world is not your final destination. Once you conquer this universe, I may consider sending you. Before the Black Emperor could finish, Lin Shu interrupted, I wish to transform into a humanoid devourer. Do you have a solution? He recalled by Yuekue's words to the reborn Mark, that only Mark, as a devourer, could enter the star sphere. And only through that passage could one reach the core of the mana ecological system. A humanoid devourer? The Black Emperor murmured, falling into contemplation. Lin Shu remained silent, casually scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a tall woman clad in a sleek, black robe entered his line of sight. Jing Nan. Lin Shu recognized her instantly. Her commanding presence captivated him. Jing Nan must have heard about the survivors on the surface, as she curiously glanced over at Lin Shu while making her way to the supply distribution room. Lin Shu's gaze did not waver, fixating on Jing Nan, his eyes roving over her form, occasionally emitting sounds of admiration. Her chest, her hips, her figure, her aura, simply perfect. Jing Nan frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable under Lin Shu's assertive scrutiny. Fortunately, upon reaching the supply distribution room, she did not linger and decisively entered, finally exhaling a sigh of relief once safely inside. Lin Shu reluctantly withdrew his gaze, a smile lingering on his face. At that moment, the Black Emperor emerged from his reverie, squinting at Lin Shu. I must acquire human cells containing the complete fusion of devourer genes to transform you into one. My compatibility with this world's template is too low. I cannot simply turn you into a devourer at this time. Is that so? Lin Shu stroked his chin, his gaze drifting to Mark inside the room, his thoughts wandering. Numerous pedestrians passed by outside, whispering amongst themselves. Old Lu, doesn't it seem like that man and dog are communicating? Oh, come off it. Have you ever heard of people from the old world talking to dogs? Have you ever seen a dog from the old world? Well, no, this is my first encounter. Then how can you be sure that humans and dogs cannot communicate? Chapter 9. Implementing the plan. The fish is hooked not long after the wretched screams of 4068 ceased. Vanny emerged from the supply distribution room with the members of the Light and Shadow Society, unhurriedly. Vanny's cold voice pulled Lin Shu from his thoughts. Lin Shu, the guild leader is not someone you can meet at will. If he wishes to summon you, I advise you to consider your refusal carefully. Uft, why should I? Just because he wants to see me? Lin Shu scoffed at Vanty's lofty demeanor, holding Charles, whom he had yet to meet, in utter contempt. Impudent. The guild leader is not someone you can insult. Upon hearing Lin Shu's disrespectful words about Charles, Vanty's anger flared, and Sharif stepped forward, poised to capture Lin Shu. At this critical juncture, Mark's voice rang out from behind the crowd. Lord of Light, the City Lord has just sent a message inviting Lin Shu to the command center. The City Lord regards him as a distinguished guest. Do you really want to embarrass the City Lord? Mark, accompanied by Jing Nan and Ran Bing, stood behind the members of the Light and Shadow Society, the crowd subtly forming a protective barrier. While others might fear the Light and Shadow Society, the hunters led by Mark had the courage to resist. Vanty raised a hand to halt Sharif's advance, glancing at Jing Nan, realizing Mark's words held truth. With a cold huff, he led the members of the Light and Shadow Society away in haste. However, before departing, Vanty's sarcastic remarks incensed Ran Bing and the others. The hunters were fortunate to return, thanks to the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow, yet they suffered considerable losses. It seems your prayers to the Lord of Light and Shadow have not been sufficiently devout. Ran Bing's teeth clenched in anger. She intended to confront Vanty, but was silenced by a glance from Mark. Ran Bing, Do not let your temper flare. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure Vanti receives her due punishment, and you may vent your frustrations. Mark looked at Lin Shu earnestly. Lin Shu, please do not act recklessly, as this is the lighthouse. Unlike Mark, who always considered the bigger picture, Ran Bing was intrigued by Lin Shu's words. Hey, how do you plan to teach her a lesson? I've endured her long enough. Ran Bing. Mark shot her a warning look, his tone laced with caution. Understood. Ran Bing reluctantly retreated, unwilling to provoke Mark. Lin Shu smiled knowingly, reassuring Mark, do not worry. I will exercise discretion and ensure that I teach Vanny a lesson through proper means. Hearing this, Ran Bing's eyes brightened. The more she observed Lin Shu, the more she found him agreeable. The other members of the hunter squad watched Lin Shu with smiles. Having experienced numerous trials at the hands of the Light and Shadow Society, they were eager to see Vanny humbled by Lin Shu. Only Fei Xue's eyes held a hint of concern. Ever since Lin Shu had rescued her in a moment of peril not long ago, her heart would race uncontrollably at the mere sight of him, yet she struggled to articulate her feelings to anyone. To her, Lin Shu seemed different from other men. She was uncertain of the nature of this sentiment. Whenever Lin Shu ventured into danger, she could not help but feel anxious. As the conflict appeared to have temporarily subsided, Mark approached Lin Shu, introducing him to Jing Nan. This is Jing Nan, the commander of the central control room of the lighthouse. And this is Lin Shu, a surface survivor we encountered during our mission, who also saved the lives of Mo City and Fei Xue. Jing Nan crossed his arms and scrutinized Lin Shu with keen interest, then broke into a smile that concealed a profound sense of astonishment. Remarkable. For over 20 years, we have not discovered any survivors on the surface. It is evident that the terrain is no longer suitable for human habitation. I cannot believe you have managed to survive alone. Lin Shu interjected. Actually, I am not alone. I have this dog with me. Jing Nan paused for a moment before shifting his gaze to the lazy black emperor sprawled on the ground behind Lin Shu. His eyes lingered on the dog's peculiar gaze, which seemed to reflect the harshness of survival on the surface. A wry smile nearly escaped his lips, but he swallowed it. For the low growl emanating from Black Emperor warned him against any misstep. Mark chuckled, seizing the opportunity to clarify Jing Nan's intentions. Lin Shu, the city lord has summoned us to the Lighthouse Command Center, especially you. He is eager to meet and discuss matters in detail. Are you available? Lin Shu furrowed his brow momentarily but then relaxed, responding with a light-hearted smile. Of course, I can't wait. Previously, he had been pondering how to find an opportunity to confront Vandy. Hearing the city lord's invitation sparked a brilliant idea in his mind. A perfect plan began to take shape. How fortuitous. 15 minutes later, Lin Shu, accompanied by Black Emperor, followed Mark, Jing Nan, and Ran Bing through the central elevator shaft of the lighthouse to the command hall. Lin Shu, the city lord is calling for you. Huh. Lin Shu snapped back to reality at Mark's call. He had been momentarily awestruck by the scale of the lighthouse's electromagnetic cannon and failed to hear City Lord Morgan's voice. Oh, Lin Shu might not be accustomed to so many people gathered together, Morgan remarked, standing at the top of the steps with a broad smile directed at Lin Shu, offering him a reprieve. After a brief pause, Morgan continued, could you share how you and, oh, not just you, but also your dog survived on the surface? For over 20 years, we have searched the continent of Australia and New Zealand without finding any traces of human life. Your appearance is nothing short of miraculous. All eyes turned to Lin Shu, particularly Charles, whose expression betrayed immense curiosity. Charles had long maintained that survival on the surface was impossible and that the lighthouse represented humanity's last hope. Yet Lin Shu's existence had sown seeds of doubt in his conviction. Because I know how to completely eradicate the devourer. Lin Shu's casual declaration sent a ripple of astonishment through the command hall. What? The method to kill the devourer? What is it? Shouted Victor, the chief commander of city defense, along with Carrie, the medical and ecological supervisor, and Elon, the head coach. The crowd surged forward, drawing closer to Lin Shu, eager not to miss any crucial information. For years, the lack of knowledge about how to effectively kill the devourer had led to severe casualties among the hunters during their missions on the surface, making it one of the primary reasons they could not survive there. With Lin Shu claiming he possessed the knowledge to kill the devourer, how could they remain composed? The bait was set. Lin Shu smirked inwardly at their reaction. However, this method came at a great cost to me. He paused, crossing his arms, stroking his chin, and fixing his gaze on Morgan. I have a condition. Chapter 10. In my presence, there are no grudges to bear a condition? Charles scoffed, stepping forward from the crowd, arms outstretched and looking skyward. In this apocalypse, our survival hinges entirely on the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow, including yours. Since you benefit from the Lord's grace, you dare to negotiate for the method to kill the devourer? Morgan subtly nodded, though his smile remained intact. That old fox. Lin Shu cursed inwardly. Fine, since you claim all of this is the Lord of Light and Shadow's arrangement, I believe you. Ran Bing, standing behind Mark, gazed at Lin Shu in shock, unable to reconcile how quickly he had shifted from scorn to belief in the Lord's plan. Lin Shu chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. The speed and force generated a faint sonic boom. A resounding crash echoed throughout the vast command center. Victor was the first to react, rushing in front of Morgan and shielding him with his mechanical right arm. The hidden city defense forces swiftly emerged from the shadows, encircling Lin Shu. Mark, startled, instinctively shielded Ran Bing, exclaiming, Lin Shu, what's gotten into you? We can discuss everything calmly. This is the lighthouse. Jingnan's mouth fell open in surprise, her eyes wide with curiosity rather than fear. Having interacted with Lin Shu previously, she subconsciously believed he would not act so recklessly. After a brief moment, Vandy regained her composure, hurriedly positioning herself in front of Charles, her electric gun already in hand, aimed at Lin Shu, ready to fire. Lin Shu looked bewildered at the exaggerated response from the crowd. I was merely demonstrating my physical strength. The Lord of Light and Shadow brought me here for a reason. Morgan pushed aside Victor, gesturing for the city defense forces to return to their positions. Lin Shu, what do you intend to do? Lin Shu exhaled deeply, cursing his earlier carelessness for nearly derailing the situation. As you can see, my physical prowess is remarkable. The power behind that punch is something even your hunters, wielding gravity manipulation, would struggle to achieve. I will lay my cards on the table. I am a new breed of humanity evolved in this apocalypse. He thumped his chest proudly, boasting of his abilities, secure in the knowledge that no one knew his true origins. Black Emperor, lying behind Lin Shu, rolled his eyes in exasperation, silently cursing, this is all thanks to me. Morgan and the others regarded Lin Shu with skepticism, unsure of his intentions. So what? Charles regarded Lin Shu arrogantly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The others were equally perplexed, unable to grasp Lin Shu's purpose. Unfazed, Lin Shu maintained a warm smile. Since this is the Lord of Light and Shadow's arrangement, I feel it is imperative to pass on my genes. Otherwise, if such a powerful legacy were to end with me, I would be unworthy of the Lord's blessings. I would be a sinner. As he spoke, Lin Shu's gaze fixated on Charles, the implications of his words unmistakable, nearly suggesting, we are all allies here. You must assist in the continuation of my lineage. With a deliberate glance at Vandy, a subtle smile curved his lips. Vandy sensed impending doom. Yet she could do nothing but await her fate. Charles's lips twitched involuntarily, cursing the audacity of this newcomer. How could he be so shameless? However, he had previously stated that Lin Shu's accomplishments were all under the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow. To oppose this now would be akin to slapping his own face. Yes, indeed. Lin Shu's words were profoundly accurate. My lord, I believe we can arrange for Lin Shu to enter the Hall of Dawn. Any child born from his genes would undoubtedly be of superior quality. Although Charles maintained a smile, the veins in his clenched fists betrayed his fury. He wished he could strangle Lin Shu right there in the command hall. Infuriating. Morgan, with a contemplative glance at Charles, ultimately fixed his gaze on Lin Shu. Since Charles had made such a statement, it was settled. The lighthouse indeed needed to prioritize the replenishment of quality citizens. Ran Bing, standing behind Mark with her head bowed, stifled a laugh, having discerned Lin Shu's intentions. Oh, so this was his way of venting his grievances. How amusing. Although he had achieved part of his goal, Lin Shu still dared not relax. For the identity of the woman accompanying him into the Hall of Dawn was yet to be determined. My lord, the individual accompanying me into the Hall of Dawn cannot be an ordinary citizen. According to the guidance of the Lord of Light and Shadow, this woman must be the one closest to him, possessing the purest faith, and must not have borne any children. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the Lord. Lin Shu emphasized the word affront with great intensity. Since you have used the Lord of Light and Shadow to dismiss me, I shall employ him to constrain you. Let us see how you will respond. Impossible. You are delusional. Before Morgan could speak, Charles could no longer contain himself. Using Lin Shu's conditions to ensnare someone was nearly a foregone conclusion. The only candidate was undoubtedly Vanny, as she alone met these criteria. Hold. Do you dare defy the Lord of Light and Shadow's decree? Lin Shu firmly countered, clasping his hands over his chest, striving to demonstrate his unwavering devotion to the Lord. Yet was hindered by Charles, the Lord's spokesperson, causing him great distress. With virtue to govern desire, to derive joy without indulgence. Better to suffer in body than to forsake the light and shadow. The 16 words resonated throughout the command hall. All present gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that these words had escaped Lin Shu's lips. Even Ran Bing, who had been secretly reveling in the drama, could no longer discern whether Lin Shu was acting or genuinely a devout follower of the Lord. Charles was momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Shu's audacious maneuver. Unsure how to counter, Vanty was left in a daze, never anticipating that her mere attendance at a routine meeting would lead to such an unexpected predicament. One who is shameless is invincible. The Black Sovereign underestimated Lin Shu's performance, beginning to doubt whether he himself was merely a pawn in the Lord's design. Seeing that the moment was still not ripe, Lin Shu steeled himself to showcase his ultimate acting skills. Alas, it seems the Lord of Light and Shadow is but a fade at the lighthouse, for no one truly cares. Lin Shu lowered his head in despondence, sighing heavily. A bitter smile etched on his face. Although Morgan was uncertain of the veracity of Lin Shu's claims, he knew he could not allow him to continue. Otherwise, the faith of the lighthouse would surely crumble. I propose we adhere to Lin Shu's plan, according to the Lord's directive, and assign Vanny and Lin Shu to the breeding task. Vanty's complexion turned pale as she helplessly looked to Charles, hoping he would speak on her behalf. However, Charles stood there, his expression fluctuating, not even glancing at Vanty. At that moment, he was in turmoil, uncertain whether he had shot himself in the foot or if Lin Shu's assertions held any truth. Very well, it is settled, Lin Shu decisively agreed, his expression shifting from one of profound despair to a beaming smile in an instant. He added, all thanks to the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow. Those around him, including Jing Nan, could no longer contain their laughter. It had been years since they had witnessed Charles and the Light and Shadow Council suffer a setback. Vanty, my dear, we shall engage in a grand battle for 3 days and nights. Lin Shu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at Vanty, licking his lips with a devilish grin. Chapter 11. The Most Valiant Man at the Lighthouse. You shameless wretch. The echo of Vanty's furious voice reverberated through the expansive golden hall of dawn. She could no longer maintain her usual composure, gritting her silver teeth as she glared at Lin Shu. Her body was draped solely in a loose black robe, with only the detection device on her head remaining untouched. Lin Shu crossed his arms, leisurely surveying the hall's decor with a teasing tone. TSK. That hardly sounds like something an elder of the Light and Shadow Council would say. Did not Charles declare that this is all the Lord's arrangement? Are you questioning the Lord? You. Vanty was momentarily rendered speechless, her chest heaving as she fumed at Lin Shu's remarks. At this moment, only Lin Shu and Vanty remained clear-headed in the Hall of Dawn. The others had long been rendered unconscious by Lin Shu's decisive strike, as he had no desire for a live broadcast. Mentioning Charles piqued Lin Shu's interest. As he spoke, he casually removed his robe and tossed it aside, standing openly before Vanty. You have always followed the orders of the council's head, Charles, focusing solely on his interests. But how is it that you have now been abandoned by him? This should not be. As Lin Shu spoke, he observed Vanty closely. Although her figure was concealed by the robe, her exquisite form was still subtly apparent. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Vanty's already despondent expression deepened. She had never imagined such a day would come when she would be cast aside by Charles. He had been her faith. In this moment, that faith crumbled. Lin Shu, I beg you, stop speaking. I recall you were quite proud before. Why do you now speak with such weakness? Lin Shu continued to mock her. I advise you not to resist futilely. The breeding task is one you cannot escape. At his words, Vanny shuddered. She had never experienced a breeding task and felt exceedingly embarrassed. From the command center to the Hall of Dawn, a mere half-day had passed. All of this was simply due to Lin Shu's revelation of the effective method to vanquish the devourer, sealing her fate and hastily bringing her here. Sighing softly, Vanny felt her dignity shatter into pieces. As she gazed at Lin Shu's cold smirk, she could no longer restrain her emotions, exclaiming, You are utterly despicable. Vanny glared at Lin Shu, tears shimmering in her eyes. Her previous arrogance and pride had dissipated, her psychological defenses thoroughly breached by him. Lin Shu remained unmoved, observing the tearful Vanny with a knowing smile. Had I known this day would come, why act otherwise? Now, you understand what must be done. Sighing once more, Vanny chose to accept her reality. 10,000 words omitted here, at the lighthouse, in the armory. 5 days later, Lin Shu stood before Mark and the others, looking refreshed. You couldn't have just come from there, could you? Ran Bing exclaimed, her mouth agape, disbelief palpable in her eyes. It had been far too long. Fei Shui stood silently among the crowd, her gaze complex as she regarded Lin Shu. Why was it not I who went to the Hall of Dawn with him? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Lin Shu, riding on the back of the Black Sovereign, laughed heartily as he greeted Mark and the others. Ran Bing, how's it going? I said I would help you vent your frustrations, and now I have delivered. At that moment, Ran Bing was at a loss for words, merely giving Lin Shu a thumbs up in enthusiastic approval. Lin Shu, you are truly remarkable, Mark exclaimed. Where's Vanny? Mo Chung gazed at Lin Shu with a gleeful smirk, curious about what might have transpired during their 5 days in the Hall of Dawn, wondering if it had been a life-or-death situation. Upon hearing the name Vanty, Lin Shu awkwardly touched her nose, feeling entirely unjustified. Perhaps her physical constitution was inadequate, as she had already been carried away and remained in a state of unconsciousness. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They had never heard of a woman being taken away after undertaking a breeding mission. You truly are ruthless, Jeff exclaimed, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Caught in a moment of indecision between envying Lin Shu or envying Lin Shu, the others in the armory gazed at Lin Shu with astonishment, particularly the women who had previously undergone breeding tasks, their eyes betraying a hint of shyness. All right, disperse. Are you all so idle that you neglect training, lessons, and repairing combat equipment? Ran Bing and Fei Shui left awkwardly, yet not before giving Lin Shu a thumbs up. It was a unanimous sentiment, simply remarkable. After praising Lin Shu, Mark stepped forward, draping an arm over her shoulder and whispering, I must admit, you are truly fierce. Regardless of the circumstances, it is quite gratifying to see you teach those from the Shadow Society a lesson. Lin Shu was taken aback by Mark's uncharacteristic candor, repeatedly waving her hands with a modest chuckle. Just average, really. The crowd only perceived Lin Shu's outward bravado, oblivious to the hidden costs she had paid. Over the past 5 days, to maintain her energy levels, she had consumed over 30 spirit seed to replenish her strength. This, she dared not disclose to the Black Emperor, lest she be mercilessly ridiculed. Each spirit seed was invaluable in the pursuit of cultivation. After the flattery subsided, Mark turned serious and addressed Lin Shu. Regarding the method of slaying the devourer beast you mentioned 5 days ago, I have led a team of scavengers to the surface for verification, and indeed, your assertions were correct. However, there are still some issues we need to discuss. Lin Shu nodded and followed Mark into the room. Where's Vanny? Why haven't I seen her in the past 5 days? Charles reclined in his chair, savoring the aroma of the red wine in his goblet. My lord, Vanny has just been carried out from the Dawn Hall. Charlotte, standing behind Charles, gripped his hammer tightly, veins bulging as he suppressed his anger in response to Charles's inquiry. Charles's goblet came to a sudden halt, his lips twitching uncontrollably. 5 days. What is her condition? Charles's voice turned icy, and the temperature in the hall plummeted. Vanty is completely limp, just awakened from her coma, but still in a daze. Crash. Charles hurled his goblet against the wall, shattering it into pieces and splattering red wine everywhere. This is outrageous. Bring Lin Shu to me. Immediately. Chapter 12. Leaving the lighthouse. Surviving on the surface, Charlotte and a group of Shadow Society members surrounded the entrance of the armory, shouting for Mark to surrender Lin Shu. Lin Shu had anticipated such an outcome. After all, Vanty was an elder of the Shadow Society, and it would have been illogical for Charles to remain indifferent. Brother Mark, do not worry, I will be fine. Lin Shu reassured him, patting his shoulder, and after waving goodbye to Ran Bing and Fei Shui, she turned towards the entrance. Mark looked worried. After all, it was he who had invited Lin Shu to the lighthouse, and he felt a heavy burden of responsibility for the unfolding events. Fei Shui, your sniper rifle has a scope. I need you to find the highest vantage point and keep an eye on the movements in the Shadow Hall. If Lin Shu is in danger, notify me immediately, all right? Mark earnestly sought Fei Shui's agreement. To his surprise, she showed no hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, she decisively grabbed her sniper rifle and dashed towards another exit. Whoever dares to harm Lin Shu will meet their demise. The others, including Mo Chung, stared in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. What has gotten into her? I have no idea, they all responded, equally perplexed except for Ranbing. Ranbing, deep in thought, watched Fei Shue's retreating figure, perhaps finally understanding the sudden change in her demeanor. Ever since she had organized Penny's diary, she realized that Fei Shui was experiencing what is known as love. Empathizing with her, Ranbing withdrew her gaze from Fei Shui and let it linger on Mark's back, her eyes softening with warmth. Half a day later, panic engulfed the lighthouse, its source being the Shadow Hall. When Mark hurried to the Shadow Hall, he was greeted by chaos. The once mighty entrance had vanished, and scattered across the floor lay Shadow Society members in disarray, with 2 wrecked gravity devices among them. At the far end of the hall, Charlotte knelt, a pool of crimson blood beneath him, and a deep fist imprint marred his armored chest. Not far from Charlotte, Charles cowered against the wall, trembling, miraculously uninjured but clearly shaken, his eyes wide and pupils dilated. Mark scanned the area but did not see Lin Shu. My lord, what has transpired? Who attacked you? Where is Lin Shu? At the sound of Mark's voice, Charles trembled, and upon realizing it was Mark, he quickly pushed himself off the ground, his initial fear transforming into furious outrage. Look at the mess you've caused, Mark. What kind of monster have you brought back? The Shadow Lord will surely punish you. Charles now resembled a raging lion, his previously defeated demeanor replaced by an aggressive stance. Humph. If you hadn't constantly made things difficult for Lin Shu, how could this have happened? Mark retorted before swiftly exiting the Shadow Hall. He had no time to deal with Charles, as finding Lin Shu was of utmost importance. Upon entering the Shadow Hall, Mark had already instructed the scavenger members to disperse and search for Lin Shu's whereabouts. As he exited the hall, he encountered Ranbing, who was searching for him. Mark, hurry. I found Fei Shui. Quickly follow me. 15 minutes later, Mark finally found Fei Shui, slumped on the ground in front of the lighthouse's lift, cradling her sniper rifle. Her head hung low. Though her expression was obscured by a mask, the tears at her chin revealed that something significant had transpired. Fei Shui, where is Lin Shu? Didn't I tell you to inform me immediately if you discovered anything? Mark's voice rose in urgency. Fei Shui remained silent, staring blankly at the ground. Ranbing shook her head at Mark, signaling him to refrain from further questioning, then crouched down beside Fei Shui. Fei Shui, I understand your feelings, truly. But right now, the most important thing is to find Lin Shu. As long as we ensure he is safe, everything else can be addressed. Only then did Fei Shui slightly lift her head, her tear-filled eyes locking onto Ranbing's. In a hoarse voice, she replied, he jumped down from here. What? Mark's heart skipped a beat at Fei Shui's words. The lighthouse floated high above the ground, hundreds of meters to the surface. Jumping from here was tantamount to suicide. Are you serious? Ranbing, equally incredulous, pressed Fei Shui for clarification. After asking, she hurriedly stood and leaned over the railing to peer down. The lighthouse hovered far too high. The mountains below appeared as mere mounds, and locating Lin Shu would be akin to chasing a mirage. Mark stumbled to the railing, his voice trembling. Why would he choose to jump? Did he say anything before? Taking a deep breath, Fei Shui stood with Ranbing's support. I don't know why he would jump. Perhaps he realized the enormity of the situation and understood he could no longer remain at the lighthouse. Before he jumped, he did say 2 things. What were they? He said to be cautious of the dust people 4068. And the other? He said we would meet on the surface. After Fei Shui finished speaking, she did not linger and left the lighthouse platform alone. Mark and Ranbing gazed contemplatively at Fei Shui's retreating figure. Did Lin Shu truly believe he could survive? Perhaps, as he claimed, he was the evolution of a new human in this apocalyptic world, and there might be some truth to it. But why should one be wary of the dust people 4068? Ranbing pondered, looking at Mark with confusion. Mark thought for a moment, equally bewildered, and decided to dismiss these thoughts. Since Lin Shu had said they would meet on the ground, they should return and make preparations. In 3 days, they would set off for the Delta region, 200 kilometers from the lighthouse, just as they had promised Jing Nan to collect surface samples there. All right, at the base of the lighthouse, on the ground. I must say, you are quite reckless. Do you not remember the pain from jumping off a building over 60 meters tall? It seems you have a short memory. Only a few days have passed. And here you are again, attempting something even more daring by jumping from the towering heights of the lighthouse. It's a miracle you aren't dead. Black Emperor scolded Lin Shu as they dashed onward. The ground was littered with devourers. Likely attracted by the emotional turmoil during Lin Shu's earlier conflict with the Light and Shadow Society, or perhaps drawn by the 5-day battle he had waged against Vandy. Fortunately, Lin Shu had previously exchanged for the low-level yellow rank Ice Heart technique in the system shop, which allowed them to evade several waves of Devourers without incident. To the Devourers, Black Emperor and Lin Shu seemed to vanish entirely from sight. With a heart as pure as ice, unperturbed by calamity, and steadfast amidst chaos, Lin Shu gritted his teeth, enduring the torment of pain while reciting the Ice Heart technique to stabilize his emotions. "Old dog, I beg you to stop your incessant chatter. Considering my grievous injuries, grant me some mercy. Your constant nagging is making my ears numb." Lin Shu remained silent until he finally spoke, prompting Black Emperor to erupt in anger. "How dare you? I am a system, not your mount." Lin Shu chuckled. "Ah, my esteemed Black Emperor, you've worked hard. I'll make sure to find a few female dogs for you in this realm as compensation." TCH. Black Emperor, unusually, refrained from retaliating. Lin Shu smiled, knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. "Old dog, let us find a higher place to rest for a while. I plan to start cultivating some plants. We need to secure our food supply first, then focus on training. It's time to put the spirit seed I obtained to use." Black Emperor grunted in acknowledgement and accelerated toward a certain direction. At a distant mountain peak, 6 individuals of varying sizes stood, their gazes fixed on the horizon, precisely where Black Emperor and Lin Shu had departed. Chapter 13. The Minghong Blade, terrifying indeed. "Boss, what do you think about that man and dog? They seem to have appeared out of thin air. It's been years since we've encountered any other humans in this land apart from the lighthouse." Xiaodou furrowed his brow and looked at Bai Yukuei, whose large eyes were filled with confusion. The burly Shanda, sitting on the ground with a round belly, chimed in, "Indeed, it's quite strange. That man and dog appeared to possess the return to origin technique. They clearly passed by Devourers without even acknowledging their presence." Though the other squad members remained silent, they nodded in agreement, having witnessed the peculiar circumstances during Lin Shu and Black Emperor's escape. It is indeed strange. However, this continent is merely one of the landmasses of this world. It's possible that this man and dog hail from another continent. Bai Yukuei's words trailed off as she gazed thoughtfully at the sky, a gentle breeze lifting her white hair. Could it be? Suishing's pupils dilated. Although Bai Yukuei's final thought remained unspoken, they all understood its implication. Bai Yukuei gathered her scattered thoughts, took a deep breath, and looked toward the direction where Lin Shu and Black Emperor had vanished. Regardless of their origins, we must keep a close watch on their movements, but refrain from contact for now. We are still unsure whether they are friend or foe. Our priority is to keep an eye on the lighthouse. Master Lai's words are never wrong. Understood. As the 6 of them settled into their exclusive small car, Bai Yukuei suddenly recalled, "By the way, did any of you notice the lighthouse platform descending earlier?" Xiaodou and the others exchanged puzzled glances, each taken aback. Everyone was preoccupied with their activities. Who would continually monitor such a structure? Bai Yukuei said, "Old dog, let us head to that mountain peak. It's farther from buildings. And I've noticed that areas with structures are often unsafe." Lin Shu surveyed the surrounding environment, selecting the highest peak in the distance, and tapped Black Emperor to indicate the direction. The pain in his body had subsided, yet he remained seated on Black Emperor's back, unwilling to walk on his own. Moments later, Lin Shu and Black Emperor reached the summit, which stood 500 meters high. The terrain was undulating, entirely unsuitable for housing or agriculture. Lin Shu inspected the area, confirming there were no flesh earth or Devourers within several kilometers, and returned to Black Emperor, thoroughly satisfied. "Old dog, how many points do I have now?" Black Emperor lounged lazily on a large rock, soaking up the sun. When Lin Shu inquired, he opened his eyes just a crack, his tone impatient as he replied, "For 1,920 points. Wow, I hadn't kept track of my points. What a delightful surprise." Lin Shu's eyes lit up. The coveted Minghong blade was finally within reach. He scanned the uneven terrain of the mountaintop and planned to repair it after exchanging for the Minghong blade, as this would be his long-term resting place. "Old dog, redeem the Minghong blade." Lin Shu's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Black Emperor, his breath heavy and labored, reminiscent of a lecherous old man. Upon hearing Lin Shu's voice, Black Emperor cracked open his eyes. "You've got to be kidding. Is it really necessary to react this way over a mere blade?" Deducting 4,000 points, redeeming the Minghong blade. Current point balance, 920. As Black Emperor's words fell, a rift suddenly opened above Lin Shu's head. A massive fire-red gas, resembling a lark, enveloping a 3-foot-long blood-red blade, burst forth from the rift and hung suspended in midair. The ecstatic expression on Lin Shu's face abruptly halted. With a piercing cry as sharp as an eagle's screech, imbued with the power to pierce the soul, it resonated across a radius of hundreds of kilometers. What the hell? Old dog, what is this? Lin Shu's scalp tingled with shock. The once tranquil serenity of his heart now spiraled into chaos. He had finally found a relatively secluded place to train for a few months. Yet the Minghong blade seemed eager to announce its arrival to the world. Foolish dog, you've nearly ruined me. What are you waiting for? Run. We become a target. After Lin Shu's frantic shout, he leaped up, grasping the Minghong blade, and sprinted down the mountain. Black Emperor, equally stunned by the commotion, suddenly recalled that the Minghong blade was a mythical weapon forged from the materials of the legendary Xianyuan sword, inherently possessing sentience. Regaining his senses, Black Emperor hurriedly dashed after Lin Shu, aware that this was no trivial matter. The blade's spirit was alive, capable of emotions, and its cry would undoubtedly attract the attention of the devourers. Boss, what was that sound just now? Did the sky momentarily turn crimson? Was that just my imagination? The taciturn member gazed curiously toward the horizon, recalling that it had been ages since he had heard a bird's call. I heard it too. I also saw the red hue. I thought I was experiencing tinnitus and hallucinations. Xiaodou sat in the passenger seat, chattering excitedly, before leaning out of the window to gaze at the towering mountains and Sutong above. You two are so high up, can you see anything? Sutong leaned down towards Bai Kuei in the driver's seat and said, Boss, indeed, it seems to be the direction where that person and dog departed. Bai Kuei finally adopted a serious demeanor, retracting her elegant white leg from the front of the car, adjusting her seat, and intently declared, Everyone, buckle up. I will take over the driving. Xiao Ao, switch to manual mode. The group gasped in surprise. No, boss. The automatic driving function works just fine. At the lighthouse. In the central command room, Charles was vociferously enumerating Mark's transgressions. Just as he reached a crescendo, he was abruptly interrupted by Jing Nan's exclamation. Look, in the distance. A colossal fiery red bird-like entity has suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone followed Jing Nan's gaze. Even Charles halted his tirade against Mark. From their vantage point in the sky, the lighthouse allowed them the clearest view of the situation below. Heavens, what on earth is that? Could it be a newly emerged flying devouring beast? Victor murmured. Although his voice was barely audible, it struck the others like a thunderclap. A flying devouring beast. Everyone understood the implications. The lighthouse could no longer be deemed absolutely safe. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry suddenly reverberated through the lighthouse, ringing in everyone's ears. Lin Shu and He Huang had barely escaped the mountain peak when the massive devouring beast, the double-jaw beast, came hurtling from afar. Its hind legs, usually coiled in the air, now touched the ground, preparing to unleash its power. With each charge, its towering form, akin to a 6-story building, was propelled by immense force, leaping nearly a kilometer with each bound. Following closely were swarms of serpentine hounds, their roars overwhelming. The sight was enough to obscure the sky. Chapter 14. Dreams Manifesting in Reality. The first farmland in the apocalypse. Lin Shu and He Huang had sprinted for a day and night before they were compelled to stop, their bodies succumbing to exhaustion. In a frantic state, Lin Shu hastily selected a relatively high hill and dashed up. By the time He Huang reached the summit, Lin Shu was completely collapsed on the ground, eyes shut, chest heaving with exertion. He Huang paced atop the hill, assessing the surroundings for safety, and curiously inquired, Are you overreacting? As long as you employ the ice heart technique, the devouring beasts we've encountered cannot detect our presence. Do you think the ground is inhabited solely by devouring beasts? Lin Shu struggled to open his eyes, his voice intermittent. Were it not for the overwhelming fatigue, he would have surely greeted He Huang with traditional expletives. He Huang realized his oversight and sheepishly fell silent, feeling embarrassed for having underestimated Lin Shu. Lin Shu's eyelids grew heavier, and before long, his breathing steadied, his consciousness sinking into a deep slumber. To avoid wasting the spiritual seed, he reluctantly chose to sleep. At that moment, He Huang, lacking perceptiveness, questioned Lin Shu, What shall we do next? Should we cultivate or farm? Scram. Lin Shu muttered groggily, then fully succumbed to sleep. The next day, As the sun climbed high, Lin Shu groaned and opened his eyes. Though he had not entirely regained his strength, he felt significantly better than the previous day, able at least to shift his body slightly. His gaze swept around, locking eyes with He Huang. Useless. Tell me how to control this blade. Lin Shu shouted irritably. If given a choice, he would never have wanted this wretched system. It was a never-ending hassle, and his survival could hardly be attributed to luck alone. TSK, do you need to ask? Haven't you read any fantasy novels? Just drop some blood. He Huang retorted, shamelessly forgetting the previous day's events, confronting Lin Shu without a hint of guilt. Lin Shu paused, realizing that the system he possessed was indeed the invincible sign-in cultivation system from a high martial world, which made He Huang's suggestion plausible. Without hesitation, he grasped the Minghong blade on the ground, unsheathing it with a resonant clang, and decisively pressed his palm against the blade's edge, then drew it sharply. Contrary to his expectations, no blood flowed. Opening his palm, Lin Shu's expression darkened. There was only a barely visible white line, not a single drop of blood. What the hell? Are you messing with me? Isn't this body supposed to be invincible? What could possibly make me bleed? Moments later, under He Huang's disdainful gaze, Lin Shu managed to extract a drop of essence blood from within himself, letting it fall upon the blade. Buzz. The essence blood seeped into the Minghong blade, causing it to tremble slightly. Lin Shu's eyes lit up as he felt a profound connection with the blade, as if they were one, easily manipulable. Within the blade, he perceived the fiery red spirit of the blade, a living entity now fully recognizing its master. To Lin Shu's delight, this Minghong blade could absorb the life essence of any devouring beast it killed, transmitting it into his body, thus eliminating the tedious task of harvesting spiritual seeds. However, the most exhilarating revelation was that the blade could fly, and even bear him aloft. All his accumulated frustrations dissipated in an instant. Lin Shu felt invigorated. Even 5 days of revelry with Fanti could not compare to this moment. Unworldly, He Huang derisively remarked, once again disparaging Lin Shu. Yet this time, Lin Shu was not offended. After all, He Huang had been immensely helpful. Enough chatter. I need to focus on planting crops. What seeds do we have? Lin Shu restrained his smile, fixating his hopeful gaze on He Huang. All edible seeds are available, including young animal offspring, but with your current strength, it may be challenging to protect them. After all, they possess souls and emotions, and even the devouring beasts can detect them. Fine. The dream of feasting on meat and indulging in wine was abruptly curtailed, and Lin Shu's enthusiasm diminished significantly. Let's start with some fruit and grain seeds. I want grape and bayberry saplings, as well as sorghum, rice, and wheat seeds. While he could not feast on meat for the time being, he could at least brew wine. After contemplating for a moment, he exchanged for the necessary items based on his memories from Blue Star, ensuring he could satiate his hunger while also brewing fine wine. Of course, sugarcane too. Brewing wine without sugar is impossible, He Huang remarked. Is this the correct approach to survival in the apocalypse? Who cares? Hurry up and exchange. Lin Shu had long anticipated this moment, secretly planning how to recruit some free labor to help manage the orchard. Sugarcane saplings, bayberry saplings, and grape saplings were each 100 points, sorghum, rice, and wheat seeds were 100 grains for 20 points each. The total cost was 360 points, leaving him with 560 points. When he beheld the saplings and seeds materializing before him, Lin Shu's initial joy turned to utter shock. 100 points for a single sapling, 20 points for 100 grains of seeds. He Huang rolled his eyes dramatically and said, "What did you expect? Do you think such things are easy to come by in the apocalypse?" Black market. Lin Shu lamented, realizing that after painstakingly slaying 56 devouring beasts, he had only acquired such a meager bounty. Clearly, he had been taken advantage of. Yet, in order to quickly resolve his hunger, he begrudgingly chose a flat area atop the mountain to plant the saplings and seeds. Old dog, you mentioned there was a potion to accelerate the growth of plants and animals. How do I exchange for that? The growth enhancer, priced at 50 points per bottle, can significantly accelerate the growth of plants and animals, achieving in a day what would typically take a month. After listening to He Huang's explanation, Lin Shu let out a sigh of relief, grateful that this high-tech product did not turn out to be a scam. Based on the growth rates of plants on the Blue Star, fruits generally require 4 months to mature, while grains take about 3 months. Consequently, Lin Shu exchanged for 7 bottles of the growth enhancer, leaving him with only 210 points. A quarter of an hour later, all 7 bottles had been consumed, and the seedlings of fruits and grains were visibly growing at a remarkable pace. If the current rate continued, he would be able to harvest by the same time the next day. Lin Shu eagerly observed, his excitement reminiscent of a child of 27. The growth of the saplings seemed almost magical, and He Huang sat beside him, quietly admiring the spectacle. After a while, Lin Shu stood up, stretched his body, and gazed into the distance with fervor. Next, it was time to cultivate his skills. Chapter 15. The astonishing Lin Shu. One of the rewards for signing in at the ruins of Linglong was the celestial level martial art, the Tai Immortal Sutra. Lin Shu settled cross-legged on a massive stone and seamlessly entered a state of meditation. Over 100 glimmering blue spirit seeds were arranged before him, while nearby lay 10 dull, broken spirit seeds, remnants of the life essence that had just been absorbed. As the life essence entered his body, Lin Shu did not need to actively cultivate. An inexplicable force within him drew the life essence to circulate swiftly through the meridians according to the Tai Immortal Sutra, ultimately converging in his dantian. The life essence could replace spiritual energy for cultivation, representing Lin Shu's most significant gain since falling into the ruins of Linglong, and his greatest assurance of becoming invincible in this world. With a mere thought, the spirit seeds before him levitated in a perfectly aligned manner, level with his head, enveloped by his mental energy. As he inhaled deeply, the life essence within the seeds was rapidly absorbed into his body. Minutes later, all the spirit seeds had turned gray and crumbled into dust. A surge of life essence coursed through his meridians, and soon, thunderous sounds erupted from within Lin Shu, his complexion shifting from pale to a vibrant crimson. Time slipped away as he cultivated, the sun setting and the moon rising, until dawn broke. As Lin Shu's furrowed brow relaxed, the life essence was fully transformed into spiritual energy, stored in his dantian. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, 2 beams of golden light shooting forth, dispersing the heavy clouds in the sky, only to be obscured by the emerging sunlight. With a deep breath, Lin Shu clenched his fist, the abundant power within him causing a thrill to resonate through his spirit, a smile gradually spreading across his face. "How is it?" He Huang inquired with concern, as Lin Shu's growth and cultivation directly affected its ability to continue breaking through the world's heavenly barriers. "Excellent. Is this the power of a cultivator?" Lin Shu exclaimed, delivering a forceful punch that produced a resounding sonic boom atop the mountain. "I'm nearly at the 2nd level of chi refinement. With this strength, I could likely confront a colossal devourer beast." He Huang grinned, its large yellow teeth visible, excitedly barking with delight. The prospect of successfully cultivating in the ruins of Linglong was undoubtedly splendid news. "Well done. Next, we shall continue hunting the devourer beasts and absorb more life essence. Once your cultivation reaches a sufficient level, I can attempt to breach the heavenly barriers once more." Lin Shu's smile widened, good news cascading one after another, invigorating his spirit. "Once we harvest this batch of fruits and grains, we shall set out to find the devourer beasts." The man and his dog sat patiently before the orchard, intently watching the fruits blossom, bear fruit, grow, and change color. "Oh, this grape has ripened. I must taste it first." Lin Shu marveled at one particular grape, and before he could finish speaking, he deftly plucked it and popped it into his mouth. By the time He Huang reacted, Lin Shu was already savoring the flavor with his eyes closed in delight. "Shameless. Could you not wait for them all to ripen before eating?" He Huang grumbled indignantly, shifting closer to the grapevine, claiming it was to keep an eye on Lin Shu. "Delicious. Nothing compares to the fruits I nurtured myself." Moments later, Lin Shu emerged from his enjoyment of the grape's sweet and sour flavor, only to be petrified by the sight before him. The original 4 bunches of grapes had been stripped bare, every grape that had even slightly reddened plucked away, leaving fewer than 10 solitary grapes hanging on the vine. Not only the grapes, but even the slightly blushing waxberries had not escaped his greedy grasp. "Old dog, you scoundrel!" A piercing howl echoed across the mountain, lingering in the air. By midday, the orchard stood stripped of its waxberry and grape trees, every last morsel harvested by Lin Shu. With a hearty belch, Lin Shu realized that the wheat, rice, and sorghum seeds he had processed into meals barely sufficed for one feast, and the fruits had been entirely consumed. His plans for brewing wine were indefinitely postponed. At the lighthouse's equipment preparation room, everyone busily conducted final checks on their gear for the upcoming mission, to gather surface samples from the Delta region 200 kilometers from the lighthouse. Mark paused for a moment before continuing in a solemn tone. Mission 2 is to investigate whether there are evolved varieties of the devourer beasts. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? Is the rumor true? No wonder I've been hearing whispers about evolved devourer beasts on the surface these past few days. Erica exclaimed, her wide eyes betraying her surprise, her chest rising and falling. Mo Chung set down his rifle and quickly approached Mark, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Captain, care to enlighten us? What exactly transpired a few days ago? The gossip around the lighthouse is rampant, and I can't discern who is telling the truth. Indeed, Captain, do share your insights so we can prepare accordingly, interjected Ranbing. Fei Shui and others, their eager gazes fixed on Mark. Without hesitation, Mark blurted out, there is a suspicion that the surface has produced flying devourer beasts. What? The members of the hunter squad gasped in shock. Even the logistical crew assisting with weapon preparations froze in disbelief. Flying devourer beasts? If true, it would spell disaster for the lighthouse. After a moment of silence in the equipment room, a cacophony of uproar erupted, nearly shaking the roof off. Mark felt a chill run down his spine, having inadvertently ignited a frenzy among the crowd. Hey, quiet down. I said it's only a suspicion. The devourer beasts have evolved several times over the years. Producing flying variants isn't that simple. Enough chatter. The hunter squad departs in half an hour. As Mark sternly urged the others, Ranbing suddenly stepped forward, looking anxiously toward the entrance. Mark, why is Vanny here? Vanny appeared as usual, but this time she was alone. All eyes were on her, a mix of curiosity and tension in the air. Especially since Lin Shu had recently caused a stir in the light and shadow hall, and Ranbing and the others feared Vanny might be seeking trouble with Mark. Mark approached Vanny, impatience evident on his face. Lady Lightbearer, what brings you here? We are about to embark on a mission to the surface, and I fear we have little time. Before Mark could finish, Vanny spoke in a low voice. Captain Mark, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble. I wish to inquire about Lin Shu's situation. Could you? Vanty's hesitant words made Mark assume she was about to confront Lin Shu, further aggravating his impatience. Could you help me look for Lin Shu while on your mission? I have a feeling he is still alive. Buzz. Mark's mind momentarily blanked, stunned by Vanny's sudden shift in demeanor. Was this the same unyielding elder of the Light and Shadow Council? As Vanty departed, Mark remained in a daze. Though inwardly he couldn't help but admire Lin Shu. What an incredible feat to have won over such a formidable woman. On the ground, Lin Shu and the Black Emperor raced wildly in search of the devourer beast, choosing their direction at random, yet fortuitously heading towards the vicinity of the Delta. Chapter 16. The Ignorant Scavenger Team. Trapped in a deadly situation above the Earth, the scavenger team's 3 armored vehicles sped forward, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the sky behind them. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the mechanical rumble of the vehicles and the sound of wheels crushing stones. Captain, what was Vanny here for just now? She seems like a completely different person. Erica pressed Mark relentlessly, her determination palpable. Indeed, I've sensed it too. It's quite peculiar. What could it mean? Did Lin Shu's ruckus in the Shadow Hall frighten Charles and the others into submission? Have they all turned obedient? The group exchanged excited remarks through their earpieces. With a hint of resignation, Mark glanced at Ranbing beside him, pressed the communication button on his earpiece, and sighed deeply. You probably won't believe this, but she actually asked me to help her track down Lin Shu on the surface. What? Ranbing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Mark. Simultaneously, the earpiece erupted with chatter. My goodness, is that for real? That cold-hearted woman has changed her ways. No, she can hardly be called a woman. I've never seen her show a kind face to any man. Wow, what a shocking revelation. I must say, Lin Shu is truly remarkable. After 5 days and nights, even the stone woman has succumbed to him. Mo Chung exclaimed gleefully, only to suddenly let out a sharp yelp. What is wrong? Mo Chung, did a devourer beast appear behind us? Mark inquired anxiously. Nothing serious. He just bit his tongue while speaking, came the icy voice of Fei Shui through the earpiece. Mark intended to say more, but Ranbing abruptly interrupted him with a smile. No need to ask. Mo Chung is fine. In the last armored vehicle, Mo Chung sulked, driving while rubbing his head where Fei Shui had just slapped him. I was merely praising Lin Shu's bravery. I didn't say anything bad about him. He muttered under his breath, but as soon as the words left his lips, he was met with Fei Shui's cold glare, prompting him to swallow the rest of his sentence. However, his lips remained pursed in a pout. Fei Xue crossed her arms, leaning back against the vehicle, gazing blankly at the sky, her expression concealed beneath her mask. The three armored vehicles fell momentarily silent. After a brief pause, the crackling sound of static filled the earpiece, followed by Mark's voice, which instantly invigorated the team. This mission poses little risk. We are merely collecting ecological samples from the surface in the Delta region. Investigating the evolution of the devourer beasts is secondary, and it is nearly impossible for flying devourers to appear. Once the task is completed, I propose we circle around the lighthouse within a 50-kilometer radius to search for Lin Shu. What do you think? As soon as Mark finished speaking, Fei Xue was the first to respond. I agree. Mo Chung stared at Fei Xue in bewilderment, unable to grasp her sudden concern for Lin Shu. Understanding that Lin Shu had once saved her life, he felt relieved and added, I also agree. We all agree. Came the enthusiastic responses from the three vehicles, their spirits soaring. All right, it's settled then. May we find Lin Shu soon. Yay. Here's to our success. Erica cheered through the earpiece, prompting laughter among the group. An hour later, the convoy approached the delta, where the previously parched earth began to show signs of wetland. The air grew increasingly humid, with distant sounds of water echoing, though not entirely clear due to the distance. Everyone, pay attention. We are nearing our destination. I want to reiterate our objective, to collect samples of the post-apocalyptic ecological system. Mark stated solemnly, carefully observing the surroundings as he reminded the team through the earpiece. Received. The convoy slowed, and manna flowers began to appear sporadically along the roadside, accompanied by patches of flesh soil. As the vehicles passed, one of the flesh soils was inadvertently knocked over, releasing a faint crimson essence that spread around, revealing a fleeting glimpse of a spine worm within the shattered pieces. After traveling several more kilometers, the convoy finally halted. Now just a few miles from the canyon's edge, the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs resonated in their ears. Everyone, disembark quickly. Hunters, pair up and spread out to execute the mission. The remaining personnel will split into two groups, one to stand guard with weapons ready, and the other to prepare for three-dimensional reconnaissance, just in case. Yes, Captain. The team responded eagerly, moving swiftly into action. Mo Chung, use the equipment to scan for any devourer beasts in the vicinity. Fei Xue, find a high vantage point and set up your sniper rifle for support. Mo Chung and Fei Xue geared up and quickly separated to carry out their tasks. Erica and Jeff teamed up to search for ecological samples in the direction opposite the sea. Ran Bing, meanwhile, moved closer to the coastline with Mark. Mark, this task is surprisingly easy. Let us take a look by the sea. It's been a while since we visited, and the lighthouse is rather oppressive, Ran Bing said, holding her electromagnetic sniper cannon while casting hopeful glances at Mark. Don't be foolish. Our mission is paramount. Mark decisively refused, scanning the area to keep track of everyone's movements. Humph. If you want to go, I will. Stubborn. Ran Bing muttered, annoyed, and disregarding Mark's objections. She headed straight for the coastline, where the inland rivers converged with the sea, offering a spectacular view. Mark sighed in exasperation. He felt powerless against Ran Bing. Though he was her superior, he could not control her the same way he could with others. Unable to change her mind, Mark hurried to catch up, determined to ensure her safety. Everyone, remain vigilant. Report any unusual activity immediately, and accelerate the collection of ecological samples. He instructed the team members before catching up to Ran Bing. You can't keep being so headstrong. The surface is not like the lighthouse. Dangers can arise at any moment, and there may also be devourer beasts in the sea. Oh, you're so nagging, Ran Bing teased, sticking out her tongue playfully at Mark. Mark was momentarily taken aback, captivated by her adorable demeanor, his heart racing. On the other side of the canyon where the scavenger team was executing their mission, Bai Kuei and her team stood silently atop a mountain, gazing down. They are utterly oblivious to the devourer beasts. Engaging in flirtation by the sea is reckless and could provoke a severe emotional response. It's tantamount to inviting disaster. Xiaodo pouted, softly complaining. Indeed, I fear they might attract a colossal devourer or an evolved variant. Sui Xing anxiously observed the location of the scavenger team, scanning the surroundings for any signs of incoming devourer beasts. It's too late. It's not just land devourers that are emerging. Even those from the sea have been drawn in. Bai Kuei narrowed her eyes, her brows furrowing. What? Just as Bai Kuei finished speaking, the device in Mo Chang's hands suddenly blared with alarming sounds. Captain, A large number of devourer beasts are surging in from the route we took, numbering no less than 100. Mo Chung shouted urgently through the earpiece. Before his voice faded, Fei Shue's frantic warning followed in the earpiece. Captain, beware of the sea behind you. There are also an unidentified number of devourer beasts appearing there. In an instant, the once tranquil Delta region transformed into a perilous battleground. Boss, should we assist them? With just a dozen of them facing such a multitude of devourer beasts, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Shonda had already begun activating his equipment. Realizing the gravity of the situation left no room for hesitation. Wait, it appears that someone is racing towards us from a distance, and at an astonishing speed. Bai Kuei's voice trembles unusually. Chapter 17. To impress. One must make a grand entrance upon hearing Fei Shue's warning. Mark reacts swiftly, leaping to tackle Ran Bing, shielding her beneath him. They narrowly evade the enormous devouring beast that suddenly erupts from the sea, while simultaneously scanning their surroundings, giving calm, methodical orders to the others. Fei Shue, target the devouring beasts approaching from the land. Buy us some time. Erica, Jeff, you two hurry back and activate the heavy structure. The rest of you, provide cover. Yes, Captain. The frantic responses echo through the earpieces, and despite the fear gripping them, under Mark's leadership, they manage to establish a semblance of order in their defensive maneuvers. Mark, are you all right? What kind of devouring beast was that? I've never seen anything like it. Ran Bing is the first to rise, her face pale, her pupils dilating in terror as she gazes at the thrashing devouring beasts in the ocean, their backs bristling with scales, sending shivers down her spine. Mark, with no time for detailed observation, pulls Ran Bing along as they sprint towards the convoy, but they had ventured too far. They are now a daunting 2 kilometers away. The hope of outrunning the devouring beasts on foot seems almost futile. The devouring beast in the sea misses its first strike, only to leap again. Its massive 3-meter frame crashing through the water, propelling itself towards Mark and Ran Bing like a cannonball. The speed of the devouring beast is terrifying. By the time Mark realizes the danger and attempts to evade, it is already too late. Just as the situation grows dire, a frantic shout from the convoy pierces the air. Captain, get down. Instinctively, Mark reacts, pushing Ran Bing down just as a barrage of heavy weapon fire erupts. A rain of bullets streaks towards the devouring beast, narrowly grazing the backs of Mark and Ran Bing's heads. The devouring beast, resembling a shark with scales the size of bowls and 6 legs, is torn apart by the gunfire, its gaping maw reduced to a shredded mess. Mark and Ran Bing narrowly escape with their lives. However, before Erica can show relief, the situation shifts, causing her hair to stand on end. From the ocean, a horde of dozens of devouring beasts surges forth, each one larger than the last. Mark, Ran Bing, run! Erica cries out in desperation, abandoning her weapon to rush towards the two. Jeff, his face twisted in rage, roars as he pushes the heavy structure to its limits. Racing ahead of Erica to confront the devouring beasts, Mark and Ran Bing cannot hope to outrun the beasts. And just as the sharp teeth of one are about to close around them, Jeff arrives at last. Using the immense power of the heavy structure, he sends the nearest devouring beast flying with a single punch. Yet, there are too many, and in the brief moment he turns, a devouring beast lunges and bites down on his left arm, its tremendous force penetrating the heavy structure's armor and severing his entire arm. Ah, you beast. I'll fight you to the death. Blood pours from the wound as Jeff howls in pain, his face contorted in agony, desperately grabbing his heavy handgun and firing at the surrounding devouring beasts. Jeff, Ran Bing, horrified by Jeff's plight, feels cold all over as tears stream down her face. She screams in fury, "You beasts! Die!" No longer choosing to flee, she charges at the devouring beasts, her electromagnetic sniper rifle firing relentlessly at the swarm. Get out of here. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Jeff grimaces against the searing pain, battling to fend off the oncoming beasts. Mark, take Ran Bing and go. Hurry. Erica, what are you waiting for? Move. Jeff fights with all his might against the devouring beasts. But the blood gushing from his arm weakens him, his voice growing hoarse. Just then, calamity strikes as Fei Shui and Mo Cheng's cries come through the earpiece. Captain, the devouring beasts on the ground are too numerous to stop. You must escape while you can. We cannot retreat. We'll hold them off. The transmission abruptly cuts off, followed by a cacophony of gunfire and screams. No. The other team members fall one after another. Mark's heart sinks. He never expected what should have been an easy mission would lead to such devastation. To fight alongside you in these final moments is my honor. Hunter Squad, we will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will not retreat. The earpieces resonate with the furious cries of Mo Chung, Fei Shui, Jeff, Erica, and Ranbing. Though despair envelopes them, they choose to face death bravely. Boss, if you don't act now, it'll be too late. Didn't Team Master Lai say we must ensure Marcus' safety? The worry etched on the face of Sui Xing is palpable as he urges Bai Yukuei, who remains motionless, eyes narrowed as she gazes into the distance. Suddenly, her eyes widen in realization. They're coming. Simultaneously, Mark's earpiece crackles with Fei Shui's urgent voice. Captain, something is racing towards us. The devouring beasts in the distance are collapsing. No, they are dying en masse. It's humans. It's Lin Shu. Fei Shui's voice bursts forth in a series of exclamations, the last revealing her overwhelming joy. What? The others gasp in astonishment. Damn it. Those bastards dare to harm my girlfriends. Enough is enough. Lin Shu roars, his weapon, the Minghong blade, slicing through the devouring beasts with the grace of a butterfly, each strike targeting their vital arteries. The Minghong blade glides through their bodies as easily as cutting tofu, swiftly extinguishing their life force. The life essence is then transmitted into Lin Shu, causing the Tai Immortal scriptures to operate rapidly, transforming it into spiritual energy stored within his dantian, invigorating him further as he fights on. Heavenly Wolf follows closely behind, howling with glee as its power synchronizes with Lin Shu's growing strength, maintaining its swift pace. Old dog, go save Mark and Ranbing. I'll handle Fei Shui and Mo Chung. You're the one. Heavenly Wolf swiftly bites through the neck of a snake dog that Lin Shu had missed, extracting the spiritual seed within while mockingly adding, You won't understand until you meet your beloved bitch one day. Lin Shu laughs heartily, ignoring Heavenly Wolf as he accelerates towards Fei Shui, surrounded by the devouring beasts. In just a few moments, he covers the 2-kilometer distance, reaching her and cleaving a devouring beast in half that lunges at her with his Minghong blade. In Fei Shui's astonished gaze, Lin Shu swiftly lifts her, their eyes locking in a moment that feels eternal. Chapter 18, Blade Chi. It's laser. Fei Shui and the others desperately searched for Lin Shu, unaware that he was right there, amidst the dim light. In their seemingly inescapable predicament, Lin Shu's appearance kicked open the gates of the underworld, delivering a resounding blow to the King of Hell, and brazenly bringing everyone back intact. Lin Shu, how did you get here? Fei Shui inhales the familiar scent emanating from Lin Shu, her speech faltering slightly, but the mask conceals the flush of her cheeks. After asking, she abruptly realizes that there are nearly 300 devouring beasts in the Delta area. Who told you to come? You need to leave now. It's swarming with devouring beasts here, and our hunter squad members can't escape. You shouldn't be here. The sound of Fei Shui's voice was laced with urgency and a hint of tears, fearing that Lin Shu might also perish here. The Minghong blade, under Lin Shu's mental command, had already detached itself and was autonomously slaying enemies, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. Despite Fei Shui's emotional turmoil attracting countless voracious beasts, each one met its demise beneath the blade. Lin Shu remained undisturbed by external chaos, standing firm as he embraced Fei Shui's delicate waist, gently lifting her pale chin with a finger and softly declaring, It is for that day when you bravely leapt from the lighthouse to save me that I would face death today for you. Lin Shu's extensive viewing of all Stephen Chow's films on Blue Star had endowed him with a poetic flair for love. Buzz. Fei Shui's mind went momentarily blank, the cacophony of the outside world fading away, leaving only Lin Shu in her universe, with his words echoing, Even if it means death today, I must come for you. Memories rushed back to that day when Lin Shu escaped the lighthouse. Although Mark had repeatedly warned Fei Shui to notify the hunters immediately if the Illumination Hall posed a threat to Lin Shu, upon witnessing the confrontation between Lin Shu and Charles, her eyes turned red, and she rushed in, completely forgetting Mark's advice. When she caught up to Lin Shu, intending to fight alongside him, he leaped without hesitation from the lighthouse, leaving her in shock and fear. In a moment of instinct, driven solely by her desire to save him, she followed him down. Ultimately, Lin Shu had to pull her back to the lighthouse with great force, saving her life. Hey, Lin Shu, can you two refrain from flirting at a time like this and come to my aid? I can't hold on any longer. S untimely plea jolted Fei Xue back to reality. Realizing their compromising position, she hastily pushed Lin Shu away, her gaze filled with annoyance as she shot a glare at. You talk too much. Kicking away a beast that lunged at him, turned to Fei Xue with a pained expression. Sister, I'm on the brink of death. No sooner had he spoken than a beast sprang forth, sending him flying with a single blow. Lin Shu's face darkened as he surveyed the surroundings. The land-based voracious beasts continued to surge forward, and despite having slain half of them, they still appeared densely packed. Near the coastline, the Black Emperor had managed to temporarily fend off the marine voracious beasts, but the situation remained dire. Fei Xue, retreat to the armored vehicle and use the sniper rifle to eliminate the scattered voracious beasts. Leave the rest to me, and be ready to assist others in their escape. We cannot linger here. Lin Shu flashed Fei Xue a reassuring smile as he swiftly outlined his plan. Seeing Lin Shu, Fei Xue felt an overwhelming sense of calm. Her earlier fears dissipated entirely. All right, be careful. With a heartfelt glance at Lin Shu, she decisively ran towards the rear. As she sprinted, her movements revealing her elegant physique. Lin Shu couldn't help but drool at the sight. Perfection. Ensuring Fei Xue was temporarily safe, Lin Shu seized the hovering Minghong blade and dashed towards. Wielding the blade, he moved through the throng of voracious beasts with ease, dispatching them as if they were mere cabbages. My goodness, this is truly incredible, exclaimed as he crawled out from the brink of despair, witnessing Lin Shu's prowess. Just as he was reveling in joy, his expression froze in terror as he shouted, Lin Shu, watch out behind you. The voracious beasts are all charging. Fei Xue, too, caught sight of the looming danger and cried out, Lin Shu, get back. It's dangerous. She fired her sniper rifle, but the speed of her shots could not match the beast's charge. Lin Shu remained unfazed, the blood-red Minghong blade resting on his shoulder as he murmured, it seems today will not pass without a significant expenditure of life essence. Yunk Minghong blade, slay the spirit. Lin Shu wielded the blade and struck toward the tide of incoming voracious beasts. His internal energy surged into the blade, and in an instant, a colossal blood-red blade aura erupted from it, cleaving through the horde. Wherever the blade aura passed, the voracious beasts were reduced to lifeless husks, their life essence completely drained. As the blade aura continued to push forward, Lin Shu decisively turned away, knowing the fate of those voracious beasts was sealed. Gulp. The tumultuous battlefield was punctuated by the sound of several individuals swallowing in disbelief. Fei Xue's face was painted with shock, her sniper rifle falling from her grasp as she stared wide-eyed at the voracious beasts perishing one after another. The once formidable creatures now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Offering no resistance, was equally overwhelmed, his gaze filled with fear as he looked at Lin Shu. In that moment, Lin Shu seemed far more terrifying than the voracious beasts. Stop standing around. Quickly gather your things. We must evacuate immediately. More giant voracious beasts may appear. Lin Shu disregarded the reactions of Fei Xue, swiftly instructing as he bolted toward the coastline. 3 breaths later, Mark and the others came into view. The oceanic voracious beasts, resembling sharks and numbering in the dozens, were being held at bay by the Black Emperor, who was galloping fiercely, preventing them from breaking through the defenses along the shore. Old dog, get out of the way. I'll take care of them, Lin Shu shouted, the Minghong blade humming with energy in his hand. Lin Shu, don't go any further. We need to escape now, or else. Mark's warning was abruptly cut off by the sudden appearance of a massive blood-red blade aura, forcing him to shut his mouth as the aura radiated an overwhelming menace. With the same effortless destruction, the blade aura swept through, leaving only a field of black remnants and enormous skeletal remains. The blade aura surged into the sea, instantly creating towering waves. Lin Shu exhaled deeply, about to engage in small talk, when Jeff's coughing caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shu was nearly startled into retreat. Jeff's wound was bleeding profusely, and black residue covered the area. Goodness! Stop dawdling. Run. The remnants. Lin Shu shouted, swiftly turning to vanish from sight, leaving Mark and the others in a state of bewilderment. The Black Emperor also reacted, cursing Lin Shu for his lack of consideration. It then bolted away, but not before biting Jeff and tossing him onto its back, racing off while calling out to Mark and the others. However, only Lin Shu understood the Black Emperor's words, while others merely heard barking. Mark ran baying, and Erica stood dumbfounded, gazing at the rapidly retreating figures of Lin Shu and the Black Emperor, perplexed. Remnants? Remnants! Mark exclaimed, finally realizing that the death of the voracious beasts would produce remnants, and Jeff had previously spilled blood everywhere. The remnants would activate upon contact with hemoglobin, instantly transforming into the most terrifying biological weapon. Erica, activate the heavy structure. Ranbing, quickly climb aboard. Once Mark and Ranbing ascended the heavy structure, Erica wasted no time, escaping at the fastest speed ever recorded. Boss, is that guy even human? I feel like his combat prowess is almost on par with yours. Xia Do exclaimed. Astonishment etched across her face as her gaze followed the hunter's convoy. Bai Yuegui's expression was grave, staring at the vanishing figures of the hunters, rendered speechless. We must hurry back to base. I have no idea what's going on with that guy. Let's consult Master Lai and see if he knows anything. Under the leadership of Bai Yuegui, several individuals hurriedly made their way to the small armored vehicle at the foot of the mountain. By the way, boss, what was that red light just now? It was truly terrifying. Xia Do chattered incessantly, filled with curiosity about Lin Shu. It was a blade aura, a laser. Lin Shu fabricated an explanation to quell the inquiries from Mark and the others. The armored vehicle carrying the hunters sped through the valley, fortunately encountering no issues along the way. However, Bai Yuegui's side faced complications. Chapter 19, Taming Feishue. Van D, observing her performance. With the threat of the Devourer beast eliminated, 3 heavy armored vehicles traversed the valley at a steady pace. Lin Shu, Mark, Feishue, and Mo Chung squeezed into the first vehicle, while Ran Bing took care of Jeff in the second. Due to the imposing size of the Black Emperor, it was necessary to accommodate it in the third vehicle, along with other survivors. Inside the vehicle, Mark and Feishue stared intently at Lin Shu, while Mo Chung, despite driving, also kept a watchful eye on him through the rearview mirror. They had yet to recover from the terrifying display of Lin Shu's violent aesthetics. Lin Shu, are you truly human? Mark was the first to voice the question that weighed on everyone's minds. Although the 3 had not discussed it, they all harbored doubts about whether Lin Shu was a human or a humanoid devourer beast. After all, how could a mere human possess such terrifying strength? Single-handedly wielding a long blade, he had effortlessly slaughtered nearly 300 devourer beasts in a short span, each with a single strike, as if it were child's play. Was this something an ordinary human could achieve? Even Mark, relying on his dawn-heavy structure, found it impossible to compare. Lin Shu felt uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gaze, as if sitting on pins and needles. You don't have to look at me like that. Didn't I mention on the lighthouse that I'm a new breed of human born in the apocalypse, possessing some special abilities? Is that too much to ask? Too much? That's an understatement. The 3 were left speechless. In comparison, Mark and the others felt like primitive beings. For a moment, they were at a loss for where to begin. The vehicle fell into a sudden silence, each pair of eyes exchanging glances, creating an increasingly strange atmosphere. At that moment, Erica's loud voice suddenly pierced through the intercom. Lin Shu, can you hear me? Mark breathed a sigh of relief and quickly switched the intercom to speaker mode. Erica, what's the matter? Lin Shu can hear you. Haha. Lin Shu, you were absolutely amazing just now. I've never seen a man as brave as you. Erica's exuberant personality shone through as she unabashedly expressed her admiration for Lin Shu. Hey, mind your words. The captain and I are listening. Mo Chung, somewhat exasperated, opened the intercom to comment on Erica's broad impact. Oh dear, my mistake. Let me rephrase. The captain is also very brave, and Mo Chung, you're not too bad either, but Lin Shu is the most impressive. Erica laughed heartily, her spirits exceptionally high after their narrow escape. She added, of course, there's also my brother Jeff. He's even more formidable than Mo Chung. Jeff's weak voice came through the intercom. Erica, I really appreciate you. Laughter erupted among the group. And with Erica's lightheartedness, the atmosphere became relaxed and pleasant. Erica, Ran Bing, Mo Chung, and the others began to chatter animatedly. Only Feishue remained silent, sitting opposite Lin Shu and quietly observing him. Sensing her gaze, Lin Shu turned to meet her eyes. Feishue momentarily froze, quickly averting her gaze. But as her eyes flicked away, her expression changed, and she resolutely fixed her gaze back on Lin Shu, her determination unwavering. Before Lin Shu could speak, Feishue suddenly stood up and, to Mark and Mo Cheng's astonishment, swiftly dashed to Lin Shu's side. Before he could react, she enveloped him in an embrace, resting her head against his chest. Lin Shu was taken aback, momentarily stunned by Fei Xue's unexpected action. Mark and Mo Chung exchanged glances, slightly bewildered, and quickly turned their eyes elsewhere, feeling awkward. After regaining his composure, Lin Shu realized that since Fei Xue was unbothered by others' opinions, he had no reason to hold back. He graciously wrapped his arms around her, lifting her and positioning her to straddle his lap, their bodies closely intertwined, their breaths quickening in unison. After a deep breath, Fei Xue decisively removed her mask. Struggling to lift her head from Lin Shu's embrace, she looked at him with courage. Mark and Mo Chung were captivated by Fei Xue's sudden action, but they felt too shy to maintain their gaze. Upon seeing Fei Xue's true face, Lin Shu trembled, a look of intoxication washing over him. What kind of beauty was this? The phrases closing the moon and shaming flowers and drowning fish and falling geese could scarcely encapsulate her allure. At this moment, Lin Shu could only liken her to a line of poetry. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the threshold, the dew glistens rich. What a stunning beauty! Lin Shu, I once thought my fate was sealed, destined either to die on the battlefield as a hunter or, like other women, to be reduced to a mere vessel for reproduction, thus ending my meager existence. Therefore, I have worn this mask since childhood, concealing my face from others. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Today, because of you, I am willing to remove this mask, but only for your eyes. Fei Xue's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed tenderly at Lin Shu. Lin Shu's mind buzzed. He had never imagined Fei Xue to be so beautiful, nor that she would harbor such deep feelings for him. To save him, she had willingly jumped from thousands of meters high in the lighthouse. Fully aware that it could mean her death, yet she had embraced her fate without hesitation. In that moment, words were unnecessary. Lin Shu leaned down and decisively captured Fei Xue's crimson lips with his own. Fei Xue responded passionately, their saliva mingling, their tongues entwined. Mark and Mo Chang's faces flushed crimson. They had never witnessed such a scene. They wished they could vanish into the ground, regretting their earlier decision not to switch places with the Black Emperor, instead remaining in the same vehicle as Fei Xue and Lin Shu. Just as Lin Shu and Fei Xue were lost in their fervent embrace, a thunderous roar from the devourer beasts echoed in the distance. The group felt dizzy, but fortunately, the distance dampened the impact, leaving only a mild discomfort. Following that were two consecutive explosions. Captain, it seems there's a battle taking place over that mountain we just passed. What's happening? Are there other hunters on the ground executing missions? Mark queried via the intercom, puzzled. That's impossible. Before we left, I confirmed that there were no other hunters in this direction. It was just our team, he added. So what's going on? Fei Xue had stepped away from Lin Shu and resumed her seat, donning her mask once more. Mark and the others appeared bewildered, unsure of who was battling the devourer beasts. Only Lin Shu understood the reason. After a brief contemplation, he deduced that the individuals engaging the devourer beasts must be the squad led by Bai Yukue. Mark, Fei Xue, Mo Chung, you should return to the lighthouse. The ground is no longer safe. I will investigate the situation, Lin Shu stated, reaching out to stroke Fei Xue's cheek before turning to leave the vehicle. I'll go with you, Fei Xue declared resolutely. Her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Lin Shu. No, you must listen to me and return to the lighthouse. I will be fine. I survived a fall from thousands of meters. I don't fear a mere devourer beast. Lin Shu reassured her with a confident smile. Mark stepped in to intercept Fei Xue, looking at Lin Shu with concern. Please, be careful. Lin Shu nodded, preparing to leap from the vehicle when Mark suddenly recalled something that had occurred before they left the lighthouse, and quickly spoke up. Wait. Before our departure, Vantito and I searched for you on the ground. She seemed quite concerned about you. Lin Shu's expression froze in surprise, not anticipating that Mark would mention this. After a brief contemplation, a wicked smile emerged on his face. I would be grateful if Brother Mark could convey a message to Vantito. If she desires me to accept her, she must demonstrate her worthiness. Take good care of Fei Xue for me. With that, Lin Shu leaped out of the carriage with a hearty laugh. Old dog, let us go. One person and one dog swiftly traversed the mountain pass, disappearing from Mark and the other sight moments later. Chapter 20. The disadvantage Bai Yukue team quickly maintain your Yuan return state. Xiaodou. Bai Yukue shouted sternly at the day Xiaodou, her usual composure shattered by the urgency of the situation. Boss, how could two transformed marine devouring beasts suddenly appear here? These subordinate devouring beasts are everywhere. Shanda, wielding a Mongolian shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, looked grimly at the colossal devouring beast in the valley, his voice trembling slightly. Sui Xing held a composite bow, an arrow drawn and ready, having interrupted the roars of the devouring beast with her previous shots. Guayan, looking anxious, cradled Xia Do in an attempt to awaken her, while Su Tong leaned against Guayan, alert to their surroundings. These devouring beasts were likely drawn here by Mark and his companions, and the battle had concluded far too swiftly, causing Xia Do's emotional outburst to fixate on them. Bai Yu Kuei, gripping her tang knife, stood before the group, her brow furrowed as she focused her energy, deliberating whether to unleash her full power. What misfortune! This is troublesome. What is wrong with Xia Do? Why is she so affected by that mysterious figure? Sui Xing maintained a battle-ready stance, simultaneously criticizing Xia Do's unreliability. Everyone, be cautious. They are about to attack. Watch for evasions. And quickly rouse Xia Do. Just then, several hundred meters away, a 10-meter-long squid-like, transformed devouring beast suddenly turned around, its massive abdomen rotating as it opened like a flower, revealing a multitude of bone spines within. Defend. Guayan, protect Xia Do, Shanda urged, keeping close to them. Su Tong and Sui Xing, coordinate and look for opportunities to mark and destroy the spirit seed. Upon witnessing the devouring beast's actions, Bai Yu Kuei's expression became grave, and she swiftly commanded the others, drawing her tang knife with a resonant sound, its bluish light reflecting her steely gaze. Understood. Shanda and the others responded promptly, their spirits taut as they readied themselves for a fierce confrontation. At that moment, Xia Do was finally awakened by Guayan's persistent slaps. Ouch! What happened? My face hurts. Xia Do blinked groggily, still disoriented. You've put everyone in peril. Look at the situation around us. Guayan set Xia Do down, his face grim as he pointed to the throng of devouring beasts surrounding them. Oh my, what is happening? Were we not in our Yuan return state? Have the devouring beasts evolved to such an extent? Yuan return seems ineffective. Xia Do gasped, her mind suddenly clear. Bai Yu Kuei, maintain your Yuan return state. These creatures were attracted by your earlier emotional outburst. You and Guayan have lost your initial advantages and cannot fight right now. We must retreat. Bai Yu Kuei's gaze remained fixed on the devouring beasts, her voice returning to a calm demeanor. Shanda, cover their retreat from the encirclement. Su Tong and Sui Xing, find an opportunity to withdraw as well. I will hold the rear. Once we escape, find a safe place to initiate the spirit induction. Boss, your intervention will accelerate cellular degeneration. Enough chatter, follow my orders. The transformed devouring beasts have developed a modicum of sentience. You cannot withstand them. Though Bai Yu Kuei's voice was quiet, Shanda and the others did not dare to defy her command. Yes, boss. Let's move. With Bai Yu Kuei's command, everyone sprang into action. Shanda shielded Guayan and Xia Do, the three maintaining their Yuan return state as they vanished from the sight of the burgeoning devouring beasts. Seizing the opportunity to retreat amidst the onslaught, Sui Xing and Su Tong spread out on either side of Bai Yu Kuei, ready to support her while preparing for a full assault. At that moment, only Bai Yu Kuei remained visible to the devouring beasts. In a flash, one of the transformed squid devouring beasts moved. Its petal-like tail spun rapidly, and with a gulping motion, countless tail spikes were expelled, covering the valley in a wide area. You too, watch for evasions. Bai Yu Kuei instructed, her tang knife spinning swiftly in front of her as her body transformed into a blur, darting through the valley amidst the bone spike attacks, charging toward the squid devouring beast. Bai Yu Kuei moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to the squid devouring beast in mere moments, her breathing steady despite the onslaught. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. As she approached the squid devouring beast, it recoiled in fear, hastily retracting its skeletal face hidden among its numerous tentacles, attempting to unleash a thick green mist for defense. Yet, these actions appeared sluggish to Bai Yu Kuei. With her tang knife swirling like a flower, she swiftly dismantled the 10-meter-long transformed devouring beast into fragments. Unable to locate the spirit seed with the naked eye, Bai Yu Kuei resorted to the most primal method, rendering it into a pulp. If one strike cannot destroy the spirit seed, then 100 strikes shall. The transformed squid devouring beast, until its last breath, could not fathom the strength of the human before it. It had not even revealed its full power before becoming a mere puddle of essence. From the moment Bai Yu Kuei struck until the devouring beast met its demise, No more than 20 breaths had passed. The subordinate octopus-devouring beasts had not even begun to attack, while the other transformed devouring beast could not arrive in time for rescue. With one successful strike, Bai Kuei retreated swiftly, as she noticed the other transformed devouring beast entering a frenzy. Sui Xing, Su Tong, you too, hurry and retreat. Go find Shanda and initiate the spirit induction quickly. We are too close to the shore, and the longer we delay, the more devouring beasts may come ashore. As Bai Kuei finished speaking, the other transformed devouring beast's abdomen suddenly opened wide, not launching a bone spike attack like the first, but instead rapidly folding into a trumpet shape. Run! Seeing the ominous turn of events, Sui Xing and Su Tong had no choice but to follow Bai Kuei's orders and flee at full speed. Buzz! 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 The devouring beast's trumpet-shaped abdomen began emitting a series of high-frequency sonic blasts. The sound waves initially manifested as barrel-sized rings, expanding rapidly as they surged forth, gradually enveloping the entire valley. Yet another area attack. Simultaneously, the bone spikes launched by the first squid-devouring beast were activated by the sonic blasts, littering the ground as Bai Kuei, positioned at the center of the valley, felt her life essence rapidly drained. Even more terrifying, the subordinate octopus-devouring beasts, nearly 2 meters long, took advantage of the sonic attack to surge forth from the cliffs like a tide into the valley. Even though Sui Xing and Su Tong had escaped to the valley's edge, the invisible sonic blasts still impacted them, forcing them to cover their heads and writhe in agony on the ground. The emotions of Bai Kuei's team surged violently as a multitude of devouring beasts climbed from the sea, heading toward the valley along the inland rivers. What to do? What to do? Shanda, pick up the pace. I'll go assist Su Tong. If we don't initiate the spirit induction soon, the boss will perish in the valley. It's all my fault. As the anguished cries of Xia Do echoed through the air, she stumbled her way up the mountainside. Just as she reached the halfway point, a voice called out, halting her in her tracks. Xia Do, look over there at the summit. Is that the mysterious figure with the dog? Chapter 21. The rescue of Bai Kuei, stirring Xia Do's heart after parting ways with Mark and the others. Lin Shu hurriedly made his way towards the source of the explosion, accompanied by the formidable He Huang. Upon scaling 2 peaks, he finally caught sight of Xia Do, who was weeping profusely, her face a canvas of sorrow. Dust clung to her clothes from her hasty escape from the canyon, and her exposed knees bore bruises, rendering her a pitiful sight. When Xia Do turned at the sound of the voice, she found Lin Shu emerging at the peak. Their eyes met, and a spark ignited between them, illuminating their expressions with a mix of surprise and tenderness. For Lin Shu, it was the first time he beheld Xia Do in the real world, and he was taken aback by her vulnerability and charm. Conversely, Xia Do felt her composure shatter upon seeing Lin Shu up close. Her heart raced, and her breath quickened. It was as though a flame ignited within her, fueled by the sight of this remarkable man, who navigated the chaos of the apocalypse with such grace. Lin Shu seemed like a powerful magnet, irresistibly drawing Xia Do in and awakening romantic feelings within her. With an inexplicable surge of courage, she called out to him, her voice laced with desperation. Could you please save my boss and friends? They are being ambushed by the beast in the canyon and are on the brink of death. Please help me. Her plea sent a rush of adrenaline through Lin Shu, and he could not stand idly by in the face of such a charming girl's request. Old dog, follow me. I, Lin Shu, have a vendetta against the beasts. With that, he unsheathed his Minghong saber with a resonant clang and hurled it towards Xia Do's location without hesitation. The blade left a crimson trail as it whizzed past Xia Do, who watched in horror as it sliced through the air. Moments later, a series of sickening thuds resonated behind her, akin to the sound of the blade piercing flesh. Turning her stiff body, Xia Do discovered the remains of several beasts sprawled behind her, their bones littering the ground, with dark ichor pooling around them. Realizing her earlier emotional turmoil had once again attracted the beasts, she felt a wave of dread wash over her. After dispatching the creatures near Xia Do, the Minghong saber soared back through the air, returning to Lin Shu's grasp. He leapt onto He Huang's back, commanding, "Go. For heaven's sake. Must you show off while chasing girls?" He Huang retorted, cursing under its breath. Yet, under Lin Shu's imposing presence, it complied, galloping swiftly towards the canyon. Moments later, Lin Shu and He Huang vanished from Xia Do's sight. Goodness, what kind of weapon does that man wield? It's even more formidable than my boss's Tang saber. Xia Dou marveled, envy stirring within her as she gazed at Lin Shu's retreating figure. As her eyes followed him, a smile uncontrollably spread across her face. Lin Shu? What an incredible man! With renewed determination, she raced up the mountain, recalling her urgent task of retrieving Su Tong, for the spiritual induction could not be delayed. Lin Shu and He Huang approached the canyon rapidly, but the closer they got, the more powerful the sound waves became. In the distance, he spotted two figures writhing on the ground, clutching their heads in agony, gritting his teeth against the mental torment inflicted by the sound waves. He felt blood vessels burst in his eyes as pain intensified. It was Sui Xing and Su Tong. Old dog, take these two and head to the place where we saw that girl. Hurry. Understood. How did I, the invincible system, end up as your lackey? How will I ever regain my status in the system circle? He Huang muttered angrily as it clamped its jaws around the two, flinging them onto its back. Stop whining. I'll find you some female dogs as compensation later. Besides, this mess is your fault. Had you been more reliable, I'd be enjoying the high life in the martial world instead of toiling away on a farm. Lin Shu grumbled, his frustration boiling over. Hearing Lin Shu's words, He Huang lost its temper, fearing Lin Shu would hold it accountable. Reluctantly, it hurried away with the two passengers, its own head throbbing painfully. Before departing, it reminded Lin Shu, remember what you said. With a chuckle, Lin Shu covered his aching head. Just you wait. I will find a way to keep you in check. As He Huang disappeared from view, Lin Shu felt the urgency of rescuing Bai Yukui. After all, she was his designated partner. Though he could not fathom how someone as powerful as Bai Yukui could find herself in such peril, now was not the time for contemplation. As he neared the source of the sound waves, his head began to spin, and reality blurred before him. When he finally reached the summit where Bai Yukui was positioned, he could not contain his exasperation. What an outrageous injustice! The ground below was littered with bone spikes, each shimmering menacingly and siphoning the wisps of her life essence. Surrounding her were hundreds of the grotesque octopus beasts, their numerous tentacles relentlessly assailing her. Witnessing this, Lin Shu felt a pang of sorrow but could not help but admire Bai Yukui's formidable fighting prowess. She withstood the potent psychic assaults of the transforming squid-like beasts while simultaneously resisting the bone spikes that drained her vitality. Despite her dire circumstances, she maintained a calm demeanor, her expression as serene as still water, her movements precise and measured. As Lin Shu appeared at the canyon's zenith, Bai Yukui even found a moment to glance at him amidst her onslaught. What a heartless yet fierce woman. No, a little old lady, Lin Shu murmured softly, a smile creeping upon his face at the thought, though the pain in his head rendered his smile somewhat grotesque. Bai Yukui was nearing her limits. Her once pristine white hair now tinged with gray, her movements beginning to falter. There was no time to waste. With bloodshot eyes, Lin Shu turned to the distant dancing beasts still unleashing their sonic attacks. He summoned his spiritual energy without reservation, directing it towards the Minghong saber. With a hum, the blade trembled, and Lin Shu swung it down, unleashing his ultimate technique. A colossal crimson blade aura shot forth, racing towards the beasts. The attack disrupted the sound wave assault from the transforming squid-like beast. Though it possessed a modicum of intelligence, it reacted swiftly, hastily sacrificing part of its form to evade the strike. Lin Shu's blade merely cleaved through half of its abdomen, narrowly missing the vital core. Bai Yukui, you owe me for this. The spiritual energy I gathered was hard-won, and every bit counts. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shu decisively interrupted the psychic assault of the devouring beast and leaped from the mountaintop, appearing beside Bai Yukui. At last we meet. Chapter 22. The Maiden of 80 Springs loses her first kiss. The reality of meeting surpasses mere fame. Seeing in person is far more impressive than merely hearing of one's renown. Bai Yukui is undoubtedly the most breathtaking woman Lin Shu has encountered since his arrival in the desolate world. Her snow-white skin, alluring figure, ethereal aura, and those eyes, still luminous after more than 80 years, untouched by the mundane world, captivate him. Bai Yukui's previously dim gaze suddenly brightened as she observed Lin Shu descending from the heights during a lull in combat. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, at last, we meet, she appeared momentarily taken aback, as it implied he had been watching her for some time, while she had only recently laid eyes on him. Once Lin Shu landed, he flashed a radiant smile at Bai Yukui and immediately commenced the slaughter of the surrounding hundreds of devouring beasts. The blood-red Minghong blade, 3 feet in length, was wielded by Lin Shu with precision, delivering horizontal slashes and vertical cuts, or at times, releasing it to autonomously vanquish foes around him. With the blade's icy sharpness and his ruthless fists and feet, Lin Shu plunged into the throng of devouring beasts, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Wherever he tread, only the enormous gray-white skeletal remains of the beasts and the ground strewn with blackened loam remained. The pressure on Bai Kuei diminished dramatically, her previously taut nerves relaxed, and she suddenly felt lightheaded. The bone spines on the ground ceased their siphoning of Bai Kuei's life essence once Lin Shu disrupted the assault of the metamorphic devouring beast. Witnessing Lin Shu's effortless slaughter of the beasts left Bai Kuei astonished, prompting her to hastily enter a state of quiescence. At this moment, her body felt weak, and she uncontrollably slumped to the ground. In the distance, Lin Shu's figure began to blur, appearing as 2, then 4, then 8. A wave of weakness overwhelmed Bai Kuei, and she lost consciousness, collapsing onto the earth, having lost too much of her life essence. Noticing Bai Kuei suddenly faint, Lin Shu was taken aback. The surrounding devouring beasts were still numerous, densely clustering all around. The metamorphic beast, previously half-sliced, was now climbing the mountainside, glaring at Lin Shu with an open maw, poised to attack. It seemed he had no choice but to continue utilizing the spiritual energy within his dantian. Damn. I hope the life essence I gain can compensate for the spiritual energy I expend. Otherwise, I will suffer a great loss. Lin Shu muttered a curse, clearing the area of devouring beasts within a 3-meter radius, then brandished the Minghong blade, grinning menacingly at the metamorphic beast on the mountainside. Spiritual energy surged within him, quickly flowing into the 3-foot Minghong blade. Minghong blade, spirit of the lark, seized the soul. With a fierce strike, the blade unleashed a powerful wave that transformed into a colossal lark, sweeping forth with ferocity. The piercing cry of the eagle resonated across a vast expanse, echoing for miles. Wherever the blade's force traversed, the devouring beasts were reduced to mere bones, their blackened remains filling the ravines. Su Tong, are you ready? If you don't initiate the spiritual induction soon, we will miss our chance to see the boss. Xia Dou anxiously clenched her fists, pacing back and forth beside Shanda and Su Tong, urging them to hasten. Almost there. Just one more segment to fill. Just then, the eagle's cry sounded, sending shockwaves through Xia Dou and the others. What is that sound? Terrifying. It seems familiar? Guo Yin furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, his excitement surged as he struck his palm in realization. Yes, I have indeed heard it before, during that extraordinary phenomenon that turned the sky crimson. It seems to be emanating from the direction of the boss. Quickly, Su Tong, initiate the spiritual induction. I will go find the boss. I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise. You must follow closely. Upon hearing Guo Yan's deduction, Suixing could no longer maintain her composure and hurriedly dashed toward the mountaintop. Charge completed. With Su Tong's powerful shout, a blue-white sphere of life essence soared into the sky, racing toward the distance. In the canyon, the lark form had vanished. With countless cleaved sections of the mountainside and the canyon itself now filled, along with the hundreds of devouring beasts, life essence had returned to Lin Shu's body through the Minghong blade, rapidly converting along the cultivation pathways of the Tai Immortal scripture. Profitable. However, after using the blade technique 3 times in quick succession, my body feels a bit drained. The weakness coursing through him brought a wry smile to Lin Shu's face. Just then, a glowing blue-white sphere appeared on the horizon, shooting off into the distance. Is it too late to initiate the spiritual induction now? Lin Shu grumbled with dissatisfaction. But in the next moment, his scalp prickled at the sight before him, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. As a massive quantity of life essence streaked across the sky, he beheld a horde of devouring beasts emerging from the other side of the canyon, many even leaping from the mountaintop above him. They swarmed like a tide, casting shadows that darkened the sky, a multitude of devouring beasts of all kinds, including several metamorphic variants. Moreover, Lin Shu even spotted a few that were stronger than the metamorphic beasts. By the heavens! Thank goodness Shanda and Su Tong initiated the spiritual induction. Otherwise, if I delayed any longer, with so many devouring beasts rushing in, I would likely collapse from exhaustion before I could finish them off. Without hesitation, Lin Shu, fatigued, hurried toward Bai Kuei's position. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist, The sensation of their skin touching sent a jolt through Lin Shu's heart. The faint fragrance of her body filled his senses. And gazing at the serene beauty in his arms, he found himself momentarily captivated. Bai Yukuei's smooth and firm skin belied her 80 years of existence. Truly, the miracles and angelic potions of the old world were unparalleled in technology. Bai Yukuei's once snow-white hair appeared dull and gray due to the excessive loss of life essence, her complexion slightly ashen, and her entire being felt soft and powerless. Lin Shu tentatively called her name several times, but she showed no response. Previously uncertain of Bai Yukuei's condition, he now felt a surge of panic at her evident weakness. Life essence is the most vital substance for a human body, the energy that sustains its function. As far as Lin Shu understood, this essence, once lost, could not be replenished. Life essence. Life essence. How on earth does one restore it? Clutching Bai Yukuei, Lin Shu was a whirlwind of confusion. As his peripheral vision caught sight of the scattered bones of the devouring beasts around them, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Could I try? Lin Shu furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Let us do it. Without further ado, he bent down, and their lips met. The warmth of Bai Yukuei's soft lips sent an electric thrill through Lin Shu, making his entire body tingle. Spiritual energy reversed. With a low roar in his heart, the conversion of life essence within him abruptly ceased, and the pure spiritual energy in his dantian began to flow upward through the cultivation pathways of the Tai Immortal scripture in reverse. Moments later, the spiritual energy transformed into the purest life essence, seamlessly transitioning from Lin Shu's mouth through Bai Yukuei's throat into her body. Their tongues intertwined. The exquisite sensation not only engulfed Lin Shu, but even in her unconscious state, Bai Yukuei seemed to feel it, her tightly closed eyelids fluttering as if on the verge of awakening. As the life essence continued to flow into her, Bai Yukuei's complexion quickly shifted from pallid to rosy, her once gray-white hair regaining its crystalline luster, with an emerging hint of dark hues. After a brief moment, Bai Yukuei's eyes suddenly shot wide open. Ah! The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the valley. Bai Yukuei, let me explain. Chapter 23. Bai Yukuei in shock, hidden dangers lurk. The intricately patterned azure blue Tang Dao pointed directly at Lin Shu, her complexion unusually flushed, making it difficult to discern whether it was due to embarrassment or the return of her vitality. Who are you? How do you know my name? Bai Yukuei's voice was chilling, keeping others at a distance, as she held a blade with one hand, her gaze fixed coldly on Lin Shu. Beneath her steely exterior, a fleeting flicker of emotion danced in her eyes, only to vanish in an instant. The gentle breeze rustled the edges of her gray sable, sleeveless robe, occasionally revealing her jade-like thighs. The intersection of her fiery figure and frigid demeanor created a captivating dichotomy. Lin Shu swallowed hard, grappling with the turmoil in his heart. As for your name, he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. In a moment of panic, he had called out Bai Yukuei's name, and now he wished he could slap himself for it. Bai Yukuei narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of danger, suspecting Lin Shu's origins. Just then, he spotted a figure racing toward them from the valley's peak, Sui Xing. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. It was the girl I met earlier who urged me to save you. Xiaodou? Ah, what a delightful name. Lin Shu chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. As he spoke, Sui Xing had already reached Bai Yukuei. Thank heavens. Boss, you're all right. Sui Xing exclaimed, breathless as she brandished her composite bow. She had endured a mental assault from a transformative devourer beast earlier and had not fully recovered. Yet, her concern for Bai Yukuei's safety had driven her to come despite the dangers. Before Bai Yukuei could respond, Sui Xing gasped in shock. Ah, are all these devourers dead? Her eyes widened, hands covering her mouth in disbelief. Behind Lin Shu lay the remnants of the fallen beasts, their skeletons strewn across the ground. The life essence seeds severed in half, nearly carpeting the earth. Boss, did you do this? Don't you know you can't exert yourself fully yet? Your cells aren't. Before Sui Xing could finish, Bai Yukuei gestured for her to look at Lin Shu. He did it. What? Although she had witnessed Lin Shu's terrifying prowess before, the close proximity left her awestruck. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she scrutinized him, marveling at his impressive physique and youthful strength. Could he be like her boss? Bai Yukuei maintained her grip on the Tang Dao, still aimed at Lin Shu. Just as she was about to press him further, Xiaodou and the others arrived in succession. Boss. Oh, I'm so glad you're safe. Xiaodo's voice reached them before she even appeared. Lin Shu's gaze drifted past Bai Yuekue, eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before him. He usually rode Black Emperor, enduring the old dog's endless complaints. Yet now that very creature wore a jubilant expression, grinning with its large yellow teeth as it galloped toward them with Xiaodo. Gone was the usual morose demeanor. Lin Shu couldn't help but mutter in frustration, this old pervert, who knew he wasn't unwilling to be ridden, but merely selective. Xiaodo leaped from Black Emperor to embrace Bai Yuekue, alternating between tears and laughter. Bai Yuekue gently stroked Xiaodo's hair, soothing her with kind words. It's all right. It's all my fault. If I hadn't lost control of my emotions, we wouldn't have been surrounded by devourers. Well, the one who caused your emotional turmoil is right here. Bai Yuekue indicated Lin Shu with her gaze. Boss, why are you pointing your knife at Lin Shu? I asked him to come save you. Xiaodo hurriedly explained. Indeed, boss, he seem like a bad person. He and that dog saved me, and Su Tong. Sui Xing chimed in. Lin Shu raised his hands in innocence. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Yuekue lowered her Tang Dao, her voice softening. Thank you. Just a small matter. I'm glad the misunderstanding is cleared up. Lin Shu replied, unconsciously rubbing his still-pained cheek. As Bai Yuekue's eyes narrowed dangerously once more, he quickly withdrew his hand, cursing internally, damn it, this is so unfair. Recognizing that the situation had settled, Lin Shu understood that Bai Yuekue would not easily trust him. Thus he took the initiative to bid farewell. Now that the danger has passed, I believe it's best to part ways, until fate brings us together again. With that, he beckoned Black Emperor and turned to leave in the direction of Mark and the others. Boss, please wait a moment. We haven't properly thanked him yet. Xiaodo urged, her hopeful gaze fixed on Bai Yuekue, wishing for Lin Shu to remain. Bai Yuekue's stern glare was the only response, leaving Xiaodo to sulk, watching the duo of man and dog fade from view. Truly, the world has lost its way, and people's hearts have grown cold. Lin Shu grumbled as he weakly rode on Black Emperor's back, needing to replenish his energy after the intense battles. Bai Yuekue essentially saved me. At least she could take me back to the base and treat me to a feast. All this effort for just 2 words. Oh wait, and a slap as well. He lamented to Black Emperor. Are you planning to become a stallion? Wanting to collect one every time you see a new face? Have you taken advantage of someone again? Or else, why would I give you a slap? Black Emperor scoffed in disdain. That was to save her. If it weren't for me, she would have been drained dry by now. Being a good person is so hard. Lin Shu complained, feeling the last remnants of his strength fade. His stomach grumbling incessantly. Old dog, find a hilltop. We need to continue farming. This time, our points will surely suffice. And so, the pair raced through the desert. Boss, why do I feel like you didn't seem that weakened after using your powers this time? Could it be that the free radicals from cellular metabolism were rapidly cleared away? Xiaodo inquired, her big, watery eyes gazing curiously at Bai Yuekue. Bai Yuekue paused, her breath momentarily catching as memories of earlier moments flooded her mind. I'm not sure, perhaps. Oh, I hardly exerted myself at all. Suddenly, Bai Yuekue, who had been reclining against the chair, shot up, startling Xiaodo and the others. Boss, what's wrong? They exclaimed, taken aback by her sudden movement. Earlier, Bai Yuekue had been distracted by other matters in the canyon, failing to recognize her own condition. She distinctly recalled being drained of life essence by the devourers before losing consciousness, yet now she felt an abundance of it flowing within her. The only one who could have caused this change was Lin Shu, the only other person present at the time. This fellow undoubtedly harbored secrets. Great mysteries lay hidden within him. Bai Yuekue was convinced. Xiaodo, in the future, do not disclose my name to strangers. Xiaodo, momentarily confused, stammered, I haven't told anyone your name. You didn't tell Lin Shu? Of course not. I was begging for his help to save you. I only referred to him as my boss. Bai Yuekue's brow furrowed deeply, a tumultuous storm rising within her heart. Chapter 24. The truth veiled by clouds as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Lin Shu and Black Emperor finally found a suitable hilltop, commanding the old dog to exchange seeds and plants, as well as the growth enhancers. The process unfolded seamlessly. To conserve energy, Lin Shu refrained from doing the work himself, instead appealing emotionally and logically to Black Emperor. Yet the latter remained unyielding. Resigned, Lin Shu resorted to his trump card, promising that once they filled their bellies and regained strength, they would head to the lighthouse to find the female dog. thus fulfilling his earlier commitment. Only then did Black Emperor begrudgingly begin to toil, muttering as he hoed the ground. I'm only doing this because you, Lin Shu, are in such a weakened state. It has nothing to do with anything else. Rare as it was for Black Emperor to work, Lin Shu was determined to make the most of the old dog's efforts. After the event, I reopened the system for a second exchange, intentionally expanding the planting area. I redeemed enough seeds and plants for a full 50 acres, leaving only 2,000 points in my balance before finally stopping. By the heavens, do you take me for a fool? He Huang slammed the hoe he was holding onto the ground, emitting a low growl of threat from his throat as he glared at Lin Shu, who lounged comfortably on the hillside. Hey, old dog, don't get angry. Whether it's 1 acre or 100 acres, it's still work. Besides, the more you do, the more you earn. In a couple of days when I bring 2 female dogs to you, the 3 of you will surely find solace in each other. What? 2 female dogs? He Huang silently picked up the hoe from the ground, suddenly finding that 50 acres was not too much after all. Anyway, he wouldn't tire himself out. Resolute, He Huang stood up, gripping the hoe once more, and set to work with renewed vigor, this time with much more enthusiasm. Lin Shu, with his legs crossed, stretched lazily, a grin spreading across his face at the sight of He Huang's energetic demeanor. He finally understood the joy of being a landowner. Gurgle. After planting the crops, it would take at least 24 hours for them to mature, and Lin Shu was so hungry that his stomach was growling incessantly. With no other options, he focused solely on filling his belly, disregarding the possibility of attracting the ferocious beasts, and directly exchanged for 2 lambs from the system's store. As soon as the lambs appeared, they nuzzled against Lin Shu, bleating persistently and bumping into him for milk. He Huang turned to scold Lin Shu for attracting the beasts. But before he could say anything, one of the lambs was already in pieces. Spendthrift, aren't you planning to raise them? It takes 10 ferocious beasts to exchange for 1 lamb. If you don't raise them, 1 TU be at a loss. Lin Shu couldn't help but smile wryly at these words, unable to discern who the real system was. Realizing that this old dog was indeed well suited to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, being so shrewd. Before long, the entire mountain was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. He Huang was engrossed in his work when the delicious scent wafted through the air, causing him to lose focus and rush towards Lin Shu's location, following the tantalizing smell. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement as the rich aroma filled his nostrils. His gaze fixed on the 2 golden-brown lambs skewered on the knife, saliva dripping from his mouth. Taking a bite of the tender lamb meat, Lin Shu closed his eyes in bliss, savoring the succulent flavors that flooded his mouth. Exquisite, a delicacy of the mortal realm. Just as Lin Shu was relishing the taste, He Huang suddenly lunged from behind, swift as lightning, snatching a whole lamb and bolting away. What the heck? Old dog, what about ethics? The mountains echoed with Lin Shu's outburst, greeting He Huang's relatives. However, He Huang seemed unconcerned. He too was curious about who his relatives were. The moon hung high in the sky. After devouring 5 lambs, Lin Shu lay back on the ground, gazing blankly at the starry sky above, while He Huang continued tilling the fields, with 10 acres still left to plant. At that moment, the previously dark night sky suddenly shimmered with colorful bands of red, blue, green, and purple, resembling delicate silks draping across the heavens. Magnetic poles reversing? Auroras filling the sky. Lin Shu shot up in surprise. Auroras could only be seen at the poles. Yet the location he was in should not have been able to witness such a phenomenon. Auroras are produced by the interaction of solar particles with a planet's atmosphere, which only occurs when the planet's magnetic field weakens, allowing solar particles to impact the atmosphere on a large scale. Could the emergence of the mana ecosystem signal a new round of species replacement? A natural selection? Lin Shu furrowed his brows, recalling the various speculations he had about this desolate world. For instance, the overlapping of real and unreal spaces, the interchange between body and spirit. The life essence being devoured by ferocious beasts was merely exchanged for a different vessel, as they were all mere shells, for the life essence carried the memories of humanity. Another conjecture posited that the entire world was both a habitat for humanity and a prison for them, with human nature collapsing and unable to control rapidly advancing technology, and ecological devastation leading to the host's self-cleansing. Everything was just reaping what was sown. The third hypothesis suggested that the mana ecosystem was a biological weapon of higher life forms, activated once every billion years to harvest life essence for sustenance. Yet, after such a prolonged nourishment, the biological weapon had likely gone out of control, leading to a series of subsequent events, including the colossal higher life form with a crushed right brain. He had initially thought that the truth of this wasteland world would be encompassed within his three conjectures. But upon witnessing the auroras filling the sky, Lin Shu suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt. But how easy would it be for the planetary magnetic poles to reverse? The reversal of a planet's magnetic poles would necessitate a shift in the magnetic poles of the entire stellar system. And the prerequisite for that would be a reversal of the universe's magnetic poles. Such a phenomenon could not merely be described as earth-shattering. It was beyond imagination. Something that could not be accomplished by divine power. Staring blankly at the colorful auroras in the night sky, Lin Shu inhaled deeply and held his breath until his face turned red, finally exhaling a long sigh. If even a cultivator like him could exist in this world, perhaps the reversal of the universe's magnetic poles was not impossible after all. Could it be that cultivators had long existed in this universe? Was the entire cosmos operating according to their rules? Lin Shu broke out in a cold sweat at his own thoughts. Old dog, I need to focus on my cultivation. When will you be able to attempt breaking through this world's heavenly barrier again? The resources within the system currently do not satisfy my needs. Suddenly turning, Lin Shu's gaze landed on He Huang, who was busy applying growth-enhancing agents, his eyes filled with anxiety. Once you break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, I can continue to try. Perhaps I can obtain some resources from a higher martial world. He Huang's response brought a smile to Lin Shu's face. He was now at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, with the spiritual energy he had absorbed and transformed over the past few days stored in his dantian, which should suffice for a breakthrough to the 3rd level. Time was of the essence. Lin Shu dared not delay any longer. Quickly sitting cross-legged to attempt to mobilize the spiritual energy in his dantian to break through to the 3rd level. If his assumptions were correct, he truly had little time left. Chapter 25. Are there humans existing in the star sphere? 2 days later, just as the sun was setting, Lin Shu finally awoke from his cultivation. The mountain peak was swept by a gust of wind, sending golden leaves fluttering like butterflies across the entire mountaintop. Lin Shu stared blankly at the golden leaves before him. Ah, you finally woke up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. He Huang leaned against a pear tree, legs crossed, one hoof holding an apple while the other grasped a banana, indulging himself. Good heavens, when did you become so industrious? Lin Shu looked in astonishment at the towering piles of rice, wheat, and various fruits behind He Huang. TCH, by the time you got here, the yellow flowers had wilted. He Huang shot Lin Shu a disdainful glare. Lin Shu chuckled, not taking offense given the free bounty, and quickly approached the grains and fruits, his hands moving swiftly. Moments later, everything on the ground was stored in his expansive personal storage space. The duo spent 2 full days turning most of the food in the storage space into cooked meals, while the remaining food was brewed into alcohol using winemaking techniques, set to be enjoyed in half a year. After resting for another half day on the mountaintop, Lin Shu spent 400 points to exchange for 4 piglets to roast, though He Huang had no hunger. The enticing aroma of the golden roasted pig made him persistent in asking Lin Shu for one. Once both Lin Shu and He Huang were satisfied, they set off, leaving behind a mountain full of fruit trees. Old dog, next time remind me to plant some spices. Otherwise, the roasted meat lacks soul. Huh, is that so? There are such nuances? Tell me what plants to get. I need to take notes. This is too important. The Black Sovereign, savoring the delights of food, had entirely relegated thoughts of the celestial firewall and cultivation to the background. In this vast world, nothing surpassed the importance of a good meal. Ginger, cumin, sesame, chili, scallions, and of course, garlic. How could one forget garlic? A meal devoid of garlic loses half its flavor. Lin Shu, seated upon the Black Sovereign, solemnly declared this. The Black Sovereign nodded vigorously, realizing that the art of dining was indeed a profound subject. It silently vowed to seize more culinary treasures the next time it breached the celestial firewall of this realm. Fortunately, Lin Shu was unaware of the Black Sovereign's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have regretted not having given himself a reprimanding slap. His intention was for the Black Sovereign to gather knowledge pertaining to cultivation, which was of paramount importance at that moment. After half a day's travel, Lin Shu and the Black Sovereign found themselves less than 50 kilometers from the lighthouse. Old dog, shall we head to the lighthouse now? Should we force our way in? Lin Shu patted the Black Sovereign beneath him, feeling somewhat reluctant. What the hell? Are you trying to back out after the deed is done? The Black Sovereign, incensed by the remark, bared its teeth and glared at Lin Shu. It had been yearning to spar with the matronly canines of this world. How could it simply give up? Lin Shu quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. Avoiding the Black Sovereign's fiery stare, he felt a twinge of unease. He had not considered such matters when making his grand promises. It was not merely a question of how to storm the lighthouse. The more pressing issue was whether there were even any matronly canines to be found there, or if such creatures existed at all. At present, it was crucial to pacify the Black Sovereign. Should it take offense, it might just secretly inflate prices in the system's marketplace, leaving Lin Shu in a state of despair. Old dog, that's not my intention. A gentleman's word is his bond. Since I have made you a promise, it must be fulfilled. Lin Shu spoke these words with a calm demeanor, casting his gaze towards the sky, where the auroras had long since vanished. He continued, I intend to investigate the location where the star Xian resides. As I wish to comprehend what the mana ecosystem truly is, it feels rather mysterious. The Black Sovereign regarded him with skepticism, scrutinizing Lin Shu for a considerable while. Seeing no flicker of doubt in Lin Shu's eyes, it reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. Once we ascertain the situation regarding the star Xian, we will head straight to the lighthouse. Sounds good. You truly understand the situation, old dog. If any matronly canine is fortunate enough to receive your affection, it would undoubtedly be a blessing earned over decades. Flattering words flowed easily from Lin Shu's lips, thanks to his prior viewing of Stephen Chow's highly recommended The Actor's Self-Cultivation. The pairing of man and dog set off, without hesitation. The Black Sovereign turned away from the lighthouse and galloped at full speed in the opposite direction, running for several hours. Yet, by the time night had fully enveloped the sky, Lin Shu had still not located the whereabouts of the star Xian, only knowing it lay in a place called the Mistaken Street Canyon. With no other choice, the duo began inspecting the area, checking each location with structures. It was not until dawn approached the next day that they finally stood atop a hill and spotted several distant star Xians emanating purple flames. The Black Sovereign immediately erupted with excitement, howling and sprinting towards the destination. The ancients were not wrong when they said, the mountain is high, and the horse is dead. 2 hours later, Lin Shu and the Black Sovereign arrived near the closest star Xian. Most of these locations were situated in cities that once teemed with humanity during the Old Era. Standing at the periphery of the star Xian, even before entering, Lin Shu was already startled by the cacophony of howls from the devourer beasts within, causing his scalp to prickle with unease. The Black Sovereign trembled in trepidation. Upon entering the Wasteland world, they had found themselves at the edge of the star Xian, where they had not yet learned the Ice Heart technique. Faced with the unexpected challenges of this world, both man and dog were emotionally shaken. They had suffered greatly, being overwhelmed by the throngs of devourer beasts surging forth from the star Xian. And the most intolerable aspect was that these vile creatures had the audacity to siphon off their life essence in turn. Fortunately, the Black Sovereign was devoid of such essence. Lin Shu, however, was not lacking in it. What occurs when there is an excess of oxygen? Oxygen intoxication. Indeed, it was through their abundant life essence that both man and dog managed to incapacitate a multitude of devourer beasts and narrowly escape. Old dog, silently recite the 24 characters of the Ice Heart technique and maintain a state of return to origin. The Black Sovereign glanced at Lin Shu beside it and retorted softly, Do I need you to tell me that? I certainly do not wish to endure further suffering. Cautiously, the pair ventured deeper into the innermost part of the star Xian. Shadows of devourer beasts filled the buildings, predominantly manifesting as the basic forms of these beasts: snake dogs, earth howlers, spiked eels, and earth source beasts, all in great numbers. Flesh soil was ubiquitous within the star Xian, found on the streets and inside the structures, with skeletal beasts occasionally emerging from the flesh soil, some even struggling to break through, their heads pushing through the surface. Goodness, it seems this city has been entirely devoured. Such an abundance of human flesh soil. How could everyone have perished in an instant? Look at their postures. They appear to have been running. The Black Sovereign had grown accustomed to the horrifying sights within the star Xian and, while observing its surroundings, could not resist making a quip. By this time, they had ventured a third into the star Xian, and the number of devourer beasts surrounding them had multiplied exponentially compared to the outermost areas, with small mana flowers also appearing everywhere. Just as the Black Sovereign was about to examine a mana flower, standing about a meter tall, among the ruins of a nearby building, Lin Shu suddenly lunged forward, pulling the Black Sovereign into an abandoned structure by the street. Shu. Without waiting for the Black Sovereign to express its annoyance, Lin Shu hastily gestured for silence. Seeing the gravity in Lin Shu's eyes, the Black Sovereign stifled its instinctive query. What is the matter? Why the sudden alarm? The Black Sovereign crouched low, extending its head out from behind the wall to observe the situation outside, while voicing its confusion. Keep it down. There are still quite a few humans in this Star Xian. I just heard them talking. Chapter 26. The Black Sovereign's heart could no longer be contained. What? In such a terrifying place, there are still humans? The Black Sovereign's emotions surged violently upon hearing Lin Shu's revelation, catching it completely off guard. With a roar, the devourer beasts within a radius of several kilometers erupted into chaos, all rushing towards Lin Shu and the Black Sovereign's location. The sound of crumbling buildings echoing throughout the city's ruins. Damn it, you old fool, rein in your emotions. At that moment, Lin Shu truly felt an impulse to strike the Black Sovereign. They were currently in the lair of the devourer beasts. Such reckless behavior was tantamount to seeking death. The Black Sovereign was not one to suffer in silence. It had intended to retort at Lin Shu, but when it saw the swarm of devourer beasts charging towards them, a chill shot through its spine. Thinking to enter the state of return to origin through the Ice Heart technique was futile now. The devourer beasts had already detected them. With a loud slap, Lin Shu struck the Black Sovereign's robust rear, exclaiming, "You have truly doomed us." Without further ado, he dashed out of the building, racing towards the direction of the human voices he had previously heard. The Black Sovereign, realizing the dire situation, had no time to dwell on Lin Shu's slap and followed suit, sprinting for its life. Hey, why are we running deeper into the Star Xian instead of heading outside? Are you tired of living? The Black Sovereign shouted in confusion as it noticed the misdirection. Lin Shu remained silent, maintaining the state of return to origin while dodging the surrounding devourer beasts, keenly trying to discern the direction from which the human voices had emanated. To reach the depths of the Star Xian without being detected by the devourer beasts, those individuals must possess some special attributes. Lin Shu resolved to lead the trouble away. This would not only alleviate their current predicament, but also clarify who those individuals were. Approximately 2/3 of the way into the Star Xian, 10 men clad in dark greenish-black armor were fleeing from a circular hole leading deep into the ground. Each individual carried a black suitcase of indeterminate material, measuring 2 meters on each side. Every time the case struck the ground, it emitted a resounding thud, suggesting its considerable weight. Yet, despite its heft, the 10 individuals lifted it with astonishing ease, as if it were weightless, and their pace was hardly hindered. Everyone, quicken your pace. What on earth is happening? The instruments indicated that a multitude of ferocious beasts were surging towards them. Who just broke the state of return to origin? A burly middle-aged man, marked by a deep scar that traversed his face, glared back at the 9 individuals following him, his voice laced with fury. Boss, that's impossible. We've all done this countless times before. Such a blunder is unfathomable. Humph. Let me find out who made the mistake. They will certainly regret it. Now, we must hurry to the rendezvous point. The scarred man refocused on the path ahead, his expression grave. The instruments indicated that at least 200 beasts surrounded them. The 9 individuals, his trusted subordinates, were unlikely to have made such a fundamental error, yet the imminent threat of the approaching beasts was undeniable. Moments later, the cave entrance loomed ahead, with the beasts merely 300 meters behind them. Time was of the essence. Those who wish to live, hasten. We cannot abandon the case. Unimaginable wealth awaits us if we survive. The mention of great riches ignited a spark in the eyes of his companions. It was precisely their goal. For no one would dare risk death by venturing deep into the heart of the star crystal otherwise. Just as the scarred man leaped from the cave, Lin Shu and the black dog, He Huang, fortuitously soared over their heads. Their eyes met, and astonishment washed over both parties. Lin Shu, witnessing the mech streaming from the cave, decisively accelerated his escape. Now was not the time for inquiries. However, he courteously waved at the scarred man, bidding him a playful farewell. He Huang barked twice in acknowledgement. The scarred man, startled by the sudden appearance of the duo, felt his pupils dilate in terror. His voice trembling, How did members of the Light and Shadow Society end up here? Lin Shu, hearing the furious shout from behind, was engulfed in confusion. The Light and Shadow Society? ISNT, that the cult from the lighthouse. Before the scarred man could intervene, Lin Shu and He Huang vanished from sight. Boss, we need to move. We're being surrounded. The scarred man finally grasped the situation. He surveyed the area, his anger boiling over as he bellowed, Light and Shadow Society. Should I see any of you again, I will slay you on sight. Boom, boom, boom. The air crackled with the explosive sounds of energy cannons as crumbling structures collapsed in a cacophony of destruction. The 10 individuals fled like frightened dogs, while the beasts, having lost the scent of Lin Shu and He Huang, redirected their pursuit towards the fleeing group. It was no wonder they dared to venture deep into the star crystal despite the overwhelming number of beasts. Each mech possessed low-altitude flight capabilities, enabling a rapid escape with jets of flame. Within moments, the group vanished from the sight of the ferocious beasts. The beasts, losing their targets, howled in rage, and soon, the entire population of beasts within the star crystal echoed their cries. The deafening roar reverberated throughout the cavern, nearly rendering Lin Shu and He Huang deaf. Good heavens! How many beasts are there within the star crystal? This commotion suggests at least 1,000, Lin Shu exclaimed, marveling at the situation while maintaining a safe distance from the 10 mechs. The scarred man and his team surged forward until they finally escaped the star crystal's confines, whereupon they halted, no longer perceiving the beasts. Boss, it seems that the cave has been discovered by members of the Light and Shadow Society. Should we return to destroy it? Those resources cannot fall into their hands. A subordinate approached the scarred man, seething with anger. Forget it. The star crystal is no longer safe. Fortunately, we only encountered some minor feral beasts. If we had encountered transformed ones, escaping would have been an arduous task. The scarred man paused, gazing at the billowing purple flames within the star crystal, his voice rising in anger. There's little left in the cave. I doubt the members of the Light and Shadow Society would dare venture deeper. Wait, it suddenly dawned on me. Could our operation have been compromised? How else would they have shown up there? His furious gaze swept over his 9 companions. Boss, we have always stood by you through thick and thin. We would never leak information. Moreover, the scarred man, irritated by his subordinate's hesitance, snapped, Speak plainly. Out with it. Yes, boss. I simply meant to ask. How did you determine that person was a member of the Light and Shadow Society? At a loss for words, the scarred man realized that, in the heat of the moment, he had assumed the appearance of the individual was linked to the society that frequently thwarted his endeavors. Upon reflection, he noted that the clothing did not bear the society's insignia. Forget it. At least we did not return empty-handed. Our priority is to offload the goods. We can address the rest later. Understood, boss. The 9 responded in unison, their faces alight with smiles. Let us go. The scarred man waved his hand, and the group quickly made their way to a distant hill. Shortly thereafter, 3 high-tech vessels ascended from behind the mountain and vanished into the horizon. Only then did Lin Shu and He Huang dare to emerge from the ruins of a dilapidated building. Old dog, these mysterious individuals don't seem to be good news. Nor are they survivors of this area, He Huang remarked, blinking its beady eyes at Lin Shu with a knowing expression. How do you know? Lin Shu replied, looking at He Huang as if it were a fool. Just a hunch. The mysterious figures having vanished, Lin Shu felt no need to pursue further and promptly turned back to delve deeper into the star crystal. Going back, He Huang's voice trembled, its fur bristling as if struck by lightning. Lin Shu chuckled at He Huang, shrugging his shoulders with a tone of mild exasperation. What else should we do? We must uncover the truth. He Huang sighed heavily, resignedly trailing behind Lin Shu as they ventured once more into the depths of the star crystal. The vast environment echoed with their banter. Old dog, doesn't the system store have any high-tech items for sale? Of course it does. You just never asked before. I want a vehicle similar to the one Bayukoe drives, preferably one that can fly. You mean a small AO car? No, I want a big Benz. I need to assert my dominance over her, so that eventually, I can claim her as mine. Chapter 27, One Man. One dog delves into the heart of the star crystal. What did you say? 2,000 points. Why don't you go and steal one? Upon hearing the exorbitant cost of the big Benz, Lin Shu immediately lost his composure. Could you be any louder? You might attract the beasts from within the star crystal. He Huang rolled its eyes at Lin Shu, reveling in its delight at his dismay. Did you think acquiring a high-tech vehicle in this apocalypse would be easy? Dream on. And here is something even more thrilling. Would you like to hear it? Hei Huang turned its head mysteriously towards Lin Shu, exposing its signature big yellow teeth. What? Lin Shu arched an eyebrow, intrigued. I'm just giving you a heads up. Currently, the store only has high-tech items in the catalog, and nothing is available yet. You must reach the 5th level of Qi refinement before I can attempt to breach the Heavenly Path firewall and possibly seize some vital resources from this domain. Damn it. Lin Shu felt utterly defeated. Could you refrain from panting while speaking? This system should function properly instead of sounding like those real estate crooks with their pre-sales. Sounds like a shady deal. Hei Huang exploded, barking fiercely. Let me show you what this system is capable of, especially after you just poked at my pride. He fled while it pursued him, unable to escape despite his frantic efforts. Moments later, both man and dog arrived at the location where the group of enigmatic figures had just vacated. The cave was situated beneath a towering stone wall, its entrance nearly 3 meters in diameter, taking on an irregular circular shape. A hazy mist permeated the cave, intermittently accompanied by faint buzzing sounds, reminiscent of a prehistoric behemoth lying in slumber with its gaping maw agape. Where might this cave lead? Lin Shu furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the darkened entrance, lowering his voice to quietly inquire, all the while rubbing his still sore backside, vigilant for any lurking creatures. The Black Monarch, with its glossy dark head, leaned closer to Lin Shu, its comically crossed eyes reflecting a semblance of intelligence. Are you asking me? Lin Shu sighed. Let us go? Consider it my musings. With a soft exhale, he stepped into the depths of the cave, the Black Monarch trailing closely behind. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped them. The previously heard buzzing had ceased, and visibility was limited by the thick mist. The sound of their breaths echoed clearly, a rhythmic duet of inhalation and exhalation. The cave twisted and turned, ascending and descending, veering left and right, seemingly bottomless. As they ventured deeper, the temperature gradually increased. The more Lin Shu explored, the more bewildered he became, as he found no tangible reason for the mysterious figures to risk their lives entering the star sphere. After traversing 100 meters further, Lin Shu meticulously scanned the cave for any branches. Suddenly, a fleeting flash of blue light caught his attention around a bend. Instantly alert, he gestured for the Black Monarch to slow down, drawing his blade, the Minghong knife, ready for action, while cautiously edging along the cave wall towards the corner. The cave was exceptionally quiet, the only sound being the hurried rhythm of his own breath. As he neared the turn, he sprang out, raising the knife high, poised to deliver a lethal strike. To his surprise, it was not a creature but a blue crystal the size of a half-brick. Old dog, come take a look at this, Lin Shu called, after ensuring the area was safe, sheathing his knife and beckoning the Black Monarch closer. The Black Monarch approached the blue crystal, sniffing it thoughtfully before speaking uncertainly. This seems to be life essence? It shouldn't be something akin to life essence. It is pure, devoid of human memories or impurities. Lin Shu's eyes brightened at the revelation. Old dog, do you think this could allow me to cultivate in place of life essence? Perhaps it could indeed. The Black Monarch's expression shifted from delight to confusion, its crossed eyes darting about. I've seen something like this before. In the underground base of the faction led by Bai Kuei, I believe I understand the conditions for its formation. As they continued deeper into the cave, Lin Shu urged, Old dog, keep up. We must be nearing our destination. They pressed on for approximately half an hour, discovering no additional crystals apart from the initial one. Though the walls were pockmarked, Lin Shu was uncertain of their location within the star sphere, but the deeper they delved, the more the air took on a crimson hue. Old dog, this is crimson essence. Is there a mask in the shop that can filter the air? This stuff can't be too advanced, right? Hey, there is. 300 points each. Lin Shu exclaimed. You haven't secretly raised the price, have you? 300 points for this. The Black Monarch, unconcerned by the crimson essence, maneuvered past Lin Shu, unbothered. Trade. Lin Shu gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could silence the unscrupulous merchant. Once the thin technological mask was secured over his face, Lin Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. Old dog, it seems I misjudged you. This mask not only filters the air, but can also detect nearby creatures. Delighted, he toyed with the new mask, marveling at the worth of his 300 points. The Black Monarch strutted ahead, dismissive of Lin Shu's excitement. Old dog, you're puffing up just because I called you fat, Lin Shu chuckled, hastily jogging to catch up with the now vanishing Black Monarch. Why have you stopped? Lin Shu finally caught up, only to find the creature frozen in place, its fur standing on end. By the heavens! It appears we have entered the heart of the star sphere. Goodness! It's teeming with creatures, and that mana flower must be nearly 100 meters tall. The black monarch trembled, stepping back nervously, glancing at Lin Shu, who, with a grave expression, looked past the black monarch into the depths of the cave. Realizing they had reached the cave's edge, before them lay a vast pit nearly 200 meters in diameter, where a colossal mana flower swayed gently. The concentration of crimson essence in the pit was alarmingly high, casting everything in a fiery red hue. Peering down, Lin Shu saw the ground littered with the blue crystals, their glow stark against the crimson. Additionally, numerous creatures lounged beside the mana flower. What sent chills down Lin Shu's spine was the realization that the walls of the pit were riddled with caves, from which creatures occasionally peeked out to communicate with one another. The cave where Lin Shu and the Black Monarch stood was merely one among many. Just as Lin Shu scrutinized the core of the star sphere, a soft cracking sound drew his attention. He turned to witness a creature he had never seen before, a young creature emerging from the mana flower's bud. Chapter 28. Slaying the Mana Flower King and escaping the star sphere, so this is how they come into being. The Black Monarch stared curiously at the newly born creature. No bigger than an egg. Lin Shu remained silent, his expression dark as he focused on the writhing young creature, silently wishing, please do not. Wow. Lin Shu, doesn't that creature's fleshy wing resemble a wing? Lin Shu's heart sank. It was indeed happening. The creatures in this area were evolving. As he spoke, the previously silent space erupted with popping sounds, as more creatures tumbled from the shattered buds, all exhibiting the transformed flesh wings. Roar! The transformed young creatures have been born. The core creatures of the star sphere began to howl in a chorus of celebration. Old dog, go down and seize the blue crystals. They are paramount for us. Gather as many as you can. I'll keep watch from above. Without waiting for the Black Monarch's response, Lin Shu gave it a firm shove into the pit. What the? The Black Monarch flailed in the air like a worm, but it was futile. To avoid detection by the creatures, it suppressed its voice. Wait for me. I swear I will take revenge. The Black Monarch's muffled roar sounded like a distant buzzing as it dashed frantically at the pit's bottom, spewing curses. For reasons unknown. Despite the Black Monarch's quiet voice, Lin Shu felt as if it were whispering directly in his ear. This must be what they call a meeting of minds. A sinister smile crept across Lin Shu's face. He felt that sending the Black Monarch to seize the crystals was a stroke of genius. As for the impending revenge, as long as there were crystals, all would be well. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Shu watched as the crystals at the bottom of the pit gradually disappeared from view, unable to contain the grin spreading across his face, his smile nearly reaching his ears. At that moment, a resounding wail echoed from the pit, the Black Monarch no longer fearing detection. Its voice reverberated against the cave walls, sending clouds of dust cascading down. Get me out of here. The soil is rising. What the? It's poking my backside. Lin Shu was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the essence of life could not only be derived from the corpses of the dying beasts, but also existed in abundance wherever the mana flower bloomed. Before him stood a towering mana flower king, its roots undoubtedly teeming with life essence. Just as the voice of the Black Sovereign reverberated from the center of the vast pit, all the beasts within the star sphere erupted into a frenzy. This time, not only were there the common beasts, but also the transformed ones, such as the calyx beast, the giant earth beast, and several unfamiliar varieties. Old dog, I let my guard down. The essence exists near the mana flower, and any intruder will be attacked. Wait, Lin Shu exclaimed, disregarding the Black Sovereign's wails as he turned and dashed toward the cavern. However, after running 100 meters, he abruptly turned back, drawing the Minghong blade with a resounding whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the blade under his command towards the Mana Flower King. Some serpentine beasts and spiny eels reacted and leaped to intercept, but the Minghong blade was incredibly sharp, piercing through any beast that dared to stand in its path. In the blink of an eye, with a swift slash, the immense Mana Flower King was severed, its vibrant red hue fading instantly as it began to plummet to the ground. Countless strands of pale blue essence erupted from the roots of the Mana Flower King, swirling into the surroundings, signifying the escape of countless life sources. A thunderous roar echoed as the death of the Mana Flower King incited the ferocity of all nearby beasts, who surged towards the Black Sovereign in a frenzied rush. Lin Shu, damn it! If you can buy items at a low price from the system store in the future, I'll take your surname. The Black Sovereign howled. Don't go in there. Lin Shu frowned at the anguished cries of the Black Sovereign, feeling the intensity of its pain even from a distance. The Minghong blade arced gracefully through the air and returned to Lin Shu's hand. He dared not linger any longer and sprinted with all his might into the cave. Moments later, the Black Sovereign appeared beside the rushing Lin Shu, its eyes vacant. Old dog, stop dawdling and run. You can't leave my 3-kilometer range. Didn't you remember? I calculated it all, Lin Shu said quickly, seizing the Black Sovereign by the neck without losing speed. Hearing Lin Shu's voice, the Black Sovereign shuddered, then viciously bit down on Lin Shu's thigh. Damn! Lin Shu had not anticipated such an assault, and the sudden pain caused him to howl, his emotions surging uncontrollably. The cave walls above were being violently attacked by the beasts that had been alerted, their monstrous forms evident from the sound of their blows. Thankfully, the cave was situated deep beneath the surface. Lin Shu glared fiercely at the Black Sovereign, ready to unleash his fury, when he noticed a large mass of writhing essence that had fallen from behind the Black Sovereign. He was momentarily dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the creature. The atmosphere turned awkward. The only spot behind the Black Sovereign large enough to contain the essence was the one where the Black Sovereign had made a significant sacrifice. Lin Shu felt a pang of guilt, realizing his earlier anger was unjustified. Old dog, you've been wronged, Lin Shu said. With each stride, the Black Sovereign barked incessantly, while a swarm of beasts pursued them. The Black Sovereign and the throng of beasts were both in a state of rage. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, an enormous beast collapsed the entrance of the cave. Lin Shu hastily halted, narrowly avoiding the impact. Old dog, I'll make it up to you once we get out. So could you please release my thigh? Lin Shu pleaded, watching the Black Sovereign hang onto his leg as if it were a lifeline. The Black Sovereign, its eyes bloodshot and devoid of reason, was determined to make Lin Shu experience the same overwhelming chaos it had faced. With enemies closing in from the front and a ferocious beast behind, Lin Shu had no choice but to draw the Minghong blade. Gripping the hilt tightly, he channeled his energy into the blade and thrust it upwards. With a resounding boom, the massive blade pierced through the earth, obliterating dozens of beasts above. Under Lin Shu's mental command, the Minghong blade soared rapidly into the sky. Gripping the hilt tightly, the Black Sovereign, still lashed onto Lin Shu's thigh, was also lifted into the air. Moments later, the once vibrant star sphere, now devoid of the Mana Flower King, shrank into a mere speck in Lin Shu's vision. The furious roars of 1,000 beasts fading into the distance. The Minghong blade propelled Lin Shu away from the star sphere, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing his gaze to wander through the expanse of the sky. The moon, in its fullest glory, captivated Lin Shu, its luminescence enchanting. How beautiful! This was the first time he had observed the moon from such proximity. After a brief moment, the Minghong blade began its descent, and Lin Shu naturally turned his gaze away from the moon, as it rotated slowly, just as Lin Shu pierced through the thick clouds. The moon shifted to reveal a vast expanse of lights on its far side. Chapter 29. I recommend this dog to enter the Dawn Hall. As the Minghong blade approached the ground, Lin Shu intended to land casually when he suddenly spotted a long convoy illuminated by lights speeding through a distant gorge. It was Mark and the others. Lin Shu's face brightened with joy. Old dog, how long do you plan to hold on? I'm taking you to the lighthouse right now, and this time, I swear I'll get you into the Dawn Hall. I, Lin Shu, guarantee it. Damn you. Do you even have any integrity left? The Black Sovereign growled in rage, its eyes wide with fury, growling threateningly from its throat. Lin Shu's expression froze, and with an awkward smile, he replied, "It was a special circumstance earlier. Lord Black Sovereign is magnanimous. I promise to keep my mouth shut about it and not mention it to anyone else." On the Hunter-S convoy, Fei Shui, "You have no idea what I've been through with this old dog." Lin Shu animatedly recounted the perilous encounter. The old dog's dignity was at stake. That essence actually attacked it from behind. Mark and the others immediately turned pale, shuddering as if they could empathize with the experience. Fei Shui's face flushed with embarrassment, her anger evident even behind her mask, while Ran Bing also blushed, muttering under her breath. Everyone's gaze shifted to the Black Sovereign, then back to its rear, their eyes reflecting deep sympathy. Damn you, didn't you say this was to remain a secret? The Black Sovereign could no longer contain itself, lunging at Lin Shu in fury. They were a large group, so it didn't count as a third party. Lin Shu and the Black Sovereign soon found themselves wrestling in the cramped vehicle. Mark and the others initially intended to observe the commotion, but were inadvertently caught up in it. In the chaos, the Black Sovereign unexpectedly kicked its massive hoof towards them. Fortunately, Fei Shui and Ran Bing were unscathed, but Mark and the others bore the brunt of the attack, with cries of agony echoing within the vehicle. "Captain, why are there howls of wolves coming from your vehicle?" Erica, seated in the lead vehicle, inquired, puzzled by the sounds of distress coming through her earpiece. "Ha ha ha, Erica. You wouldn't understand." Mo Chung, driving, managed to avoid the chaos, laughing until his stomach hurt as the vehicle swerved along the road. A quarter of an hour later, the scuffle concluded with the Black Sovereign pinned beneath the combined weight of the others. "Brother Mark, are you all out collecting supplies again? Why are you traveling at night? Aren't you afraid of danger?" Lin Shu took a breath and voiced his inner confusion. He recalled that except in particularly urgent situations, the hunters typically descended to the surface only during the day to carry out their missions. Mark glanced at Lin Shu and sighed, explaining that due to the urgent energy crisis at the lighthouse, they had no choice but to venture down at night. However, they had been remarkably fortunate this time. They had initially found themselves surrounded by a multitude of devourers and had expected a significant loss of life, but for some inexplicable reason, the devourers suddenly retreated in haste. Mo Chung eagerly chimed in, exclaiming how incredibly lucky they were. Indeed, it was utterly terrifying just moments ago. Erica shouted excitedly through the earpiece, her tone revealing her overwhelming exhilaration. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat peculiar. He understood that the devourers surrounding Mark and the others had retreated due to the destruction of the Mana Flower King in the Star Sphere, rushing back for support instead of continuing their assault. He had anticipated that he and the Black Monarch's unintentional actions would end up saving Mark and the others. "Do you know why the devourers surrounding you suddenly ceased their attack?" Lin Shu pondered and decided to reveal this secret. He intended to ascend the lighthouse to fulfill the Black Monarch's dream of communicating with this world, and he needed some leverage. Otherwise, considering the previous conflict with the Light and Shadow Society, the lighthouse would surely disapprove. "Do you really know?" Ran Bing looked at Lin Shu with suspicion. Mark and the others focused intently on Lin Shu, curious about how he could possibly know. "Because I and the old dog visited the nearest star sphere and severed the Mana Flower King, which forced all the devourers outside to return for support. This happened not long ago, and the old dog was also caught up in this incident." Lin Shu glanced sorrowfully at the Black Monarch beneath him. Hearing the recounting of his tragic past, the Black Monarch no longer struggled. It felt utterly defeated, staring blankly out of the vehicle. "Let the world perish. I'm exhausted. Is that true? Don't jest with us for your amusement." Mark fixed his gaze on Lin Shu, trying to detect any signs of deceit on his face. However, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Given Lin Shu's formidable combat prowess, he had an inkling that it might indeed be true. "Lin Shu, are you just fabricating stories? We have no idea where the star sphere is, and humans would be detected if they approached the devourers. How could you possibly enter the star sphere?" Mo Chung, momentarily distracted from driving, fixed his intense gaze on Lin Shu, eager to ascertain the truth of his claims, as the news was simply too explosive. "Lin Shu, present your evidence." Erica's voice came through the earpiece, this time serious and solemn. Everyone in the vehicle turned their expectant gazes toward Lin Shu. "Evidence." Lin Shu's expression stiffened. How could he provide proof? Would he produce the blue crystal? Even if he did, Mark and the others wouldn't recognize it. Observing Lin Shu's demeanor, Mark and the others, though silent, wore expressions of disappointment. "Lin Shu, I know your combat abilities are terrifying, but you can't toy with us." Before Ran Bing could finish, the Black Monarch suddenly opened its mouth wide. A black branch accompanied by a pink bud was expelled, the bud's color having faded, revealing the outline of a devourer pup within. "What?" Mark and the others were taken aback. Lin Shu, however, was elated. "Well done, old dog. You're hiding this ace up your sleeve." The group quickly shifted to free the Black Monarch from beneath them. Lin Shu held up the basin-sized bud for everyone to see. "Look, this devourer pup has begun to grow fleshy wings. The star sphere is evolving, and soon there will be flying devourers." In the central command hall of the lighthouse, Mark addressed Morgan with gravity. "Lord Mayor, this is why I brought Lin Shu back to the lighthouse. According to him, the star sphere has begun its evolution. If flying devourers truly emerge, our lighthouse will be in grave danger." The mana bud was placed before everyone, and their expressions varied. Morgan, Victor, Jingnan, and Elon wore serious faces, their brows furrowed in concern. Carrie, the head of medical and ecological affairs, gazed at the pup within the bud with keen interest. This devourer pup was undoubtedly her heart's desire. Charles intermittently glanced between the pup and Lin Shu's indifferent expression, his clenched fists betraying his inner turmoil as his teeth ground together. The lighthouse enjoyed the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow, regardless of external calamities. The lighthouse and its inhabitants would undoubtedly remain unscathed. Lin Shu, do not incite panic here. Lin Shu regarded Charles with a cold smile. Oh, if flying devourers were to attack, how would the lighthouse defend itself? Would you rely solely on the words of your light and shadow society? How utterly laughable. You. Charles seethed, glaring at Lin Shu with bloodshot eyes. Morgan, not interested in their verbal sparring, raised a hand to signal for silence. Lin Shu, you are incredibly powerful. I do not understand why you would help the lighthouse. I apologize for questioning your motives. After all, I must be responsible for the entire lighthouse. After a moment of contemplation, Morgan fixed his gaze on Lin Shu, seemingly attempting to peer into his very soul. At that moment, all eyes in the hall turned toward Lin Shu, collectively pondering what this evolved new human in the apocalypse might truly desire. Lin Shu chuckled lightly, meeting Morgan's gaze. Lord Mayor, my intentions are quite simple. I seek only to protect the unborn child within Vandy. I have mentioned before that it is my responsibility to pass on my powerful genes. This is my mission. Lin Shu's voice resonated with fervor, striving to present himself as a prophet, convincing others that he bore the hope of humanity's legacy. Before Morgan and the others could respond, Charles scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. But Vandy is not pregnant. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with profound regret. Oh, what a pity. Fortunately, I have arrived this time. It seems it is destined that I must take Vanny to the Dawn Hall, all thanks to the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow. With that, Lin Shu cast a provocative glance at Charles, sweeping his gaze toward Vanny behind him. Sensing Lin Shu's gaze, Vanny trembled involuntarily. Absurd. The rules of the lighthouse are not something you can manipulate. Moreover, Vanny herself would never agree to this. Charles thundered, resembling a furious groundhog whose tail had been stepped on, completely disregarding his image as the leader of the Light and Shadow Society. I am willing. Everyone in the Central Command Hall fell silent, their eyes collectively fixed on Vanty, who stood behind Charles, her expression intriguing. What? Charles could scarcely believe his ears, turning abruptly with wide eyes. I am willing to follow Lin Shu into the Dawn Hall. It is my mission. Vanty lowered her head nervously, unable to meet Charles' predatory gaze. Just as Charles was about to erupt in anger, Morgan's voice echoed through the hall. Then it is settled. This matter concerns the future of the lighthouse, and Vanny, you must be committed. Yes, Lord Mayor. Vanny quickly responded. Wait, I have one more request. Morgan turned to Lin Shu, brow furrowed. Speak. Lord Mayor, this large black dog beside me has strong genes as well. I recommend it to enter the Dawn Hall for breeding tasks. Is there any possibility of having some female dogs for it to interact with? Lin Shu looked at Morgan with hopeful eyes, desperately wishing to send the Black Monarch to the Dawn Hall to quell its fury. Morgan, Mark, Chapter 30. Vandy refuses to leave the lighthouse. Lin Shu. You are utterly unforgivable. The Dawn Hall is the most sacred place in the lighthouse, and you would dare to let a dog enter. Upon hearing Lin Shu's remarks, Charles was on the brink of madness. The Dawn Hall, which was under his jurisdiction, had become a place where he could no longer make any decisions. Not only could Lin Shu enter at will, but he had audaciously suggested that a mere dog undertake breeding tasks. This infuriated Charles beyond measure. Do not underestimate it. I dare say that all of you from the Shadow and Light Society combined cannot compare to it. Lin Shu crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the furious Charles. Black Emperor stood beside Lin Shu, grinning mockingly at Charles, unconcerned about the consequences if this fellow continued to obstruct them. While Lin Shu found Charles useful, Black Emperor had no such reservations. The others took delight in Charles's predicament, watching with keen interest as Lin Shu and Charles exchanged barbs, their gazes occasionally drifting to Black Emperor. Enough. Silence. Morgan bellowed, halting the farce, then turned to Lin Shu. I believe this dog can thrive on the surface, but the issue is that there are no others of its kind atop the lighthouse. The only animals here are cows, although this had long been suspected. Morgan's admission forced Lin Shu to confront the reality. Turning to Black Emperor, Lin Shu's confidence faltered. Old dog, shall we settle for something less? Woof, woof, woof. Black Emperor, upon hearing this, bared its teeth and lashed out at Lin Shu with a barrage of insults before decisively turning and storming out of the hall, unwilling to engage further. It now regretted having believed Lin Shu's words once more. Oh, Lin Shu, your big black dog seems rather displeased. It feels as though it's cursing you. Ming Nin chuckled, covering his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lin Shu. Haha, I apologize for the laughter. My old dog, like me, is fervently concerned with passing on its excellent genes. Unfortunately, it has not found a suitable mate and is rather agitated, Lin Shu said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly while offering a forced smile. Seeing that the others were about to continue pressing for details, Lin Shu decisively turned and dragged Vanny out of the hall. Lin Shu, I heard about the incident last time. Be careful. Lin Shu's body suddenly stiffened at the entrance of the hall, silently cursing Morgan for being so meddlesome. Inside the lighthouse, within the Dawn Hall, your actions do not comply with the breeding task protocols. Vanty shyly lowered her head, nervously rubbing her hands together. In that moment, it was hard to recognize Vanty's usual icy demeanor. She appeared entirely like a delicate woman. Lin Shu approached Vanty, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased. Protocols? I refuse to let those people strip you bare and send you inside. I want to do it myself. That way it's far more interesting. I heard from Mark that you previously asked him to help look for me on the surface. What were you thinking? I was merely worried for your safety, which is why I asked Captain Mark to search for you. I did not believe anything would happen to you, Vanny said, biting her red lip and gazing at Lin Shu with a hint of reproach. Oh, is that so? Lin Shu replied with a mischievous smile. Do you know why I came to the lighthouse this time? How would I know? Was it specifically to tease me? Haha, you got half of it right. My main purpose for coming here is to take you away from the lighthouse. Will you come with me? Lin Shu thought of Vanny as an ideal candidate to help realize his dream of farming on the surface, always scheming to undermine Charles. Are you serious? Vanty's eyes shimmered with disbelief as she gazed at Lin Shu, taken aback by his unexpected proposition. Of course, I am serious. Rest assured, even on the surface, I have ways to ensure your safety, so you need not worry. Lin Shu assumed Vanny doubted him and attempted to reassure her. Vanty hurriedly rejected the idea. I cannot leave. I was born in the lighthouse, and while I am willing to assist you with the breeding tasks, I still hold my faith in the Lord of Shadow and Light. Vanty's beliefs, deeply rooted over more than 20 years, could not simply be cast aside. Sighing, Lin Shu conceded, for he had all the time in the world ahead of him. With a heavy sigh, the hall fell into silence once more, though the atmosphere gradually grew intense. Here, a forced omission of 100,000 words occurs, all deleted. In the hunter's quarters, I wonder when that rascal will emerge from the Dawn Hall. I truly envy Vandy. Fei Shui reclined on a chaise, dressed in a light purple nightgown, with her mask resting on the low table beside her. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle glow upon her jade-like form. As Fei Shui sank into her thoughts, a teasing voice from behind startled her, causing her body to stiffen. Oh, I wonder if the rogue that Miss Fei Shui has been thinking about is me. Chapter 31. Affectionate Fei Shui. Just as she thought of him, there he stood. Fei Shui hastily turned around, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld Lin Shu leaning against the doorframe. His sudden appearance left her utterly astonished. Seeing Lin Shu's smiling face directed at her, Fei Shui felt a momentary daze. Is my dear Fei Shui dressed so seductively because she knew I would come and was waiting for me? Lin Shu approached her slowly, a mischievous smile on his lips. An hour later, Lin Shu left Fei Shui's residence, striding away. Fei Shui stood at the door, gazing longingly at his retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Just as I expected, Lin Shu has come to your side. The sudden voice from behind startled Fei Shui, who felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. She turned to see Vanny at the end of the corridor, her heart racing. Vanny, an elder of the Shadow and Light Society, was responsible for monitoring the light and shadow values of the lighthouse's populace. At this moment, Fei Shui's light and shadow value was undoubtedly far beyond the permissible limits. And so what? Will you enforce the laws of the lighthouse? Today, for reasons unknown, Fei Shui felt irritable upon seeing Vanny. Narrowing her eyes, she contemplated whether to engage Vanty in a contest of strength. Since Lin Shu's arrival, Fei Shui had grown less fearful of the lighthouse laws. She thought that if necessary, she could simply follow Lin Shu to the surface. Death would be preferable to living in fear. Humph. I certainly do not wish for that fellow to come back and seek retribution. If he were to become angry, no one in the entire lighthouse could stop him. Vanti's tone shifted from icy to somewhat languid, a smile playing on her lips as she regarded Fei Shui. At this moment, she felt sore all over. She had intended to rest well, but had inexplicably found herself here. Are you unwilling to share? Vanti was unaware that since Mark had relayed Lin Shu's request for her to look after Fei Shui, a sense of bitterness had taken root in her heart. Yet she dared not defy Lin Shu. His words were law to her, and though she wished not to comply, she felt compelled to do so. Regaining her composure, Vanti said, "Your light and shadow value has reached abyssal levels. If it were anyone else, they would certainly face flogging." Vanti turned and slowly walked away, her voice trailing back to Fei Shui. "And by the way, how does it taste?" "You." Fei Shui felt humiliated and indignant, but Vanti had already departed. Watching Vanti's retreating figure, her face flushed with embarrassment. As Vanti and Fei Shui exited the corridor in succession, silence fell once more. With ears to the walls, Fei Shui ultimately underestimated the soundproof qualities of her quarters. At that moment, Erica's face was flushed, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. "How dare you, Fei Shui, secretly engage in such shameless acts with Lin Shu? How utterly mortifying!" Beneath the lighthouse, a chorus of howls erupted from a pack of devourer beasts, including several massive ones. Within the lighthouse, a few humans of exceptional vitality shone like beacons in the night, guiding the devourer beasts. In the lighthouse's equipment maintenance room, Lin Shu, "You have finally emerged. By the looks of you, are you planning to compete for the breeding champion of the Dawn Hall?" Mo Chung waved from a distance, laughing heartily. Lin Shu offered an awkward smile, feeling quite helpless as he quickly approached Mark and the others. "Mo City, do not mock me. For I have sacrificed myself to avenge you, the hunters of the wilderness. Surely, you have often found yourselves targeted by this Vanti, have you not?" Haha, Lin Shu is absolutely right. I encourage Lin Shu to take Vanti to the Hall of Dawn more often. That woman, I have long desired to teach her a lesson. But alas, she is not required to fulfill her breeding duties. Jeff sat upon the weapons crate, sighing deeply. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A broad smile adorned his face as he burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, Lin Shu possesses quite the cunning. I have faith in you. Go forth and triumph over that woman." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu exhibited an expression of understanding, triumphantly raising his hand into a fist and thumping his chest twice. He then pointed a finger at Jeff. Instantly, Jeff rose to his feet, using his only right hand to perform the same gesture in response. "Brother, we both understand." Mark observed the actions of Lin Shu and Jeff, shaking his head with a wry smile. At that moment, a thunderous roar from Elon suddenly echoed from the distant arena. "Mark, let's practice. It has been quite a while since we last engaged. Allow me to see if you have been slacking off." Lin Shu and the others turned their gaze upon hearing the sound, discovering Elon standing provocatively on the arena, casting a challenging look in their direction. "Lin Shu, shall we give it a try as well?" In the vast equipment maintenance room, the hearty laughter of Elon once again echoed through the space. "Hey, are you looking for trouble?" Lin Shu smiled broadly. Chapter 32. "Lin Shu, I wish to ask you to do me a favor." "Well, shall I give it a try?" Lin Shu gazed eagerly at Elon on the arena. "Huh, come now, allow me to witness the strength of a survivor from the surface." Elon, with his hands clasped in a fist, cast a sinister smile at Lin Shu. The joints of his fingers creaked ominously with each squeeze, and every tilt of his head produced a resounding crack, creating an intimidating spectacle. Mark stepped forward, gently patting Lin Shu on the shoulder, and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Brother, you must yield to the old man. His age renders him incomparable to you. Do you understand?" Lin Shu wore a faint smile as she strode confidently towards the arena. Upon witnessing Elon issue a challenge, she accepted without hesitation, causing the entire armory to erupt in excitement. "Hey, everyone, come quickly. A spectacular show is about to unfold." The crowd hastily set aside their tasks, quickly converging around the arena. "Is that not the survivor from the surface? How dare he challenge our esteemed instructor, Elon? Shall we place a wager?" We all wager on instructor Elon's victory. Some spectators, reveling in the excitement, have swiftly opened betting pools, eagerly inviting others to join in the hopes of reaping substantial profits. However, I think I shall decline. Luck has never been my ally. Mo Chung's face displayed reluctance as he politely refused the invitation, yet internally, he was brimming with delight. "What? To bet on instructor Elon's triumph? I am determined to conquer all. Alas, this is not like you. After all, gambling inherently involves both losses and victories. What if fortune favors you indeed? If you were to wager on the survival of that contender, you might very well dominate the entire arena. Seeing that few people were betting on Lin Shu, the bookmakers grew anxious, resorting to coaxing and deceiving in an attempt to persuade Immortal to place a wager on Lin Shu. In this line of work, with only a handful of individuals betting on Lin Shu, I thought to follow suit, for who knows, perhaps fortune would favor me, and I could indeed achieve remarkable victories. Ha. Immortal feigned reluctance with great effort, persistently declining while subtly placing his bets on Lin Shu. Oh, today, the city of Mo has risen with great vigor, and it appears they possess considerable resources, demonstrating a strong confidence in that young man. I must tell you, a small wager is but a source of amusement, while a substantial gamble can lead to ruin. Should one find themselves at a loss, it could equate to a fortnight's worth of premium sustenance. The majority of those present are betting on Elon's victory, while those supporting Lin Shu are a mere handful, having witnessed Lin Shu's formidable prowess. Ranbing Jeff and others stand by, suppressing their laughter as they observe S theatrical performance, already envisioning the havoc he will wreak shortly. Lin Shu stands upon the arena, amused as he gazes down at the exuberant crowd. This confrontation is merely a warm-up for him. Young man, Lin Shu quips, I've heard from Mark that you are quite formidable on the ground. However, I must clarify that weapons are off-limits. We shall rely solely on our physical prowess. Elon, arms crossed and grinning menacingly, stands at the edge of the platform. Having lived a substantial portion of his life, he possesses an abundance of experience and understands the necessity of eliminating any potential disadvantages before the bout. Naturally, he is inclined to heed the wisdom of the seasoned elder, while also seizing the opportunity to glean insights from his practical experience. Lin Shu mirrors Elon's stance, arms crossed and a smile gracing his features, displaying no signs of pre-battle apprehension. Elon waves his hand dismissively while stretching his limbs, edging closer to Lin Shu. Do take heed. My iron fists have rendered even the most formidable beasts unconscious. The average person would not withstand the impact. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call out. There is no shame in it. Lin Shu remains non-committal, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he regards Elon. Elder, shall we commence? The youth are indeed rather impatient. In contrast, during his younger years, Elon appeared to have no immediate intention to engage. He would merely chatter incessantly. Not only Lin Shu believed that Elon was about to continue his lecture, but everyone shared this sentiment. Unexpectedly, however, this old fellow seized the moment, delivering a swift left hook when least expected. Watch the punch, kid. Young one, this is what your predecessor has entrusted to you. You must remain vigilant at all times. This is indeed a battle. Elon unleashed a punch of remarkable ferocity, intending to quell Lin Shu's burgeoning spirit, imparting the lesson that mere survival on the ground does not grant one the privilege of looking down upon those who dwell in the lighthouse. This sudden strike, imbued with immense force and swiftness, caught Lin Shu off guard, compelling him to hastily raise his fist in a desperate attempt to block. The two fists collided with astonishing speed, one fully prepared and exerting every ounce of strength, the other taken by surprise and scrambling to defend. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking suddenly resonated throughout the spacious armory, overshadowing the cacophony of voices. Ouch! What on earth have you done, you rascal? This is harder than a rock. In the hushed hall, a chilling scream erupted from Elon. Lin Shu was certain of Elon's inevitable defeat. Yet he did not anticipate such a despicable manner of loss. The expansive equipment maintenance room fell into an eerie silence, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. The spectators beneath the arena were left in a state of shock. This was all too swift, indeed. My exquisite feast. The majority of the populace, who had placed their bets on Elon's triumph, erupted in fervor, casting their gazes skyward as they roared in unison. No. Commander Elon. In the city of Mo, a select few citizens were overwhelmed with joy, laughing maniacally. Mo rushed forward alongside Mark to assist Elon. Yet he was in such a state of exhilaration that he struggled to suppress the smile threatening to break across his face, turning a deep shade of crimson. Mo, if you wish to laugh, then laugh. Elon winced, tears streaming down his face from the pain. This was the first time in many years that he had sustained such a severe injury. At this moment, Lin Shu felt an immense sense of awkwardness. standing nearby with a forced smile. He had intended to hold back during the battle, only to be caught off guard by Elon's unexpected and underhanded attack. Old senior, I was truly compelled to defend myself. I did not strike back, he exclaimed, hastening to check on Elon, who was also the instructor for Feishua. Fearing the potential ire of the latter, Elon, flustered and blushing, stammered that he did not blame Lin Shu. After seeing Elon off, Mark ascended the stage, tearing off his shirt to reveal his impressive physique, muscles bulging, with biceps nearly rivaling the size of Lin Shu's thigh. Hey, Mark. What do you mean by this? You have witnessed and heard it all. Do not blame me. I am but the victim in this scenario. As Lin Shu observed Mark's imposing demeanor, it became evident that he was somewhat reminiscent of an elder confronting a younger adversary. Hastily, Lin Shu interjected to defend himself. It was not that he feared Mark. Rather, he found it somewhat unreasonable to inflict harm upon both master and disciple simultaneously within such a brief span. His greater concern was whether he would be able to ascend the lighthouse again in the future, especially considering that 2 hungry women awaited his care. Lin Shu, let us engage in a purely friendly spar. You need not hold back, and I certainly shall not, Mark declared, assuming a combative stance. His gaze fierce and his tone chilling. Lin Shu was instantly incensed upon hearing those words. Both master and disciple were indeed unreasonable. Since words could not convey reason, they would resort to fists instead. The two were on the brink of battle. Below the arena, a throng of spectators had gathered, surpassing the earlier crowd. Ran Bing anxiously gazed at Mark atop the platform. Lin Shu, please go easy on him, she implored, her voice laced with desperation. No need, Mark retorted, casting an irate glance at Ran Bing before refocusing on Lin Shu, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. He wanted Lin Shu to realize that there were still formidable warriors at the lighthouse. A minute later, near the edge of the lighthouse railing, Mark rubbed his swollen face, which resembled a balloon, 2 black eyes perfectly symmetrical. Lin Shu chuckled awkwardly. It's just natural. The atmosphere turned momentarily awkward. After a brief pause, Mark suddenly turned to Lin Shu with a serious expression and said, Lin Shu, I have a favor to ask of you. Lin Shu was taken aback, looking at Mark with uncertainty. A favor? It doesn't need to be so serious. Mark's solemnity remained intact as he gazed at the setting sun in the distance. The horizon was ablaze with fiery clouds, beautiful yet signaling an impending end. My teacher, he is going on a long journey. Lin Shu raised his brow at this revelation. Understanding the weight of the phrase long journey, it implied that Elon had reached the age limit set by the lighthouse. To ensure the lighthouse's long-term stability, there were regulations that dictated that all citizens, regardless of status, if they reached a certain age and their contributions did not outweigh their resource consumption, would be deemed worthless by the life formula. Mark placed his palm on Lin Shu's shoulder, earnestly imploring, Lin Shu, I hope you can protect him. I know with your terrifying combat prowess, it will be no problem. I do not want my teacher, who has labored his entire life, to meet such an end. As Mark spoke, tears welled in his eyes, genuinely wishing for his teacher to have a peaceful conclusion. Since you, Brother Mark, have spoken, I shall ensure Elon's safety. Rest assured. A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of horses, Lin Shu declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Despite the apocalyptic world they inhabited, such altruism was commendable. Lin Shu recalled that after Elon embarked on his journey, he had not been killed by the devourer beast, but had been rescued and sheltered by Bai Kuei and others. Such a great favor. I, Mark, will never forget. In the future, should you need anything, I promise, even if it means traversing mountains of knives or seas of fire, I will gladly stand by your side, Mark exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon hearing Lin Shu's agreement. This flustered Lin Shu, who had initially intended only to escort Elon to Bai Kuei's base, perhaps without needing to intervene at all, as Bai Kuei's group would likely rescue Elon. Brother Mark, you are being too heavy-handed with your words. We are all brothers. There's no need for such formality. He laughed. Ha! It's still Brother Lin Shu who is straightforward. Then I shall keep my thoughts to myself. Mark gazed at Lin Shu with fervent admiration, akin to a man seeing a stunning woman. Lin Shu felt unnerved under Mark's intense gaze and hastily shifted the topic. A few days ago, I informed you that Xing Xian might be evolving. Why haven't we seen any action from Lord Morgan? Is he merely sitting idly by? Upon hearing this, Mark finally reined in his emotions. Leaning over the railing to overlook the ground, he said softly, Lord Morgan has publicly announced that he intends to make me the next city lord, and he has secretly activated the Abyss Walker plan. Lin Shu was taken aback by this series of shocking revelations. Mark was to become the city lord, which implied that Charles had begun his clandestine maneuvers. Moreover, what was this Abyss Walker plan? Congratulations, Brother Mark. If you become the city lord, I believe the lighthouse will flourish. Lin Shu smiled, offering his congratulations, but soon, the smile faded from his face. Noticing Lin Shu's change in demeanor, Mark asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Shu hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the insidious deeds that Charles was about to undertake. However, Bai Kuei had previously mentioned that Mark, transformed into a devourer beast, was the only one who could enter the Xing Xian passage. Only through this passage could one potentially access the mana core and possibly put an end to this ecological disaster. Yet, the fate of this apocalypse ultimately did not concern Lin Shu. Maintaining the status quo was more beneficial for him. After much inner turmoil, Lin Shu resolved to reveal the truth he knew. He had come to regard Mark as a friend and could not bear to witness him suffer. He certainly did not want to see the one Mark loved harmed by his own unwitting actions. That would be too cruel. Brother Mark, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Do not ask me how I know this. Just trust me. Mark, noticing Lin Shu's newfound seriousness, straightened up. Go on. I'm listening. Be wary of the dust citizens, especially 4068. Beware of Charles. They will gravely injure you and cause Ran Bing's death. Understand? It's not just harm, it's death. Mark swallowed hard upon hearing that Ran Bing would be harmed. His pupils dilated and his voice trembled. Why? Why? Was it merely because Charles desired to be the city lord? He had always believed himself to be the chosen one, the only one capable of leading humanity to triumph over the mana ecology and reclaim the planet. But that was all nonsense. It was a delusion he had spun for himself. Lin Shu grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his voice rising with fervor, spittle flying. Mark stared blankly at Lin Shu, caught up in his fervor, wanting to ask something but ultimately refraining, uttering only 3 words, "I understand." Lin Shu was uncertain whether Mark truly absorbed his words. Regardless, he had said all he needed to say, and now it was left to fate. He could not shadow Mark every hour of the day for protection. As night fell completely, before parting ways, Lin Shu hesitated once more and revealed another secret to Mark. There were indeed other humans still existing on the ground, and the white-haired woman standing on the shoulder of the devourer beast was real. Most importantly, survival in the coming apocalypse would not solely involve guarding against the devourer beasts, but also against humans. The following morning, Lin Shu remained in bed, reluctant to rise, for he held Fei Shui in his arms. Under the cover of night, Lin Shu had stealthily infiltrated Fei Shui's dwelling, catching her completely off guard. She was utterly unprepared, and in her panic, the cup she had been holding slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Of course, Fei Shui was both startled and delighted. She attempted to shoo Lin Shu away, but he stubbornly refused to leave. Eventually, with no other option, Fei Shui, fearing that the sounds of their scuffle would attract attention, reluctantly allowed Lin Shu to stay. She understood what this implied. Portions of the text were forcibly removed here, just as they were caught up in the moment. There was a sudden, heavy knocking at the door. Fei Shui, I have something to discuss with you. Open the door quickly. Lin Shu was instantly thrown into a frenzy by the sudden commotion. At such a critical moment, being interrupted was intolerable. He felt a surge of anger rising from within and was about to shout, but Fei Shui was quicker. Suppressing her discomfort, she shouted back, her voice strained and intermittent, resembling a sultry tone. Stop knocking. It's too early for this. Have you no manners? The knocking outside paused momentarily before becoming even more vigorous. Fei Shui, I am Erica. Open the door for me. I'm about to explode. Outside the door, Erica's voice resonated, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Fei Shui's face turned crimson as she glanced at Lin Shu beside her, pouting in a manner that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Lin Shu, equally helpless, decided to lower the flag and comfort Fei Shui. Fei Shui hurriedly tidied up and rushed to the door, all the while blaming Lin Shu, saying it was all his fault. What are we going to do now? There seems to be no place to hide in the room. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of hiding spots, and reluctantly reminded Lin Shu to hide under the covers and not make a sound. Lin Shu nodded earnestly, signaling his promise to comply. With a creak, the door swung open, and Fei Shui peeked out, forcing a smile at the fuming Erica standing outside. Good morning, Erica. Good morning? Have you checked the time? It's already noon. Erica exclaimed, her voice tinged with a girlish fury, her face flushed, whether from anger or another reason remained uncertain. Huh. Feishua momentarily failed to comprehend how it was already noon. She had intended to send Erica away first and was racking her brain for excuses. Unexpectedly, Erica defied the norms. Seizing the moment when Feishua was distracted, yanked the door open wide and strode into the room before Feishua could react. Erica was taken aback by the disarray before her. The bedclothes were bundled up, and she could vaguely discern the outline of a person within. You, Feishua, Erica began, but before she could finish her sentence, Feishua swiftly covered her mouth from behind, hushing her to keep quiet. Erica, it's not what you think. Let me explain, Feishua urged, anxious that a third party might learn of the situation, which was embarrassing at best and potentially dangerous at worst. Feishua, let go. I promise I won't shout. Erica struggled to pry Feishua's hand away, her face a deep shade of crimson. Just then, in a sudden turn of events, Lin Shu threw back the covers, startling both Feishua and Erica, leaving Erica momentarily speechless. Rather than screaming, Erica's gaze fixated on Lin Shu, her eyes wide with surprise. Goodness, she exclaimed, her chest rising and falling rapidly. In her panic, Feishua inadvertently released her grip on Erica, standing frozen in shock, unable to process Lin Shu's audacity. You two have been making a ruckus all night, completely disregarding others' feelings. Erica scolded, her voice soft yet accusatory, as she slowly approached, licking her lips. Only then did Lin Shu notice that Erica was clad in a pink nightgown, which hung down to her knees. This revelation sent a jolt through him. Could it be that Erica had come over voluntarily? In an unexpected display of boldness, Erica grasped her nightgown, revealing what no one anticipated. You both are to blame. Lin Shu, I demand you take responsibility. Lin Shu could only express his feelings with a single exclamation. Half an hour later, at Lighthouse Square, Lin Shu strolled amidst the bustling crowd, puffing on a cigarette redeemed from the system's shop, lost in thought as smoke swirled around him. The townsfolk bustled about, chatting and casting glances in Lin Shu's direction, whispering among themselves. Yet, Lin Shu was too preoccupied to pay them any mind, his mood exceedingly vexed. He had anticipated entwining himself with Feishua's delicate form, only to be interrupted by Erica, who seemed determined to offer herself to him. However, considering the intense activities that had transpired from the previous night until noon, it was understandable that Erica might have lost her composure. Lin Shu mused that if he had spent the night watching movies, he might not have fared much better than Erica, especially since she was experiencing the live, unfiltered version. Exhaling a puff of smoke into the clear sky, Lin Shu reflected on the situation. He had no intention of taking advantage of Erica's vulnerability. He was not a man who would seize upon any willing partner. Furthermore, Erica had been overwhelmed by her desires, and he had no intention of exploiting her state. Thus, he entrusted her to Feishua. Before leaving, however, Lin Shu had divulged to Feishua the secret of the old world's practices. It had been over an hour, surely. It must be concluded by now, Lin Shu murmured to himself, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Lord Head, I request a word with you. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Lin Shu turned to see a woman clad in the attire of the Light and Shadow Society. What is it? Lin Shu inquired. Frowning, his plans once again interrupted, his displeasure palpable. The woman did not elaborate, merely stating it concerned Lord Helios. Lin Shu's heart sank, a sense of unease creeping in. Lead the way. Chapter 35. A transaction with me? You think you deserve it following the member of the Light and Shadow Society. Lin Shu navigated through the lighthouse's winding corridors, soon arriving at the Light and Shadow Hall once more. So quickly repaired? Lin Shu noted as he entered, recalling how he had shattered the door during his last visit. Lin Shu, it's a pleasure to have you here, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Charles seated atop the steps, surveying him with disdain. Who else could it be but Charles? Lin Shu offered no reply, merely casting a cursory glance at Charles before shifting his gaze elsewhere. The spacious, slightly cold hall was eerily silent, with only 7 people present, including Lin Shu himself. Hey, have you learned your lesson this time? But the gravity bodies before me are utterly unimpressive. Lin Shu scoffed, directing his gaze toward the 4 gravity bodies behind Charles, one of whom was the formidable Sha Lifu. Upon closer inspection, Sha Lifu's gravity body appeared significantly improved, suggesting that Charles had invested considerable effort to counter Lin Shu's formidable presence. Lin Shu's contemptuous gaze swept dismissively over Charles and his companions, ultimately resting on Vanti. Dressed as usual, Vanti's dark green striped thigh-high stockings barely covered her thighs, the high-slit skirt revealing glimpses of her alabaster skin. After Lin Shu's previous attentions, Vanti had ripened. Exuding an intoxicating allure, Lin Shu's fervent gaze roamed unabashedly over her form, particularly the tantalizing sight beneath the high slit. Under such scrutiny, Vanti's demeanor shifted from her usual aloofness to a blush that colored her cheeks a soft pink. Sha Lifu, observing Lin Shu's brazen demeanor, felt a surge of anger and barked, "Impudence! This is the Light and Shadow Hall, a place of reverence for the Lord of Light and Shadow. How dare you behave so recklessly?" With that, he slammed his massive weapon against the floor, the resounding thud echoing throughout the hall. Charles, perched upon the platform, squinted at Lin Shu, anger brewing in his eyes at Lin Shu's blatant disregard for his authority. "Lin Shu, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us here. Your behavior complicates matters for me. That's just who I am. You must learn to accept it. Besides, I never asked for your invitation," Lin Shu retorted, casually pulling up a chair and lounging back, crossing his legs as he cast a sidelong glance at Charles. "Now, tell me, what business do you have with me?" Impudence. Sharif could no longer tolerate Lin Shu's repeated disrespect towards Charles and shouted angrily. This was traditionally the role of Vanti, who had always been the one to punish those who dared to defy Charles or slander the Lord of Light and Shadow. Yet today, standing before Charles was Lin Shu, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, Vanti felt no inclination to blame him. Instead, she silently stood to the side, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, gazing at Lin Shu's chiseled profile in a daze. She had almost forgotten that she once pledged to Lin Shu that even if he overpowered her, she would remain a devout follower of the Lord of Light and Shadow. Now, those words felt hollow, at least in Lin Shu's presence. Charles, a man with grand ambitions, had managed to suppress the anger that had initially flared in his eyes. Though he longed for Lin Shu's immediate demise, he maintained an appearance of magnanimity. He raised his hand to halt the furious Sharif and chuckled lightly as he addressed Lin Shu below. "Lin Shu, shall we strike a deal?" "Oh, just based on your standing? I remain oblivious to what resources you possess to negotiate with me," Lin Shu replied, his tone increasingly disdainful. "Huh, even a clay figurine has its limits." Despite Charles's usual composure, he was now on the brink of losing his temper, his voice tinged with irritation. "My leverage is Vanti. You strike a deal with me, and once it's accomplished, Vanti will be yours to take." "What?" Vanti gasped in shock, her pupils dilating, her body trembling uncontrollably. She looked at Charles on the platform with disbelief, unable to fathom being treated as a mere object for barter. In that moment, her faith shattered, and the vast hall of light and shadow grew chillingly cold. Lin Shu furrowed his brow upon hearing this, casting a cold glare at Charles's grotesque face. Though he felt no love for Vanti, she was, after all, his woman, and he could not allow her to be treated as a mere commodity. Lin Shu slowly straightened from his chair, and as he did, the temperature in the hall plummeted dramatically. Charles appeared relaxed, yet the fist beneath his long sleeves was already slick with cold sweat. His throat constricted as he struggled to suppress his fear. He harbored a deep-seated terror of Lin Shu, yet he believed himself to be chosen by the Lord of Light and Shadow. In this world, even the strongest ought to become his subordinates or tools. "Charles, I have no interest in your deal. I advise you not to test my limits. The reason I spared your life before was that I found you useful. Today, I warn you again." Lin Shu's chilling voice, though soft, reverberated throughout the hall, echoing ominously. He then turned to the helpless Vanti standing on the steps, his tone rising. "Vanti, you are my woman. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on her shall taste the most terrifying despair this world has to offer." As he spoke, a sinister aura emanated from Lin Shu, radiating outward like a dark storm. Sharif's heart sank, and he involuntarily stepped back, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing in the previously silent hall. Charles and the others trembled at the intensity of the moment. "Vanti, will you come with me? If you wish, no one in the tower will dare to stop you. Not even the powers behind it." Before Vanti could respond, Charles's mind reeled as he processed Lin Shu's words. "What do you mean? The powers behind the tower? You cannot be serious." Lin Shu studied Charles's expression and confirmed that he was indeed unaware of the truth, yet he had no desire to engage with him further. "Vanti, I ask you again, will you come with me?" Finally shaken from her shattered worldview, Vanti looked at Lin Shu with reddened eyes and trembled as she replied, "No, I cannot leave. I was born in the tower, and I cannot believe the Lord of the Tower would treat me this way. I have always believed in the Lord of Light and Shadow. I cannot abandon him." For Vanti to make such a decision in such a short time was far from easy, especially after following and revering Charles for over 20 years. This sudden upheaval could not instantly obliterate her hopes. Lin Shu sighed softly, understanding that this was too cruel for Vanti. Since she was not ready to decide, he would not force her. To him, this transaction was merely a farce. No one in this world held the qualification to negotiate with him. "Lin Shu, clarify yourself. What do you mean by the powers behind the tower? Hey, stand still and explain yourself." Charles shouted desperately at Lin Shu's retreating figure, attempting to command him. But Lin Shu ignored him entirely as he walked towards the exit of the hall. "Impudent. The Lord of the Tower commands you to stop. Do you dare defy him?" Seeing Lin Shu disregard Charles's orders, the 4 members of the Shadow Society in their gravity suits, including Sharif, erupted in anger and rushed towards him. Though they did not employ firearms, the might of their suits was formidable, and even Mark in his Dawn suit did not underestimate the combined assault of 4. Yet, to Lin Shu, they were mere trifles. As the 4 gravity suits closed in, just 2 meters away, Lin Shu did not look back. Instead, he drew his knife with a swift motion. With a resounding clang, the blade was unsheathed. Lin Shu executed a rapid strike, wielding the knife with grace. And in a flash, he turned back, sheathing his sword in a mere 2 breaths. With a series of dull thuds, the 4 gravity suits fell to the ground. While Lin Shu vanished from the hall, leaving behind 4 stunned individuals still processing what had just transpired, along with the shattered remains of the gravity suits. The machines were destroyed, but Lin Shu remained unharmed. This was intentional on his part. He had left Vanti some leeway. Otherwise, those 4 would have already become cold corpses. It was both a warning and a deterrent. Since the last time Black Emperor had left the Central Command Hall in anger, he had gone missing, and Lin Shu had long since given up searching for him. After all, that fellow was indestructible and could not possibly be in any real danger. Nor would he simply disappear, as he could not stray beyond his 3-kilometer radius. With Elon and the others set to embark on their journey the next day, Lin Shu found himself at leisure and decided to seek out Feishua to finish the battle that had been abruptly halted earlier. He vowed this time to leave no trace of Feishua behind, regardless of any pleas for mercy. He would not cease his pursuit. He would ensure that his enemies trembled at the sight of his ancestral Lin family gun. "Why are you back again? How did you know I was here?" The sharp sound of Feishua's voice echoed from within the hunter's residence. In the adjacent room, Elika, weary and resting with her eyes closed, was startled by the noise from Feishua's room, her face turning pale as she trembled uncontrollably. "It's over. How could he have returned?" Chapter 36, A Tragic Life. Vanti's fate transformed the vast hall of light, and shadow fell silent once more. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was not until 15 minutes after Lin Shu had departed that the hall began to fill with the uneven rhythm of hurried breaths. "Lord of the Tower, is that individual truly human? This is our tower's most powerful gravity suit, yet he sliced it in 2 with a single strike. How could a human possess such terrifying strength?" Sharif struggled to free himself from the wreckage of the gravity suit, trembling as he rose to his feet. The shock in his eyes lingering as he turned to Charles on the platform and stammered. The other 3 members of the Shadow Society, lacking Sharif's robust physique, struggled unsuccessfully to escape the debris pinned upon them and could only cry out for Sharif's assistance. At that moment, Charles stood frozen, staring blankly at the entrance. His pupils dilated in sheer terror. He heard not a whisper of Sharif's voice. He struggled to suppress his trembling body, yet his calves and arms quaked as if they were foreign to him, unable to cease their shivering. After a prolonged moment, Charles suddenly jolted, emerging from his terror, followed by deep, labored breaths. His gaze swept rapidly across the hall, briefly glancing at Sharif and his companions before settling on Vanti at the foot of the stairs. An overwhelming dread morphed into fierce anger. "How dare you, Vanti, to betray the Lord of Light and Shadow? Time and again, you defy my will. If you so relish your encounters in the Dawn Hall with that arrogant fool, then I shall grant your wish." Charles's face contorted with rage. He spat venomous curses at Vanti, seemingly attempting to release the fear that consumed him. Hearing this, Vanti looked up, her expression blank as she sought Charles's figure atop the platform. He stood illuminated by the light, rendering his features indistinct. "Relay my command." Vanny has forsaken the Lord of Light and Shadow and is unworthy to continue serving him. From this day forth, revoke her status as a light bearer. Once that individual departs the lighthouse, send her to the Dawn Hall to fulfill her breeding duties. Let her devote her life to the continuation of the lighthouse's existence. Sharif, escort her away and keep her under strict surveillance. Charles inhaled deeply, turning to Sharif, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. Maintain utmost secrecy. That person must not be informed. Charles recoiled at the mere mention of Lin Shu's name. Those two characters filled him with dread and fury. Sharif cast a reluctant glance at Vanty, initially wanting to intercede on her behalf, but upon recalling Lin Shu's audacity in claiming Vanny as his own, his gaze turned cold. As you command, my lord. Vanty felt utterly despondent, her body weakly leaning against the railing, her expression mournful as she gazed at Charles, the man she had long admired, who now wielded the blade against her. In that moment, the divine image of Charles in her heart crumbled, and her faith in the Lord of Light and Shadow dimmed. Yet, the visage of Lin Shu grew ever clearer in her mind's eye. At the lighthouse's lift platform, throngs of people gathered. Today marked the departure of Elon and his companions, and nearly the entire populace of the lighthouse had congregated here, the atmosphere vibrant and joyous. Oblivious to the specter of death. Erica, have you not been resting well lately? You look dreadful, with dark circles under your eyes. What is the matter? Mo Chung observed the yawning Erica beside him, a hint of concern in his gaze. Ugh, don't even mention it. It's all that guy's fault. As the words were on her lips, Erica suddenly became alert, realizing her slip and hastily swallowed the remainder of her sentence. Warning Mo Chung impatiently, mind your own business. Whom do we blame? Mo Chung disregarded Erica's admonition, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he turned to her. Sensing the scent of gossip. Humph, you're so nosy. Erica scoffed, turning her gaze elsewhere, disinterested in Mo Chang's antics, arms crossed defiantly, nearly spilling over her ample bosom. Mo Chung, puzzled, could not comprehend Erica's sudden change in demeanor. Ignoring him, he scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, two familiar figures caught his eye, prompting him to excitedly wave. Fei Xue, Jeff, over here. At the mention of Fei Xue's name, Erica's face flushed, memories of their playful encounters flooding back. And she followed Mo Chang's gaze to see Fei Xue approaching with Jeff. As Fei Xue drew nearer, Mo Chang's eyes lit up, startled. Wow, Fei Xue. It's been days since I last saw you. Where have you been? You look radiant. Taken aback by Mo Chang's first remark, Fei Xue stumbled over her words, unsure how to respond. I've just been, getting some maintenance done. Yes, maintenance. She managed, offering a sheepish smile. Clearly, the results are remarkable. Erica's sarcastic voice suddenly pierced through from the side. Fei Xue's expression stiffened, shooting a glare at Erica, who huffed, visibly annoyed, her jealousy and embarrassment palpable. The interplay between Fei Xue and Erica left Mo Chung and Jeff bewildered, exchanging glances, trying to decipher the cause of their sudden tension. What on earth is happening with these two? I have no idea, do you? Who knows? Mo Chung and Jeff fell silent, resigning themselves to the awkwardness that had enveloped their group, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere around them. Just then, the crowd erupted with excitement, shouts filling the air. Look, the travelers are coming. Fei Xue and the others were drawn to the commotion, and the awkwardness dissipated. Mo Chung and Jeff breathed a sigh of relief. Instructor Elon. Erica immediately spotted Elon among the crowd, her voice tinged with sorrow. She understood that when the lift descended, it would be the moment of Elon's demise. Ranbing also emerged among the throng, but did not approach Fei Xue and the others. Instead, she closely followed Mark, deeply concerned for his state. Everyone's emotions stirred at that moment, some mournful, some sympathetic, some gleeful, and others exceedingly excited. Each individual's feelings fluctuating wildly, drawing numerous extreme beasts towards the base of the lighthouse, including several transformed varieties. Among the beasts drawn to this banquet were several earth howlers, capable of launching attacks on the lighthouse above. Yet, inexplicably, none of the earth howlers attempted such an act, as if awaiting orders or being prohibited from doing so. Chapter 37. Unconventional Paths. A leap from 1,000 meters high. The departure ceremony was elaborate and grand, initially a forced march towards death for the travelers, but transformed by the Society of Light and Shadow into a moment of utmost honor for the lighthouse's populace. Among the travelers was a female commoner, who now wept joyfully, exclaiming, I am a hero. I am now like them, among the esteemed. It was a desperate measure, without imbuing the impending deaths with the highest significance. In this apocalyptic age, where everyone feared death and yearned to survive, the lighthouse might not have endured to this day. Mark, as the future city lord, bid farewell to the travelers alongside Morgan. Personally sending his mentor to death was an unbearable cruelty for Mark, but in such dire circumstances, all he could do was lament his helplessness. Fortunately, Lin Shu had assured him he would protect Elon's safety on the ground, which somewhat alleviated Mark's sorrow. Take care, teacher. Hey, silly boy, didn't you say you believed humans exist on the ground? I am willing to venture forth for you, to seek out other humans besides Lin Shu. Taking advantage of Mark draping a cloak over him, Elon leaned closer to Mark's ear and spoke earnestly. At those words, Mark's hands froze mid-air, astonished that even in death, Elon was willing to pave the way for him. Teacher. Mark's voice trembled, his heart deeply moved. Elon stood firmly on the lift platform, winking playfully at Mark. Child, hold steadfast to your thoughts. Do what you believe is right. Elon's voice faded as the platform began to descend, gradually dissipating from Mark's ears. Mark watched until Elon vanished from view, then hurriedly turned to seek Lin Shu among the crowd. Lin Shu stood behind Fei Xue and Erica, having arrived at the lighthouse lift platform alongside the departing travelers. Erica, what is wrong with you? Your ears are all red. Are you feeling unwell? Lu Shu's teasing voice drifted from behind Erica, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, igniting a flame of embarrassment in her cheeks. Humph. Erica huffed, unwilling to acknowledge Lu Shu, still harboring resentment over her earlier distress when he had so callously rejected her. Lu Shu grinned, understanding without speaking. Ignoring him, Erica cast furtive glances in his direction, suddenly noticing his restless hands. Scoundrel, she muttered under her breath. Feeling a mix of emotions, her gaze towards Fei Xue now tinged with envy and jealousy. Lu Shu relished Fei Xue's passive demeanor, reveling in her lack of resistance. Despite being occupied with conversation alongside Mo Chung and Jeff, his primary focus remained on the platform. When he noticed Elon and the others descending and disappearing from view, he turned to Mark. Their eyes met, and Lu Shu nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the hopeful glimmer in Mark's gaze. Leaning closer to Fei Xue, he softly said, Xue, we shall meet on the ground. I must take my leave now. Don't miss me too much. Fei Xue, lost in her moment of bliss, was startled by Lu Shu's farewell, quickly turning to look behind her, only to find his figure had vanished. Huh, where did he go? She exclaimed in surprise, her heart inexplicably heavy with disappointment. Lu Shu had already distanced himself from the crowd, standing at the edge of the lighthouse railing. Without hesitation, he leaped down towards the ground. At that very moment, a figure emerged from behind a distant pillar, Shalif, who had been monitoring Lu Shu's movements under Charles's orders. In the lighthouse's illuminated hall, leader, that person has left the lighthouse. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Shalif reported. Charles, savoring a freshly cooked steak, could not suppress a smile upon hearing Shalif's news. Excellent. Prepare for Vanny to enter the Dawn Hall in 7 days. During this time, I shall subject her to endless terror and torment. Yes, leader, Shalif responded. Charles then reached for a nearby glass of red wine, gently swirling it to observe the crimson liquid dance within, its intoxicating aroma wafting through the air. After a moment, Charles suddenly recalled something and spoke again. Did he leave with the platform? Also, relay my orders. From now on, the platform must be strictly controlled to prevent him from ascending the lighthouse again. No. He leaped directly over the railing. Shalif's voice trembled. What? Charles exclaimed, his hand freezing mid-swish, spilling the rich wine everywhere. Lu Shu plummeted towards the ground at free-fall speed, the previously descending platform now far behind him. Just as he prepared to use the Minghong Dao to slow his descent, he noticed several small black dots moving below. 2 heartbeats later, he was only 200 meters from the ground. Furrowing his brow, Lu Shu focused on the figures below, his clothes whipping in the wind, his hair swirling wildly. He recognized the 7 figures as humans clad in attire strikingly similar to that of the lighthouse's light and shadow society. The only difference being the color. They were crouched behind a boulder, gazing into the distance towards the landing site of Elon and the others, which was now swarming with various predatory beasts. Remarkably, they seemed to understand how to maintain a state of equilibrium, Lu Shu murmured, observing the approaching 7 individuals. As he neared the ground, Lu Shu manipulated the Minghong Dao to ascend slightly, achieving balance through the push and pull of the movement. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily amidst the seven. "What is that?" they exclaimed, their attention fixated on the distant lighthouse platform, utterly unprepared for something to crash down beside them. As the dust settled, Lin Shu stood before them, unscathed. "What the devil? Where did this person come from?" they gasped, wide-eyed in astonishment. Moments later, they regained their composure. Forming a tight circle around Lin Shu, weapons drawn and aimed at him. While remaining cautious of Lin Shu, they glanced skyward, attempting to decipher his origins. However, Lin Shu's descent had followed a distinct parabolic arc, leaving them baffled. Exchanging glances, they were met with mutual confusion and fear. "Kid, where the hell did you come from? You appeared out of thin air," the stoutest among them shouted, unable to contain his frustration. "Lao Lu, mind your temper. We don't want to attract the predatory beasts," a tall, lean figure cautioned. Indeed, his words confirmed Lin Shu's suspicions. These individuals possessed knowledge of methods akin to maintaining a state of equilibrium. Uncertain whether these alleged members of the Light and Shadow Society were friend or foe, Lin Shu resolved to ascertain their intentions. "Are you all also intent on targeting those travelers? Here to rescue them like I am?" The seven paused, taken aback, before narrowing their eyes at Lin Shu. Just as he thought he might continue to feign innocence, their leader suddenly bellowed, "Kill this kid. Hurry, the individuals on the lighthouse are about to land. They must not be saved, or the fate of the previous group will be ours." In an instant, Lin Shu comprehended their objective, to ensure the travelers were slain. As for their connection to the lighthouse, he would have to capture one to interrogate later. Without hesitation, the seven opened fire, their weapons unleashing a rapid barrage towards Lin Shu. Unfazed, Lin Shu wielded the Ming Hong Dao, deftly evading the bullets, deflecting those he could not dodge. The seven, astonished that their firearms could not harm him, swiftly drew swords and spears from their backs. Their formation shifted. 3 charged forward while 4 flanked them. Lin Shu, intent on testing their strength, adopted a purely defensive stance. It was not until they clashed that he realized the seven were anything but ordinary. As their weapons collided, immense force reverberated through the Ming Hong Dao into Lin Shu's arms, each strike exceeding the limits of an ordinary person's combat prowess. While defending, Lin Shu glanced towards the lighthouse. Elon and the others were now less than 300 meters from the ground. Time was of the essence. Resolutely, Lin Shu reversed the Ming Hong Dao, transitioning from the blade to the back of the weapon, and in a flash, he struck the backs of the 3 attackers. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled thuds resounded almost simultaneously, followed by the 3 assailants being sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against a boulder and spitting out blood. "Old 3, old 5, old 6, the leader exclaimed, his expression turning exceedingly grim, aware that they had encountered a formidable opponent. Ordinary attacks would scarcely harm Lin Shu. "Everyone, unlock." Amidst Lin Shu's astonished gaze, the injured trio struggled to rise from the ground, and alongside the remaining 4, they revealed a palm-sized green syringe from behind. Without hesitation, they plunged it into their necks, the green liquid swiftly coursing into their veins. Lin Shu, intensely curious about the means of survival for these survivors, observed without intervening. With a thunderous roar, the 7 individuals visibly transformed, their bodies swelling with muscle, their veins bulging like coiling dragons across their skin. Lin Shu had no doubt that before him stood individuals capable of effortlessly dispatching mere children. "Kid, do you have any idea how precious this serum is? We went through great lengths to procure it, and now you'll pay the price." The 7, as if they had consumed an entire barrel of vitality-enhancing substance, exhibited eyes ablaze with rage and bodies brimming with strength. Even the previously feeble trio, now pulsating with vigor. They had no intention of prolonging the fight. Their assault was full throttle, their speed, power, and agility seemingly doubled, their ferocity surpassing that of the gravitational forces at the lighthouse. "Kid, die. Blame yourself for crossing paths with us. In this apocalypse, you are far too naive." The 7 charged fiercely, intent on delivering a swift and lethal blow. Lin Shu remained unperturbed, amused by their incessant battle cries. How tiresome. Do villains not know that verbosity can lead to their demise? Without further ado, Lin Shu mirrored their intent for a swift resolution. Like leaves swept away by an autumn breeze, within 3 breaths, 6 of the 7 lay dead, with 1 injured. Lin Shu intentionally spared the leader, seeking to extract information from him. "Are you truly an awakened one?" The leader gasped, blood streaming from his mouth. His pupils dilated in terror as Lin Shu approached. Awaken one. What does that mean? Lin Shu regarded him with bewilderment, having never before encountered the term. Could it refer to cultivating immortality? Advancing swiftly, Lin Shu delivered a kick that sent the unprepared man sprawling to the ground. His eyes glinting with a hint of malice as he coldly demanded, "Explain yourself, and tell me which faction you belong to. Speak, and I may spare your life, otherwise." Lin Shu aimed to intimidate him into revealing the desired information, yet he had underestimated the ruthlessness of survivors in this apocalypse. Ruthless to their enemies, yet even more so to themselves. Before Lin Shu could finish his threat, the man swiftly drew his knife and slashed his own throat, acting with alarming decisiveness. Lin Shu stood in shock at this unexpected turn of events. He had never anticipated such a drastic action, believing that humanity in this dire situation clung to life with desperation. Yet here was a man who defied that notion. Either he was truly that ruthless, or he feared that even if he survived, his own faction would eliminate him. A roar echoed in the distance, the sound of the ferocious beasts rapidly approaching. In his final moments, the man relinquished his state of vitality, amplifying his fear as he attempted to attract the beasts to kill Lin Shu. Damn it, what bad luck. Lin Shu couldn't help but curse, then spat on the ground beside the man. After finally encountering a few enigmatic individuals, he had hoped to glean useful information, only to find his intentions thwarted and himself stained with blood. The platform of the lighthouse still hovered over 100 meters above the ground, but the swarm of beasts surged toward Lin Shu's position. Come, your life essence shall fuel my ascension to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Boss, why did the swarm of beasts change their target? Chapter 39, a 2-tiered reversal. Who is the real, unfortunate one? Atop the nearly 1,000-meter-high lighthouse, the other townsfolk who had participated in the journey ceremony had long dispersed. Only Mark and Ran Bing remained, anxiously peering over the edge, attentive to the commotion below. It was a luxury to hope to catch sight of Elon and his companions, yet the vast horde of beasts was discernible. Mark, Lin Shu wasn't lying. The horde of beasts has turned away from the platform and is heading in the opposite direction, Ran Bing exclaimed, having spotted the beast's movements through the rifle's scope. Mark's face broke into a wide grin at her words. I knew Lin Shu would keep his promise. This brother was worth the investment. The two atop the lighthouse were filled with elation. Yet down below, Lin Shu wore a grimace, laboriously battling the beasts, experiencing a bittersweet struggle. Had Mark and Ran Bing heard him, they would have likely felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not intended to engage directly. Rather, he aimed to observe whether Bai Kuei's team was nearby. If they intervened, he would be reluctant to confront such a vast horde of beasts simultaneously. But fate had it that he collided with those 7 unfortunate souls. In retrospect, it was unclear who the true unfortunate one was. Though he had failed to acquire crucial information, he had also found himself empty-handed and drenched in blood, utterly disrupting his plans. Lin Shu was reluctantly compelled to confront the ever-encroaching swarm of beasts, engaging in close combat with the snake-like dogs, and fending off distant assaults from the ground-shaking creatures. The formidable, mutated beasts occasionally launched psychic attacks from afar. Lin Shu was unwittingly cast in the role of a hero. This massive horde of beasts, whether drawn by the journey ceremony or by Lin Shu's recent skirmishes with Vant and Fei Shui, remained uncertain. However, it was clear that normal emotions would not summon such a multitude of beasts, numbering nearly 500. Utilizing his 3rd level of Qi refinement strength, coupled with his invincible physique and the agile strikes of the Ming Hong blade, Lin Shu carved a path through the horde. The Ming Hong blade slashed horizontally and vertically, at times flying from his grip to autonomously slay foes in its wake. In a short span, all the snake-like dogs that charged at him were reduced to mere remnants of flesh and bones scattered across the ground. Amidst the relentless bombardment from the ground-shaking creatures, Lin Shu felt as though he had been transported to a war-torn era, the earth erupting in explosions, debris and shattered skeletons littering the battlefield. Lin Shu could scarcely contain his frustration, wishing aloud for the return of artillery support. He had reached his limit. The cacophony of the ground-shaking creature's energy blasts threatened to rupture his eardrums, and he longed for the beasts to experience the chaos of relentless bombardment. The horde surged like moths to a flame, each one succumbing to Lin Shu's colossal fists and crimson blade. How could a mere human be so difficult to kill? In the distance, the mutated, oversized, double-jawed beast, with its half-skull visage, possessed eyes the size of bowls that spun in contemplation. Roar! The double-jawed beast suddenly opened its massive mouth and bellowed. Lin Shu braced for another psychic assault, but after a moment of waiting, he felt no pressure in his head, leaving him perplexed. Due to spatial constraints, only 4 or 5 snake-like dogs could attack simultaneously, while the remaining beasts were forced to wait until the previous ones were slain before they could join the fray. Thus, the pressure Lin Shu faced in close combat was not overwhelming. With the double-jawed beast's roar, the horde unexpectedly shifted their tactics. The remaining snake-like dogs and ground-shaking beasts that had yet to engage received new orders, leaping forward in a frenzied charge toward Lin Shu, followed by a second and third wave, a relentless tide of beasts crashing upon him. How shameless! The beasts even possessed intelligence? Were they planning a human wave attack? Lin Shu's scalp tingled, and he expressed his disdain for the beasts in colorful language. As the words fell, a massive sphere formed around Lin Shu, encircled by the voracious beasts known as the Devourers. These creatures, with unrelenting ferocity, surged forward in waves. The innermost Devourers were tasked with relentlessly attacking Lin Shu, while those in the second circle and beyond flailed their tendrils, frantically siphoning off his life essence. Were this any other individual, they would have been rendered a mere husk under such an onslaught. Yet Lin Shu was no ordinary being. He possessed an abundance of life essence. How dare they disregard the rules of combat, bullying me with their sheer numbers? In the distance, atop a towering mountain, 5 figures stood beside a small vehicle. To be precise, for stood, while one was perched upon the back of a large dog. The descending platform near the lighthouse was imminent, and the person mentioned by Master Lai was surely among them. Bai Yuequi, cradling a cerulean tang knife, gazed into the horizon, her silver hair dancing in the gentle breeze. Softening her voice, "Boss, this marks the second individual we've been summoned to rescue in a year at Master Lai's behest. Last time, we fought fiercely against that group of mysterious individuals for that old man. It seems we cannot escape such fate again," sighed Xiaodou, seated atop the large dog. Her lips pursed in reluctance. The others, though silent, nodded in agreement, preferring to battle the Devourers rather than engage in the treacheries of humanity. "Woof woof," Xiaodou exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she affectionately patted the dog's head, yet her tone shifted abruptly as she huffed in indignation. "I can't believe that guy left you here on the ground, utterly heartless." Bai Yuequi turned her gaze towards the large black dog beneath Xiaodou, her stare unfocused and vacant. This dog allowed no one to touch it, save for Xiaodou, who rode comfortably atop its back. Xiaodou was responsible for the playful barks, while the dog howled in perfect harmony. "Do you think those Devourers were lured here by that group of mysterious individuals we encountered last time? I almost feel sorry for them. But finally, we can avoid a confrontation with them. How delightful." Xiaodou chuckled, glancing towards the distant location near the lighthouse, where hundreds of Devourers had gathered. "Hey, they deserve it. Though we know little of their affiliations, it seems they are ensuring that everyone who lands here is devoured by the Devourers, which feels connected to the lighthouse," Shanda remarked, slapping his palm with a crisp sound, relishing the misfortune of the Devourers. Suishing and Su Tong exchanged glances and exhaled in relief. Even after much time had passed, they remained in awe of the last mysterious group's tactics. Xiaodou's and Shanda's voices interrupted by Yuequi's thoughts, and as she returned to the present, a slight tremor passed through her nose, and a fleeting glint crossed her eyes. She swept her gaze over the Devourer horde, resolving against approaching them. Regardless of who was battling the beasts, her priority was to safely receive this batch of travelers. She trusted Master Lai's judgment, as he had profound insight into the lighthouse. "Let us go. We must fetch them." Bai Yuequi's voice remained as cold as ever, as if nothing in this world could stir her emotions. The others followed her onto the small vehicle, while Xiaodou was carried by the large dog. "Brave pup, fear not the challenges ahead. Charge forth." At her command, the dog sprinted with astonishing speed, almost matching the vehicle, filling Xiaodou with exhilaration. As they raced, the dog glanced back, observing the unfortunate souls who had been ensnared by the Devourer horde, now enveloped in a grotesque sphere. With a toothy grin, the dog laughed sinisterly. "Serves you right for deceiving me." Chapter 40. The cruel ground environment. The despairing travelers in this moment. Lin Shu teetered on the edge of fury, witnessing countless strands of pale blue mist seeping from his body, eagerly consumed by the Devourers as if they were drawing nicotine. To be drained was one thing, But these ghastly creatures displayed a ravenous delight, akin to gluttons relishing a feast. Lin Shu felt like a reluctant maiden, forced to endure this torment. He could no longer contain his rage. Fury surged within him, igniting his resolve. With a mere thought, his crimson blade soared into action, deftly cleaving through the nearest devourer before returning to his grasp. What insolence! You desire life essence? Very well, I shall oblige. Initially hesitant to expend the spiritual energy he had recently transformed and stored, Lin Shu recognized the futility of restraint. If he did not unleash a wide-scale attack, escape from the devourer's grasp would remain impossible. The longer he lingered, the more energy he would expend, and his stomach began to growl in protest. With this realization, Lin Shu ceased his hesitations, gripping the hilt of the Minghong blade with determination. Spiritual energy surged into the blade, awakening the blade's spirit with a piercing resonance. At that moment, as the lift platform carrying Ilong and the others descended halfway from the lighthouse, the remaining crew observed the dense throng of devourers below, their faces pale with terror. The adrenaline of the lighthouse's departure had waned, and fear enveloped them once more. Instructor Ilong, what shall we do? Are we to perish here without a fight? The female traveler trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably from fear. The others were no less affected, paralyzed by dread. The roars of the devourers echoed like death's whisper, urging them to hasten their descent. Ilong, a seasoned hunter, had faced countless perils and survived, demonstrating his formidable prowess. Yet even he could not suppress a gasp of dread upon witnessing the mass of devourers below, his expression grave. A bitter smile crept onto Ilong's face as he recalled his earlier vows to Mark, promising to venture forth in search of potential survivors on the ground. Yet in light of the current reality, those words felt like a cruel jest. To escape from the hundreds of devourers below was akin to pursuing a phantasm. Even if all forces from the lighthouse were deployed simultaneously, annihilation would be the only outcome. Alas, my old comrades, cease your struggles. Accept your fate, Ilong sighed deeply, his once fervent gaze dimming as he resigned himself to the inevitable. The lift descended slowly, the gates of hell swinging wide. 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. Just as despair gripped the travelers, an unexpected commotion arose among the devourers. Look, why are they fleeing? Thanks to the Lord of Light and Shadow, we are saved. The travelers erupted in cheers, fervently expressing their gratitude to the Lord. Ilong, however, remained grounded in skepticism, recognizing the fragility of their salvation. The sudden retreat of the devourers did not sit right with him. They would not withdraw without reason. With a thunderous boom, the platform touched down and the travelers disembarked. As they stepped onto solid ground, the lift began to ascend, the lighthouse swiftly disappearing from view. The emotional tumult among the travelers surged as they realized that from this moment onward, death would be an ever-present specter. From despair to hope, and now back to despair. Their fluctuating emotions emitted a potent aroma of life essence, drawing the devourers nearer. Roar! What we fear is now upon us. A serpent dog, known for its ferocity, unexpectedly turned back, catching everyone off guard. No, I do not wish to die. The female citizen suddenly broke down, stumbling in a frantic escape. Elon, observing with a cold gaze, refrained from intervening, understanding that the moment had come when the heart of the saint would accelerate his demise. The serpent dog, drawn irresistibly to the life essence of the female citizen, abandoned Elon and the others, swiftly pursuing her instead. No, don't come near me. I do not wish to die. The female citizen screamed in despair as she fled. You beast, I shall fight you. One of the male citizens, who had never before descended to the ground for a mission, disregarded Elon's warnings and charged toward the impending threat to the female citizen. 10 breaths later, only Elon and another engineer, Morin, remained alive. The others had been reduced to mere flesh and soil. The serpent dog suddenly turned its head, fixating malevolently on the two. Morin, you should escape. Live for today, if only for a moment. I am weary and wish to cease movement. Elon's hope shattered once more as he gazed despondently at the advancing serpent dog, devoid of any desire to survive. Morin did not flee. Instead, he approached and sat beside Elon, his murky eyes glancing at the beast. With a sorrowful smile, he remarked, I am too old to move, let it be. In unison, they turned to each other, shaking their heads in bitter resignation, fully prepared to meet their fate. The serpent dog, with a neck elongated like a demon's, lunged at the two elderly men with a grotesque grin. Just at that critical moment, a flash of azure light, swift as lightning, sliced through the serpent dog's neck, illuminating the eyes of Elon and Morin. "What is this?" Elon gasped in disbelief, staring at the vehicle and a large black dog that had just entered their line of sight. The engineer, Morin, trembled in astonishment. There were humans on the ground. The small vehicle sped toward them, veering sharply to halt just 10 meters away. The large black dog followed, accelerating to 100 kilometers in a mere second and stopping just as quickly, aptly embodying the phrase, steady as an old dog. Xiaodo had no time to explain to Elon. She shouted urgently, "Get in the car? If you wish to live, leave this place quickly." Elon's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Today was extraordinarily thrilling. Without hesitation, he dove into the vehicle, followed closely by the engineer Morin. "I knew the serpent dogs wouldn't retreat without reason. It was because of you. Truly remarkable. No wonder you can survive on the ground." Elon felt a wave of elation, eager to share this revelation with Mark. "The serpent dogs did not retreat because of us." Bai Yukuei did not look back, her voice icy as it left her lips. In his haste, Elon had not noticed Bai Yukuei until now, and upon hearing her voice, he turned to look. The sight made him gasp. The white-haired woman stood atop the serpent dog's shoulder. Bai Yukuei disregarded Elon entirely, her expression unchanging. "Buckle up, we are departing." The engine of the small vehicle roared to life, beginning its journey back along the original path. As Bai Yukuei and her companions were halfway through their return, a piercing eagle shriek suddenly echoed from afar, followed by a massive fan-shaped beam of red light streaking overhead. The terrifying force seemed to cleave the air itself. The group gasped in astonishment. "What a fierce laser attack!" Elon exclaimed. "It's a blade aura." Bai Yukuei's expression shifted, showing a rare flicker of emotion. Whether from the daunting attack or its originator remained uncertain. Chapter 41. Have you surface-dwelling humans begun cultivating immortality? Fasten your seatbelts. Xiao Ao, switch to manual mode. Bai Yukuei's tone was urgent as she alerted the others while simultaneously taking control of the vehicle. In the back seat, Suishing and Guiyan were startled by Bai Yukuei's actions, their eyes wide as they scrambled to fasten their seatbelts. Elon and Morin exchanged puzzled glances, questioning, "What is happening?" As Bai Yukuei completed the mode switch, Suishing and Guiyan finally secured their seatbelts and exhaled in relief. "Old man, I hope your health remains robust," Suishing remarked, glancing at Bai Yukuei as she pressed the accelerator. "Take care." With Suishing's final words, the vehicle's engine roared to life. In a flash, it surged toward the serpent dog. The immense acceleration slammed Elon against the passenger seat, nearly embedding him within it. He finally understood the peculiar actions of the two in the back. This was perilous. The vehicle swerved sharply, causing Elon to spin, and predictably, his face met the window with a startling collision, his eyes wide with terror. Xiaodo, riding on the back of the large dog, kept pace with the vehicle, casting a sympathetic glance toward Elon. From the despairing look in Elon's eyes, she discerned a few words. "My life is forfeit." Once upon a time, Xiaodo had also experienced the thrill of Bai Yukuei's driving. It was exhilarating. "Little girl, I can't take it anymore." Elon's lament echoed as he was swiftly left behind. Hearing the words "little girl," Bai Yukuei raised an eyebrow but chose to ignore Elon, her focus solely on racing toward Lin Shu, even though she herself did not know the intent. The group leaped over a small hill, finally spotting the horde of serpent dogs. There was no anticipated frenzy of attacks. As far as the eye could see, the black soil filled the extensive valley. White bones lay scattered like shattered remnants, forming small hills. Hundreds of serpent dogs lay lifeless. "It truly is him." Though distant, Bai Yukuei recognized Lin Shu instantly. Xiaodo gasped in delight upon seeing Lin Shu again, her excitement palpable, but soon concern took over as she urged the large dog to accelerate. "Goodness! Are the survivors on the surface this formidable?" Elon stared, eyes filled with dread, at the slender figure battling a colossal two-jawed beast. The battlefield was dominated by the formidable creature, leaving the wanderers feeling utterly powerless. "This is unbelievable. Have you surface-dwelling humans begun cultivating immortality?" Silence enveloped the vehicle as Suishing and the others' pupils dilated, gazing in shock at the mountain of serpent dog skeletons and the black soil flowing like a river. Could the boss accomplish this alone? They couldn't help but compare Bai Yukuei with Lin Shu. Just then, the earlier, spine-chilling eagle cry echoed again, sending shivers down their spines. A fire-red projectile, the size of a barrel, shot forth from the blade tip, effortlessly piercing through the two-jawed beast's body, soaring into the sky and scattering clouds for miles around. The terrifying mutated serpent dog, towering nearly 6 stories high, collapsed under the astonished gazes of the group, transforming into an enormous skeleton, with black soil pooling at its feet. Is this still human? Morin murmured in disbelief. This sentiment resonated with Suishing and the others. Could it become any more outrageous? The vehicle sped onward, with the group now just hundreds of meters from Lin Shu, confronted with the heavily armored two-jawed beast. Lin Shu resolutely expended vast amounts of energy for a concentrated attack, ultimately slaying the mutated serpent dog. However, his body was now exceedingly weak, in dire need of substantial energy replenishment. The body could no longer stand, and with a thud, he fell straight into the loamy earth, dark water splattering everywhere. This time it was worth it. Lin Shu struggled to force a grin, as the meridians of the Tai immortal scripture within him rapidly transformed vast amounts of life essence, earning him over 5,000 points, with the dual jaws beast alone contributing 500 points. Although he had previously expended substantial spiritual energy to unleash powerful attacks, the rewards were even greater, and the energy gained was sufficient for him to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, with the potential to challenge the 5th layer. With danger averted, an overwhelming fatigue surged from the depths of his being, and Lin Shu wrestled with the decision of whether to consume a significant amount of life essence to replenish his stamina. Just then, the sound of a vehicle speeding towards him echoed from behind. Startled, Lin Shu quickly turned his head, locking eyes with Bai Yuekue, who had just arrived in a small AOU car. In that fleeting moment, Bai Yuekue's gaze flickered intensely before she swiftly suppressed it. TSK. This woman remains as cool and composed as ever. Quite impressive. Lin Shu managed a bitter smile. His eyelids had begun to droop, and the weariness from within was nearly overwhelming. Upon seeing Bai Yuekue, he felt a sense of safety and thus abandoned the idea of using life essence to restore his energy. Just as Lin Shu's eyes were about to close, he caught a glimpse of the black monarch beneath Xiado. That old dog. He actually came down to the ground. Wasn't he reluctant to serve as a mount? Before Lin Shu could voice his thoughts, his eyes fully shut, and his breathing became steady. Lin Shu, what is wrong with you? Xiado leaped off the black monarch and rushed towards Lin Shu, who lay in the center of the loamy earth. Lin Shu. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ai Long was stunned to see the man lying in the pool of dark water, his words tangled in shock. He never expected this formidable figure to be Lin Shu. Bai Yuekue remained in the driver's seat, her eyes fixed on Lin Shu without blinking, until Xiado reassured her that Lin Shu was merely asleep and uninjured, at which point she quietly exhaled in relief. We cannot linger here. We must take him back to the base. Bai Yuekue regained her usual calm demeanor and ordered her companions to leave. Yet, her gaze lingered in the rearview mirror, watching Lin Shu in the distance. Xiado, feeling a chill at the sight of the scattered loamy earth, dared not delay, swiftly lifting Lin Shu onto the back of the black monarch and racing towards the base. The following afternoon, Lin Shu awakened amidst a cacophony. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a modest room, an apartment furnished with simplicity yet radiating warmth. Unmistakably a young girl's quarters. Lin Shu was momentarily dazed, unsure of his whereabouts. Is anyone there? Struggling to sit up, Lin Shu tentatively called out. Though he was awake, a lingering sense of weakness assaulted his mind, leaving him in a haze. Wow, that person is awake. Xiado. He is awake. Chapter 42. Who says homebrewed rice wine can't get you drunk? Xiado? Lin Shu's mind momentarily spun, struggling to comprehend. Lin Shu, you finally woke up. Had I not known you were uninjured, I would have thought you were in a vegetative state. You really can sleep. Xiado beamed as she rushed into the room, stopping beside Lin Shu, examining his condition. Only then did Lin Shu recall seeing Bai Yuekue and Xiado, along with the Black Monarch, before falling asleep. He patted his heavy head and looked at Xiado with curiosity. How long have I been asleep? Where's this? This is naturally our surface survivor's base. And this room is my abode. You really can sleep. It's already the afternoon of the second day, nearly a day and a night. Xiado placed her hands behind her back, smiling brightly at Lin Shu, her expression full of joy. Outside the door, a gaggle of children peered in. Curious about Lin Shu, their faces alight with laughter as they whispered and played among themselves. Lin Shu glanced toward the door and smiled at the group of children. Gurgle. Just then, his stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. Hee, are you hungry? Xiaodou covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons, utterly charming. Lin Shu's gaze wandered over Xiaodou. Their last meeting had been too rushed for him to fully appreciate her. Now up close, her innocent yet alluring appearance stirred something within him. The girl seemed as if she had stepped out of an anime, flawless. Her skin was as delicate as jade, her figure well-proportioned, and the way her bosom was partially concealed was strikingly beautiful. Dressed in a pleated skirt, her long, slender legs were exposed, making Lin Shu swallow hard. Lin Shu, feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled shyly. Yes, I'm quite hungry. I really want to eat you. I really want to eat. Xiaodou paused for a moment, then blushed furiously, avoiding Lin Shu's gaze. Just wait, I'll go get you some food right away. With that, she hurriedly turned to exit, not daring to linger in the room, embarrassed and flustered by Lin Shu's intense stare. However, just as she stepped outside, Lin Shu called out urgently, Xiaodou, make sure to bring plenty. I might eat a lot. Got it. How much can you eat by yourself? Don't worry. An hour later, Xiaodou's room was surrounded by a throng of people from the base. Xiaodou, is that guy inside even human? Or is he some kind of devouring beast you found? Goodness, he can eat way too much. Exactly. He has already consumed the equivalent of 30 people's meals in just one day, and he is still not full? The crowd outside buzzed with chatter, having never witnessed such an insatiable appetite. Just then, a loud voice came from behind them. Everyone step aside. Be careful not to burn yourselves. This is freshly roasted lamb. Men, women, and children quickly parted to make way, their eyes following the movement of the roasted lamb. Isn't this the 7th lamb? This is outrageous. Just one lamb leg could keep me full for a day. A robust middle-aged man stared, slack-jawed, at the roasted lamb, his voice trembling. Good heavens! Has this fellow been starved for too long on the surface, and now he has come to replenish his stock? Before long, another roasted pig was brought into the room. Fortunately, Bai Yuekue had declared that no matter how much Lin Shu ate, the base would provide for him. Otherwise, given Lin Shu's voracious appetite, there would have been murmurs of discontent, as it was clearly a recipe for draining the base's resources. An hour elapsed. Burp. I'm so full. It was absolutely delicious. This roasted lamb, roasted pig, and yellow braised chicken. Now this is what I call a meal, Lin Shu exclaimed, tossing aside the remaining half of his bread, no longer interested in it. At that moment, Xiaodou stood beside him, utterly stunned. Lin Shu, you even brought your own provisions? Haha, you really can eat. Xiaodou's mouth twitched as she gazed at Lin Shu with wide, sparkling eyes, unable to resist giving him a thumbs up. This was the first time in her life she had seen someone eat so much, without exception. Traveling the world. One must always carry some food. I not only have bread, but I also made some flatbreads. Would you like to try? I even brewed some wine, though for now, only the rice wine is drinkable. Would you like to sample some? As he spoke of his stockpile, Lin Shu's interest peaked. It was something he and the Black Monarch had spent several days preparing. Flatbreads? I think I'll pass. Rice wine. I'd love to try that. We have limited food supplies in our base and can't afford to waste any on brewing wine when searching for survival resources outside. Drinks like these are not a priority, let alone rice wine. Xiaodou gazed longingly at Lin Shu, unconsciously licking her lips, truly craving the taste. The prospect of someone sampling her brewed wine ignited Lin Shu's enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, a large ceramic jar appeared in the room, and as the lid was lifted, the entire space was suffused with the sweet aroma of wine. Wow, so much. Xiaodou's eyes sparkled instantaneously. Can I have a taste too? I've heard from my elders that rice wine is sweet and delicious. Curious onlookers outside, drawn by the enticing scent, rushed in, clamoring for a cup to sample. Seeing the dozen or so guests before him, Lin Shu burst into hearty laughter, relishing the moment and eager to share his joy with everyone. Brother, your rice wine isn't too potent, is it? We have matters to attend to later, so we can't be delayed. At this, Lin Shu pounded his chest confidently, assuring his friends, rest assured, this is homemade. The alcohol content is absolutely low. I guarantee you won't get drunk. Seeing Lin Shu's earnestness, the crowd felt no need to press further, especially since they had insisted on tasting it themselves. What followed was a heartwarming scene where everyone took turns serving each other, and amidst laughter, the jar of rice wine was soon nearly empty. Noticing this, Lin Shu realized he couldn't let the excitement wane at such a joyful moment. With a clatter, he brought out 2 more large jars of rice wine, lifting the atmosphere back to a peak of revelry. At this moment, Xiaodou, indulging in her greed, blushed like a peach blossom, her flirtatious gaze fixed on Lin Shu, grinning foolishly. This sight startled Lin Shu, who quickly set down the rice wine and surveyed the room. To his astonishment, the dozen or so guests were clearly intoxicated, with flushed faces, swaying bodies, and laughter, continuously scooping the wine into their mouths. Lin Shu was taken aback. He could not discern whether he had underestimated the potency of the rice wine or overestimated his friend's capacity for alcohol. He hurriedly began to caution them. However, the crowd insisted. "We're not drunk." If Lin Shu pressed too hard, they accused him of being stingy, unwilling to share a good thing. Realizing he could no longer dissuade them, Lin Shu, with a gloomy expression, chose to retreat quickly, fearful that Bai Kuei, this fierce woman, might discover his misdeeds and hold him accountable. Half an hour later, Lin Shu wandered the streets of the base, feeling both anxious and curious about its scale and layout. Just as he was engrossed in observation, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed behind him, accompanied by Bai Kuei's signature cold tone. "Lin Shu, why are you wandering alone? Where's Xiaodou? Damn it, just what I feared." Lin Shu shrank his neck and muttered under his breath. He dreaded the piercing gaze of Bai Kuei, which felt as if the entire world owed her a debt. Chapter 43. To distance him or to possess him. Summoning his courage, Lin Shu turned around, forcing a smile as he faced Bai Kuei. She held a blue-green tang knife, her expression as frigid as ever, clad in a gray mink robe and black leather shorts that revealed her smooth, curvaceous thighs, striking a balance between intellect and boldness. "Why do you always wear the same outfit? Is this all you have left?" Lin Shu muttered to himself, barely audible. "What did you say?" Bai Kuei glared at him, her phoenix eyes brimming with anger. In an instant, Lin Shu felt as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze upon him, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. "Oh no, I was careless. I forgot she might also be a cultivator. Her hearing certainly exceeds that of ordinary people." Lin Shu cursed himself internally, but on the outside, he forced a smile and feigned innocence, asking, "What? Kuei, did you hear something?" "I didn't say anything. Perhaps it was a passerby." After saying this, he pretended to scan the surroundings, attempting to muddy the waters. Bai Kuei narrowed her eyes, realizing she had underestimated Lin Shu's shamelessness. In a cold voice, she said, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Let me ask you again. Where's Xiaodou? Why is she letting you roam around the base alone?" Hearing Bai Kuei's tone, reminiscent of a ruthless taskmaster, Lin Shu felt a surge of anger. "I'm not your subordinate. What are you putting on airs for?" "I don't know. Maybe she's busy and doesn't have time for me." Lin Shu's frustration boiled over, and he glared at Bai Kuei, shouting, "If I'm not welcome, then I'll leave. I don't have to stay at your base. The world is vast, and I have my own places to go. Farewell." With that, he turned away without a backward glance and swiftly chose a direction to leave. Bai Kuei was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shu's sudden change in attitude. It had been a long time since someone had yelled at her. Previously, there had been others, but they had long since turned to dust, their graves overgrown with grass, all sent away by her own hand, using the tang knife she held. Onlookers on the street regarded Lin Shu with sympathy. No one dared to shout at Bai Kuei in the entire base, and Lin Shu was the first. They could already foresee his fate would be quite grim. Lin Shu, in a fit of anger, chose to ignore the curious gazes of the crowd. A quarter of an hour later, he was forced to retrace his steps because the base was underground and the direction he had taken was not the exit. As he passed his original position, Bai Kuei remained standing there, motionless, her expression complex as she gazed at Lin Shu. Feeling awkward, Lin Shu ignored her and walked past, this time choosing a different direction. Despite the time that had passed, Bai Kuei had yet to make a move, leaving the onlookers astonished. Her demeanor was entirely unlike her usual self. Just as Lin Shu was 10 meters away, Bai Kuei sighed softly. "Lin Shu, you misunderstand me. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking." As her words fell, Bai Kuei turned to look at Lin Shu's retreating figure, her voice unusually urgent, as if she were defending herself. Lin Shu paused, noticing the change in her tone, and couldn't help but chuckle internally. "Gotcha? I knew I could get to you. If you had said so earlier, there was no need to be so cold. Don't think just because you've lived long, you can." The moment Lin Shu uttered these words, he regretted them. Bai Kuei's secret was known only to a select few in the base. and no one else could possibly know it, least of all him. Let's find a quiet place to talk, Bai Yukuei suggested, her eyes flashing with an unreadable glimmer, indicating her intent to converse with Lin Shu. Once they left the street, the surrounding onlookers erupted in speculation. That man can't possibly be Bai Yukuei's lover, can he? Given the circumstances, she hasn't made a move against him? Oh, it's quite possible. I heard that man was brought back by Bai Yukuei, and the kitchen has been instructed to cater to his every need. TSK, when did these two become an item? This is big news. As the rumors spread and grew more absurd, by the time Bai Yukuei heard the tales days later, she nearly lost her composure. The narrative had escalated to her being pregnant with Lin Shu's child, with the implication that she couldn't retaliate or scold him, as he was the biological father of her child. Inside the underground space, in an abandoned warehouse, Bai Yukuei stood at the door, her expression grave as she scrutinized Lin Shu. Lin Shu, you seem to know me well. You know my name and are aware of the secret that I have lived for so long. Who exactly are you? The warehouse door was tightly shut, leaving just the two of them in the vast space. Lin Shu did not answer, instead leisurely examining the layout of the warehouse, which appeared to be a place Bai Yukuei frequented. There were video game consoles, sofas, motorcycles, mechanical equipment, scattered books on cosmic science, and a board plastered with clues about the evolution of the entire mana ecosystem. Lin Shu walked towards the board, lost in thought about the enigmatic appearance of mana's ecology. Although he had been watching various streamers on Blue Star, the cacophony of opinions left him more bewildered than enlightened, as most were riddled with inaccuracies and forced connections. Noticing Lin Shu's prolonged silence, Bai Yukuei's voice turned icy once again. Lin Shu, my patience is not an invitation for you to overstep your bounds. If you continue this way, do not blame me. Before Bai Yukuei could finish, Lin Shu retorted sharply, yet he did not turn to face her. His gaze still fixed on the information before him. What? Are you going to make a move? Setting aside whether you could defeat me, are you not concerned about the repercussions of overexerting yourself and accelerating cellular decay? Bai Yukuei was taken aback, drawing her Tang Dao with a metallic clang, the blade pointing directly at Lin Shu. The atmosphere grew tense once more. What do you know? How do you possess such an understanding of me? Bai Yukuei's pupils dilated, her voice trembling, her expression fluctuating wildly. Lin Shu's mystery filled her with fear and panic. TCH, put away your Tang Dao. While your strength may intimidate others, it holds no sway over me. Lin Shu turned to face Bai Yukuei with a mocking tone. Bai Yukuei found herself momentarily speechless, her fury directed at Lin Shu. It was a dilemma, to fight or not to fight, as she had instigated the tension. Relinquishing her weapon would surely be a loss of face, leaving her in a quandary. Despite having witnessed Lin Shu's formidable strength, she felt confident in her ability to subdue him, yet, as he pointed out, the cost would be too great to justify. Moreover, during the period Lin Shu was in slumber at the base, she had sought out Master Lai, requesting insights into Lin Shu's behavior and intentions. However, Master Lai had refused, offering only a single piece of advice: stay away from him or possess him. Chapter 44. Indeed, I too am a survivor from the old world. The vast warehouse fell into an eerie silence, every sound amplified in the stillness as the atmosphere remained tense. Bai Yukuei, gripping her Tang Dao, wore a grim expression that belied her advanced age of over 80. She was still, after all, a woman. Women, when angered, often disregard right or wrong, focusing solely on attitude. Lin Shu could only acquiesce, as he had already designated Bai Yukuei as his primary partner. Thus, conceding to her was not weakness. It was love. All right, if you sheath your blade, you may ask whatever you wish. For anything I know, I shall answer without reservation. Lin Shu spread his palms in a gesture of surrender, attempting to appear less imposing. Indeed, a woman's ire could often be soothed with flattery. Humph, I shall let you off this time, but should you behave so unreasonably again, do not expect my mercy. Bai Yukuei seized the opportunity to retract her Tang Dao, striving to maintain an air of authority. Yet, once the words escaped her lips, the tone shifted. It came across as soft and lacking conviction, almost like a playful pout. Lin Shu fought to suppress his laughter, reflecting on all the sorrows he had faced in his life. Yet, inexplicably, a smile threatened to break free. Only when he met Bai Yukuei's fiery gaze did he manage to stifle the grin that was about to form. Ahem, let us address the matter at hand. He coughed lightly to dispel the awkwardness, then continued earnestly. Bai Yukuei glared at Lin Shu, striding towards the information board. I wish to know who you truly are and why you possess such intimate knowledge of me. Her expression was grave, revealing her desire for the truth. Lin Shu pondered, pacing before her, and at a moment of resolve, he halted, raising his gaze to meet hers, his voice low. Since you have inquired, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. If it were anyone else asking, I would never divulge the secret. In fact, Bai Kuei's eyes widened in anticipation, her breath quickening in tandem with Lin Shu's words, almost suffocating her with suspense. I too am a survivor from the old world. With Lin Shu's declaration, Bai Kuei's mind momentarily blanked, and she gasped in disbelief. What? You are also a survivor? You have injected 2 types of serums? She covered her astonished mouth with her hand, disbelief evident in her gaze. Lin Shu could not possibly reveal his identity as a traveler from another realm. No matter how fond he was of Bai Kuei, he could not place himself in jeopardy. Theoretically invincible in this world, he still feared the unforeseen. His earlier hesitance stemmed from crafting a plausible backstory, fortunate that he had already familiarized himself with the legend of Yu Kuei before his arrival, allowing him to construct a character narrative. Lin Shu nodded earnestly, his gaze sincere. Yes, just as you suspect. No need for doubt. My heavens. I thought I was the only one. Bai Kuei's face lit up with joy, her cold demeanor melting away, revealing the essence of a true girl as she eagerly peppered Lin Shu with questions. Lin Shu smiled in silence, wary of revealing too much, knowing that the more he spoke, the more likely he was to expose inconsistencies. Half an hour later, Lin Shu, sweating profusely, fled the warehouse. Unable to withstand the barrage of Bai Kuei's inquiries, he realized that a single lie necessitated countless others to maintain. Regret began to creep in. He hastily concocted an excuse, claiming he needed to relieve himself, thus momentarily escaping her relentless questioning. Lin Shu had never seen Bai Kuei so vivacious. She radiated with a newfound energy, as if she had come alive. Perhaps her prolonged solitude had led to this transformation. At over 80 years of age, she felt out of place among her youthful companions. In that moment, Lin Shu felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Kuei. After all, she remained a naive and innocent girl at heart, having lost her mother in childhood, her father in youth, and her beloved brother at the same time. Her revered mentor had vanished due to her impulsive nature. Circumstances had forced her to don a heavy armor, abandoning her scientific pursuits to wield the cold Tang Dao, transforming from a brilliant neuroscientist into a decisive and ruthless young woman. She had become a leader among the survivors in this apocalyptic world, enduring numerous challenges with her fragile form, offering hope to those who remained. Standing outside the warehouse, Lin Shu gazed vacantly at the expansive subterranean base. Moments later, his eyes wandered aimlessly until they were drawn to the colossal skeletal remains of a king-level devourer, surrounded by the familiar blue crystals. Suddenly, Bai Kuei's voice broke through his reverie, causing him to shiver involuntarily. She glanced at Lin Shu with a faint smile, rarely seen. Finished with your restroom break? That was quite swift. She then glanced pointedly at his lower half. Lin Shu chuckled awkwardly. I assure you, I am quick when needed, but slow when it is not. Bai Kuei paused. Then her expression shifted to one of indignation as she glared at him. With a shy glint in her eye, Lin Shu found himself momentarily entranced. You had better behave yourself, or I won't hesitate to use my Tang Dao to slice you. At her words, Lin Shu shuddered, inwardly cursing. Could it be that at her age, she had lost her youthful impulses? Such thoughts he dared not voice, knowing full well the consequences if Bai Kuei were to discover them. Ahem, what were you saying earlier? Lin Shu coughed to redirect the conversation. That enormous skeleton is indeed left behind by a king-level devourer. Lin Shu surveyed the skeletal remains, his heart racing as he silently calculated its height. It must be over 30 meters tall. In its prime, it could have reached 40 or even 56 meters. How terrifying. How did it meet its demise? Could it have been slain by humans? Lin Shu gasped at Bai Kuei's response. Such a colossal devouring beast was nothing short of a nightmare, leaving him to ponder how the humans of the old world managed to defeat it. Bai Kuei stepped on the stairs before her, leaning casually against her alabaster thigh with a sardonic smile. Humans? Absolutely impossible. Lin Shu frequently glanced at Bai Kuei, though his attention lingered more on her exquisite legs. What in the old world could have posed a threat to a king-level devouring beast? Perhaps a nuclear bomb? Bai Kuei dismissed her own suggestion, leaving Lin Shu perplexed. Had humans begun to cultivate immortality back then? Taking a deep breath, Bai Yukui fixed her gaze on the massive remains of the king-level devouring beast, her expression grave. In just a few words, she conveyed the weight of 1,000 thoughts. The king-level devouring beast possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, with formidable combat strength and defense. Suddenly, Bai Yukui turned sharply to Lin Shu, her eyes ablaze with intensity. There exists an even higher tier among the king-level devouring beasts. Just imagine the actions of a devouring beast with its own thoughts. The wind wailed through the breach in the isolation layer above the base, whispering into the underground space. The setting sun leaned against the glass, bestowing its final warmth and light upon the passers-by. As the sun dipped lower, humans within the base toiled fervently. The sounds of heavy objects colliding and adults shouting mingling with the laughter of children. Yet, at that moment, Lin Shu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his ears nearly deafened by his own audacious speculation. What would a king-level devouring beast, endowed with exceptional intelligence, do? They would instinctively vie for resources. And those resources are the essence of life. Humans, they would kill their own kind for sustenance. This enormous skeleton before him was undoubtedly the remains of a fierce battle. What if there were insufficient life essence? If the current human population could not meet their demands? The situation would become even more dire. They would. Lin Shu's gaze shifted to Bai Yukui, his pupils dilating in alarm, revealing his inner turmoil. Indeed, captivity. Bai Yukui stated coolly, articulating Lin Shu's innermost thoughts. Lin Shu swallowed hard, having previously speculated as much, but lacking any evidence to support such a conclusion. His conversation with Bai Yukui indirectly confirmed the likelihood of this scenario. He was on the right track, though he still lacked concrete proof. Bai Yukui exhaled deeply, turning to rest her arms on the railing at the edge of the steps, her bust rising passively, her gaze calm as she regarded Lin Shu. We have been searching for relevant evidence, yet in this area, aside from the lighthouse, no other survivors have been found. No, it is not accurate to say that. We encountered a mysterious human faction long ago. They possessed terrifying abilities unlocked through potions, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. As she spoke of these enigmatic figures, Bai Yukui's expression turned particularly grave, revealing her apprehension regarding them. Lin Shu's mind raced as he realized that these mysterious individuals were likely the 7 he had dispatched the previous day. Long ago? Have you not encountered them since? Lin Shu inquired, puzzled. Bai Yukui shook her head, stating that they had remained near the lighthouse, but that faction had not reappeared, and over time, they had almost forgotten. It was only during their recent mission to retrieve a group of travelers that they recalled the matter, yet those individuals had never shown themselves again. Lin Shu cast a peculiar glance at Bai Yukui, thinking that the troublesome lot had already been dealt with by him. And it would indeed be strange if they resurfaced. As he contemplated this, he intended to recount the fate of that mysterious group, but was abruptly interrupted by a burly man rushing in. Yukui, you need to check on Xiado and the others. Bai Yukui frowned, looking at the panting man, and replied coolly, please, take your time and explain. The man gasped for breath, exclaiming that several of their group had inexplicably fallen unconscious in a room, despite the base's alcohol being tightly controlled in the warehouse, with no one coming to claim it. Lin Shu, momentarily taken aback, had nearly forgotten about the incident until the man mentioned it. Upon hearing Lin Shu's voice, Bai Yukui turned her head, her eyes narrowing with a hint of anger. Was it your doing? Lin Shu, with a pained expression, quickly defended himself. Yukui, that is unjust. As night fell, Lin Shu, Bai Yukui, Xiado, and others gathered around a hot pot. Xiado, are you feeling all right? Lin Shu asked anxiously, observing the lingering flush on Xiaodo's cheeks. Upon hearing her name, Xiado sprang up, standing on her chair and shouting, of course, I'm fine. My drinking capacity is excellent. If you don't believe me, ask them. Xiaodo's glassy eyes scanned the room, desperate for validation, insisting that Sui Xing vouch for her. Sui Xing reached out to pull Xiado back down, but she remained rigid and unwilling to sit. Sui Xing had no choice but to invoke Bai Yukui's authority to intimidate Xiado. All right, Xiado, stop messing around and sit down. The boss will get angry. If the boss gets angry, she'll delete all your game records. Surprisingly, this tactic proved effective. Xiado shivered at the mention of the boss and obediently sat down. Shanda and Su Tong burst into laughter at the scene. Seizing the moment of camaraderie, Lin Shu stole a glance at Bai Yukui, relieved to see her no longer wearing a stern expression. He had been anxious that she might linger on the earlier incident. for the icy beauty could be quite fearsome when she was serious. All right, the pot is boiling. Let us eat. Lin Shu, eager to indulge, urged the group, feeling famished. It had been ages since he had savored hot pot. He was genuinely surprised to find such a delight in this desolate world. With Lin Shu's encouragement, everyone began selecting their preferred ingredients for the pot. Naturally, Lin Shu paid no attention to the vegetables. His cravings focused solely on the various meats. In his excitement, he nearly forgot to ask why their base was not afraid of devouring beast attacks, as relying solely on the return-to-origin technique seemed inadequate. With so many animals around, did they also practice the return-to-origin technique? Before anyone could respond, Xiaodou slammed her chopsticks down on the table, grinning widely, and slurred, "You silly. Naturally, we rely on source crystals. Those blue crystals can disrupt the signals of life essence, shielding us from the probing of devouring beasts. They are quite rare, but we have them." Lin Shu paused with his chopsticks, realizing that this was what the source crystals were called. They can also be used for cultivation? Lin Shu fixed his gaze on Xiaodou. Just as she was about to elaborate, Bai Yukuei interrupted, turning her attention to Lin Shu with a raised eyebrow. "How do you know about the return-to-origin technique?" Lin Shu's heart sank, feeling a wave of distress. Bai Yukuei was too perceptive. It seemed she did not fully believe him to be a survivor from the old world, making her difficult to handle. He chuckled nervously. "I heard it from Xiaodou. She mentioned it in passing during our conversation." Bai Yukuei shot another cold glance at Xiaodou, asking Xiaodou, "Did you say that?" Still intoxicated, Xiaodou's mind was hazy. Did I say that? I suppose I did." The group, including Suishing, was rendered speechless. Bai Yuhui, observing the situation, refrained from confronting Lin Shu and instead instructed Suishing to keep a close eye on Xiaodou, forbidding her from sneaking any more drinks. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Shu decided to lighten the mood. What fun is there in just eating hot pot? A splendid meal deserves exquisite wine. I have personally brewed a considerable amount of wine. Please, indulge yourselves. With a flourish, he pretended to rummage through his bag, but in reality, he retrieved a large, vividly colored bottle of fruit wine from his spatial storage. This time, he was wise enough not to pull out the entire ceramic jar, which would have been too conspicuous. Bai Yuhui shot a frosty glare at Lin Shu. "I just told you not to let Xiaodou drink recklessly, and now you bring out alcohol? Are you slapping my face?" Lin Shu quickly smiled and replied, "Yuhui, I certainly meant no offense. This is fruit wine, not fully fermented yet. Far inferior to the rice wine Xiaodou enjoys. It's more like a beverage, quite delightful. Do give it a taste." Yuhui, Suishing, and the others perked up, glancing back and forth between Lin Shu and Bai Yuhui, convinced there was some intrigue between the two. Bai Yuhui, genuinely irritated by Lin Shu's shamelessness, spoke with a hint of annoyance. "Fine, I'll taste it, but don't repulse me. We're not that familiar yet." Lin Shu chuckled without responding, pouring a glass for everyone. "Taste." Suishing and the others turned to Bai Yuhui. Without her approval, they dared not act. Reluctantly, Bai Yuhui lifted her glass and took a small sip, her eyes instantly brightening. "Delicious." Suishing and the others hurriedly finished their glasses. "Wow, this is amazing. It's been ages since I tasted such delightful fruit wine. Lin Shu, your skills are impressive." They praised him in a chorus, which delighted Lin Shu immensely as he quickly filled their glasses again, pouring one for himself as well. Before long, the room was once more filled with laughter and lively conversation, the atmosphere vibrant and warm. During this time, Bai Yuhui introduced Suishing and the others to Lin Shu. Although the fruit wine was not yet fully brewed, the alcohol content was already present. An hour later, they were all a bit tipsy, having not noticed that the jug was still mostly full, thanks to Lin Shu discreetly refilling their drinks. "Yuhui, by the way, I've been here for a day. Yet I haven't seen Lai." Before Lin Shu could finish, Bai Yuhui suddenly snapped back to reality, glaring at him. "What did you say about Lai?" Bai Yuhui's abrupt shift startled Lin Shu, and he realized he was a bit tipsy, nearly revealing too much. Cursing himself inwardly, he blurted out, "Where's my mangy dog?" Just as he spoke, Lin Shu's head thudded heavily onto the table as he fell asleep, snoring. To avoid Bai Yuhui's scrutiny, he had no choice but to feign drunkenness. Bai Yuhui squinted at Lin Shu, her eyes flickering as if she were contemplating something. Chapter 46. A love-hate relationship between a man and his dog the next morning. As dawn broke, it marked the third day since Lin Shu had left the lighthouse. People in the base were already up and about, diligently engaged in their respective tasks, mining, weapon crafting, and training, each immersed in their own routines. Xiaodou, where's Lin Shu? Where did he sleep last night? Bai Yuehui had just risen and stretched, catching sight of Xiaodou approaching, prompting her to inquire about Lin Shu's whereabouts. Oh, the boss is wearing a short skirt today. How beautiful. The boss has such a fantastic figure. Those long, fair legs, and that ample bosom. I wonder which man will be lucky in the future. Xiaodou exclaimed, drawing considerable attention as she marveled at Bai Yuehui's appearance. Bai Yuehui was taken aback by Xiaodou's sudden outburst, her face flushing with embarrassment as she shot an angry glare at Xiaodou. You fool, are you looking for a beating? I'm asking you something serious. And you're rambling about nonsense. Xiaodou stuck her tongue out playfully, responding casually. Lin Shu got up early. I ran into him this morning. He mentioned he was looking for his big dog and has already left the base. He went outside the base to look for his dog? Isn't that dog playing in the back mountain with Xiaobai? The back mountain? Bai Yuehui's expression shifted slightly, a nagging feeling suggesting that Lin Shu had indeed left. Damn it. Lin Shu, why would you leave the base? I'm busy here. We need to go back right now. Heckler was barking angrily at Lin Shu's leg, trying to drag him back to the base, but despite its efforts, Lin Shu remained unmoved. Lin Shu looked at the oddly behaving Heckler. Old dog, what is wrong with you? What is so enticing in the base that you're so reluctant to leave? Also, as my system, how could you let Xiaodou ride you? I haven't even asked you about that. Are you planning to unbind and choose a new host? The more Lin Shu spoke, the more he felt he was onto something, casting a shrewd glance at Heckler. You wish. I'm bound to you for life. You're stuck with me. Hearing Heckler's words, Lin Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He patted Heckler's head, sighing, old dog. It's not that I don't want to go back, but if I stay a few more days, I fear I'll be subjected to severe interrogation. You have no idea. Bai Yuehui is incredibly sensitive. I can hardly say a word to her without risking exposure. Lin Shu hadn't finished sighing when Heckler let out a long sigh, gazing longingly back towards the base. Let us go. When you're stronger, we'll storm back and reclaim what belongs to us. Lin Shu, inspired by Heckler's enthusiasm, shouted, You're right. One day, we will take back what we have lost. As the sun rose higher, the silhouettes of the man and his dog stretched long into the distance. They raced towards the hill previously filled with fruit trees, Lin Shu's voice floating back, filled with curiosity. Old dog, what exactly have we lost? You haven't lost anything, but I have something left behind that you need to help me retrieve. 2 hours later, Lin Shu and Heckler finally reached the hilltop. The 50 acres of land that Heckler had painstakingly cultivated lay before them. Old dog, I want to eat meat. I can't keep eating flatbreads and porridge every day. I'm practically starving. Why do Bai Yuehui and the others get to live so lavishly while we suffer? Lin Shu stood atop the hill, surveying his territory, growing increasingly frustrated. Heckler stood beside him, also surveying the land he had tended. What do you plan to do? Lin Shu turned to the shorter Heckler, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The people in the base refer to the blue crystal or as source crystals. It's a remarkable resource. They convert it into liquid for training their mental prowess, but it has another function that will astound you. Lin Shu's tantalizing words completely captivated Heckler's attention, its eyes widening with anticipation for what Lin Shu would reveal next. Oh, what is it? Source crystals can actually shield against the perception of the devouring beasts. No wonder the ancients said that for every poison, there is an antidote within 7 steps. It truly holds. Once we acquire a substantial amount of source crystals, we can envelop the entire hill, and at that time, we can engage in extensive farming. I want all kinds of delicacies. We are destined to become the largest cultivators in this wasteland. Imagining the future, Lin Shu's excitement escalated, yearning to bring these dreams to fruition at that very moment. However, after his lengthy monologue, Heckler stood there, utterly clueless, staring at him as if he were a fool. Old dog, why aren't you excited? The shielding capability of the source crystal is truly extraordinary. The Black Emperor opened its mouth, appearing hesitant to speak. Lin Shu, feeling a surge of anger, was frustrated that this foolish dog showed no response after his lengthy excitement. Speak up if you have something to say. The Black Emperor gazed at Lin Shu with its innocent, bulging eyes, confused. The so-called extraordinary ability you mentioned refers to shielding? Isn't this merely a matter that can be resolved with a high-level illusion formation? Is there really a need for such excitement? What? An illusion formation? One that can obscure the perception of the devouring beast? Lin Shu's composure began to falter, He had expended considerable effort to resolve the perception of the devouring beast, and now the Black Emperor was dismissing it as trivial. In the realm of high martial arts, a high-level illusion formation is more than capable of concealing the perception of a transcendent being in the ascension phase. A mere devouring beast is at most a low-tier spirit beast. Perhaps a king level 1 might be somewhat formidable, but it pales in comparison. Do you understand now? Lin Shu numbly nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Old dog, why didn't you say this earlier? You didn't ask. Lin Shu covered his face in exasperation, completely at a loss against the naive innocence of the Black Emperor. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu struggled to maintain his calm, fearing he might strangle this foolish dog system in frustration. So, can I exchange for the high-level illusion formation you mentioned now? This question was nearly forced out through clenched teeth, and despite his outward calm, he felt like he might explode. No, I cannot endure this. Old dog, I want you dead right now. It fled. He chased. It struggled to escape. Oh, Lin Shu, you bastard, don't poke the swallows. Damn it. I refuse to cultivate any longer. Today, it's either me or the system. Half an hour later, a man and a dog lay on a hillside, basking in the sunlight. The Black Emperor, rubbing its rear in discontent, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shu, murmuring something incomprehensible. Lin Shu, sitting nearby, washed his fists with water, occasionally lifting them to his nose to sniff, grimacing repeatedly. I say, old dog, when will you learn not to speak while panting? Can't you just say in one breath that I must break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement before you can attack the heavenly Taoist firewall? Is that really so hard? Oh my, what is that smell? Did you eat something foul yesterday? At that moment, Lin Shu truly wished to chop off his own fist. It was dirty and no longer usable. After a moment, Lin Shu regained his composure. Old dog, I'm going to cultivate now. You take some time to plant other fruits, like durians, jackfruits, wax apples, and so forth. Oh, and don't forget the ginseng fruit. That one tastes quite delightful. Having issued his orders, Lin Shu turned and ascended to the highest peak of the mountain, ignoring the still crouching Black Emperor, intent on pushing himself to break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Once successful, the Black Emperor would be able to attempt breaching the heavenly Taoist firewall, seizing numerous valuable items. Besides the high-level illusion formation and a grand vehicle, there were many advanced technologies belonging to this world, which excited him greatly. Chapter 47. Achieving the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Black Emperor invades the heavenly Tao. Lin Shu sat cross-legged at the summit, gazing out over the desolate landscape, where vitality had withered and everything lay in ruin. Only the mountain beneath him, with the 50 acres of plants previously cultivated by the Black Emperor, appeared somewhat verdant. This may be the last remnant of life on this continent, all brought forth by Lin Shu. Remarkably, this old dog is truly adept at farming. It seems its talents should not go unrecognized. A smile crept onto Lin Shu's face as he whispered to himself. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and decisively closed his eyes, fully entering a state of cultivation. With a thought, the spiritual energy converted from the hundreds of devouring beasts he had slain the previous day was mobilized, swiftly circulating through the channels of the Tai Immortal Sutra. After completing a full cycle, wisps of pure spiritual energy rushed back into his dantian, surging toward the energy mass within. Due to the rapid speed of the cycle, Lin Shu could even hear a buzzing sound emanating from his body. As time passed, when the last trace of stored spiritual energy converged into the energy mass, it suddenly trembled violently. Then, with a resounding explosion, it burst forth, wildly expanding in all directions. Lin Shu was immediately startled, cold sweat pouring down as he realized that cultivating immortality was indeed not as easy as he had imagined. Frowning deeply, he quickly focused his mind, concentrating his spiritual force to contain and control the spreading energy mass. The outcome hinged on this moment. Time flowed like water, seconds ticking by relentlessly. With the continuous buzzing sound, the expanding energy mass was forced to converge toward the center. At a certain moment, "Condense for me," Lin Shu shouted, and the energy mass, roughly the size of a fist, was abruptly compressed together, becoming denser. Finally, it was done. He had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Feeling the surge of power from his tightly clenched fist, Lin Shu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor, busily planting fruit trees in the fields, trembled at Lin Shu's laughter, its own strength involuntarily amplified. Not bad. The corners of the Black Emperor's mouth turned up, revealing its characteristic large yellow teeth. Before it resumed its diligent work in managing its territory, the Black Emperor endured everything for the sake of Lin Shu's strengthening, hoping that one day it could completely erode the heavenly Tao of this world, and upon returning to the high martial world, it would reign supreme. When that time comes. Heh. The Black Emperor silently chuckled. Revenge for the old dog would not be delayed for 10,000 years. Lin Shu opened his eyes, only to realize it was already deep into the night. Standing up to stretch his stiff body, he saw the Black Emperor diligently cultivating as he had requested. This old dog, while occasionally troublesome, was overall quite reliable. He would help it retrieve its little sweetheart from the base later. Hey, did you think I didn't know? Lin Shu looked at the Black Emperor with a sly grin before sitting cross-legged once more. Next, he would begin his push to reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement, which was the most crucial step. With a wave of his hand, dozens of blue source crystals appeared before him from his storage space. Lin Shu's gaze sharpened as he decisively enveloped all the source crystals with his spiritual energy. In order to ensure success, he no longer cared about wasting these precious source crystals. As Lin Shu settled into position, the source crystals began to be rapidly refined. It must be noted that the life essence contained within these source crystals was far purer than that found in spiritual seed essence, devoid of any human memory impurities. The abundant life essence was swiftly absorbed into his body, and the Tai Immortal Sutra promptly followed, converting the life essence into a massive surge of spiritual energy that rushed toward the energy mass in his dantian. Everything proceeded methodically. As the moon set and the sun rose, it was already the morning of the 2nd day, marking the 4th day since leaving the lighthouse. The 5th layer of Qi refinement was proving to be more challenging than anticipated. Lin Shu remained seated in meditation. The dozens of source crystals before him had been refined overnight, transforming entirely into pure spiritual energy, which was now circulating rapidly through his cultivation channels. Time passed in fleeting moments, and beads of sweat streamed down Lin Shu's forehead. The sun slowly ascended until it was directly overhead. At that moment, Lin Shu's body jolted, his eyes snapping wide open, and 2 beams of golden light, as if made of solid substance, shot from his eyes, soaring toward the heavens. The 5th layer of Qi refinement. The Black Emperor's heart trembled, dropping the growth-enhancing agent it had been holding and sprinting frantically among the fruit trees, racing toward Lin Shu. It sensed that Lin Shu had succeeded, as its body was filled with newfound strength. Lin Shu, be vigilant. I'm about to attempt to invade this accursed heavenly Tao of this world. The Black Emperor could not afford to wait, more anxious than Lin Shu himself. Lin Shu smiled softly. It was rare to see the Black Emperor so invested, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Old dog, whether we can roam freely in this world from now on depends entirely on you. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Shu's expression turned grave. He understood that breaching the heavenly Tao was not a simple task. As the Black Emperor entered meditation, the sky suddenly changed color. One moment, it was a bright sunny day, and the next, without warning, storm clouds gathered. Before long, a tempest raged across the desolate land, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderclaps that echoed throughout the wasteland. Lin Shu gazed upward at the heavy clouds above, his countenance a mix of astonishment and concern for the Black Sovereign. A colossal vortex had manifested, spanning several dozen kilometers. Old dog, you must endure. Hundreds of kilometers away, atop the lighthouse, Morgan stood before the command center screen, his face grim as he observed the ferocious weather outside. Jingnan, what is the status of the lighthouse? Report on the damages. A flash of lightning illuminated Morgan's pallid visage. Lord City Master, the weather has changed unexpectedly, catching us off guard. We've already lost 2 jet devices, and the wind is too powerful. The lighthouse may topple at any moment. We must descend to the stratosphere immediately. But there is a pressing dilemma, Jingnan replied, suppressing his inner agitation, although his tone lacked its usual calmness. He looked at the energy indicators displayed on the control platform. As we traversed the sudden storm, the lighthouse lost a portion of its energy. If we force an ascent to the stratosphere, we risk energy depletion and urgently need scavengers to descend to the surface for supplies. Victor, the city defense commander, stepped forward urgently. We cannot hesitate, my lord. The entire lighthouse shook, with the suspended residential area swaying violently, forcing everyone to retreat to the main structure, resulting in significant casualties. Furrowing his brow, Morgan lowered his clenched fist from his chin, deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he issued his command. Jingnan, expedite the lighthouse's ascent to the stratosphere. If energy becomes critical, we shall have the scavengers devise a plan to descend from above. Understood. At the survivor's base on the ground, Xiaodou stood on the warehouse steps. Her hands clasped over her gaping mouth, fear etched on her face as she watched torrents cascading from the base's dome. Outside, the winds howled and thunder roared, as if the heavens were enraged. Bai Yukuei stared skyward, her previously calm demeanor now replaced by gravity. Inform everyone in the base to evacuate to higher ground. Do not remain on the ground. This rain may not cease anytime soon. If we're not careful, the base beneath us could be inundated. Xiaodou gasped in shock. What? Hurry. Chapter 48. The invasion of the heavenly path succeeds. One man and one dog in daily combat. The struggle between the Black Sovereign and the heavenly path reverberated throughout the wasteland. Thunder rumbled ominously, its might resounding. On the ground, any elevated structures and open areas were struck by lightning. The gargantuan devourer beasts, once surveying their territory in comfort, now found themselves besieged by the tempest. The abrupt shift in weather, with lightning flashing violently, brought calamity upon them. Their proud size, which once offered a sense of security, now rendered them vulnerable to the relentless strikes, particularly the spiny jaw beasts. The spikes on their bodies seemed designed to attract lightning, and they were mercilessly struck, collapsing in convulsions. Their sleek fur standing on end, resembling a chaotic hairstyle after a wild styling session. The bewildered devourers, with their intelligent eyes darting about, pondered their predicament for a long while, ultimately concluding that today was not a propitious day for venturing forth. The lighthouse, suspended in midair, was perilously close to the storm's epicenter. Fortunately, it was equipped with lightning protection devices, allowing it to struggle upward towards the stratosphere amidst the tempestuous electrical storm. Bai Yukuei and her team were busy organizing an urgent evacuation of the base personnel, as torrents of water cascading from the dome posed an imminent threat to their safety. The scene mirrored the chaos of a historical battle, with the entire region in disarray. Lin Shu had positioned the Minghong blade to attract the incoming lightning, ensuring it did not disrupt the Black Sovereign's breakthrough against the Heavenly Path's firewall. The wind howled, the rain roared, and the lightning crackled, painting a picture of an apocalyptic landscape. As time passed, the tumult intensified. The torrential rain seemed to engulf the world in a deluge. Lin Shu understood that the Black Sovereign's assault on the Heavenly Path would soon yield results. Damn it! Break through, roared the Black Sovereign, unleashing a wolfish howl to bolster its resolve. With a thunderous crash, the Black Sovereign was propelled backward, crashing into a massive boulder several meters away. At that moment, the apocalyptic scene abruptly ceased, as if the chaos had been halted by an unseen hand. The heavy clouds dissipated in an instant, sunlight piercing through the mist to illuminate the wasteland. Old dog, Lin Shu, regaining his senses, dashed towards the boulder to extricate the Black Sovereign. However, as he steadied himself, laughter boomed from within the rock. Ha! I am equipped with the pinnacle system of the martial world. Do you think a mere firewall can hinder me? Dream on. As soon as the words left its mouth, the Black Sovereign burst forth from the rock. Did it work? It did. Haha, old dog, you did splendidly. I knew you would pull through, Lin Shu exclaimed, joyfully patting the Black Sovereign's robust back. The Black Sovereign raised its head, grinning proudly. No trouble at all. At that moment, Lin Shu could not help but admire the Black Sovereign's striking appearance, and, unable to contain his excitement, called out, Old dog. Whereas the high-tier illusion array I wanted. And my flying vehicle? What about the nano-soldiers? With its signature grin, the Black Sovereign replied, Fear not. The high-tier illusion array costs 4,000 points, the flying vehicle is 3,500 points, and the nano-soldiers are 6,000 points. Lin Shu was taken aback. Did I hear that correctly? 4,000 points for an illusion array. Staring incredulously at the Black Sovereign, he doubted his hearing. The Black Sovereign's expression darkened, its tone irritable. Take it or leave it. Initially elated by the Black Sovereign's breakthrough against the Heavenly Path's firewall, Lin Shu felt as though he had soared to the heavens, only to plummet into despair moments later. He had never anticipated that the coveted items would be so exorbitantly priced. Lin Shu glared at the Black Sovereign. Old dog, you haven't secretly raised the prices, have you? Just for masking the Devourer's perception, is it really worth this much? You're utterly clueless. This is an exquisite formation capable of concealing the senses of transcendent beings. At 4,000 points, you've struck gold. Do you expect a bargain? The Black Sovereign erupted in indignation, defending the worth of its hard-earned resources. Lin Shu, now furious, rolled up his sleeves, stepping closer to the Black Sovereign. The Black Sovereign bared its teeth, glaring defiantly at Lin Shu, neither willing to yield. As expected, the two engaged in yet another physical altercation. The entire mountain was enveloped in chaos, dust and debris swirling about, leaving devastation in their wake. Amid the fray, Lin Shu did not forget to haggle. Old dog, I don't want the high-tier illusion array. Give me a low-tier one instead. Absolutely not. Do you take me for a fool? I possess the top system from the martial world. How could I offer you such inferior goods? No way. Damn it. Old dog. Watch this. The battle continued, with neither side relenting, exchanging blows for over 500 rounds. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Shu, exhausted, conceded. Fine. I lack the strength to argue further. High tier it is. Wow. This high-tier illusion array is truly remarkable. Old dog, had you mentioned this effect earlier, we would not have had to toil through the swordplay. Lin Shu gazed in astonishment at the expanse where the mountains should have been, now utterly barren. The entire mountain had vanished into thin air. The Black Emperor, standing beside Lin Shu, scoffed. I told you this is high-tier stuff. Without the incantation, anyone passing through would merely phase right through and never enter the mountains. Absolutely safe. How delightful. This expenditure of 4,000 points was truly worthwhile. What is that incantation? Lin Shu inquired, his eyes fixed eagerly on the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor blinked its slightly restored cross-eyed gaze and smirked mysteriously, open sesame. Lin Shu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. After a moment, he managed to force out a comment, truly unique. High class. As they returned to the mountain, darkness enveloped the sky. Lin Shu exchanged 2 pairs of rabbits and livestock, spending a total of 1,600 points. Rabbits were quite prolific, and the Black Emperor strongly advised Lin Shu to proceed with the exchange. When it came to living frugally, the Black Emperor was certainly meticulous. Unable to resist, Lin Shu relinquished all jurisdiction over the ranch to the Black Emperor. At this moment, only 800 points remained, and he found himself impoverished once more, with dreams of the Grand Mercedes and nano-soldiers seemingly distant. Money flowed like water. It seemed he would have to venture out tomorrow to hunt for the devouring beasts to earn points. After making his plans, Lin Shu reclined against the hillside and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, it had already been 5 days since Lin Shu departed from the lighthouse. At the military preparation room of the lighthouse, everyone hastened their movements, checking their gear. In half an hour, we depart for the surface to execute our mission, Mark urged, pacing before the bustling scavenger team. I'll reiterate. Our mission's priority is to search for energy resources. Is that clear? Yes, Captain, came the resounding reply from Feishue and the others as they packed their equipment. Hey, Feishue, have you heard? Bandy has been locked up by Charles, and no one is allowed to see her. Today marks the 5th day. I hear she is to be held for 7 days, Jeff casually remarked while grabbing a wrench beside Feishue. Feishue momentarily paused, then quickly regained her composure. Oh, where did you hear that? Jeff discreetly glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning closer to Feishue, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Of course, I have my channels. It seems Charles has kept Vandy's confinement under wraps. Only a few are aware. I heard that Charles forbids anyone from visiting her during these 7 days to leave her isolated in her room, seemingly awaiting punishment. What punishment? Feishue asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Noticing her voice had risen, Jeff quickly gestured for her to lower it. Keep your voice down. I don't know what the punishment is. The Light and Shadow Society is always cryptic. Who knows what they intend? Feishue felt a twinge of unease. Yet thoughts of Vandy and Lin Shu engaging in intimate activities in the Dawn Hall made her somewhat irritable. As the time to execute their mission drew near, she busied herself and soon forgot about the matter. A short while later, scavenger team, we depart now. Mark's voice rang out, prompting everyone to head towards the lift platform. Chapter 49. The Frenzied Escape of the Devouring Beasts alongside Mark and the others. Lin Shu and the Black Emperor set off at dawn. Lin Shu, reluctant to walk, made the Black Emperor his steed once more. Despite its displeasure, the Black Emperor had no choice but to comply. While others relied on the system's paternal guidance, only the Black Emperor found itself in such a subordinate position. Where do you plan to find the devouring beasts? The Black Emperor glanced back at Lin Shu, who lay lazily atop its back. its tone slightly disgruntled. They had wandered aimlessly for quite some time, yet not a trace of the devouring beasts had been sighted. Hearing the Black Emperor's question, Lin Shu lazily opened his eyes, gauged the sun's position, and realized it was still early. He surveyed the surroundings, determining their direction. Let us head to the site of the 49th spaceship. I recall there being many devouring beasts there, including a metamorphic one. Clearing out the beasts there would also ensure Feishua's safety. They often scavenge for resources in that area. After a moment's thought, he continued. Then we'll proceed to the 69th district, where another metamorphic beast resides. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well slay monsters and level up. I'm curious to see whether I ascend to immortality first or the devouring beasts face extinction. Should we consider having some offspring to play with? Lin Shu pondered. Caught in a dilemma. Old dog, after practicing my marksmanship on Vandy so many times, why hasn't there been any sign of her pregnancy? Could it be that she is barren? The Black Emperor muttered quietly. Why don't you question yourself? What? Lin Shu shot up, leaning forward to stare at the Black Emperor, his voice urgent. Old dog, you better have a serious chat with me. Why can't it be me? Growing increasingly agitated, Lin Shu leaped down and positioned himself in front of the Black Emperor, determined to get clarity on the matter, prepared for a showdown if necessary. Damn it! Are you questioning my Lin family marksmanship? Our ancestral skills are renowned for their precision and lethality. There can be no issue. Seeing Lin Shu's agitation, the Black Emperor was instantly intimidated, fearing Lin Shu might test his skills on him. Calm down. What I meant is that your physique is too strong, causing your genetic level to be too high. The higher the biological tier, the more challenging it is to conceive offspring. That's the gist of it. Oh, you're gasping for breath while speaking. Lin Shu glared at the Black Emperor, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, genuinely worried that the issue didn't lie with Vandy. Let us hurry towards our destination. Once we're back, I'll bring Vandy down to the surface. I refuse to believe that if I practice my marksmanship on her daily, we won't have a child. While the Black Emperor diligently made its way forward, it suddenly felt a stick wedged between its back and Lin Shu's rear. Its front hooves halted mid-stride. The Black Emperor's astute eyes widened in realization, and it immediately bristled. You bastard! Lin Shu, get off me! I'm done serving you. The desolate expanse echoed with the frantic barks reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. At this moment, at the 49th interstellar spaceship ruins, Jeff, this is Mark. Please respond, came Mark's voice through the earpiece. Jeff, stationed outside the spaceship with a team on guard, promptly activated his microphone upon hearing Mark's call. Captain, this is Jeff. Please go ahead. Stay vigilant around the perimeter. We suffered significant losses here last time. We have located energy resources and are in the process of extraction. Ensure support. Understood. After shutting off the earpiece, Jeff shouted to his team, Captain and the others will be emerging shortly. Team 1 and Team 2, go assist them. Team 3, maintain perimeter vigilance. Having issued his orders, Jeff was about to head towards the spaceship exit when he suddenly spotted a man and woman behind a heavy transport vehicle, shamelessly flirting. Enraged, Jeff yelled, Hey, are you two looking to get yourselves killed? Focus on your work. If anything happens, you'll regret it. After scolding them, he turned and rushed toward the spaceship entrance. However, just as Jeff moved away, the ground beneath the flirting civilians suddenly collapsed, and a massive maw erupted from the earth, swallowing them whole. No. The two civilians screamed in terror, their cries abruptly silenced. Danger had struck without warning. Not good. It's a ground wyvern. Everyone, watch your steps. Jeff was the first to react, urgently warning everyone. Captain, this is Jeff. A ground wyvern has appeared outside the spaceship. As he sprinted towards his heavy artillery, Jeff relayed the news to Mark and the others. Inside the spaceship, Mark, who was preparing for evacuation, was taken aback by the alarming news. A ground wyvern has appeared outside. Everyone, expedite your exit from the spaceship. As soon as his words fell, Mark turned to look back at Erica and Feishua. Erica, initiate the heavy structure. Feishua, locate a vantage point to set up the sniper rifle. Mark's instructions were interrupted by Rand Bing, who urgently interjected, I will follow you. Can you manage without me? Rand Bing gazed at Mark confidently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Mark, unable to refuse, conceded to her presence, unable to scold her. Everyone, stay safe. Commence the operation. Yes, the scavengers, seasoned warriors who had endured countless attacks from the abyss beasts, faced the threat with a composed demeanor as everything unfolded in an orderly manner. Moments later, as Mark and his team emerged from the spaceship. They were met with a jarring sight that sent shivers down their spines. The area was teeming with the formidable Earth wyverns. These creatures possessed immense strength, their jaws concealed within rigid skulls, extending to attack in close combat with staggering might. Erica, stop dawdling. Start the heavy structure. Fei Xue, provide cover, Mark commanded, while the others hurriedly loaded energy supplies onto the transport vehicles. Yes, as the team dispersed, Mark and Ranbing dashed toward the dawn heavy structure. According to Mark's plan, once the dust workers loaded the materials, they could retreat while engaging the enemy. However, to his astonishment, the Earth wyverns did not approach like the serpent dogs from a distance. Instead, they preferred to burrow underground, erupting suddenly from the ground, rendering the uneven terrain nearly impossible for the transport vehicles to navigate. The battlefield fell into a stalemate as time passed. The less capable upper-class warriors and the defenseless dust workers fell one after another. Captain, think of something. If this continues, we will be annihilated. Mark maneuvered the heavy structure, but the sheer number of Earth wyverns left him no opportunity to assist others, let alone ensure the safe retreat of everyone while securing the supplies. As the number of survivors dwindled, Mark faced a harrowing choice: abandon the majority of the energy supplies and retreat with everyone. Though these resources were critically scarce for the current lighthouse, Mark had no alternative but to prioritize the lives of his comrades. Everyone, drop. Mark's command was abruptly cut off by Erica's startled cry. Captain, look in the distance. It seems a large group of abyss beasts is charging toward us. What? Jeff trembled at the news, swinging a punch that sent an Earth wyvern flying, then stiffly turning toward the direction Erica pointed. Over 100 serpent dogs were furiously rushing toward their position. The thought echoed in everyone's minds. It was all over. Just then, a crackling sound erupted from the earpiece, followed by Fei Xue's quivering voice. Everyone, it seems there is a person behind that group of abyss beasts. They appear to be fleeing. Fleeing? Mark and the others were momentarily taken aback. When had they ever seen abyss beasts in retreat? It had always been humans fleeing in terror. Though stunned, Mark recognized the urgency of the situation and refocused. Everyone, disengage quickly. Do not linger. Retreat while seeking cover against the abyss beast's assault and conserve ammunition. After issuing the command, Mark cleaved an Earth wyvern in half, decisively leading Ranbing, who stood atop the heavy structure behind a massive rock for shelter. Squatting on the heavy structure with an electromagnetic sniper rifle, Ranbing aimed and shattered the spirit seed of the Earth wyvern Mark had just slain. As Mark glanced upward, he caught Ranbing's eye. Upon her successful shot, they exchanged a knowing smile, their synergy flawless. By the time they departed, the Earth wyvern had been reduced to a mere pile of bones and a puddle of essence. Just as Mark reached the massive stone, Fei Xue's urgent voice crackled through the earpiece once more, but this time it was filled with uncontainable joy. Lin Shu. It's Lin Shu. He has arrived. The static-laden earpiece echoed Fei Xue's ecstatic cries, tinged with a hint of tears. What? How could Lin Shu be here? What a coincidence. Are you sure it's him? Could it be the people the captain mentioned? Voices of disbelief rang out from Jeff, Mo Chung, and others. Mo Chung, are you doubting me? I might mistake someone else. But I would recognize Lin Shu even if he turned to ashes. Fei Xue, angered by Mo Cheng's skepticism, spoke with undeniable pride when mentioning Lin Shu. Erica detected the prideful tone in Fei Xue's voice, her lips pursing in a slight pout as thoughts of Lin Shu made her heart race. Yet she felt a twinge of annoyance. Ranbing raised an eyebrow, sensing something beneath Fei Xue's demeanor, casting a discreet glance at Mark, stifling a sigh. Mark, filled with elation, was acutely aware of Lin Shu's formidable combat prowess. What a stroke of luck. It's fortunate he is here. Otherwise, our losses would have been catastrophic. While everyone eagerly awaited Lin Shu's arrival, striving to fend off the remaining Earth wyverns, sudden piercing screams echoed from a distance. Ah, what is that thing? It's burrowing into my body. Mark's heart raced as he turned toward the source of the commotion, realizing that the essence was attacking personnel in a frenzy. It activated upon contact with blood. Everyone, stay away from the essence. It must not see blood. Withdraw immediately. At that moment, Mark's voice trembled. Once activated, blades and guns would be of no use against it. Amid the turmoil, Lin Shu finally closed in, pursuing the group of serpent dogs. Upon spotting Mark's heavy transport vehicle, Lin Shu was initially startled, followed by elation, knowing Fei Xue was also present. The once dominant serpent dogs now surged past Mark's position in a tide, no one daring to intervene. Yet, Lin Shu feared his points would be snatched away. Everyone, stand down. Let me handle this. These are all mine. Anyone who interferes will face me. Lin Shu's booming voice reverberated throughout the remnants of the spaceship. While Mo Chung and the others defended against the Earth Wyverns, they nearly lost grip of their weapons upon hearing Lin Shu's command. Intervene? I should be thanking you. I'm barely holding on. Who in their right mind would step up to die? Fearing others would steal his glory, Lin Shu accelerated his attacks. The serpent dogs howled in terror as they fled from Mark and the others' battlefield. Their eyes, once devoid of intelligence, now flickered with a newfound awareness. Unable to comprehend why this human was so formidable, in a panic, the previously lowly serpent dogs exhibited a surge of instinctual intelligence, their speed multiplying as they fled. All thanks to Lin Shu's pressure, they evolved, driven to their limits. Over 100 serpent dogs fled in a frenzy, trampling any earth wyverns unable to evade. While spirit seeds, no matter how adaptable, could not escape destruction. As Lin Shu approached, he finally recognized Mark's dire situation, shouting over his shoulder amidst the chaos, "Old dog, clear the abyss beasts for them, and take care of Fei Xue." With that, Lin Shu vanished from sight. Fei Xue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on Lin Shu's retreating figure. Without hesitation, she disregarded the earth wyverns pursuing her and dashed after him. In the midst of battle, Mo Chung caught a glimpse of Fei Xue's reckless endeavor and shouted in disbelief, "Fei Xue, are you out of your mind? Quickly find a suitable position to evade the attacks of the devouring beast." Without a moment's hesitation, Fei Xue disregarded Mo Chang's warning, skillfully dodging the strikes of the ground lizard beasts while fiercely advancing towards Lin Shu. At that moment, Fei Xue's entire focus was on Lin Shu. Wherever he went, she would follow. Damn it, that crazy woman. Mo Chung cursed under his breath as the gun in his hand unleashed a torrent of fire. Unfortunately, the tough hide of the ground lizard beasts made them exceedingly difficult to repel. Just as Mo Chung contemplated retreat, the imposing Black Emperor arrived. Leaping from afar, it executed a powerful dive, crashing down upon the ground lizard beast. With a resounding thud, dust and debris erupted. As the smoke cleared, Mo Chung stood astonished. His mouth agape, this massive dog, which he had never regarded with any seriousness, was terrifyingly formidable, having utterly crushed the ground lizard beast. The Black Emperor flicked its tongue, devouring a fallen essence seed with disdain, casting a sidelong glance at the dazed Mo Chung, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "As long as you don't use the Lin family gun against me, I'll do whatever you say. No questions asked." After venting its frustration, the Black Emperor resumed its rampage, leaving Mark and the others in stunned silence at the sudden ferocity of the creature. How infuriating. Even a dog surpasses us. The group exchanged awkward glances, each reflecting the embarrassment that hung heavily in the air. They could almost feel the urge to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment in the ground beneath their feet. Naturally, those piloting the gravity devices managed to create a larger, albeit rougher, layout. What are you still doing there? Waiting for the essence to find a hole to crawl into? Seeking thrills? After the Black Emperor severed the neck of a ground lizard beast, it noticed that everyone was frozen in place, which truly infuriated it. With a roar, its gaze lingered momentarily on Ran Bing and Erica. Only then did the group snap back to reality and hastily flee. Before long, Lin Shu had dealt with the fleeing snake dog horde and returned with Fei Xue in tow. Fei Xue closely followed Lin Shu, her gaze, concealed beneath her mask, filled with tender affection, a hint of redness blooming on her neck. "Lin Shu, hurry. The essence has been fully activated. If we don't escape now, it will be too late." Mark led the group in a rapid retreat towards Lin Shu, while some civilians, struck with fear, stumbled and crawled on the ground. At that moment, a singular thought permeated everyone's mind. "I cannot die." Seeing Lin Shu remain unmoved, Mark grew anxious, rushing in front of him to block his path. However, Lin Shu moved like a specter, swiftly bypassing Mark and charging straight towards the essence. Fei Xue gasped in alarm, disregarding Ran Bing's attempts to stop her, and prepared to dash forward again. Just as she took a step, Lin Shu's low growl echoed ahead. Fire Dragon. Great Fireball. Chapter 51. Matters to discuss. Explanations that can be made. Lin Shu's hands formed seals with lightning speed, and upon completion, he exhaled a fireball that swelled to the size of a house. hurtling towards the oncoming tsunami of essence. Upon contact, it was as if ice met a scorching iron. Mark and the others watched in horror as the nearly invincible essence vanished before their eyes, leaving not a trace. The sound of swallowing could be heard as the previously fleeing civilians stood frozen in their last actions, a comically absurd tableau. Lin Shu, with a smirk of disdain, surveyed the scene, and when he noticed the absence of the essence, he clapped his hands and murmured, "Done. That's a wrap." Such terrifying power from a low-tier, yellow technique. In the brief moment of turning, he glanced at the Black Emperor standing nearby and raised his chin. "Aren't I impressive, brother?" The Black Emperor gave Lin Shu a dramatic eye roll. Lin Shu chuckled, unperturbed, finally finding the moment to glance at Mark and the others. Upon meeting their terrified gazes, Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly slapped his forehead, realizing that in his bid to show off, he had forgotten to temper his display. Oh! Lin Shu's scalp tingled, his mind racing with how to explain such a massive fireball. Need an urgent solution. Ahaha. Lin Shu could only force a laugh as he approached Mark, wishing for a nanosoldier to attribute any unreasonable attack methods to advanced technology. After all, the pinnacle of science often borders on the mystical. Mark, I don't know if you've seen street performers from the old world. They would hold high-concentration alcohol or some other oil in their mouths, and when they sprayed it towards a torch, wow, instantly, a massive flame would erupt, quite astonishing. Lin Shu awkwardly gestured, trying to illustrate the fiery spectacle. However, after lengthy explanations, Mark and the others remained fixated on him, their expressions still laden with fear. What the heck is going on? Lin Shu murmured under his breath, then turned to the Black Emperor for help. To his dismay, the Black Emperor decisively turned away, leaving Lin Shu staring at its rear. "You old dog, I'll settle the score with you later." Helpless, Lin Shu returned his gaze to Mark and the others, standing awkwardly before them with a silly grin. Just as Lin Shu felt the most embarrassed, a surprised voice from behind Mark caught his attention. "I think I've seen that before. In a video from the old world, it looked just like the flames you just spat out, Lin Shu. Were you also holding alcohol in your mouth just now?" Lin Shu was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, inwardly praising, that she truly was his woman. Yes. I carry alcohol with me. These essences are afraid of flames. As I mentioned before, look." With that, Lin Shu produced a bottle of homemade liquor from behind him. Fearing Mark and the others wouldn't believe him, he popped the cork and offered it for them to smell. "Wow, such a strong aroma. Where is this from? So potent." Mo Chung wrinkled his brow at the rich scent, hastily covering his nose and waving away the surrounding alcohol smell. Upon catching wind of the potent aroma, Jeff hurriedly pushed through the crowd of civilians and lunged towards Lin Shu, seizing the bottle and taking a hearty swig. "Wow, what a kick. It's been ages since I've had such good liquor. Only this could produce such enormous flames. What a treasure." Jeff smacked his lips, reluctantly handing the bottle back to Lin Shu, his gaze lingering hungrily. Seeing an opportunity, Lin Shu quickly pushed the bottle back, informing Jeff that he had plenty more and that this one was a gift. Jeff hastily tried to refuse, but somehow, in the midst of their banter, the bottle ended up tucked away in his pocket. This unexpected maneuver left Lin Shu utterly dumbfounded. "Lin Shu, you truly are something else. If you had told me about this method earlier, we wouldn't have been in such a predicament." Mark had regained his composure, patting Lin Shu on the shoulder while teasing him. Lin Shu sighed in relief, his eyes drifting past Mark to Fei Xue, who stood beside Ran Bing, winking at her. Fei Xue beamed back at Lin Shu with a silly grin. The more she looked at him, the more she cherished him. He was like a ray of light, suddenly illuminating her previously lonely existence. Lin Shu brought her feelings she had never experienced before, happiness. Though sometimes her sister endured hardships, as long as Lin Shu was happy, she would gladly bear it. Lin Shu's identity mattered little to Fei Xue. All she knew was that he was her man, and she was his woman. The atmosphere lightened once more. Regardless of whether Mark and the others believed him or not, Lin Shu was content as long as the tension in the air dissipated. After exchanging pleasantries with Mark, Lin Shu and the Black Emperor moved aside, awaiting the workers to load the energy supplies onto the transport vehicle. Fei Xue chose not to join the others in their tasks, but instead walked towards Lin Shu's position. Ran Bing watched from a distance as Fei Xue hopped closer to Lin Shu, her purple hair bouncing with each step. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Fei Xue resembled a celestial being, approaching her beloved man. While everyone was busy cleaning up the battlefield, only Ran Bing noticed Fei Xue's movements. "What are you staring at?" Come help. As Ran Bing immersed herself in her thoughts, the sudden sound of Mark's voice jolted her back to reality. Oh, with a resigned shrug. She acknowledged her feelings for this man, who was emotionally obtuse and incapable of expressing his sentiments. She found herself somewhat envious of Fei Shui. Observing Ran Bing gazing into the distance for an extended period, Mark followed her gaze but found only emptiness, prompting him to furrow his brow and return to his work. Behind the hill, Lin Shu and Fei Shui stood side by side, silently watching the sunset. Black Emperor lay atop the mountain, feigning sleep, his ears twitching occasionally as he attempted to eavesdrop on their conversation. Fei Shui lowered her head, playing with her fingers while brushing her disheveled hair back. In this moment of tranquility, memories of Jeff's words about Vanti before their departure resurfaced, causing her to hesitate about whether to inform Lin Shu, as Vanti was also his woman. Noticing Fei Shui's distracted demeanor, Lin Shu curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Startled from her reverie by Lin Shu's voice, Fei Shui gasped, "What?" She looked up at Lin Shu, who towered over her, and a fleeting panic crossed her face, as her unmasked expression betrayed her emotions. "I asked if something was troubling you since you've been unusually quiet," Lin Shu remarked, eyeing her with suspicion, sensing her odd behavior today. Fei Shui furrowed her brows, still grappling with her thoughts. After a long sigh, she forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing," raising an eyebrow. Lin Shu decided not to press further since she was unwilling to share. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. "Are you two ready? Let's go, the preparations are complete. And we should not linger here," called Erica, her tone impatient, hinting at lingering frustration towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu turned to see Erica's pouting expression and smiled. "Don't be upset. You weren't in your right mind back then. I'm not a gentleman, but I wouldn't take advantage of someone in distress." Erica's expression softened slightly at his words, and with a light huff, she turned to leave, not allowing Lin Shu the chance to elaborate. She suddenly realized that he had a point. Fei Shui's cheeks flushed. After all, they both understood each other well, and Erica's presence made her slightly uncomfortable. Lin Shu patted Fei Shui's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. "No need to feel shy. It's perfectly normal. Come, let me show you my farm." "Huh? A farm? On the ground?" "Indeed. I am quite the landowner, haha." Chapter 52. A stunning ink painting in the apocalypse, 4 heavy transport trucks sped across the desolate Gobi Desert, the night sky having fallen, shrouding the surroundings in a thick fog. "Lin Shu, you actually have a farm on the ground, and you raise animals? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by the devourer beasts? Those creatures are notorious for their unpredictability," exclaimed Mo Chung, his eyes wide with disbelief after Lin Shu's brief explanation of the farm. This sentiment was shared by Mark and the others, all wearing expressions of incredulity as they looked at Lin Shu. The revelation of this unexpected survivor on the surface had already astonished them, but the existence of a farm was beyond their wildest imaginations. Lin Shu grinned, unfazed by their astonished reactions. However, after contemplating Mo Cheng's words, he paused. Attracting devourer beasts?" Seeing Lin Shu's bewildered expression, Mo Cheng's enthusiasm surged. "Exactly. You mustn't forget that the devourer beasts in this area are exceptionally large, that one could likely crush a gravity body with a single swipe. If you encounter it, you'll probably need to flee, as that creature is no ordinary snake or dog. Be very cautious." Lin Shu regarded Mo Cheng's serious demeanor with a strange look, hesitating to respond. He wanted to mention that he had already obliterated that creature with one punch, but reconsidered. "Mo Chung, I appreciate your reminder." Before he could finish, Mo Chung, thinking Lin Shu had come to a realization, slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "Right? I told you the danger was significant." I meant to say your suggestion is quite commendable." "Suggestion?" Mo Cheng's expression froze, staring blankly at Lin Shu, bewildered. The others mirrored his confusion, with Fei Shui's mouth slightly agape as she stared at Lin Shu, puzzled. Was this really a suggestion? The more Lin Shu pondered Mo Cheng's words, the more logical they appeared, and his tone rose in enthusiasm. "How did I not think of this sooner? By raising animals extensively, I can attract the devourer beasts and then eliminate them, saving me the trouble of searching for them. Don't you agree?" Lin Shu looked eagerly at everyone in the truck. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Mo Chung slumped against the side of the truck, gazing vacantly at the sky, utterly speechless. Was this even what he meant? An extended silence enveloped the truck, with only the roar of the engine echoing in the stillness of the Gobi Desert. After a while, Mark glanced at Lin Shu, contemplating how to broach a subject. Noticing Mark seemed to have something to say, Lin Shu took the initiative. Brother Mark, is there something on your mind? Mark forced a smile. Indeed, you invited us to your farm, and we shouldn't really refuse, but this batch of energy supplies is quite urgent for the lighthouse. Recently, we experienced a sudden weather change, with fierce storms causing significant losses, resulting in an urgent need for energy supplies. So, we must hurry back. Hearing Mark mention the lighthouse's recent troubles made Lin Shu feel awkward. He rubbed his forehead, attempting to evade eye contact. If Mark were to discover that it was he and Black Emperor who had caused this mess, it could lead to an explosive reaction. Lin Shu felt a twinge of guilt. Turning to Fei Shui, she nodded earnestly, affirming Mark's words were true. What to do? Lin Shu suddenly felt distressed. His intent was to show Fei Shui that she could thrive on the surface, and even live better. Accompanying the supplies to the lighthouse, Lin Shu's mind raced. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Haha, I have a great plan that ensures the supplies arrive on time, and you can also visit the farm for a day. What plan? Fei Shui's eyes lit up at the prospect of visiting the farm, having thought it impossible due to the urgent need for energy supplies. Mark and the others turned their attention to Lin Shu, eager for his solution, as it was undeniable that they were intrigued by the idea of visiting a farm in the apocalypse. Lin Shu, with a knowing smile directed at Mark and the others, suggested, let the old dog handle it. It will undoubtedly excel in this escort task. The group pondered how to respond. But remembering Black Emperor's formidable combat prowess left them at a loss. To agree would imply that a dog was more useful than their entire team of hunters. The atmosphere grew awkwardly silent. Lin Shu remained oblivious to any discomfort, gazing hopefully at Mark, awaiting his nod of approval. After much internal struggle, Mark glanced at Ran Bing and the others, only to find their expressions bemused. Well, that sounds like a good plan. All right, I have no objections. But to ensure everything goes smoothly, I'll send Jeff along as well. The question is, will that dog agree? Mark had never imagined that speaking could feel so taxing. It was almost a struggle to articulate. Lin Shu, upon seeing Mark's agreement, was instantly filled with elation. Clapping his hands together, he exclaimed, this is a turn of fate. It must go regardless. The farm's location was exceedingly distant from the ruins of the 49th interstellar spaceship, and even with the transport vehicle speeding along, they would not arrive until the following morning. By this time, it had been 6 days since Lin Shu had left the lighthouse. Old dog, you've said all that needs to be said. These energy supplies must arrive safely, without issue. Lin Shu earnestly reminded Black Emperor. For now, everything depended on it. Reluctantly, Black Emperor allowed Lin Shu to lift him up, casting a resentful glance at Mark and the others before boarding, as if to say, you lot are something else. You've really put me through it. The words old dog almost slipped from Mark's lips, but he restrained himself, knowing well he couldn't provoke this formidable presence. Tough luck. Brother Black Dog. Black Emperor snorted, but said no more. What was the point? At that moment, Lin Shu was energetically trying to stuff him into the vehicle. Watching Black Emperor and Jeff depart, Lin Shu let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally settled. Haha, all set. Let's head up the mountain. He turned to Fei Shui, laughing heartily, while also surveying Mark and the others. The group, gazing at the barren expanse of the Gobi Desert before them, appeared utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. Open sesame. Lin Shu secretly formed a seal and then bellowed. With his voice echoing, the space before them seemed to part like a curtain, rapidly revealing a passageway approximately 30 meters wide. In the blink of an eye, the mountains emerged into view. What on earth is this? How could it have concealed the mountains? Mo Chung stared in disbelief at the suddenly revealed peaks, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire golf ball. Lin Shu had already anticipated how to explain this phenomenon, and he beamed at the group, grinning widely. Cutting-edge technology. Illusion barrier device. Impressive, isn't it? Mark and the others were taken aback, having never encountered such a marvel. Even upon reaching the summit, Mark and Mo Chung remained in a state of astonishment. Fei Shui, Ran Bing, and Erica were like curious children, bombarding Lin Shu with questions from the foot of the mountain to the peak. At that moment, Lin Shu regretted his decision. He could manage a few casual remarks, but the relentless barrage of questions from the three women was overwhelming, especially Fei Shui, who seemed to have opened a floodgate of chatter, shedding her usual aloof demeanor to chatter incessantly around Lin Shu. Mark and the others were equally dumbfounded. Was this really the same Fei Shui they interacted with daily? Fortunately, as they crested a hill, Lin Shu and Black Emperor's vast field suddenly came into view. The once chattering Feishua fell silent, as did the others. So many fruit trees? Mo Chang could hardly believe his eyes, overwhelmed by the myriad fruits he had never seen before, their rich and diverse scents wafting toward him. Wow, what is that? So adorable. The three women's gazes darted past the orchard to a few bouncing white rabbits on the ground, as if they were instinctively drawn to such fluffy creatures. At this moment, Feishua no longer clung to Lin Shu with her questions, but dashed towards the rabbits with Ran Bing and Erica. Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immensely grateful that he had heeded Black Emperor's advice to exchange for rabbits. What a brilliant decision. Observing Mark and Mo Chang, who stood stupefied, Lin Shu smiled triumphantly. Come on, let us stroll through the orchard. The fruits are ripe for the picking, and there's plenty for everyone. Mark was thoroughly astonished by Lin Shu's series of extraordinary feats, gazing at the vast orchard atop the mountain and the contented animals resting on the hillside. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that such a vibrant oasis existed in this desolate world, a veritable paradise. Mo Chang could hardly contain himself, racing frantically towards the orchard. Mark, suppressing his excitement, followed closely behind. This was a sight they had only encountered in archival footage from the old world. Now, they could hardly believe whether this was a dream or reality. Feishua, cradling a rabbit, laughed heartily along with Ran Bing and Erica, the sound echoing joyfully through the mountains. This was a new experience they had never dared to hope for during their time in the lighthouse. Lin Shu smiled from afar, watching Feishua's cheerful figure illuminated by the sun, resembling a stunning ink painting. Chapter 53. A face lacking shame is invincible. Mark and Mo Chang lingered in the orchard, exploring this and that. Mo Chang picked and munched, eager to taste every fruit the orchard had to offer. Though it was a task that could not be accomplished in a short time, Black Emperor had planted over 100 varieties of fruits in the orchard, with durians being the most prevalent. It claimed to love their flavor, for reasons unknown, and had redeemed many durian plants with the points Lin Shu had granted it. Lin Shu had no time to wander aimlessly with the two bachelors. He brought over a chair and sat beside the three women. Before long, Erica and Ran Bing succumbed to the alluring aroma of the fruits, rushing into the orchard to feast heartily, leaving only Feishua behind. Feishua, I must say, that rabbit in your arms is exceptionally white. With no one else around, Lin Shu felt free to tease Feishua, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the rabbit she held. Feishua removed her mask, revealing her stunning visage. Which rabbit are you referring to? She replied with a charming smile, clearly enjoying Lin Shu's company. Just as Lin Shu was about to stammer a response, Feishua suddenly tugged at her clothing, teasingly asking, Are you referring to this pair? With a playful bite of her lip, she glanced at Lin Shu, her cheeks flushed with shyness, her voice almost seductive. Lin Shu was taken aback by Feishua's boldness. As he was about to make a move, he felt a sudden warmth at his nose and reached up to discover he was bleeding. Oh, Feishua, you've really done it now. Come, let us retreat to the small hillside and discuss life. With the enemy having issued a challenge, Lin Shu had no choice but to respond, angrily rising to embrace Feishua. However, she quickly pulled up her collar, playfully dodging his embrace and slipping away like an eel. Haha, dream on. Just teasing you, hum. I want to let you have your way. Feishua mischievously scrunched her nose and made a face at Lin Shu before darting back towards Ran Bing and Erica. You little imp. I'll definitely get you back for this. Lin Shu's eyes turned slightly red with irritation as he glared at Feishua's retreating figure, his gaze lingering on her pert backside. This was the enemy's fortress. He needed to devise several strategies to conquer her, or else she would remain unconquerable. Just as Lin Shu was about to pursue, a voice filled with venomous disdain called from behind. Oh, looks like you're having quite a bit of fun. Lin Shu froze, his body stiffening as he turned to see the familiar figure. It was none other than Black Emperor. You've got to be kidding me. Don't you know I can't stray more than 3 kilometers from you? Black Emperor stood upright, forelegs crossed over its chest, casting Lin Shu a sideways glance as if observing a great fool. Lin Shu slapped his forehead in exasperation, muttering weakly, Damn it, I completely forgot about that. Meanwhile, aboard the transport vehicle heading to the lighthouse, Jeff's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the empty cargo hold. Just a moment ago, there had been a large black dog, and now it had vanished into thin air. What the hell? This is just creepy. Jeff's terrified voice echoed across the desolate Gobi Desert. Realizing the dire situation, Lin Shu hastily rushed towards Mark and the others. Mark, wait a moment. There's a minor mishap," he shouted as he ran, genuinely fearing that something might have gone awry with the transport vehicle, especially since Jeff was the only one left to guard it. Fortunately, the vehicle had not ventured too far yet. "What's wrong, Lin Shu?" Mark, savoring the taste of ginseng fruit, turned in confusion. Having dropped the fruit he was holding in shock at the sight before him. To his astonishment, the imposing figure of Black Emperor had risen in the distance, causing Mark to lose his grip on his snack, which smashed into pieces on the ground. "Lin Shu, how did it return?" Mark's voice trembled as he gazed at the figure of Black Emperor, a chill running down his spine. The presence of Black Emperor here implied either that Jeff and the others had returned, or that it had merely come back on its own. Either scenario was equally disastrous. Lin Shu was aware that he had acted somewhat unscrupulously, essentially deceiving Mark and the others. At that moment, Fei Xue and the others had also gathered around, their eyes wide with disbelief, unsure whether there were indeed two large black dogs, or if the one that had left with the convoy had returned. Lin Shu stood before Mark, his face flushed with embarrassment, his gaze evasive, at a loss for how to explain the situation. When he noticed Black Emperor approaching leisurely from behind, his frustration surged. "Mark, I underestimated this silly dog's dependence on me. I never imagined it couldn't bear to be away for a moment and ran back on its own. Do you believe me?" His confidence was severely lacking. His voice fluctuated as he turned abruptly to point at Black Emperor behind him, declaring, "It's all its fault." Black Emperor halted in surprise, its intelligent eyes narrowing as it poised its paw in the air, hesitating to land. "How dare you? This is clearly your own fault. Yet you place the blame on me." Black Emperor bared its large yellow teeth, glaring angrily at the shameless Lin Shu, ready to pounce at any moment. To Mark and the others, Black Emperor's growls sounded merely like barking, leaving them perplexed as they looked at Lin Shu, eager to understand what the dog was saying. "Oh, well, this silly dog claims it's all its fault," Lin Shu retorted, his neck stiffening, feigning calmness as he lied without a hint of shame. Black Emperor fumed, growling as it advanced toward Lin Shu. "I must have been blind to choose you as my ungrateful master. I'll bite you to death. I'll bring you down with me." With that, Black Emperor leapt forward with all its might, lunging directly at Lin Shu. In a panic, Lin Shu managed to shout, "The silly dog says it knows it's wrong and begs for forgiveness." But before he could finish, Black Emperor had already tackled him to the ground. Baring its fangs menacingly, Lin Shu desperately pushed against Black Emperor's jaws, his legs entwined around the dog's sturdy waist. Even as he took the opportunity to glance at Mark, "You all go find the convoy. They shouldn't have gone far. This old dog is too clingy and insists on getting cozy with me. I'll be busy for a bit." As his voice trailed off, man and dog rolled and tumbled down the hillside, the echoes of Lin Shu's shouts resonating from the bottom. "Old dog, watch the gun. Hey, your aim isn't as good as mine." Mark and the others stood bewildered. Perhaps only Fei Xue, who had donned her mask, could decipher Lin Shu's frantic calls. Yet, her flushed cheeks remained hidden beneath the mask, leaving no one the wiser. Snapping back to reality, Mark quickly urged the group to pursue the convoy. However, just a few steps into their run, they all abruptly turned back. Mo Chung, clutching a pair of jackfruits, scampered off, while Erica, recalling Lin Shu's mention of papayas, climbed a tree to gather a handful before leaping down to dash away, determined to enhance her arsenal. Ranbing intended to pick some pineapples, but, hearing Erica's loud reminder to gather papayas as she perched in the tree, blushed but complied, skillfully climbing up, harvesting, and descending in one fluid motion. Mark, too, had his sights set clearly. With a decisive wave, he uprooted a dozen ginseng plants and took off running with them slung over his shoulder. From the start of their sprint to the moment of return, the entire hunting team communicated seamlessly, relying on years of camaraderie. Only Fei Xue managed to pluck a single ripe apple, and just as she turned to leave the orchard, Lin Shu's loud voice echoed from the foot of the hill. "Fei Xue, send a message to Vandy. In a few days, when I have time, I'll visit the lighthouse for a spar. In martial arts." Chapter 54, Setting Aside Grievances. Fei Xue decides to rescue Vanny. Lin Shu's sudden shout caused Fei Xue to pause, taken aback that he still had time to think of such matters, which made her heart ache with frustration. Just as she was about to turn to confront Lin Shu, voices from Mark and the others echoed from the direction of the mountains. "Fei Xue, hurry. We can't delay any further. We need to ensure the safe delivery of energy supplies to the lighthouse." With a heavy sigh, Fei Xue had no choice but to hurry back. Yet before leaving, She yelled back to Lin Shu in irritation. Fine. I'll definitely relay your message to Vandy. But you owe me tenfold in compensation. With that parting shot, Fei Xue hurriedly vanished into the orchard, leaving only the sounds of Lin Shu and Black Emperor's scuffle amidst the vast mountains. Moments later, a truce was called from the hillside. Old dog, they must have left by now. Let us cease hostilities and battle another day. How dare you? Then loosen the grip of your legs around my waist. Haha, I'm just used to it. Lin Shu chuckled awkwardly, releasing his hold, and then sprawled out beside Black Emperor, both gazing up at the azure sky in a stupor. Old dog, how many points do we have left? Previously, I cultivated some fruits, and considering the group of devourers we defeated yesterday, we currently have 500 points. Is that so? Lin Shu pondered. Let us convert all of it into animal offspring. I want to try attracting devourers this way, saving us the trouble of searching for them later. Upon hearing this, Black Emperor's eyes lit up, and it excitedly rolled over to stand, eagerly looking at Lin Shu. Its intelligent eyes spinning with anticipation. Good idea. Let us do it now. By the way, we can exchange half for animal offspring and half for growth hormone potions to expedite their maturation. Each potion costs 50 points and can accelerate growth by 2 months. Huh, there are growth hormone potions? Why didn't you mention this before? Lin Shu's inquiry trailed off. But he could tell from Black Emperor's expression that he had neglected to ask. This troublesome silly dog. Meanwhile, Mark and the others sped along in their vehicles, hastily pursuing Jeff. Fortunately, they found Jeff and his group after traveling just a few kilometers. Captain, it's over. I've lost Lin Shu's dog. Jeff lamented, his face a picture of despair. After Black Emperor vanished, he had driven around the convoy for several kilometers, but saw no trace of it. He couldn't fathom how a perfectly fine dog could suddenly disappear without a sound. The fright had been palpable. Nearing noon, he felt an icy chill envelop him. Goosebumps prickling his skin, and his hair stood on end. It's like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Mark and the others exchanged amused glances, watching Jeff's animated tirade. Once he quieted down, Mark finally dared to reveal the truth. That dog has returned to Lin Shu. What? The revelation sent Jeff into a frenzy, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a moment of processing, he asked, how did it get back? I didn't even see it run back. Could it have flown back? Jeff raised his head, staring incredulously at the sky, unable to comprehend the absurdity of his own thought. Mark and his companions were bewildered by the situation, but overthinking it would yield no results. They could only offer comfort to Jeff, and the matter was left unresolved. As the sun approached the horizon, they finally returned. And once all the energy supplies were loaded onto the lighthouse's lift platform, they heaved a sigh of relief. Ranbing, I'll go fetch some milk later. I heard that papaya is best consumed with milk, Erica said, eyeing the large pile of golden papayas in the car, her mouth watering. Yet she did not forget to share important news with Ranbing. Fortunately, there were only the 3 of them in the car. Ranbing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she responded with a barely audible murmur. At that moment, Erica noticed that Fei Xue had taken nothing and asked curiously, Fei Xue, why didn't you take any papaya? Didn't Lin Shu tell you? That doesn't have any massage effect, Fei Xue instinctively replied, but halfway through, she realized and quickly shut her mouth, thankful for her mask that concealed her blushing face. Humph. Erica caught the hidden meaning in Fei Xue's words, and suddenly found the papaya less appealing. She shot Fei Xue a glare and turned away, clearly offended. Ranbing remained oblivious, not understanding what the two were discussing. The car was enveloped in silence. Once all ground supplies were transported to the lighthouse's distribution center, Fei Xue did not linger and left directly. She had to fulfill Lin Shu's instructions, fearing his wrath. As a scavenger, Fei Xue was already in opposition to the Shadow Guild, and despite her efforts, darkness fell without her discovering any news about Vandy. At that moment, she vaguely sensed that the punishment awaiting Vandy would be severe. Suddenly, Fei Xue recalled that Jeff had mentioned having a source for insider information. Without hesitation, she hurried to seek Jeff's assistance. In the lighthouse, within the Shadow Guild's hall, a member respectfully reported to Charles, Leader, I have received word that a scavenger is inquiring about Vandy. It seems the news might have leaked. Should we have Vandy commence her breeding duties early? Charles, who had been reclining in his chair, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the report. Oh, how intriguing. However, let us proceed according to the original plan. Schedule her for the Dawn Hall at sunrise the day after tomorrow. As for the scavengers, since they wish to inquire, let them know. The task of breeding is a duty for everyone in the lighthouse. I do not believe they will dare to resist. And as for passing messages to the ground, the lighthouse is thousands of meters above the ground. They can only approach during missions. At such heights, what can they possibly do? A sinister smile curled upon Charles's lips, for everything was under his control. Those who dared to oppose him would only suffer his amusement. Waiting was the hardest part. Fei Shui spent the night restless, but fortunately, the next morning, Jeff brought news. By then, it had been 7 days since Lin Shu left the lighthouse. What? Vandy has been assigned by Charles to execute breeding duties? Tomorrow morning, Fei Shui exclaimed, her voice rising with alarm. Panic gripped her as she regretted not informing Lin Shu about Vandy's confinement earlier. What should I do? If Lin Shu finds out Vandy is being forcibly assigned to breeding duties, he will surely go mad. I must not let Vandy enter the Dawn Hall. I will go rescue her now, Fei Shui declared, picking up a sniper rifle and dashing outside. Seeing this, Jeff hurriedly stopped her, shouting, "Don't be foolish. Going alone is futile. Ultimately, Vandy has nothing to do with you. Besides, everyone in the lighthouse is required to fulfill breeding duties. You will have to go eventually." Fei Shui froze at his words, realizing this was the fate of everyone in the lighthouse, merely a means to perpetuate human reproduction. Without Lin Shu's intervention, she too would inevitably face the same destiny. But that was a fate of the past. Now, she had Lin Shu. With determination in her gaze, Fei Shui made her decision. If she could not save Vandy alone, she would descend to the ground to find Lin Shu. That fellow would surely help. Without a moment's hesitation, Fei Shui shook off Jeff and sprinted toward the military preparation room. In the lighthouse's scavenger dormitory, "Captain, come quickly to the military preparation room. Fei Shui is launching the airdrop armored vehicle." What? Chapter 55. The frantic Fei Shui, the lighthouse in turmoil as dawn broke. Mark was exercising in his quarters when he suddenly heard a voice from the microphone, causing him to drop his barbell in shock. Ouch! Mark grimaced in pain. Quickly getting up and rushing to the microphone, pressing the talk button to shout, "What is going on? Has Fei Shui lost her mind? The lighthouse is nearly 6,000 meters above ground. Isn't that suicidal? Captain, come quickly. We can't stop her. Fei Shui has locked the doors inside the vehicle. She is preparing to charge off the lighthouse." Before Erica could finish her sentence, a piercing scream echoed from the microphone. Fei Shui, no. Mark, startled, frantically pressed the talk button. Erica, what happened? Speak." No response came from the other end. Damn it, Mark exclaimed in fury, hastily dressing and rushing to the military preparation room. In the lighthouse's navigation control room, "Commander." The monitoring screen shows an airdrop armored vehicle has departed from the military preparation room. As Puyu conducted her routine monitoring, an alarm blared from one of the screens. Upon clicking on the footage, she was instantly drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly reported, "Urgent. The scavenger is attempting a descent from over 6,000 meters." Jing Nan, who had been resting in her chair, was startled awake by Puyu's shout, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? How could a scavenger attempt a landing now? Are they out of their minds? To force a descent from such heights? Frowning deeply, Jing Nan stood up, pacing anxiously at the command station before issuing a series of commands. Monitor the real-time status of the airdrop armored vehicle closely. Also, establish contact with the military preparation room immediately. Contact the central command of the lighthouse. Be swift. Yes. The control room staff quickly became a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the military preparation room. When Mark arrived, he found the room in disarray, evident that Fei Shui had forcefully driven the armored vehicle out. Erica, Mo Chum, do you know what is going on with Fei Shui? Why is she attempting to descend now? Erica leaned against the railing, her gaze fixated on the rapidly descending armored vehicle, her voice trembling. I don't know. Fei Shui said she needed to check the vehicle. I never imagined she would drive it down. This is it. We scavengers have never descended from such heights. Will Fei Shui survive? Tears streamed down Erica's face as she turned to Mark, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, Ran Bing and Jeff finally arrived at the military preparation room, both panting heavily. Jeff leaned against the railing, his legs shaking so much he struggled to remain upright. He swallowed hard to steady himself, then spoke loudly to explain, "Captain, Fei Shui is going to find Lin Shu. Vandy is scheduled to be assigned by Charles to the Dawn Hall for breeding duties tomorrow morning." What? Mark and the others gasped in shock. This is it. We're done for. Lin Shu will surely be furious. With his terrifying combat prowess, the lighthouse may be destroyed. Charles is pushing everyone towards a dead end. Hearing Jeff's words, Imo Chung was instantly struck with terror, standing frozen in place. The state of Ran Bing and his companions is hardly better than that of Imo Chung. Only those who have had contact with Lin Shu are aware of the true extent of his extraordinary combat prowess. Mark, experienced in high-stakes situations, despite trembling slightly from nerves, managed to maintain his composure and began issuing rapid commands after a brief contemplation. Imo Chung, initiate the flight apparatus at once. Accelerate to catch up with the vehicle carrying Fei Shui, if she reaches the ground safely. Provide her with assistance throughout the journey to ensure her safe arrival at Lin Shu's location. The energy supply for the flight apparatus is limited, so be mindful of that. The rest of you, pilot the heavy mech with me to the Hall of Light and Shadow to prevent Vanny from entering the Dawn Hall. Ran Bing, do not follow us. Instead, head to the control room to find Jing Nan. Have her accompany you to seek an audience with the Lord Mayor. It is imperative that we find a way to stop Charles. Remember? Understood. The crowd responded loudly, and without hesitation, they sprang into action. In the lighthouse's navigation control room, the chief commander shouted, the airdrop vehicle is now 5,000 meters from the ground. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. This is bad. The descent speed is too rapid. If we do not time the activation of the balance system correctly, it will crash into pieces. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. It's over. The airdrop vehicle is still not slowing down. Pu Yu's voice echoed throughout the large control room, causing everyone to fall silent, their hearts in their throats as they focused intently on the status of the airdrop armored vehicle. 900 meters. 800 meters. 700 meters. What is happening to the airdrop vehicle? Commander, that driver is likely doomed. All personnel in the control room had gathered around, anxious for the person piloting the airdrop armored vehicle. Oh my goodness. It's pouring rain. This weather is truly abnormal. 600 meters. Commander, the signal has disappeared. Pu Yu gasped in shock, springing from her seat and startling those around her. Jing Nan's expression turned grave as she sighed deeply. At that moment, the door of the control room was suddenly flung open, and in rushed Ran Bing. Commander, Captain Mark sent me to find you. It's urgent. We need to see the Lord Mayor immediately. It's a matter of utmost urgency. In midair, inside the airdrop armored vehicle, alarms blared. Warning. Warning. Please activate the landing balance system immediately. The mechanical alerts reverberated through the vehicle. However, Fei Shui, having plummeted from over 6,000 meters, felt weightless and disoriented, unable to muster the strength to operate the control lever. Alarm. Alarm. 600 meters. 580 meters. 560 meters. Risk of ground impact increasing. Alarm. Alarm. Outside, the wind howled ferociously, and the rain fell in torrents, creating an extremely hostile environment. Inside, Fei Shui remained in a daze, feeling as if she were floating, her body limp and powerless, unable to open her eyes to see what lay ahead. Just then, Imo Chung piloting the flight apparatus finally caught up. Fei Shui, can you hear me? Quickly activate the ignition balance system. Hurry. Fei Shui, Imo Chung shouted, his throat straining with urgency. Despite his desperate cries, the cacophony of wind and rain nearly drowned out his voice. With the airdrop armored vehicle showing no signs of slowing down, Imo Chung was frantic. If they exceeded the 200-meter limit, Fei Shui would face certain death. Yet, he could do nothing but rely on her. 500 meters. 400 meters. Chapter 56. Worth it? Worth it. The airdrop armored vehicle, akin to a projectile, hurtled towards the ground at an unimaginable speed. Fei Shui, wake up. Imo Chung realized that Fei Shui had likely succumbed to unconsciousness due to the weightlessness. The furious winds roared, and the torrential rain pelted down like bullets. Imo Chung was drenched to the bone, and controlling the flight apparatus amidst such violent weather was exceedingly challenging. As the airdrop armored vehicle neared the ground, he had no choice but to take a risk, attempting to forcibly board the vehicle. This was his comrade, and he could not bear to watch Fei Shui perish. Just as Imo Cheng's flight apparatus approached the vehicle, a lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, streaked across the sky, illuminating everything in its path. Thunder crashed. The sound reverberated like an explosion. Fei Shui, in a semi-conscious state, was jolted awake. Her eyes met with the erratically flashing indicator lights of the instruments and the figure of Imo Chung outside, desperately trying to get closer. Alarm! Alarm! 380 meters to the ground. 350 meters. 310 meters. The system's incessant alerts and the flashing indicators assaulted Fei Shue's senses. No, I cannot die like this. Vanny, you must hold on. Wait for me. I will bring Lin Shu back to you. Fei Shue's eyes widened with determination as she bit down on her lower lip to keep herself awake, the crimson blood trickling down her chin. Give me ignition. Fei Shui roared, her beautiful eyes blazing as she struggled to push herself forward. Just as the airdrop armored vehicle was a mere 230 meters from the ground, the ignition balance system was finally activated. For massive jets of flame erupted from the corners of the vehicle's chassis, the tremendous recoil swiftly counteracting the impact of the free fall. The vehicle, which had been plummeting just moments before, suddenly decelerated. The immense counterforce causing Fei Shue's bones to crack painfully, and she could not suppress a mouthful of blood that splattered against the windshield. Fei Shui, Mo Qing shouted, his joy at seeing her regain consciousness quickly turning to horror. He had underestimated the magnitude of the counterforce from free-falling from over 6,000 meters. After all, the hunters had only ever descended from around 3,000 meters. As blood spewed forth, Fei Shui felt the world spin, but there was no time to relax. She bit down on her already bloodied lip, the sharp pain sharpening her focus. Vanny, you must hold on. Lin Shu will come. Fei Shui smiled at Mo Qing through her mask, realizing he could not see her, then raised her right hand to signal that she was all right. In the lighthouse's navigation control room, Pu Yu and the others were desperately attempting to adjust the channels to connect with the airdrop armored vehicle carrying Fei Shui. However, due to the high altitude and adverse weather conditions, they had not succeeded. Just as despair began to set in, the screen suddenly displayed a message indicating that the vehicle had landed safely. Wow, they succeeded. That guy actually did it. A miracle. The control room erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. On the ground, the airdrop armored vehicle landed safely, and Fei Shui let out a sigh of relief. Removing her mask to wipe the blood from her mouth, her gaze resolute. Fei Shui, quickly start the vehicle. We have detected a significant number of devourers heading towards the lighthouse. Damn it, why do they always follow us wherever we go? How do they find us? Mo Qing's wrist-mounted detector suddenly began to blare, startling him. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of the devourers charging towards them was still shocking. Fei Shui's heart sank at his words. She could no longer afford to delay. Time was of the essence, and she had to reach Lin Shu's location before darkness fell. Or they might not make it back to the lighthouse before dawn. As the airdrop armored vehicle powered up, devourers surged from all directions, the majority being snake dogs, with the remainder being earth howlers. While dodging the earth howler attacks in midair, Mo Qing also had to keep an eye on Fei Shui on the ground, occasionally using his weapon to eliminate the snake dogs that charged towards the armored vehicle. Amidst the tumult of howling winds and torrential rain, beneath the ominous shadow of dark clouds, the world was enveloped in a perpetual night. Fei Shui, fueled by an urgent desire to reunite with Lin Shu, endured the excruciating pain radiating from her fractured bones, damaged organs, and the dizzying sensation clouding her mind. Her teeth sank deep into her lips, the metallic taste of blood mingling with her agony, stimulating her senses and compelling her to remain alert. In the heavens above, Imo's city loomed, while Fei Shui raced across the ground, pursued relentlessly by a horde of over 100 ravenous beasts. The intense fluctuations in their emotions acted as beacons, drawing even more of these ferocious creatures into the chase. Fei Shui maneuvered the armored vehicle across the plains, through mountains, and across ravines at breakneck speed. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the darkness like day, occasionally revealing the grotesque visages of the beasts through the rearview mirror, which reflected in her dazed eyes. She dared not pause, for stopping would mean certain death. Engulfed by the surging tide of ravenous beasts, reduced to mere flesh and soil, this relentless pursuit stretched from dawn until noon, pushing Fei Shui to the brink of collapse. She coughed blood twice along the way, her complexion growing alarmingly pale. Yet, the distance to Lin Shu remained substantial. Covered in blood with a ghastly pallor and a body racked with pain, Fei Shui's calm eyes belied her suffering, eyes that radiated determination, focus, and an insatiable thirst for life. As a hunter of the wilderness, death was her fate, yet she had not anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. Once indifferent to life and death, The presence of Lin Shu had illuminated the joys of existence for her. Now, the thought of dying filled her with dread. However, if she chose to cling to life at the expense of Vanny's safety, she feared a lifetime of regret and the possibility of Lin Shu distancing himself from her. Such a fate would be worse than death itself. In her desperation, Fei Xue resolved to barter her life for another, hoping that as long as Vanti remained unharmed, Lin Shu would not grieve. Alas, she harbored a tinge of regret for herself. As time slipped away, the sun began its descent. Mo City's flying device ran out of energy, landing atop the armored vehicle, while Mo City himself entered the interior through the weapon hatch. Fei Xue, what happened to you? At this moment, Mo City grasped the extent of Fei Xue's injuries, realizing she was on the brink of death. Blood flowed ceaselessly from her mouth as she managed a faint smile despite her agony, her lips twitching involuntarily. I'm fine, we'll be there soon. Rest assured. I won't die without seeing Lin Shu. Mo City, a robust man, was now weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a long sigh, he asked, "Is it worth it?" "Worth it? Absolutely." The vehicle fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the engine's rumble. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, they finally reached the mountainous region where Lin Shu was located. Yet, joy eluded them. Mo City's face was etched with terror, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. A dense mass of ravenous beasts awaited them. Fei Xue, we can't push forward any longer. At this rate, we'll perish. Despair clouded Fei Xue's expression, the calmness she had maintained wavering as she faced this unforeseen outcome. Mo City, I'm sorry, but I have no choice. Take the energy from the vehicle. It's enough for you to return to the lighthouse. Mo City inhaled deeply. The earlier panic faded. As a fellow hunter, he understood that dying in battle was also his destiny. Abandoning a comrade was not an option for him. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Hey, you think I'm afraid of death? It's just a matter of when. Do you look down on me? This time, it's my turn to speak. Drive your vehicle well. Leave the rest to me. With that, Mo City opened the vehicle's shooting port and unleashed a hail of bullets toward the advancing horde. Come on, let us have some fun. United in their fatalistic resolve, the two charged into the throng of ravenous beasts. Chapter 57. Charles? Hey, what a splendid effort. Lin Shu, can you hear me calling you? Fei Xue's vision dimmed as the encroaching horde of beasts instilled a sense of despair within her. Surviving this far had already stretched her limits. Mo City, standing atop the vehicle, fired the heavy machine gun while hurling curses at the beasts, his firepower momentarily overwhelming the gun's roar. Though the armored vehicle initially surged forward with reckless abandon, the increasing number of beasts impeded its progress, bringing it to a halt. Fei Xue, let us be brothers in our next life. Mo City, his bloodshot eyes wild with madness, prepared for death, hoping to slay as many beasts as possible before his end to alleviate his fury. The sheer number of ravenous beasts overwhelmed him. His frantic fire only managed to take down a few. Just as they were about to be encircled, a voice erupted from the distance, cursing furiously. Damn it! After all my efforts to attract these beasts, who is the fool trying to steal my thunder? The voice belonged to none other than Lin Shu, accompanied by the Black Emperor. The nearly 200 beasts that Fei Xue and Mo City faced were those Lin Shu and the Black Emperor had painstakingly gathered over the past 2 days. They intended to fatten them up before the slaughter. Who would have thought that just as they were about to reap the rewards, someone would intervene? Lin Shu and the Black Emperor, known for their explosive tempers, could not tolerate this. They had always been the ones to seize others' trophies, never the ones being robbed. The Black Emperor, in particular, was incensed, as nearly all the beasts were its doing. Lin Shu had merely acted as a figurehead, reclining while directing the Black Emperor's efforts. In a fit of rage, the Black Emperor stood upright, wielding a rake and charging out of the mountain, unable to contain the urge to inflict some damage on the intruders. Damn it, don't you dare stop. Lin Shu, shouldering the Minghong blade like a mountain bandit, rushed toward the encircled armored vehicle, fearing his points would be snatched away. The blood-red blade, controlled by his will, surged into the horde of beasts, turning them into bones and ash in the blink of an eye. Lin Shu transformed into a human weapon, his mastery at the 5th level of Qi refinement, effortlessly dispatching the beasts as though they were mere vegetables. In an instant, the beasts surrounding the armored vehicle were obliterated. Upon seeing the disheveled Mo City atop the vehicle, Lin Shu paused, astonished to find him there. When his gaze fell upon the driver's seat through the windshield, he trembled, Feishue's bloodied. Pale face was a stark contrast to her vibrant eyes, which still shimmered with life. Lin Shu, please save Feishue, she's on the brink. Mo City, who had been resigned to despair, now felt a spark of hope upon seeing Lin Shu, his eyes brightening as the desolation faded. Feishue, hold on just a little longer. I'll end this fight right away. Lin Shu was consumed by rage, his eyes instantly turning a blood-red hue as the Ming Hong knife arced through the air, returning to his grip. With Feishue gravely injured, Lin Shu cast aside any thoughts of slowly eliminating the devourer beasts, resolutely deciding to unleash a wide-ranging attack to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. The Ming Hong knife, a harbinger of a blood-soaked sea. The spiritual energy within his dantian surged forth, propelled by Lin Shu's will, racing towards the tightly grasped Ming Hong knife. With a chilling eagle cry echoing in the air, Lin Shu turned his hands, directing the blade's tip downwards to thrust forcefully into the ground. As the tip penetrated the earth, the ground within a radius of several kilometers erupted violently, fissures rapidly forming, aglow with ominous red light. Lin Shu's gaze blazed crimson, and with a ferocious shout, he drove the entire blade deep into the earth. The previously cracked ground, now pulsating with red light, erupted into a myriad of blood-colored blade auras. In the horrified eyes of Mo Chang, within mere moments, over 300 devourer beasts lay lifeless. The countless blood-colored blade auras continued their relentless assault, soaring towards the heavens. And from afar, a blood moon of several kilometers in diameter manifested in the sky. Mo Chang, now disoriented, found himself lost in the terror of the crimson orb above, questioning if Lin Shu was truly human. Yet Lin Shu had no time to ponder Mo Chang's thoughts. After clearing the devourer beasts, he rushed to the door of the airdropped armored vehicle and tore it off with a single motion. Feishue, Feishue, are you all right? Lin Shu cried, his voice trembling with panic. Feishue lay slumped in her seat, blood seeping from her mouth, her breaths labored and shallow. Upon seeing Lin Shu, she mustered the strength to lift her head and gazed at him with deep affection, yet her words were punctuated by the blood still flowing from her lips. Lin Shu, save Vandy. With those final words, Feishue succumbed to unconsciousness, having held on only until Lin Shu's arrival. Feishue, who did this to you? Lin Shu's fury ignited. Realizing that someone dared to harm his beloved, he was determined to exact vengeance. Cradling Feishue in his arms, he turned his icy glare toward Mo Chang. Speak. Who is responsible? Mo Chang, just emerging from his daze at the sight of the blood moon, found himself ensnared by Lin Shu's murderous gaze, his breath hitching. Lin Shu, please, listen to me. Spare me your nonsense. Speak. Mo Chang's eyes widened in alarm, sensing that any further hesitation might lead to his demise at Lin Shu's hands. It's Vanny who is to be sent to the Dawn Hall by Charles for breeding tasks tomorrow morning. Feishue, in her desperation to save Vandy, drove down from over 6,000 meters in a car from the lighthouse, which led to her injuries. Charles, well done indeed. Lin Shu's eyes softened momentarily as he glanced at the suffering Feishue, yet his words were laced with an icy chill. Even from a distance, Mo Chang could not suppress a shiver. Feishue, she must return to the lighthouse if there is any hope of saving her. We are running out of time. Lin Shu spun around, his gaze fixated on Mo Chang like an injured tiger, then a disdainful smile curled his lips. The lighthouse. Humph. A gathering of the barely surviving. Does Feishue truly need their help? With the rain now ceased and the winds silenced, only the darkened clouds loomed overhead, shrouding the world in obscurity. Mo Chang's heart raced, his eyes filled with dread as he beheld the unfamiliar Lin Shu. The carefree youth he once knew had vanished, replaced by a figure radiating an aura of unrestrained fury and an almost palpable murderous intent. Indeed, it was a murderous aura. Mo Chang had never encountered a presence so terrifying, reminiscent of a Shura emerging from a sea of corpses. But the lighthouse is the only place with medical facilities. How can you save her here? Mo Chang struggled to articulate, his throat constricting as he attempted to reason with Lin Shu. Medical facilities? Lin Shu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Mo Chang. The latter felt as if struck by lightning. Lin Shu's gaze was too intense to bear, causing his subsequent words to falter. Ignoring the stunned Mo Chang, Lin Shu carried Feishue to a large rock, away from the filthy earth below, thereby preventing her blood from activating the soil. The outdated medical conditions pale in comparison to my cultivation techniques. Lin Shu murmured softly, a sudden shift in his aura palpable. The brutal intent swiftly transformed into a tender affection as he leaned down, pressing his lips against Fei Shui's. The spiritual energy from his dantian began to flow in reverse through the Tai Immortal Sutra, converting into a unique life essence of this world. This essence streamed into Fei Shui through their lips, coursing through her limbs and bones. What torment had she endured? The thought pierced Lin Shu's heart, causing it to ache painfully. Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling upon Fei Shui's forehead, trickling down to her eyes, and ultimately splattering on the stone below, shattering into delicate blossoms. In that moment, it became indistinguishable whether the tears were his or Fei Shui's. It's my fault. In pursuit of my goals, I repeatedly spared Charles, allowing Vanti to be targeted in retaliation. I put you in danger, forcing you to plunge from thousands of meters, suffering immensely. Fei Shui, how can I ever repay your devotion? Lin Shu's tears flowed freely, sobs escaping him as he felt deep compassion for the resolute and courageous girl before him. Fool, I seek no repayment. I only wish for you to be my sky in this desolate world, my king, and I shall fight for you. Lin Shu's eyes widened in surprise at her words, both of them locking gazes, their eyes ablaze. Why? Before Lin Shu could respond, Fei Shui's agile tongue moved to claim his lips. Hey! Lin Shu's tear-filled eyes sparkled with joy, eager to reciprocate her fervent affection. Yet Fei Shui abruptly pushed him away. This is not the time for you to take advantage of me. We have all the time in the world. The urgent matter is to save Vanti. We are running out of time. Now fully restored. Fei Shui swiftly leaped from Lin Shu's embrace and bounded down from the rock, suppressing her astonishment as she smiled brightly at him. Seeing Lin Shu once more filled her with overwhelming joy. The struggles she had faced along the way were known only to her. Fei Shui, how have you recovered so quickly? My goodness, Lin Shu, how did you manage this? As their eyes met in a poignant gaze, Mo Cheng's untimely voice intruded once more. Standing nearby, the Black Emperor held a rake over his shoulder, wisely choosing to observe in silence. To Mo Cheng's obliviousness, he shattered the tender atmosphere once again. This was not the first time he had failed to read the situation, and even the Black Emperor could no longer tolerate Mo Cheng's insensitivity, its intelligent eyes glimmering with ire as it contemplated whether to deliver a blow with its rake. Fei Shui, being an astute woman, understood this was Lin Shu's secret. As his partner, she naturally sought to protect it. Quickly wiping away her tears and donning her mask, Fei Shui turned to Mo Cheng, who had genuinely risked his life to assist her. She refrained from her usual cold demeanor. Mo Cheng, thank you for your help. As for the reason behind my recovery, let's discuss it later. With that, Fei Shui offered Mo Cheng a subtle smile. Though masked by her facade, he could not see it. Lin Shu, let us depart swiftly. We must return to the lighthouse before dawn breaks, for there lies an even more troublesome matter that requires our attention. The smile on Fei Shui's face had been entirely eclipsed by a grave expression, and her tone turned somber. To rescue Vanti unharmed will undoubtedly prove to be an exceedingly arduous task. No need for further words. Let us go. I have my own methods, Lin Shu replied. He understood the unspoken dilemma that weighed on Fei Shui's mind, yet for him, it had never been an obstacle. Mo Cheng attempted to interject, but was silenced by a low growl emanating from the nearby Black Emperor, which startled him into silence. He feared being bitten, especially by the formidable fangs of the Black Emperor. He was certain his small frame would not withstand such an encounter. As they journeyed toward the lighthouse, the temperature within the airdrop armored vehicle plummeted. This was all due to Fei Shui revealing to Lin Shu that Charles had devised a plan to compel Vanti to perform breeding tasks at the Dawn Hall daily, treating her merely as a vessel for procreation. At this moment, Lin Shu was consumed by pent-up frustration, his eyes turning crimson as his emotions surged violently. His increasingly formidable cultivation was complemented by an abundance of life essence, making him appear as a radiant sun in the perception of the devourer beasts, exuding a potent and alluring fragrance. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, the devourer beasts were irresistibly drawn to him. Beep, beep, beep. The detection device on Mo Cheng's wrist suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Good heavens! What is happening? The device indicated they were surrounded by countless devourer beasts, with an unending tide of them approaching. Is the device malfunctioning? How could there be so many devourer beasts here? This area cannot possibly harbor such a multitude. Mo Chung, in shock, widened his eyes as if they were brass bells, his voice tremulous and high-pitched. Fei Xue, taken aback, quickly turned to Mo Chung. Mo Chung, are you serious? What is the meaning of these devourer beasts? Why do they appear wherever we go? How have they located us? At this moment, Fei Xue could no longer maintain her composure. If what Mo Chung said was true, even if they managed to shake off the horde, their progress would undoubtedly be significantly delayed. Most importantly, whether they could indeed evade them remained uncertain. The sudden appearance of these devourer beasts was a source of immense frustration for both Fei Xue and Mo Chung. Yet for Lin Shu, their arrival was fortuitous. He desperately needed an outlet for his anger, fearing that otherwise he might explode. Just before their departure, Lin Shu scoffed and finally revealed the reason. Why? Morgan never informed you that devourer beasts track humans by the emotions that cause the essence of human life to emanate an alluring fragrance. Without further ado, he disregarded the astonished Fei Xue and Mo Chung, leaping from the armored vehicle to engage the devourer beasts head-on. Old dog, keep up. I want these beasts to return empty-handed. And remember to collect the spirit seeds. As time passed, more and more devourer beasts surged forth, yet Lin Shu had no intention of suppressing his emotions. He welcomed the relentless assault of the devourer beasts. Come on, you worthless creatures. Today, I shall relish the thrill of slaughter. The Black Emperor stood tall, wielding its rake with fervor, seizing the opportunity to unleash its most ferocious howl. The Earth Roar's long-range attacks unleashed red energy projectiles that rained down upon the airdrop armored vehicle and Lin Shu, as well as the position of the Black Emperor. The snake dogs and ground lizard beasts coordinated their close-range assaults, launching a relentless tide of assaults with no regard for tactics. The systematic onslaught of the devourer beasts was orchestrated by two transformed variants, directing the numerous generic devourer beasts in battle. Why were these devourer beasts, which could have sought prey to drain life essence, instead learning the art of warfare? How absurd. Fortunately, one man and one dog were formidable enough to overcome countless schemes with brute strength. Lin Shu refrained from using the Ming Hong blade, relying solely on his invulnerable physique, transforming himself into a lethal weapon, delivering blows that shattered swathes of devourer beasts. The greater the number of devourer beasts, the more exhilarated Lin Shu became. The visceral impact of each strike banished his inner turmoil. Whenever energy projectiles from the Earth Roar approached, he would either evade or endure them. The more he fought, the greater the pain in his body, yet paradoxically, the more invigorated he felt, frequently throwing his head back in boisterous laughter before diving back into the fray. The Black Emperor, impervious to pain, found the energy projectiles from the Earth Roar only momentarily staggering, not affecting its relentless assault frequency. Thus it did not bother to evade. In a fervor of battle, it discarded its rake and unleashed its signature move, the Black Tiger's heart extraction, thoroughly plundering the bodies of the devourer beasts for spirit seeds. Fei Xue and Mo Chung had initially thought that such a multitude of devourer beasts would spell disaster, yet they remained unaffected. The Ming Hong blade, under Lin Shu's mental control, hovered above the vehicle, preventing any energy projectiles or devourer beasts from approaching. My goodness, Fei Xue, this duo is utterly monstrous. If I didn't know we were in an apocalyptic world, I would think they were cultivating immortality. Can it get any more outrageous? Since Lin Shu and the Black Emperor began their onslaught, Mo Cheng's mouth had remained agape, and with each display of their prowess, he felt increasingly awed. Were it not for Fei Xue's constant restraint, Mo Chung would have leapt from the speeding armored vehicle to join Lin Shu in tormenting the devourer beasts. What he initially thought to be a sufficiently chaotic battle transformed into sheer insanity when Lin Shu instantaneously felled a transformed devourer beast, leaving Mo Chung utterly speechless. Sitting in his seat, his fingers trembled as he pointed at the distant Lin Shu, glancing at the relatively calm Fei Xue beside him, his eyes round with disbelief. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, but rendered mute by astonishment. As the leader fell, the remaining generic devourer beasts began to flee in a panic, which infuriated Lin Shu. How could he allow his hard-earned points to escape? With a mere thought, the Ming Hong blade shot from the vehicle's roof, appearing before the fleeing devourer beasts. Who dares to challenge the speed of the Ming Hong blade? They are woefully mistaken. Moments later, Lin Shu and the Black Emperor returned to the vehicle, cursing and grumbling. Damn it! Those two transformed devourer beasts dared to compete with me in volume? Old dog, tell me, Is our lion's roar-shattering gold chant merely a frivolous endeavor? Indeed, it is undoubtedly our lion's roar-shattering gold chant that is astonishingly powerful. The man and dog exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously exclaiming, "Intermediate yellow-grade technique. Terrifying indeed." Feishua, seated in the driver's seat, chuckled as she observed the unrestrained banter between Lin Shu and the Black Emperor through the rearview mirror. Lin Shu spoke in human language, while the Black Emperor barked, yet inexplicably, Feishua felt as though the two were engaged in seamless communication. Since Lin Shu had saved her from the brink of death, she had recognized that he was no ordinary individual, and this imposing black canine, despite its rather cheerful appearance, was certainly not an ordinary dog. Mo Chung had now emerged from his stupor. Though his body no longer trembled, the astonishment in his eyes lingered. Being beside Lin Shu, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Lin Shu noticed Mo Cheng's state, but chose to disregard it. As they approached the lighthouse, he was prepared to reveal some of his abilities, no longer concerned about others' opinions. As long as he possessed power, no one would dare to covet him. In this apocalyptic world, survival demanded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Feishua, stay close to the old dog. It will protect you. I shall rescue Vandy, and as for Charles, I will handle him myself. Lin Shu's smile faded, his expression darkening as a palpable aura of killing intent radiated from him. As Feishua drove, she looked at Lin Shu through the rearview mirror, her voice laced with encouragement. Lin Shu, whatever you wish to do, I will support you. After a brief pause, Feishua exhaled deeply, as if she had made a significant decision. Lin Shu raised his gaze towards Feishua, perplexed by her unspoken intentions. Once I resolve the matters at the lighthouse, may I accompany you to the surface? I do not wish to be apart from you. Feishua's unwavering gaze was fixed on Lin Shu's reflection in the rearview mirror, eagerly awaiting his response. Upon hearing her words, Lin Shu was filled with indescribable joy. The aura of menace that surrounded him dissipated entirely, and he beamed like a blooming flower, an event he had long anticipated. Of course, Feishua, I take your words to heart. Even if you were to have a change of heart later, it would be futile. I will bind you and take you back to the mountains as my wife. Humph. Whoever goes back on their word is a little dog. Hei Huang, who had been reclining with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them upon hearing Feishua's mention of a little dog, wondering how he had become involved in this conversation. Ma Cheng, witnessing Feishua's determination to leave the lighthouse, stared at her, hesitating to voice his thoughts. After a long sigh, he ultimately chose silence. It was now midnight, and they still had a considerable distance to the lighthouse. In the night, the airdropped armored vehicle traversed the canyon, surrounded by an eerie stillness. Save for the roar of its engine, under Feishua's expert driving, they rapidly closed the gap to the lighthouse. On a distant mountaintop, 6 figures stood. Boss, what do you suppose Master Lai wants us to do at the lighthouse? Bai Yukue gazed at the armored vehicle speeding away down the mountain, lost in thought. After a moment, she sighed softly. Naturally, it is to protect it. Regardless of the circumstances, our primary duty is to ensure its safety. Does that mean we must battle Lin Shu? Xia Dou's large eyes were filled with distress. She certainly did not wish to find herself opposing Lin Shu. Goodness. Fight Lin Shu. Not a chance. Have you seen his recent achievements? They are simply outrageous. Only the boss stands a chance against him. Shanda's voice was thick with reluctance, his body language conveying a clear refusal. Suixing, Guayan, and Shutong exchanged glances, involuntarily shivering at the thought of confronting Lin Shu. Well, it may not necessarily lead to battle. Bai Yukue's usually calm demeanor showed a hint of disturbance. She too was averse to the idea of engaging Lin Shu. As the armored vehicle carrying Lin Shu and his companions vanished from sight, Bai Yukue was the first to descend the mountain. Hurry up and follow me, echoed her cool voice through the mountains. Chapter 60. Racing ahead, Lin Shu finally arrives. The sky was shrouded in darkness, thick clouds looming ominously, rendering it impossible to discern night from day. The airdropped armored vehicle carrying Lin Shu and his companions sped across the desolate expanse, drawing ever closer to the lighthouse. Inside the Light and Shadow Assembly Hall, Leader, I advise you not to persist in your delusions. There are others capable of fulfilling the breeding task at the Dawn Hall. Why must you be so obstinate? Mark led a large group of scavengers surrounding the entrance to the assembly hall. Both sides had been at a stalemate for the entire day, neither willing to yield. Charles, draped in the emblematic robe of the Light and Shadow Assembly, crossed his arms and regarded Mark with a calm yet disdainful smile. Captain Mark, you are blaspheming against the Lord of Light and Shadow. With that, Charles's expression hardened, his tone growing more severe as he chastised Mark and his group. The task of breeding is a sacred duty bestowed upon every citizen of the lighthouse by the Lord of Light and Shadow. It's not something you can simply refuse. He continued, without the Lord's protection, could we have survived in this apocalypse? I am here. With Charles's emphatic declaration, the members of the Light and Shadow Assembly responded in unison. After his speech, he turned to Mark with a mocking gaze. I say, our lighthouse's hero. Why must you incite discord over a mere outsider? Such behavior is anything but rational. When Charles heard Morgan announce that the next city lord would be bestowed upon Mark, he nearly exploded with rage. Seizing the opportunity to hold Mark accountable, he sought to exploit the situation fully. Charles, I am not joking. Lin Shu can only be a friend, never an enemy. Otherwise, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the lighthouse. Mark struggled to contain his rising anger. Fixing his piercing gaze upon Charles, his patience wearing thin as he contemplated whether to resort to violence. The lighthouse hovers nearly 8,000 meters above ground. Not even the extreme beasts could ascend to such heights, let alone Lin Shu. Does he have the ability to fly? Ha! Charles scoffed at the idea, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Captain, we must confront these delusional members of the Light and Shadow Assembly. We cannot provoke Lin Shu. Jeff stepped forward, pleading with Mark to make a swift decision. He knew all too well the terror Lin Shu instilled. His own left arm had been severed in a battle against 3 or 4 extreme beasts, and yet Lin Shu annihilated them in droves. Mark's expression reflected internal conflict, but his only option was to stall for time until Rand Bing could bring Lord Morgan here to intervene against Charles's foolish actions. Open conflict was a last resort. The consequences of such an engagement were unimaginable. Just as tensions escalated and the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile, Rand Bing and Jing finally returned. Upon spotting Rand Bing sprinting towards them, Mark felt a surge of joy. Yet, as she drew nearer, his smile faded upon seeing her troubled expression. Mark, I was unable to convince the Lord, Rand Bing said, her face clouded with despair. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she recounted her futile attempts, revealing that Morgan had remained unmoved, only sending her back with a message. Charles is in charge of the Dawn Hall, and I support his decisions. As for Lin Shu, as long as he is kept away from the lighthouse, there is no threat. Alas, the Lord is misguided. Mark sighed heavily, but soon his eyes hardened with resolve. Scavengers, heed my command. Charge into the Light and Shadow Assembly Hall, rescue Vanny, and remember, do not harm anyone. Yes, Erica and the others, unable to contain their eagerness, advanced first under Mark's orders, driving their armored vehicles into the throng of Light and Shadow Assembly members. You charlatans, today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Lin Shu. How dare you oppose him? I shall not forgive you. With Erica leading the charge, Jeff and the others followed suit, grinning fiercely as they plunged into the fray, accompanied by both new and seasoned scavengers. As the battle erupted, the scavengers' advantages became increasingly apparent. It was clear that the Light and Shadow Assembly would soon find themselves at a disadvantage. Just then, the city defense forces arrived. Everyone halt. Victor's booming voice echoed even before he arrived. The city defense forces, equipped with firearms, swiftly surrounded Mark and his companions. Cease at once, or I shall not hesitate to act. Victor parted the ranks of the defense forces, striding forward. Do you dare defy orders? Scavengers, stand down. This is the city lord's command. Mark felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This was precisely what he had dreaded, yet it had come to pass. General Victor, I demand to see the city lord. I reiterate, Vanny must not enter the Dawn Hall. Lin Shu must not be provoked. Victor's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Mark and declared loudly, the lord of the city does not wish to see you. He instructed me to convey that the lighthouse has its own operational principles, and none may obstruct it. Otherwise, Victor deliberately elongated his voice, scanning the faces of everyone present before issuing a thunderous command. Expel them from the lighthouse. The weight of his words was palpable, prompting several newcomers among the hunters to surrender and abandon their resistance. Bring Mark and the others down. Anyone who dares to resist will be dealt with according to lighthouse law. Jeff and his companions looked to Mark, awaiting further orders. With a faint sigh, Mark shook his head, signaling for them to cease their struggle. These bastards, I shall witness their demise. Elika, fuming, emerged from her fortified position. casting a fierce glare at the members of the Shadow Society. She yearned for Lin Shu to appear immediately and eliminate them without a trace. They are clearly courting death. Once Lin Shu arrives, they will learn what true fear is. Jeff cursed as he distanced himself from his stronghold, echoing Elika's sentiments. Ran Bing anxiously trailed Mark, being led by the city defense forces to a detention area. Once the battle had concluded, Charles re-emerged from the Hall of Shadows, having retreated to a safe position before the combat commenced. Captain Mark, I have long advised you against provoking discord within the lighthouse, for it will undoubtedly lead to your downfall. Ha ha ha. Charles sneered at the beleaguered Mark, his brow arching as if a new idea had struck him. Since Captain Mark refuses to allow Vandy entry into the Dawn Hall, I shall ensure that you do not get your wish. I am eager to see what you can do about it. Sheriff, take her to the Dawn Hall ahead of time. Charles cast a dark glance at Sheriff, issuing his command. Upon hearing this, Mark struggled violently against the restraints of the city defense forces, his neck veins bulging with rage as he glared fiercely at Charles. Charles, you are courting death. You will drag the entire lighthouse to ruin. Mark's furious shout reverberated throughout the lighthouse, echoing in everyone's ears. Yet, no one paid heed. His outburst only deepened the smirk on Charles's face. Absurd. After a long journey, Lin Shu and his companions finally approached their destination. There it is, Immortal remarked, glancing at the detection device in his hand and pointing towards the distant heights, indicating the lighthouse's location. However, ominous clouds obscured the sky, rendering the lighthouse invisible to Lin Shu and the others. Lin Shu, the lighthouse is over several thousand meters above the ground. But how do we ascend? Fei Shui lamented, her face etched with frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Lin Shu smiled gently at her. Fei Shui, if you choose to follow me, you must become accustomed to the notion that nothing is impossible for me. With that, Lin Shu willed the blood-colored Minghong blade to emerge from his spatial storage, gliding alongside the armored vehicle. Chapter 61. There is no right or wrong, only grudges. The Minghong blade, trailing a long crimson tail, flew parallel to the armored vehicle. This spectacle, while astonishing, did not shock Fei Shui. After all, the blade had previously hovered atop the vehicle, fending off various assaults from the devouring beasts. Lin Shu, what do you mean? How exactly can we ascend to the lighthouse? Fei Shui remained perplexed, questioning the relevance of a floating blade to their ascent. Lin Shu understood that the human mind in this realm could not fathom the methods of a high martial world, thus refraining from further explanation. Slow down, disembark. Fei Shui hesitated momentarily, but asked no further questions. She complied with Lin Shu's directives without fail. Mo Chung, however, was not as unconditionally trusting as Fei Shui. Noticing they were still some distance from the lighthouse, he glanced at Lin Shu, voicing his confusion. Lin Shu, we are still far from the lighthouse. Stopping here will only waste time. Lin Shu stepped out of the vehicle without elaborating. The Minghong blade halted in midair, quietly hovering above. Lin Shu opened his arms in a gesture of embrace towards Fei Shui, who rushed into his arms without hesitation. He lifted her effortlessly, leaping onto the blade, standing firmly upon its surface. You need do nothing. I will take you to the heavens. Lin Shu smiled at Fei Shui, brimming with confidence. All right. Fei Shui did not question him, content to remain in his embrace, awaiting the miracle he would provide. Mo Chung grasped the hilt. Huh. Mo Chung, momentarily bewildered, hesitated before reaching for the hilt. Lin Shu then turned to Black Emperor, who grinned widely. There was no need for words between them, as they understood each other perfectly. All right, let us set forth. It's merely a lighthouse. In this vast world, I can go wherever I please. As soon as he finished speaking, the Minghong blade surged forward, dashing towards the sky after a brief sprint on the ground. A sudden scream erupted from Mo Chung, akin to a pig being slaughtered, as the armored vehicle shrank rapidly beneath them. Simultaneously, Mo Chung found himself dangling from the hilt, his body swaying in the wind. Black Emperor, fully energized, sped off in the opposite direction, eager to ascend the lighthouse and unleash havoc. Tired of the devouring beasts, it was time for a change of pace. Fei Shui nestled tightly in Lin Shu's embrace, her purple hair billowing in the wind. She gazed intently at Lin Shu's chin, her heart racing, as Lin Shu's enigmatic nature reshaped her perceptions. This was my king. He is omnipotent. As Fei Shui's thoughts danced, Lin Shu guided the blade through the clouds, transitioning from the depths of despair to heights of glory. In that moment, he was bathed in sunlight, resembling a deity. Fei Shui was utterly captivated by Lin Shu, her admiration transcending the physical and delving into her soul, compelling her to submit. Lin Shu, however, was preoccupied with their ascent. Mo Cheng, too, was consumed by his own thoughts, his brow furrowed, eyes deep as the ocean. As the Minghong blade soared, the lighthouse initially appeared as a mere pinprick in the sky, but soon its entire form materialized before Lin Shu and his companions. Incredible, truly incredible. Mo Cheng could hardly find words to express his awe. After much contemplation, these two words seemed most fitting. Lin Shu observed the rapidly approaching lighthouse, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Charles, enjoy what little time you have left. Just as the Minghong blade aligned with the lighthouse, Black Emperor suddenly appeared at Lin Shu's side. Without turning, Lin Shu swiftly grasped Black Emperor by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Mo Cheng stared in wide-eyed terror at the suddenly materialized Black Emperor, his mouth agape, unable to articulate his disbelief. The bizarre nature of this man and his dog had relentlessly shattered Mo Cheng's understanding of reality. Vandy, wait for me. I am coming. Lin Shu directed his gaze toward the lighthouse, his eyes scanning past the array of structures, fixating on the distant dawn hall. Meanwhile, the citizens atop the lighthouse were diligently attending to their tasks. The sudden appearance of Lin Shu and his companions startled several workers, causing them to lose their footing and plummet from the heights. The cries of terror echoed throughout the lighthouse. Look, isn't he the survivor from the ground? My heavens, how did he suddenly appear here? How did he ascend nearly 8,000 meters into the air? Could it be thanks to that blade beneath him? No way. I must be seeing things. Is there truly a human capable of flight in this world? Chaos erupted among the citizens of the lighthouse, with some members of the Shadow Society fleeing in fear towards the Hall of Shadows, eager to report this madness to their leader. Lin Shu surveyed the panicked crowd, recognizing they were not his targets, and thus paid them no further mind. They were merely jesters. With a swift leap from the Minghong blade to the ground of the lighthouse, Lin Shu gently set Fei Shui down before shaking off the grasp of the knife holding Mo Cheng. Old dog, wherever Fei Shui goes, you must follow. Lin Shu turned his gaze towards the nearby He Huang, pausing momentarily before continuing. I am heading to the Dawn Hall now. Old dog, guard the rear. I do not wish to be disturbed. Anyone harboring such intentions shall be eradicated without mercy. The fire of vengeance flickered in Lin Shu's eyes, revealing the intensity of his hatred. Having issued his orders, Lin Shu seized the Minghong blade and, propelled by its force, dashed towards the Dawn Hall. With the speed of lightning, he navigated through the structures of the lighthouse, delivering slaps to any unsuspecting pedestrians who dared to obstruct his path. There was no justification. They simply irked him. In mere moments, the Dawn Hall loomed ahead, and as anticipated, guards stood at the entrance. How audacious! Who dares storm the Dawn Hall? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu narrowed his eyes at the guards and swiftly unleashed a flurry of small blade currents from the tip of the Minghong blade, severing several guards in half before they could even react. The blade continued its relentless trajectory towards the grand golden doors of the Dawn Hall. With a thunderous crash, the doors shattered into splinters, and Lin Shu stood resolutely in the corridor of the hall. The Minghong blade, having completed its charge, now floated silently behind him. As he turned a corner at the end of the corridor, he encountered another door, this time guarded by a significantly larger number of defenders. A sense of dread gripped Lin Shu. Such tight security indicated that Vanti had likely already been ushered into the Dawn Hall, and he feared he was too late. What if Vanti was indeed coerced into fulfilling her breeding duties? Lin Shu shuddered at the thought, for although he initially intended to humiliate her, he never envisioned her as his own. Yet, after 5 days and nights, Vanti had developed feelings for him. Perhaps he was her first man. Regardless, she had already claimed a place in her heart for him. Therefore, she deserved to be his woman. Lin Shu contemplated this while recalling his attempts to whisk Vanti away from the lighthouse, which she had repeatedly declined. He understood Vanti's anguish and reluctance. After over 20 years of steadfastness, how could she so easily forsake everything? Her repeated retreats were a testament to her unwillingness to invalidate her decades of sacrifice, a cruel fate for her. Thus, she found herself paralyzed, unable to sever her beliefs, fearing her emotions would find no refuge in this merciless apocalypse. Without a bond, Vanti dreaded losing her will to live. Were their situations reversed? Lin Shu knew he could not have done better. As Lin Shu pondered, He strode forward to confront the dozen guards wielding metal staffs, his gaze unwavering. Under his mental command, the Minghong blade executed its deadly dance, and in the blink of an eye, every one of them lay dead, each with a gaping wound in their chests. There was no right or wrong, only vendetta. Lin Shu's expression remained impassive. Those who stood against him deserved their fate. The second door was pierced by the Minghong blade's force, crashing through the debris of the shattered frame, revealing the imposing figure of the formidable Shalif in the distance. Hey, it seems they are all tired of living. Lin Shu's footsteps did not falter as he grinned menacingly and charged towards Shalif at the last door. Vanny was just beyond that threshold. This time, Lin Shu refrained from using the Minghong blade. Instead, he launched a punch. The sonic boom reverberating around him in the narrow corridor, echoing like his furious roar. Shalif bellowed, clad in an enhanced gravity suit, swinging a massive battle axe at Lin Shu. This blow would determine life or death for either of them, and both unleashed their full strength. Lin Shu, do not presume your strength grants you dominion over everything. Vanny has long been bound and sin inside. Shalif's hoarse laughter dripped with disdain, and he launched a full-force attack. Lin Shu's eyes turned icy. Shalif had sealed his own fate. Unyielding against Shalif's onslaught, Lin Shu pressed forward, intent on dispatching his foe swiftly. The collision of fist and axe erupted with a deafening boom, reverberating through the constricted corridor. Lin Shu's eyes blazed crimson, his stance unwavering. The backlash had no effect on him. In stark contrast, Shalif was not so fortunate. His towering form was sent crashing uncontrollably against the rear door due to the force of the impact. Blood streamed from the gaps in his gravity suit, painting a path like a crimson carpet leading from Lin Shu to the Dawn Hall. With a resounding crash, the final door of the Dawn Hall was obliterated, and blood gushed from Shalif, forming a pool on the ground. Lin Shu's heart raced. He feared Vanny was indeed being coerced into breeding tasks, as Shalif had claimed. The sound of Lin Shu's footsteps echoed sharply in the corridor, each step laden with trepidation. Yet, every corridor must end. Lin Shu approached the door, swallowing hard, anxiety consuming him as he peered inside. A mere glance rendered Lin Shu's eyes wide with disbelief. The scene was eerily familiar. The floor of the Dawn Hall was strewn with several individuals, contorted in pain, clutching various parts of their bodies. At the center, a girl swathed in a robe sat curled up, her head buried in her arms. Vanty. Lin Shu moved closer, softly calling out, his heart a tumult of surprise and joy. Upon hearing his voice, the girl trembled, her head shooting up. Their eyes locked. The girl was none other than Vanny. Without her usual high-tech helmet, her long, dark hair cascaded down her back, and her large, expressive eyes fixated on Lin Shu. Her expression shifted from fear to joy, then to sorrow, tears welling up rapidly. Lin Shu, you have finally come. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm sorry for arriving late. Lin Shu rushed forward, enveloping Vanty in his embrace, his eyes turning red with fury upon seeing her bloodied wrists and ankles. Ignoring the pain in her wrists, Vanty clung tightly to Lin Shu, terrified he might vanish, unable to accept that this was merely a dream. Vanny, I am so sorry. It's my fault for not insisting on taking you away back then, leading to your suffering now. Vanty wept bitterly, her tears mingling with blood, soaking Lin Shu's clothes. Her cries echoing throughout the Dawn Hall and beyond. Outside, Fei Xue, standing guard, felt her own tears cascading down in empathy for Vanny's plight. Eventually, Vanny's sobs subsided, and she lifted her head from Lin Shu's embrace, her tear-filled eyes sparkling with a smile. Lin Shu, do not underestimate me. I am no mere flower vase. She glanced down at her bloodied wrists and ankles. I have trained with burdens since childhood, and my physical strength is formidable. I could easily break free from these bindings. No one has touched my body. Vandy's delicate nose crinkled as she proudly gazed at Lin Shu, though the agony in her limbs caused her eyes to twitch intermittently. Observing Vandy's tear-streaked face, Lin Shu felt an overwhelming wave of guilt, pulling her into a tighter embrace. With a mere thought, the Minghong blade danced swiftly through the Dawn Hall, eliminating the members of the Shadow Society who had been wailing in torment just moments before. In an instant, the blade returned to Lin Shu, droplets of crimson blood falling from its tip. The vast hall was now filled only with Vandy's murmurs. Lin Shu, I have been waiting for you. If you had not come, I would have chosen to leap from the lighthouse. Lin Shu's body jolted at her words. He had underestimated Vandy's resolve. She was truly no ordinary woman. Outside the Dawn Hall, the anguished cries of Shadow Society members echoed, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire and the desperate wails of the dying, interspersed with the curses of the Black Emperor. When Charles learned of Lin Shu's ascent to the lighthouse, he was left speechless, incredulous that someone could defy the heights of over 8,000 meters. He slumped in his chair until his subordinates urged him to action, jolting him back to reality. He bellowed for all Shadow Society members in the lighthouse to rush towards the Dawn Hall, vowing to annihilate Lin Shu with sheer numbers. The Black Emperor single-handedly held back hundreds outside the hall, repelling all forms of assault: electromagnetic sniper rifles, heavy machine guns, howitzers, and various other forms of weaponry. Each attack only fueled the Black Emperor's fervor, its dark fur now stained a deep crimson. With Lin Shu's permission, it fought without restraint. With a ferocious howl, the Black Emperor plunged back into the fray, screams following in its wake. In the central command hall of the lighthouse, Victor, drenched in sweat, struggled to comprehend the report from his subordinate. Lin Shu had flown up from the ground. Even at this moment, he found it hard to believe. Such a feat was nothing short of a fantasy. Morgan, aghast, felt his wrinkled face twitch uncontrollably. How could this be possible? Over 8,000 meters high? How could he have done it? Victor wiped the sweat from his brow, swallowing hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. He regretted not heeding Mark's counsel. Lord City Master, Lin Shu has truly ascended. Charles has dispatched all members of the Shadow Society to attack the Dawn Hall. Foolish, Morgan roared in anger. A man who can reach the lighthouse is not someone we can provoke. Charles is recklessly jeopardizing the future of the lighthouse. With a heavy sigh, he commanded, "Send word for the city defense forces to head to the Dawn Hall. Stop Charles, and if necessary, apologize to Lin Shu." The sudden appearance of Lin Shu had thrown Morgan's plans into disarray, aging him considerably in an instant. After receiving the order, Victor stepped out of the command hall and summoned a subordinate, speaking in a low tone. "Go, release Mark and the others. Return all their weapons and equipment, and ensure the attitude is respectful." Inside the Dawn Hall, Vandy gazed deeply into Lin Shu's eyes. "The reason I did not resist and willingly entered the Dawn Hall is for another purpose. For over 20 years, I have followed the so-called Lord of Shadows, who preached enjoyment without indulgence. Today, I am determined to serve my man wholeheartedly in this so-called sacred Dawn Hall." Chapter 63. Lin Shu, I am willing to leave the lighthouse with you. After over 20 years of dream shattering, Vandy chose to indulge herself utterly in the Dawn Hall, deemed the most sacred by the Shadow Society. The Black Emperor, caught up in the heat of battle, was startled by the sudden clamor from within the hall, its eyes widening in disbelief. "What the hell? I thought you were fighting for your life inside. I willingly faced so many enemies for you, and this is the kind of battle you choose?" It was unable to contain its fury. This was nothing short of bullying the innocent. In a frenzy, it charged toward the remaining 100 or so members of the Shadow Society, its attacks ruthless and merciless. "Lin Shu, I feel much better now. Let's leave this place. I no longer wish to stay here. It feels unbearable." With a dozen corpses strewn about and the air thick with the scent of blood, Vandy finally sensed her discomfort and urged Lin Shu to depart. Lin Shu sprang to his feet, smiling at Vandy. "All right, as my dear Vandy wishes, we shall leave. However, before we go, there is something I must attend to." Vandy's expression faltered as she grasped the unspoken words, instinctively wanting to dissuade him. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she sighed and chose to remain silent. Everything in the lighthouse was no longer her concern. Noticing her exposed form, Vandy felt a twinge of distress. In her haste, her robe had been discarded in the pool of blood, leaving her without any clothing to wear. As Lin Shu caught her gaze, he paused, but soon understood her implication and chuckled softly, playfully brushing his fingers along her delicate nose. Assessing her figure, he swiftly exchanged for a suitable outfit from the system's marketplace. "Here, wear this." Vandy's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully punched Lin Shu's arm. "You rogue, let's hurry." Lin Shu laughed heartily, leading the way out of the Dawn Hall, with Vandy closely following. After passing through two large doors and turning a corner, Fei Xue's silhouette appeared within Lin Shu's line of sight, the sounds of the Black Emperor's battle echoing from afar. "Fei Xue, are you all right?" Lin Shu hurried toward her. Fei Xue's bright eyes met Lin Shu's as she recalled their earlier skirmish, her face slightly reddening. With a beaming smile, she nodded in response to Lin Shu's inquiry. Then her gaze shifted past him to Vandy. "Vandy, I'm so glad you're okay. You scared me. Upon seeing Vandy, Fei Xue's eyes sparkled with delight. It was evident from Vandy's radiant expression that she had not suffered any harm at Charles's hands. Dressed in a gray sports outfit, Vandy appeared both sensible and lively. Her curves were unmistakable even beneath the attire, rendering her a stark contrast to the previous incarnation of the Lightbearer. With a beaming smile, Vandy approached Fei Xue, and the two women locked eyes, devoid of hostility, instead sharing a bond of mutual admiration. She had heard Lin Shu speak of the trials Fei Xue endured to save her, and gazing at the composed Fei Xue, Vandy felt a wellspring of gratitude. To leap from such a height, risking life and limb, only to be pursued for miles by the abyssal beast, what profound kindness. Perhaps, aside from Lin Shu, only Fei Xue would go to such lengths for her. And all of this stemmed from the man before her. How could Vandy not love him deeply? She reached out decisively, enveloping Fei Xue in a tight embrace, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you, Fei Xue. From now on, we are sisters. Fei Xue's face flushed again, and she softly hummed in response, equally joyous. Haha, that's great. We can play games together later. Humph. Dream on. Vandy and Fei Xue retorted simultaneously, exchanging silly grins, the atmosphere brimming with warmth. Lin Shu smiled as he watched the two women nod at each other. Both were extraordinary in their own right. Vandy, Fei Xue, take good care of each other. I will have the old dog accompany you. I need to handle something, but I will return shortly. Lin Shu's smile faded as he recalled the instigator of this incident. It was time to settle the score. All right, we'll wait for your return. Be careful, the two women said, linking arms as they gazed at Lin Shu, trying their best not to burden him with worry. Lin Shu nodded slightly, then dashed towards the exit of the Dawn Hall without hesitation. The members of the Shadow Society, already shaken to their core, were struck with terror upon realizing Lin Shu was charging towards them, abandoning all thoughts of resistance and scattering like birds startled from their perch. Damn it, I haven't vented my frustration yet. Who gave you the audacity to flee? As the words fell, the dog's hooves pressed against the ground, gathering strength, preparing to pursue. Unexpectedly, a blood-red long knife, swift as lightning, had already dispatched all in its path during He Huang's moment of preparation. Old dog, enough of the games. Take good care of your two sisters-in-law. As the voice echoed, Lin Shu's figure had swiftly vanished beyond the confines of the Dawn Hall. Sisters-in-law? He Huang's shrewd eyes darted around, then fell upon Vandy and Fei Xue, who approached arm in arm. Damn it, I have none, and you have two? Disgraceful. How can you take advantage of me? With a toothy grin, He Huang swiftly turned and raced towards the two women, carrying them as he pursued Lin Shu's departing figure. That was the location of the Shadow and Light Association Hall. Chapter 64, Cooperation? What nonsense. The lighthouse was neither too small nor too large, and in a mere moment, Lin Shu found himself before the tightly shut doors of the Shadow and Light Association Hall. However, the entrance was packed with a throng of people who had arrived early to wait. Lin Shu landed before the crowd, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone present. General Victor? Are you attempting to obstruct me? With a slight frown, he turned to the hunters on the other side. And you as well? Mark was taken aback. Seeing Lin Shu at an altitude of over 8,000 meters had already shocked him, but now Lin Shu's question filled him with even greater unease. He stepped forward. His voice hurried as he explained, Brother Lin Shu, there's been a misunderstanding. We have just been released. We are only, Mark stuttered, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Unwilling to stand opposed to Lin Shu. Are you afraid I will destroy the lighthouse? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, his expression softening slightly, his tone losing its edge. Mark, filled with loyalty, had arranged everything previously to save Vandy, and Fei Xue had informed him of all this. Lin Shu believed in repaying kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity, adhering to his own principles. Rest assured, Brother Mark, I am only seeking Charles. I will not actively destroy the lighthouse, provided it does not stand against me. As his words hung in the air, Lin Shu's gaze turned chillingly cold, fixing upon Victor. Under the oppressive weight of Lin Shu's stare, Victor couldn't help but shudder. This was the first time in his long life that he had felt such fear, even more than when facing the formidable devourer. Yet before Lin Shu, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Could this still be called a human? Victor found himself questioning this more than once. Lin Shu, I have come under the orders of the city lord to prevent the members of the Shadow and Light Association from attacking you, but alas, I have arrived too late. Those individuals have already been slain by you. Lin Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, the atmosphere in the room growing tense. Are you blaming me? No, 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 brother Lin Shu. You misunderstand. At Lin Shu's words, Victor's pupils widened in sudden realization, hastily shaking his hands to deny the accusation. I meant to say, my intention was to assist you, and I am here on the city lord's orders. The lighthouse certainly does not wish to oppose you. With that, Victor stepped closer from the city defense army. Bending at the waist in a deep bow, Lin Shu, I apologize on behalf of the lighthouse. I hope you can show mercy and spare us this time. We assure you this will not happen again. Victor's attitude was undeniably sincere. Nearing 50, he bowed low before the 20-something Lin Shu. However, could sincerity alone grant one the liberty to act as they wished? Lin Shu clearly did not accept this. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for police? Lin Shu scoffed, outright ignoring Victor's apology. Surely the commander of the city defense army understood this logic? Enough of your ridiculous charades. Suddenly, Lin Shu's aura shifted dramatically. His long hair billowing without wind, gripping his blood-red Minghong knife, its tip directed at Victor. One word, get lost. Morgan had insisted the citizens of the lighthouse abandon ties to the old world, yet here he was. Utilizing the city defense army to protect Charles for the sake of his son. What a splendid scheme. Lin Shu sneered at Victor, condemning Morgan's shamelessness. Recalling how Morgan and Charles had referred to each other as father and son in private more than once. An uproar erupted among the city defense soldiers at Lin Shu's words, whispering among themselves. Victor clenched his fists, turning to glare at the soldiers. Under Victor's intimidation, the soldiers quickly fell silent. However, the distant onlookers from the lighthouse remained unrestrained, their voices rising in a crescendo. The emotions of the lighthouse citizens surged as they drifted toward a new region of the Australian-New Zealand continent. Listening to the crowd's murmurs behind him, Lin Shu could not help but smile knowingly. Although he had promised Mark not to directly destroy the lighthouse, this matter could not be easily concluded. He aimed to undermine the lighthouse's laws, sowing the seeds of chaos for its eventual destruction. As the crowd's emotions escalated, Victor's demeanor shifted from humility to anger. Lin Shu, I have repeatedly stepped back. I hope you do not take my kindness for weakness. The fire of anger already burned in Lin Shu's eyes. Before Victor could finish, he hastily completed Victor's thought. Victor fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Lin Shu's implication. Humph, arrogant. Lin Shu, unwilling to prolong the dialogue, fixed his gaze and sped toward the shadow and light association hall, moving with the swiftness of lightning. As he passed by Victor, he delivered a resounding slap, sending Victor hurtling like a cannonball into the ranks of the city defense soldiers, toppling several. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd reacted, Victor's face had swollen grotesquely, rendering him unconscious. Mark, should we intervene? The seasoned hunter glanced fearfully at the chaos among the city defense soldiers, quietly seeking Mark's opinion. Startled, Mark trembled slightly, then shouted, "No one is allowed to move. If you wish to avoid the destruction of the lighthouse, abandon your intentions now. And don't say I didn't warn you." Concerned about his relationship with the seasoned hunter, Mark refrained from acting, but Erica and Jeff had no such reservations. The two glared at the man, exuding a fierce determination that suggested they would swiftly turn him into a pulp if he dared to act. After sending Victor flying, Lin Shu paid him no further heed. Whether he lived or died was not his concern. Standing before the tightly shut doors of the Shadow and Light Association Hall, Lin Shu's gaze grew even colder. Charles was inside, and he pondered how best to vent his fury. With a thunderous crash, Lin Shu smashed his fist against the heavy doors, splintering them into fragments. Members of the Shadow and Light Association, on high alert for Lin Shu's entrance, were caught off guard and were immediately reduced to pulp by the sudden force. Stepping through the shattered doorframe into the hall, Lin Shu didn't even glance at the blood pooling beneath his feet. At the highest steps in the innermost chamber, Charles reclined comfortably in an armchair. Charles, impressive. Your composure is as steady as an old dog. Lin Shu's smile grew ever more fervent, yet his gaze remained as frigid as ice. Lin Shu, it's merely a woman. Why don't we collaborate and jointly manage this aerial lighthouse? Before Charles could finish his sentence, Lin Shu appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Charles coughed up blood, bending over like a shrimp. Grabbing him by the collar, Lin Shu unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. You think you're so arrogant? Keep it up, and I'll beat the crap out of you. Charles's head bobbed like a drum, and soon blood streamed from all 7 orifices, painting a pitiable picture. Fortunately, Lin Shu controlled his strength. Otherwise, one blow would have turned Charles's head into a smashed watermelon. Lin Shu, let us discuss this rationally. Shut up. As the sound of his slap echoed, Lin Shu felt an insatiable anger that could not be quelled. He dragged Charles outside like a lifeless dog. Chapter 65. Old man, go kneel before Vanny and confess. Lin Shu, we can discuss this. Charles spoke in a voice so faint it resembled the buzzing of a mosquito, laced with desperation. At that moment, he was utterly powerless, his face marred with blood, his cheeks swollen to the point where his eyes were mere slits. Displaying a pitiful sight, Lin Shu seized Charles by the collar, dragging him across the ground towards the light and shadow assembly hall. A vivid trail of blood marked their path, extending from the distant steps to the entrance of the hall. Lin Shu merely scoffed at Charles's pleas for mercy, unwilling to acknowledge him. At this juncture, Charles should have realized his fate, an acceptance of death, a desire to die that had become a mere wish. For a common demise was now a luxury he could not afford. As Lin Shu stepped outside the hall, nearly 100 city defense soldiers suddenly surged forth, surrounding him with their weapons drawn, their cold barrels aimed squarely at him. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes into a dangerous arc, his expression remaining calm as he thought to himself how foolish these individuals were. Are you serious? Lin Shu's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. No one responded. A profound silence enveloped the air. Despite their trepidation in the face of Lin Shu's formidable presence, the soldiers stood their ground, for behind them loomed Mayor Morgan. The gathered crowd split into 3 groups. To the left were the hunters led by Mark. In the center were the other citizens of the lighthouse, including Jing Nan, Jessica, and Carrie, and to the right stood the recently arrived He Huang, Fei Shui, and Vanny. Seeing Lin Shu surrounded, Fei Shui and Vanny were about to rush in to assist, but were halted by He Huang. Moreover, Lin Shu shook his head at them from a distance, prompting the two to anxiously remain on the sidelines. Returning his gaze to the city defense soldiers, Lin Shu's lips curled into a sinister smile. He was ready to kill. Just as he was about to make a move, the soldiers parted, revealing Morgan, who approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Shu halted, intrigued by Morgan's intentions, curious about the tricks this old man had up his sleeve. With everything under his control, Lin Shu found himself in no rush. Old man, after everything that has transpired, surely you have given your tacit approval? Morgan's brows were tightly furrowed, and after a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice gravelly. Lin Shu, what would it take for you to spare Charles? Pausing for a moment, Morgan continued after a brief contemplation. I have heard that Vanny has not actually executed her breeding duties, although it was due to her own rebellion. It is still good news, I assent it. At his words, Lin Shu's gaze turned even colder, tightening his grip on Charles. Charles, struggling for breath, began to thrash violently. Lin Shu, no? We can negotiate, please. Seeing Charles's face grow even more purple from lack of air, Morgan grew anxious and reached out to stop Lin Shu's actions. Relaxing his grip slightly, Lin Shu looked at Morgan with derision. You plead with me? Is this how you beseech someone? Realizing that Lin Shu was unyielding, Morgan's frustration surfaced. What do you want then? Do not push me too far. I know you are strong, but with so many guns aimed at you, I do not believe you can evade them all. Morgan, having been a mayor for decades, displayed his authoritative demeanor, gradually regaining the initiative. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with Lin Shu. Is this your reliance? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the encircling soldiers once more. Morgan offered a non-committal smile. How audacious, Lin Shu remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Morgan. Just as Morgan appeared increasingly composed, Lin Shu made his move. Without hesitation, he raised his blade and struck with lightning speed. In one swift motion, crimson energy erupted from the tip of his weapon, slicing through the surrounding soldiers and soaring skyward, cleaving several suspended accommodation boxes in the process. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground followed in rapid succession. Morgan's previously amused expression froze, his murky eyes widening in horror. Although he did not turn to look at the soldiers behind him, he could sense the warm, viscous liquid dripping onto his face. In mere moments, nearly 100 soldiers were severed in half, blood gushing forth like a colossal fountain. Those soldiers could scarcely believe the ludicrousness of their demise, their severed heads gazing in terror at their still-standing lower halves. They had, in their lifetimes, been fortunate enough to witness their own complete forms. Meanwhile, the bystanders erupted into chaos. I must be mad. What have I just witnessed? So many people. How did they die? The armor of the city defense should withstand bullets. How did their bodies suddenly split in two? Was it him? I saw him raise his blade. The lighthouse descended into utter pandemonium, the citizens scattering in fear, their terrified voices resounding in waves throughout the structure. Jing Nan, standing at the forefront, covered her gaping mouth in shock, her pupils dilating as she witnessed Lin Shu's power for the first time. Mark and his companions had described Lin Shu's prowess as terrifying, but seeing it firsthand made it clear that they had been exceedingly modest. Jing Nan struggled to contain her overwhelming sensations as blood flowed freely around her. Moments later, she could no longer suppress her urge to flee, quickly covering her mouth and rushing away from the scene. Having never encountered such a number of corpses, coupled with the overpowering stench of blood, she felt the bile rise in her throat. Jessica followed closely behind, her complexion pale with fear. The rest of the citizens were even worse off. In stark contrast to Jing Nan and the others, Dr. Carey was overwhelmed with ecstatic joy amidst her shock. My heavens! If I could obtain his cells, the lighthouse could complete the abyssal plan in no time. The hunters, led by Mark, who were accustomed to the brutality of the surface world and had witnessed countless humans slaughtered by voracious beasts, had never seen such a horrific scene. Mark, Erica, and Jeff were expressions of disbelief, having once again witnessed Lin Shu's terrifying power, as well as his cruelty. In a single stroke, Lin Shu had annihilated nearly 100 city defense soldiers, his expression unchanged, as if he had merely dispatched a flock of chicks. Gulp. The crowd struggled to swallow, attempting to quell their growing dread. Concerned that Fei Shui and Vanti might not handle the scene well, Lin Shu offered them a harmless smile to soothe their nerves. As a hunter, Fei Shui was no stranger to death, her pallor merely reflecting her shock. However, Vanti's reaction was more pronounced, having spent her days at the lighthouse. Surrounded by zealots who preached incessantly, she had never experienced such a brutal scene. Her complexion turned ghostly white, and without Fei Shui's support, she would have collapsed. Grateful for Fei Shui's assistance, Lin Shu felt a sense of relief, fearing Vanti might faint from the horror of the sight. The reason he had not instructed He Huang to take Vanti away earlier was simply that this was the apocalypse. If you do not kill him, he will kill you. This is a world where humans consume each other, leaving no room for mercy. Lin Shu shifted his gaze from Vanti back to Morgan. Old man, this beast is your son, Isn't? Lin Shu lifted Charles and forcefully slammed him onto the ground at Morgan's feet, causing Charles to immediately spew blood. Father, save me. Charles struggled to rise, but all his attempts were in vain. Morgan stood frozen, his eyes wide, his face as pale as death, utterly terrified, oblivious to Charles's pleas. Lin Shu, what must you do to spare us? Morgan slowly lowered his hands, bending his body like a child caught misbehaving, no longer daring to meet Lin Shu's gaze. What do I want? Lin Shu's demeanor shifted abruptly, transforming into that of a furious lion. If you dare to harbor ill intentions towards my woman, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Go, kneel before Vanti and apologize. Morgan's body stiffened, and he shot a disbelieving look at Lin Shu. Chapter 66. Big Brother Speak. Morgan's wrinkled cheeks trembled violently, incensed by Lin Shu's words. You want me to kneel and apologize to her? As he spoke, Morgan turned to glance at Vanti in the distance, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, his nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. This was an utter humiliation. You heard me correctly. Either kneel and apologize to Vanti, or I will kill Charles. Choose. Lin Shu raised the Minghong blade once more, its tip pointed threateningly at the motionless Charles on the ground, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Lin Shu, one should leave a line for others to follow, for future encounters. You must understand this principle, right? Morgan's eyes were bloodshot with rage, the words forced from between clenched teeth. As the city lord, he had always been the one to receive others kneeling, who dared to demand his submission. Just as Morgan finished speaking, Mark could no longer bear the sight of Morgan's humiliation and stepped forward to plead with Lin Shu. Brother Lin, the Lord is already an elderly man. Considering his years of service to the lighthouse, could you spare him the indignity of kneeling? Upon hearing Mark's plea, Lin Shu let out a slight sigh. Mark was simply too soft-hearted, too easily trusting of others, which had led him to be exploited by the commoner 4068, resulting in his throat being cut in the anime world and indirectly causing the death of Ranbing. Turning to Mark, whose face was filled with concern. Lin Shu's gaze grew cold as he exclaimed, "Mark, wake up. This is the apocalypse. There is no room for indecisiveness. When one hesitates, chaos ensues. I hope you remember my words. Learn from this old man. In corners hidden from your sight, he has committed countless unspeakable acts. Do you truly think he is a kind-hearted elder? Humph. He is far more ruthless than you can imagine. Isn't that right, Morgan?" Lin Shu's gaze once again fell upon the dejected Morgan. Hearing Lin Shu's chilling tone, Morgan involuntarily took a step back. "Mark, considering our past acquaintance and your previous efforts to save Vanny, I can refrain from destroying the lighthouse out of respect for you. However, my concessions have their limits. I hope you understand." As Lin Shu spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Morgan. His words meant for Mark, but serving as a reminder to Morgan that there would be no alteration to his demands. Morgan must kneel and apologize to Vanny. At this moment, Lin Shu's murderous intent was at its peak, his patience nearing its limit. Vanny had gradually acclimated to the thick stench of blood, yet she still could not bear to look at the corpses. Hearing Lin Shu insist that Morgan kneel to her, she felt a pang of compassion. "Lin Shu, how about—" Vanny's words were abruptly cut off by Lin Shu. "Vanny, if you wish to be my woman and follow me from now on, then you must listen to me. They force you to undertake breeding tasks. I do not care how the lighthouse regards this matter, but for me, my woman is only for me to touch. Anyone else who dares to think of her must die." Faced with such a domineering Lin Shu, Vanny swallowed her words. Feeling secure with such a powerful man protecting her, Fei Xue, although reluctant to witness Morgan kneeling in apology, dismissed the idea of persuading Lin Shu. Knowing that there must be some culpability on Morgan's part regarding Charles's situation, she believed that Lin Shu's actions were undoubtedly justified. Fei Xue turned to smile at Vanny, gently patting her arm to reassure her that Lin Shu would handle everything. Vanny nodded lightly, falling silent. Mark, unwilling to give up, attempted to continue persuading Lin Shu but was held back by Ran Bing, who shook her head slightly, urging him to cease. With a long sigh, Mark ultimately relented. "Old dog, what's wrong?" Still unwilling to move, Lin Shu coldly observed the still motionless Morgan, angrily stomping on Charles's calf, grinding his foot down. Charles, who had already lost consciousness, let out a ghastly wail. His body writhed on the ground like a worm, his calf crushed, exposing bone and spilling blood, teetering on the brink of death. "No, Lin Shu, I will do as you say. Please, stop torturing him." Morgan, terrified, pleaded desperately with Lin Shu, then turned to tremble towards Vanny. The remaining onlookers followed Morgan's movement with their eyes, none daring to speak, merely observing in silence. A few of the upper class, who had benefited from the situation, displayed sympathy in their gazes, while the commoners reveled in schadenfreude, wishing for Morgan's swift demise. With a thud, Morgan knelt before Vanny, appearing as though he had aged a decade in an instant, completely sacrificing his dignity for Charles's sake. "Vanny, on behalf of Charles, I apologize. I hope you can forgive us." His voice was weak, and upon finishing, it seemed to drain him of much of his strength. He then prepared to bow his head. Vanny and Fei Xue quickly rushed forward to support Morgan, for they felt that his kneeling was already their limit. Allowing him to bow would be too much for their hearts to bear. With red-rimmed eyes, Vanny looked up at Lin Shu, her gaze pleading, hoping he would spare Morgan. Simultaneously, Fei Xue cast a hopeful glance at Lin Shu, also beseeching him to show mercy to Morgan. "Sigh, you too very well. I will heed your wishes and spare this old fool." Lin Shu shook his head, unable to withstand the pitiful expressions of the two beauties. Vanny and Fei Xue exchanged smiles, warmth blooming in their hearts. "Old dog, come." Lin Shu's gaze shifted, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he looked at the Black Emperor. The two locked eyes, and the Black Emperor instantly understood, grinning widely to reveal his distinctive yellowed teeth, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in his oddly bulging eyes. The Black Emperor approached Lin Shu, glancing at the fallen Charles, then looking up at Lin Shu. "Use that one. Use that one. Got it." Consuming 50 points. The Black Emperor chuckled ominously, producing a palm-sized jade vial from his mouth. Lin Shu took it, and on the vial were embossed golden characters. "Crazy for the soul once again." The man and dog exchanged knowing glances, both winking and smiling in a particularly mischievous manner. From afar, Emo City observed the pair's smiles, and, inexplicably, he shivered. Lin Shu strolled over to Charles, crouching down to pat his swollen face. "Hey, big brother, wake up. You're actually quite lucky. This is my first time using this in this world, You're the pioneer. As Charles continued to lay there unresponsive, Lin Shu grew impatient and delivered a heavy slap. Now open your mouth. Chapter 67. Exchanging 4 vials to let the devouring beasts have a taste. Night had fallen, marking a full day since Lin Shu ascended the tower at dawn. The weather was capricious, with the sky once again illuminated by flashes of lightning and the air filled with the sound of thunder, a prelude to an impending storm. Lin Shu, frustrated, repeatedly struck Charles, who lay limply on the ground, moaning in agony, his lips sealed tight. Left with no choice, Lin Shu grasped the Minghong knife, intending to pry open Charles's mouth with its tip. Morgan, having regained his senses, was taken aback by the scene and hurriedly shouted to intervene. Lin Shu, you promised. As long as I kneel and apologize, you wouldn't kill Charles. His voice was laced with terror, genuinely fearing that Lin Shu might deliver a fatal blow to Charles. In response to Morgan's desperate cries, Lin Shu scoffed, yet his hands did not falter. I promised not to kill him, but while a death sentence can be avoided, the punishment for living will be inescapable. Morgan's expression turned grave as he absorbed Lin Shu's wrathful gaze, hastily silencing himself, fearing that Lin Shu might indeed act on his anger and harm Charles. The tip of the Minghong knife deftly pried open Charles's mouth, and without hesitation, Lin Shu yanked out the vial stopper and poured the entire contents into Charles's mouth. Goodness! Lin Shu, did you really just pour the whole vial? Black Emperor, observing from the side, was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was well aware of the potion's effects, in a realm of martial prowess. Even a single drop could lead a master at the nascent soul stage to utter ruin, its potency immeasurable. Now, witnessing Lin Shu's reckless act of emptying the entire vial, Black Emperor began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Charles. As Lin Shu savored the moment, he inspected the empty vial, ensuring not a single drop had been wasted. Old dog. This fellow often sends others to the Dawn Hall for breeding tasks. I suspect he might enjoy this, Lin Shu chuckled, eagerly anticipating Charles's forthcoming reaction. Unbeknownst to him, the effects of the potion manifested almost instantaneously. Charles's face, arms, and any exposed skin rapidly turned a vibrant pink, his previous despondency vanishing as he sprang to life, his eyes widening with excitement, breath heavy and misty. My word! Lin Shu was taken aback, his gaze dropping to the spectacle before him. The onlookers were equally astonished, having never witnessed such an event. The female spectators, amidst gasps, shyly covered their eyes. Yet some couldn't resist peeking through their fingers at Charles's transformation, muttering in disdain, how shameless. While most were captivated by the unfolding drama, Vanny, Feishua, and Erica wore expressions of indifference. Particularly Erica, who, since witnessing Lin Shu's ancestral Lin family gun that morning, had been fixated on that memory. It pales in comparison to the ancestral Lin family gun. Morgan's face turned ashen, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond his control. Lin Shu, what exactly do you intend? Are you going to send him to the Dawn Hall for breeding tasks? The surrounding female spectators blushed at Morgan's words, yet secretly plotted how to present themselves first for the trial. Lin Shu, perplexed, turned to the pallid Morgan. This old fool has an interesting scheme. Sending him for breeding tasks? That would surely be a boon for him. As Lin Shu spoke, he seized Charles by the collar and dragged him toward the edge of the lighthouse, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. As the leader of the Shadow and Light Society, Charles must possess the courage to lead. Your method of gene matching to produce superior offspring seems ineffective. Why not explore a new direction? With thunder crashing above, a bolt of lightning illuminated Lin Shu's grinning visage. Morgan's pupils dilated, his body trembling uncontrollably, a foreboding filling him with dread. Don't go too far. Too far, Lin Shu replied, a sinister smile spreading across his face. At that moment, the effects of the potion fully took hold of Charles, who appeared as a ripe shrimp. His body flushed crimson. His eyes, brimming with lasciviousness, seemed ready to overflow with desire, his form writhing in the air like a worm. As Lin Shu turned to face Morgan, Charles, with a lecherous gaze, unexpectedly extended his tongue and licked Lin Shu's hand. The slick, warm sensation sent chills down Lin Shu's spine, leaving him utterly repulsed. You bastard! Are you actually interested in me? Overwhelmed by disgust, Lin Shu instinctively released his grip on Charles's collar. Charles, suspended at the lighthouse's edge, plummeted toward the ground. Despite his fall, he still wore a seductive expression as he gazed at Lin Shu. Good grief! You filthy creature! Lin Shu felt as though he had swallowed a fly, horrified at the thought of losing his right hand to such a fate. Lin Shu, you can't go back on your word, Charles cried. Morgan, wide-eyed with terror, collapsed to the ground in shock. Mark and the others were equally stunned, but none moved, watching helplessly as Charles descended rapidly. At such a height, his fate was all but sealed. The members of the Shadow and Light Society were nearly all injured or dead, leaving the few remaining unable to rescue Charles. Yet, Lin Shu could not allow Charles to perish so easily. Otherwise, the entire vial of the potion would have been wasted. Old dog, there must be plenty of devouring beasts below. Spend 100 points. No, 200 points. To exchange for 4 vials of the potion for them to enjoy. Lin Shu spoke with a smile. Though to the onlookers, it resembled that of a demon. Understood. Black Emperor grinned, decisively leaping from the lighthouse toward the rapidly descending Charles. While Lin Shu delegated the tasks, he did not step away but remained focused on the ground below, knowing that something, or someone, would inevitably emerge. Chapter 68. The situation grows unclear. The mysterious figure reappears. Charles and Black Emperor plummeted toward the ground, their figures flickering in the light of the thunderous sky. Lin Shu prepared for action, his gaze fixed attentively on the unfolding scene below. Just as Black Emperor approached Charles, a missile suddenly shot up from a structure beneath the lighthouse, targeting Black Emperor directly. As lightning illuminated the scene, a white high-velocity object came into Lin Shu's view. Found you, Civilian 4068. A cold smile crept across Lin Shu's lips as he leaped from the lighthouse without hesitation. Black Emperor, racing toward Charles, suddenly caught sight of the missile hurtling toward him, prompting a flurry of curses as he accelerated even closer to Charles. Just as the missile was about to strike, Black Emperor swiftly executed a scorpion tail maneuver, his tail striking the missile away like a steel whip. The operator of the missile, Civilian 4068, was taken aback by the turn of events. Just as he prepared to take further action, he felt a sudden weight at his waist, an overwhelming force crashing into him. Civilian 4068 coughed up blood, instantly losing consciousness, before being propelled downward by the force. Lin Shu had been waiting for this opportunity. Charles and Chinmin 4068 were the masterminds behind the plot to eliminate Mark. Now that Charles was to be dealt with, Lin Shu would naturally not overlook the need to eradicate this hidden menace as well. Charles was the sole support for Chunmin 4068's ascent to power. Thus, when Charles fell, Chunmin 4068 would inevitably take action at a critical moment. Regardless of whether Chunmin 4068's actions were driven by personal motives, to Lin Shu, as long as one sided with Charles, it was tantamount to signing their own death warrant. Lin Shu held absolute confidence in the power of his recent kick. He was certain that Chunmin 4068 was thoroughly dealt with. At that moment, He Huang had also caught up with Charles. The duo, one man and one dog, broke through the thick clouds and plummeted towards the ground, where a pack of snake-like dogs awaited Charles. With 4 vials of the mother pig, his crazy potion at his disposal, it was certain that Charles would find himself in a state of agonizing ecstasy amidst the pack. Of course, there was only one Charles. While the snake dogs would likely have to wait their turn to engage in battle, Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. With that, the issues at the lighthouse were resolved. Mark and Ranbing's fates would likely change as a result, and this ill-fated couple would not be forced apart by the heavens. Reflecting on this, Lin Shu smiled slightly, intending to return to the lighthouse under the guidance of the Minghong blade. Just then, a high-pitched call for help from He Huang echoed from below. Lin Shu, hurry. Damn it. A dozen people are surrounding me. They seem intent on rescuing this glass. Glass. Lin Shu paused momentarily before realizing that He Huang was referring to Charles. At this moment, they were still over 2,000 meters above the ground, and the sudden appearance of a dozen humans at such an altitude caused Lin Shu's expression to shift. He dared not delay, swiftly maneuvering the Minghong blade to break through the clouds and pursue He Huang. As Lin Shu entered the clouds, he had not fully emerged when a chill ran down his spine, and a sense of crisis enveloped him. Almost instinctively, he twisted his body as a palm-sized sword-shaped dart flew at high speed from below, barely grazing him as it passed. Damn it! Who dares to attack me? Lin Shu narrowly evaded the sudden assault and immediately began to curse, unleashing every vile epithet he could muster. Before he even broke through the clouds, his colorful greetings had already reached the ears of those below. With a thunderous crash, the only sounds in the air were the small whispers of the breeze and the frantic shouts of one man and his dog. Naturally, There were also the pained and indulgent moans of Charles, who, despite the bone-chilling cold air, showed no signs of regaining his senses. Highlighting the perverse efficacy of the mother pig is Crazy Potion. When Lin Shu finally broke through the clouds, illuminated by a flash of lightning, he clearly saw the dozen individuals He Huang had mentioned. They were clearly 18 flying mechas, though their occupants remained unknown. Unlike the cumbersome gravitational bodies atop the lighthouse, these mechas were slender and almost fitted to their bodies, one of which had two prominently exaggerated protrusions on its chest. Lin Shu recognized that this was not swelling. It was a voluptuous woman. The dim sky made it difficult to discern the gender of the others. But that was not the primary concern. The key issue was that the group had mobilized, charging with fierce intent. 5 were assaulting He Huang, while the others rushed toward Lin Shu. After a brief contemplation, Lin Shu surmised their identities. Those who could rescue Charles were undoubtedly connected to the Shadow and Light Society. With the Minghong blade in hand, Lin Shu planned to engage these individuals in combat. However, the adversaries lacked honor, surrounding Lin Shu with a storm of gunfire. Caught off guard by the clash of hot weapons against cold steel, Lin Shu exclaimed, "How dare you use firearms against a cultivator? You voluptuous woman, if I catch you, I will ensure your measurements double." In midair, with no stable footing, Lin Shu could only rely on the Minghong blade to hover, preventing him from launching a ranged counterattack. Yet, he was a cultivator. Fire Dragon, Inferno Ball. Lin Shu's voice thundered through the air, and as he spoke, a fireball the size of a house materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward the group. The sudden appearance of such a massive fireball caught the mysterious individuals off guard. One unfortunate soul failed to evade in time, and was incinerated along with his mecha, reduced to molten iron. Scatter. Everyone disperse. This guy is unusual. He can fly without a mecha. He's no ordinary person. A figure clad in dark blue mecha, presumably the leader, shouted in alarm. Lin Shu, standing in midair with his blade, smirked at their panic. Too late. Just as another wave of their assault approached, Lin Shu darted swiftly, disappearing into the clouds. Yet, their bullets and missiles pursued him relentlessly, as if they possessed a mind of their own. Interesting, they can track. With a thought, Lin Shu launched the Minghong blade to intercept the incoming bullets, obliterating them before returning to catch Lin Shu as he fell. Violent, endless wind blades. Under Lin Shu's command, the spiritual energy within him surged outward, instantly affecting the natural environment within a radius of several dozen meters. As the incantation fell, the gentle breeze behind him suddenly stilled, then rapidly coalesced into countless transparent wind blades shaped like willow leaves. With a swift motion, the wind blades, under Lin Shu's control, surged toward the group of mysterious mechas beyond the clouds. What is this? My mecha is being pierced by something. One of the individuals cried out. But before he could finish, he was pierced by numerous wind blades, meeting his demise as he plummeted to the ground. Me too. Something invisible is flying toward us. Everyone, activate defenses. Adapt and respond. Among the remaining individuals, apart from the mysterious leader, all suffered varying degrees of injury. Although they managed to activate their defenses in time to withstand the wind blade assault, Lin Shu had already moved. In an instant, he appeared like a specter behind one of the mechas. Goodbye. I believe he has at least reached the second phase of the restriction lift. I just witnessed him obliterate Old 8 with a single punch. His attack power undoubtedly surpasses that of the first phase. The 4 of them were gasping for breath, and Lin Shu's formidable strength exceeded their comprehension. After a moment of silence, the leader piloting the deep blue mech finally spoke. His voice transmitted through the earpiece to the others. Damn it, we really hit a brick wall this time. Where did that guy come from? Why have we never seen him before? There is such a powerful expert in this outer area. His combat ability must rival that of the white-haired girl. Boss, what should we do? The rest of the teammates surrounding that dog seem to have vanished, and no one can be reached. This is unbelievable. Can a mere dog possess such combat capability? The leader took a deep breath, contemplating before responding. We were ordered to come here and must ensure the safety of that leader. We received a life or death command. This isn't good. That guy is coming for us. Just as the leader finished speaking, a subordinate suddenly shouted in terror from the other side. Fight! You two hold him off. Number 2, come with me. We need to rescue that leader. If we fail this mission, we're all dead. Yes. The 2 mechs tasked with stalling shouted in unison and charged towards Lin Shu like madmen. Meanwhile, the leader, accompanied by the large girl, plummeted towards the ground at high speed to rescue Charles, who was caught in the jaws of the Black Emperor. At this moment, the Black Emperor was only 500 meters from the ground, and the pack of snake dogs on the ground was becoming increasingly visible. Nearly 100 snake dogs extended their long serpentine heads, baring their teeth and snarling at Charles in the air. Charles, filled with rage, exuded a strangely alluring scent, drawing the snake dogs to stir restlessly. In the distance, amidst a grove of dead trees, Bai Kuei and her companions stood watch, their eyes fixed on the aerial battle. "Boss, should we go help? How can there be so many mysterious individuals here? Their mechs can even fly. How advanced?" Shanda's expression was grave as he stared unblinkingly at the sky, where, by the occasional flashes of lightning, several figures were plummeting towards the ground. A rare seriousness appeared in Bai Kuei's eyes as she held her umbrella, observing the Black Emperor descending for a long time in silence. They had all witnessed the mechs falling from the sky. Compared to Lin Shu's astonishment at these mysterious figures, they felt even more shocked. "Boss, say something. That dog is about to hit the ground. I'm afraid it will die." Xiaodo's small hands clenched tightly against her chest, urging Bai Kuei to make a decision. "Earlier, we were all focused on the lighthouse. Did any of you see the lighthouse on that dog?" "Huh." Upon hearing Bai Kuei's question, Xiaodo and the others were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, bewildered. "We didn't see it," they replied simultaneously, having only seen Lin Shu enter the lighthouse using the high-tech flying sword beneath him, while that dog clearly ran in the opposite direction. Bai Kuei gazed at the Black Emperor, which appeared again in the fleeting light of lightning, and said quietly, "That man and his dog possess an incomprehensible power. Even Master Lai advised me to steer clear of him." "Ah." Xiaodo's eyes widened in shock. The others gasped, realizing that even Master Lai dared not provoke Lin Shu, demonstrating the latter's terrifying nature. "Therefore, we shall merely observe. It is not our turn to intervene." After stating this, Bai Kuei turned her gaze away from the Black Emperor and looked up higher, intuitively sensing that Lin Shu must be above. The leader, accompanied by the large girl, accelerated towards the ground using the mech's thruster, and within mere seconds, the falling Black Emperor and Charles came into their view. Just as they were about to catch up to the Black Emperor and rescue Charles, Lin Shu arrived on his flying sword. The two mechs had only managed to delay Lin Shu by 10 seconds. Their energy-long swords were no match for the Ming Hong's sword. Upon collision, they were severed, rendering them incapable of stalling for time through combat. In desperation, the two relied on their mech's agility in the air, intending to ambush Lin Shu with their superior combat prowess. However, regardless of how cunning their attack angle was, Lin Shu remained unfazed. The mechs abandoned their energy-long swords and opted for a fistfight. Unexpectedly, at the moment of contact, the mechs were instantly disintegrated by overwhelming force, with the ensuing impact claiming the life of the mysterious individual without even a shout of warning. The other, seeing that Lin Shu was unbeatable, reacted swiftly, fleeing the moment his companion fell. Yet, just as he turned to escape, he saw a blood-red long sword pierce through him. He could not fathom why their once formidable mech seemed as fragile as paper before this individual. Having dispatched the two mysterious individuals attempting to delay him, Lin Shu immediately accelerated to pursue the leader and the large girl. Just as he was 300 meters from the ground, he finally caught up with them. The leader had nearly reached the Black Emperor, poised to reclaim Charles and flee, when suddenly, the mech erupted into a cacophony of alarms. When he turned around, he was nearly frightened into unconsciousness. Behind him loomed a fiery ball the size of a house, hurtling towards him with a tremendous heat wave and a torrent of white vapor. Chapter 70. Xiaodo, Sui Xing, beware of Lin Shu in the future. Lin Shu had initially attacked the leader and the large girl with lethal intent. For Charles could not be allowed to escape. That guy must endure the wrath of the monstrous beasts to quell the fury within him. The colossal fireball drew nearer, threatening to engulf the two. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The leading figure suddenly turned, delivering a kick to the large girl's chest, propelling her towards the fireball, while he himself accelerated towards the Black Emperor and Charles using the reaction force. No, the large girl could only emit a desperate cry before being consumed by the fireball. Lin Shu's gaze turned icy. A teammate sold out without hesitation, revealing once again the ruthlessness of the opposing party. This also instilled a deeper fear of that mysterious force within Lin Shu. They were undeniably suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. As the fireball engulfed the large girl, Lin Shu believed her fate was sealed. However, just as he was about to pass by the dissipating fireball, a chill ran down his spine, and a sense of impending danger surged within him. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly. As Lin Shu sensed the threat, a piercing energy blade suddenly shot towards him from the side. Astonishingly, the large girl, engulfed by the fireball, emerged unscathed. The speed of the blade was too rapid, and Lin Shu had not anticipated such a scenario. Evasion was impossible. The blade aimed directly for Lin Shu's right temple, and for an ordinary human, this would have meant certain death. But Lin Shu was a cultivator. His body was impervious to any physical attack in this realm, and with his current cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, spiritual energy coursed throughout him, rendering ordinary harm incapable of eliciting pain. Since avoidance was not an option, he would meet force with force. At the moment the blade struck, Lin Shu smiled. And without flinching, he slammed his head towards the energy blade, much to the astonishment of the large girl. Bang! There was no explosion of brain matter. Instead, the energy blade shattered upon impact. By the time the large girl realized what was happening and attempted to flee, it was too late. Lin Shu was already prepared to attack. He crushed the energy blade with his head and swiftly reached for the large girl's neck, executing the entire motion with seamless fluidity. "Let go of me, you bastard." The large girl struggled, conjuring another energy-long sword to strike at Lin Shu. But it was futile, only met with Lin Shu's increasingly frigid gaze. This is interesting. The mech astonishingly adapts to the physique of its pilot, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. Lin Shu tightened his grip, causing a sharp crackle as he squeezed the neck of the voluptuous girl, the mech's surface straining against the tremendous force he exerted. Although the resistance was futile, the mech did not shatter immediately. Instead, it constricted along with the girl's increasingly slender neck. A thought crossed Lin Shu's mind. He decided to spare her life, preserving the intact mech, while also considering the possibility of inquiring about her faction later. With this resolve, he decisively raised his left hand and, with a resounding clap, knocked the struggling girl unconscious. He then lifted her and accelerated towards the leader of the opposing faction. At this moment, Black Emperor and Charles were mere meters from the ground, locked in fierce combat with the leader. From a distance, Lin Shu could hear the leader's frantic exclamations filled with expletives. What on earth is this beast? How can its defenses be so formidable? Its combat power is utterly terrifying. Black Emperor, unable to speak due to holding Charles in its mouth, would have undoubtedly been cursing while battling, as was its usual behavior. "Old dog, let us finish this swiftly." Lin Shu, impatient to linger with the leader, signaled to Black Emperor, preparing for a powerful move. If the defenses of the voluptuous girl's mech were so robust that they could withstand the onslaught of fireballs, then the leader's mech must be even stronger. Upon receiving Lin Shu's directive, Black Emperor revealed its signature yellow teeth, and amid the fierce battle with the leader, it suddenly executed a wild maneuvers, launching its attack. Lin Shu seized the opportunity, his eyes gleaming with cold light. With a decisive strike of the Minghong blade, the space around the blade tip shimmered with rippling waves, extending for dozens of meters. Following this, a fire-red spirit resembling a lark unleashed a piercing cry, darting towards the suspended leader with a long, blood-red tail like a lightning bolt. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the leader attempted to escape, it was already too late. Thud! The spirit pierced through the leader's mech, dragging it downwards and crashing it into the ground with a thunderous boom. Moments later, Lin Shu and Black Emperor landed, utilizing the ice heart technique, completely vanishing from the view of the devourer beasts. However, Charles remained, shining like a beacon, attracting the swarm of devourer beasts towards him. "Old dog, it's done. Now we can get down to business." "Haha, got it. Handling business is my forte." The man and dog exchanged knowing glances, sharing a sinister smile. Black Emperor had already prepared 4 bottles of a potent concoction, which it hurled into the air just before the devourer beasts charged, shattering them. A vast quantity of liquid scattered into a mist, drenching nearly 100 devourer beasts. In an instant, those beasts became hyperactive, their eyes wide and their long snake-like heads stretching out. Charles, abandoned by Black Emperor, was now drenched in crimson, a sign of pent-up energy that needed release. If he did not vent it soon, he might explode. Having accomplished what needed to be done, Lin Shu and Black Emperor retreated 100 meters. leaving the stage open for Charles and the Devourer beasts to unleash their chaos. The duo quickly sought a vantage point, standing amidst the torrential rain, soaked to the bone yet exhilarated as they observed the explosive scene. Hey, old dog, I underestimated Charles. That fellow seems to have a deep understanding of the Devourer beasts. Indeed, look at those beasts. Charles is far superior to them. If he were to. Black Emperor hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Its intelligent eyes darted around before it finally uttered, well, stirring the waters. Huh. Lin Shu looked at Black Emperor, momentarily baffled. After a pause, he exclaimed, wow, impressive. You really know your stuff, old dog. Ha ha. The two shared a hearty laugh. In the distance, the air was filled with the sharp, piercing cries of Charles as he battled, a sound so harrowing that it echoed thousands of meters into the sky, causing Morgan to turn pale. Far away, Bai Yu Kuei and the others gasped in horror, relieved they had not engaged Lin Shu in battle, for defeat could mean dire consequences. Damn, Lin Shu is truly wicked. Xiaodo's face flushed crimson as she muttered under her breath. From now on, when we see that guy, Shixing, Xiaodo, you all need to be cautious. Bai Yu Kuei winced at the sound of Charles' agonizing cries. Of course I will too. As Charles's screams began to wane, Lin Shu, losing interest, turned away, flicking his soaked hair back, and glanced at the voluptuous girl he had thrown to the ground. Old dog, come, let us investigate this. Chapter 71, Lighthouse? Cage. What are we researching? Black Emperor, engrossed in admiring its handiwork, was momentarily startled by Lin Shu's voice and turned to look, its attention having been entirely focused on Charles amidst the dark, rainy backdrop, unaware Lin Shu had captured an enemy. Upon seeing the voluptuous girl, Black Emperor's expression turned curious, gazing at Lin Shu, who was fixated on her. Lin Shu, you're quite something. You deliberately left a woman. It seems your future offspring won't have to worry about food. Bah, old dog, what are you thinking? I simply wanted to retain this mech and extract some information. Black Emperor chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Earlier, in a moment of urgency, Lin Shu had knocked the girl unconscious with a heavy slap. She remained in a state of slumber, uncertain whether she was dead or merely unconscious. Lin Shu tried for some time to rouse her, yet she showed no signs of awakening. Damn, I didn't hit her too hard and kill her, did I? Black Emperor, standing by, smacked its lips, lamenting the loss. To date, among all the women it had encountered, this one's weaponry was deemed the strongest by Black Emperor. Unconvinced, Lin Shu raised his hand again, poised to deliver another slap. Just as his hand was about to descend, Black Emperor noticed a twitch in the girl's fingers and quickly called out to halt Lin Shu's action. Hey, wait. This girl seems alive. I saw her move. As Black Emperor spoke, the mech on the girl began to ripple, and to Lin Shu's astonishment, the seemingly seamless mech suddenly split open down the middle. The girl emerged as if she were a peeled egg, revealing herself before the man and dog. Old dog, what is going on? Does wearing this mech require direct contact with the body? Lin Shu was taken aback. Black Emperor extended a hoof to test, then grinned at Lin Shu, exclaiming, goodness. I've truly seen it all. Why don't you give it a try? Huh. Isn't that inappropriate? I'm a gentleman. How could I take advantage of someone in such a state? Lin Shu feigned an air of propriety. Yet, despite his words, his body was honest. And his hand had already reached out. Damn. Amazing. The man and dog, now unconcerned by the torrential downpour, crouched on either side. Black Emperor, amidst the busy moments, glanced at Lin Shu, wondering why the girl had not yet awakened. Should we perform artificial respiration? Lin Shu, observing the girl's average looks, decided against the idea of artificial respiration. With 3 rapid slaps, the girl began to stir, emitting faint groans of pain. As she fully regained consciousness and beheld Lin Shu and Black Emperor before her, panic struck her, and under her mental command, the mech rapidly closed around her as she attempted to flee. However, Lin Shu was swifter. He clenched his fist, and, before the mech could fully envelop her, delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. With a resounding strike, the girl known as Dabo May spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, her mech ceasing to close and instead reopening. The delicate threads connecting her body to the mech rapidly severed. He Huang regarded the disconnected mech with a serious expression, as if it were a biological machine. Lin Shu's face brightened at the mention. The more advanced the mech, the more delighted he felt. After all, redeeming a nano-soldier required 6,000 points, and with the current point total, it would be a long time before he could afford it. Having such a biological mech even temporarily, was preferable to having none at all, particularly since this mech was capable of flight. Simply perfect. He seized Dabo May by the neck, lifting her as one might a chick, and suspended her in midair. Lin Shu delivered another slap, rousing her from her stupor. Speak. Who are you? Why did you come to rescue Charles? Blood flowed from Dabo May's mouth as she regained consciousness, struggling violently to free herself from Lin Shu's grip. Despite her efforts, exhaustion overcame her, forcing her to relent. Who are you to dare obstruct us? You will bring about your own doom. We are members of the Shadow Light Society, and the Lord of Shadow Light will not let you go. A mixture of terror and madness flickered in Dabo May's eyes. She seemed yet to grasp the gravity of her situation. Lin Shu's eyelids twitched at her words, realizing that she truly was a member of the Shadow Light Society. Though this organization was far from the hollow facade of the one at the lighthouse, there was undoubtedly a connection between the two. He had formed a suspicion in his mind that now needed confirmation. Seeing Dabo May still unwilling to yield, Lin Shu raised his fist once more and unleashed a powerful blow to her abdomen. He intentionally controlled his strength, devoid of any tenderness. As his fists rained down like a tempest, Dabo May's fair skin gradually flushed crimson. Moments later, her breaths became shallow, prompting Lin Shu to cease his assault. Can we converse now? Why did you save Charles? An icy resolve filled Lin Shu's gaze. His patience had worn thin. I cannot say, she stammered, blood dripping from her lips, her complexion ghostly pale and her eyes dull. Could you spare me? I can serve you with my body, if only you let me go. Having failed to obtain the answers he sought, Lin Shu's heart darkened with murderous intent. In truth, I can surmise your silence. Is the lighthouse merely a cage for captive humans, a means of providing a stable supply of life essence to the devouring beasts? Dabo May's eyes widened in shock, blood rushing to her throat, causing her to cough violently, her face turning beet red. Humph. So it is true. It seems the Lord of Shadow Light is not a benevolent being, Lin Shu muttered to himself, then released his grip, allowing Dabo May to fall to the ground. Thank you. Cough, cough. Spare my life. Dabo May lay on her side, her eyes gleaming with the ecstasy of unexpected survival. Lin Shu remained silent, waving to retrieve the mech from the ground as he departed with He Huang. Are you truly going to let her go? He Huang questioned, perplexed, but upon reflection, understanding dawned. After all, she was a woman and a formidable one at that. However, as they walked, a sudden splash sounded behind them, followed swiftly by the swift arrival of Ming Hong Dao, stained with traces of blood. Lin Shu grinned wickedly. Let her go? What a jest! At that moment, in the distance, Charles had fallen silent, and Lin Shu grasped the Ming Hong Dao, rushing toward a horde of devouring beasts. After all, they represented points and life essence, resources not to be squandered. Chapter 72, Awakening Mark, departing with 2 women after dispatching over 100 devouring beasts. Lin Shu approached the lifeless form of Charles, whose life essence had been drained away, and without hesitation, he kicked him into fragments. To dare lay a hand on my woman, you truly are courting death. The remnants of flesh and soil rolled, and Lin Shu caught sight of a gaping hole in the lower half of the flesh mound, letting out a sigh of dismay. These devouring beasts are truly monstrous. Look at the havoc they wreak. What beasts indeed. Having vented his outrage, Lin Shu reclined on the hillside, gasping for breath, allowing the torrential rain to drench him. Only now, with his tense body relaxing, did he feel an unprecedented fatigue. The previous fierce battles had left him utterly drained and in dire need of energy replenishment. Opening his spatial storage, Lin Shu grasped a roasted rabbit in each hand, relishing the feast amidst the rain. While he indulged, he could not help but complain to He Huang. I tell you, old dog, this world is utterly stifling without any spiritual energy. I've unleashed a mere 2 attacks, and the energy in my dantian has plummeted by half. The life essence from those 100-odd devouring beasts would barely suffice to replenish my dantian. It pains me. He Huang rolled his eyes, shaking off the rainwater from his body, exhaling with exasperation. Oh, you prodigal child. Why did you use spiritual energy to attack? Physical damage wouldn't have killed you. Considering your current cultivation, the strength of your body can withstand ordinary bullets. The attacks just now could cause discomfort, but enduring them is not a challenge. As Lin Shu devoured the meat, He Huang's words ignited his fury. Struggling to sit up, he pointed the bone in his hand at He Huang. Listen, is that even human speech? Bah, dog speech? If I had no sense of pain like you, I would fear nothing. Let anyone who dares challenge me feel my wrath. Not even a royal-grade devouring beast could withstand my endurance. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seizing the opportunity while He Huang was distracted, he delivered a resounding slap to its rear. The sharp crack echoed through the valley, momentarily drowning out the sound of the pouring rain. Striking He Huang's rear was an absolute taboo, and Lin Shu was perilously toying with danger. The slap incited He Huang's fury, causing it to rise on its hind legs, ready to retaliate against Lin Shu. "You bastard! Lin Shu, I'll have it out with you." Laughing heartily, Lin Shu's spirits soared as he summoned the Ming Hong Dao beneath him, soaring skyward just as He Huang lunged at him with its massive jaws. "Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I shall duel you for 500 rounds." In the moonlit valley, He Huang's furious barks filled the air. Meanwhile, in the Baiyu Kuei team, Lin Shu is quite the rogue, bullying his own dog. Though Xia Dou could not comprehend the words, she sensed He Huang's wrath from its tone and could not help but sympathize with it. Indeed, it's always that big black dog who suffers. Shattered Star echoed her sentiment, grumbling slightly. Baiyu Kuei raised an eyebrow, her gaze tranquil as still water, yet a subtle smile curled at her lips. At the lighthouse, Vanti and Fei Shui anxiously leaned over the railing, peering at the ground below. But the lighthouse's height obscured their view. Vanti, more agitated than Fei Shui, furrowed her brow tightly. "Fei Shui, do you think Lin Shu will be all right? He just jumped from such a height. Is he insane?" Fei Shui patted Vanti's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. After all, Vanti had never witnessed Lin Shu's prowess, so her concern was understandable. "Do not fret, Lin Shu will certainly be fine. That guy is incredibly capable. If you had seen his previous feats, you would share my confidence. I genuinely suspect he might not even be human. He possesses godlike strength." Just as Fei Shui reassured Vanti, Lin Shu, riding the Ming Hong Dao, pierced through the clouds, ascending to the lighthouse from the opposite side. "Hey, I just heard someone speaking ill of me behind my back, claiming I'm not human. I wonder which little woman this belongs to. Is her rear itching for a spanking?" Lin Shu wore a mischievous grin as he observed Fei Shui's retreating figure, contemplating how to punish her. Meanwhile, Vanti, concerned for Lin Shu, was taken aback by his sudden laughter from behind. Fei Shui, too, felt a shiver run through her. She feared Lin Shu might reprimand her in front of everyone, which would be utterly mortifying. However, what one fears often comes to pass. Seizing the moment, while Fei Shui and Vanti were momentarily distracted, Lin Shu swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to Fei Shui's pert backside, the sound echoing crisply in the now hushed environment. The once boisterous atmosphere fell silent, with all eyes wide in astonishment at Fei Shui, particularly as her neck flushed a vivid pink. "Ah, you rascal!" Fei Shui quickly darted into Lin Shu's embrace, too embarrassed to look up, acutely aware that all eyes were upon her. Lin Shu, with his unyielding demeanor, brazenly pulled Vanti into his arms as well, casting a provocative glance over the crowd as if to declare, "I am truly fortunate. What can you do about it?" At a distance, Erica observed Lin Shu's rogue demeanor and couldn't help but mutter disdainfully, "How shameless." Yet, the true sentiment in her heart remained a mystery, as her cheeks betrayed her with an unexpected flush. When Mark noticed Lin Shu's sudden appearance at the lighthouse, he instinctively stepped forward to greet him, only to find himself frozen in place as Lin Shu's antics unfolded. It was an awkward predicament. He could neither advance nor retreat. Mark had never realized that the simple act of greeting could feel so daunting, his right hand suspended awkwardly in the air. Jeff, amidst the crowd of scavengers, silently praised Lin Shu, thinking, "What a real man." After a brief moment, Lin Shu entrusted the flustered Fei Shui to Vanti's care and swiftly approached Mark. "Brother Mark, come with me. I have something to discuss," Lin Shu declared, striding towards a more secluded area while casting a glance at Morgan, who was being supported by Jingnan. As he noted Jingnan's intention to speak, Lin Shu promptly averted his gaze, too preoccupied to engage with her at that moment. Once Mark arrived, Lin Shu fixed his gaze upon him, lowering his voice to convey a sense of urgency. "Brother Mark, shortly I will be taking Fei Shui and Vanti away from the lighthouse to the surface, but before we depart, I will have Morgan relinquish his position and hand over the lordship to you." As Mark opened his mouth to refuse, Lin Shu raised a finger to silence him. "Please, hear me out. What I'm about to say may be shocking, and you must remain composed." To ensure Mark would listen patiently, Lin Shu felt it necessary to provide a warning. The lighthouse is not as simple as you think, especially the Shadow Council. even though Charles is dead. You must remain vigilant, for the Shadow Council here is merely a branch of the true organization. Observing Mark's astonished expression, Lin Shu divulged the precise information he had just acquired. The real Shadow Council exists on the surface. What? Mark gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Struggling to maintain his composure, Lin Shu glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. You need not doubt, this apocalypse is far more complex than you realize. The reason I spared Morgan is that he possesses significant knowledge about this world. You may consult him later. I shall say no more on the lighthouse and the secrets of the devouring beast. Morgan will inform you of everything. With that, Lin Shu produced a golden communication device resembling a pocket watch from his storage space, presenting it to Mark. You can use this to contact me directly in the future. Of course, if Morgan shares any crucial information, I hope you will relay it to me. Noticing Mark's hesitation to reach for the device, Lin Shu pressed it into his hand before turning to rejoin Fei and Vanti. The revelation was indeed staggering, and Lin Shu understood the turmoil within Mark as he grappled with the sudden truth. As he passed by Morgan again, Lin Shu cast a cold glance his way. Old man, I trust one need not elaborate further. You shall cede the lordship to Mark. You are no longer worthy of holding this position. From now on, enjoy your retirement. Should you stir trouble again, do not blame me for returning to the lighthouse to eliminate you all. After issuing his threat, Lin Shu briefly regarded Jing and before approaching Vanny and Fei, embracing both women and decisively leaping from the lighthouse. Their startled screams filled the air. Chapter 73. The luxurious vehicle that appeared out of nowhere. Fei and Vanti were utterly unprepared, especially in such a tempestuous storm. To plummet from thousands of meters above ground, a notion they had never dared to entertain. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness rendered them momentarily paralyzed, their voices rising in frantic cries. The two sharp booms nearly deafened Lin Shu. Amidst the torrential rain, their garments soaked rapidly, yet Lin Shu was too preoccupied to appreciate the enticing scene, as both women clung tightly to him, nearly suffocating him. Cough. You really needn't react so dramatically. Open your eyes and look below. We are flying through the air. How exhilarating. Lin Shu exclaimed. No. Lin Shu, please, let us land quickly. I'm terrified of heights. Vanti clung to him for dear life, refusing to release her grip despite his words, her eyes squeezed shut. Fei, being a scavenger, fared slightly better. She had faced numerous heart-stopping situations while on the ground, and had even piloted an armored vehicle in a harrowing descent from thousands of meters. The rain intensified, enveloping them in a thick mist, obscuring their view. With a resigned sigh, Lin Shu abandoned the idea of continuing their flight. All right, we shall wait for clearer skies to experience the thrill of flight. With a thought, a luxurious silver Mercedes appeared in midair before them. The vehicle's elegant silhouette and flowing lines exuded a wild beauty, perfectly complementing Lin Shu's own essence. Its wheels adjusted from vertical to parallel with the chassis, spinning rapidly to convert into engines that maintained the car's levitation. The doors opened like wings, forming a canopy to shield them from the rain. This was the luxurious Mercedes Lin Shu had eagerly redeemed with 500 points. The sudden appearance of the vehicle astounded Vanti and Fei, their eyes wide with disbelief as they struggled to comprehend the extraordinary sight. Lin Shu chuckled with satisfaction at their astonished expressions. Stop staring. Hurry inside to escape the rain. Still dazed, Vanti and Fei entered the vehicle, with Lin Shu following closely behind. Before the two women could voice their astonishment, Lin Shu found himself equally taken aback by the interior space and desire of the car. This Mercedes was fully automated with intelligent driving capabilities. The steering wheel concealed itself within the vehicle when not in use, and the interior was adorned with unknown beast fur, soft and exquisite to the touch. What astonished Lin Shu the most was the vehicle's expansive interior. It had clearly been modified. While it appeared to be a standard-sized car from the outside, inside, beyond the 3 rows of seating, there was even a large bed. The bed was adorned with exquisite Tianshan snow silkworm blankets, and there were wine cabinets on either side. This old dog truly knows how to pamper. Lin Shu carefully examined the luxurious vehicle, instantly recognizing it as a creation meticulously crafted by the old dog. The memory of having unceremoniously slapped the Black Emperor weighed heavily on his conscience, igniting a sense of guilt within him. He vowed to rescue the little white creature from Bayou Kuei's base, determined not to leave the old dog in solitude. Feishue and Vandy were awestruck by the high-tech vehicle, which not only exuded opulence, but astonishingly possessed the ability to fly. My goodness. Lin Shu, who exactly are you? Such an impressive vehicle you have. Feishue exclaimed, unconsciously comparing it to the military vehicles at the lighthouse, which paled in comparison. This is just the beginning. You will be even more astonished in the future. Lin Shu chuckled, reveling in the admiration reflected in the eyes of the two women. With a mere thought, the vehicle gracefully descended from the sky, requiring no manual control from Lin Shu. Vandy and Feishue changed into fresh clothing, while Lin Shu watched, salivating at the sight. However, the two women resolutely refused to acquiesce to his desires, prompting him to temporarily abandon his intentions. Vandy, I have dealt with all the troubles at the lighthouse. I will protect you from now on, ensuring that you encounter not a hint of danger. Lin Shu, I trust you. Vandy nodded earnestly, her face lighting up with joy as she gazed at Lin Shu. So, where are we headed now? Vandy inquired, calming her excitement as she glanced at Feishue and then back at Lin Shu. Sharing a knowing smile with Feishue, Lin Shu replied, naturally. We are going to a splendid place, one I dare say is the safest and happiest in this realm. After a brief pause, Feishue added, without a doubt. Vandy's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? I can hardly wait to arrive. Observing Vandy's elation, Lin Shu smiled gently, estimating that the journey to their destination would take about a day. You should rest for now. All right. Vandy recalled their recent experience in the Dawn Hall, casting a shy glance at Lin Shu before hastily lowering her head. Chapter 74. Mount Carefree amidst the rain, the luxurious vehicle descended swiftly. The downpour intensified, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, casting the sky into a chaotic dance of light and shadow. On the ground, in a desolate forest, Bai Kuei and her companions gazed intently at the suddenly appearing vehicle in the sky, illuminated by the eerie glow of lightning. The silvery body of the car shone brilliantly, resembling a radiant moon. Boss, this vehicle can actually fly. It's far superior to our little AO car, Xiaodou remarked, standing close to Bai Kuei under a shared umbrella. Indeed, this individual is shrouded in mystery. I can hardly discern truth from deception in his words. Bai Kuei murmured softly, her stance poised with a blade in hand, her gaze distant as if lost in thought. As Lin Shu's vehicle hovered about 200 meters above the ground, it suddenly accelerated, darting away like a lightning bolt, vanishing into the vast night sky. Let us head back to the base. Since Lin Shu refrained from destroying that object, our mission is accomplished. With that, Bai Kuei lightly patted Xiaodou and turned to walk towards the AO car. Xiaodou and the others exhaled in relief, grateful to avoid a confrontation with Lin Shu and satisfied with the outcome. Boss, aren't you curious why Lin Shu suddenly rushed up the lighthouse? Sui Xing, unable to contain herself any longer, voiced her intrigue. Bai Kuei paused momentarily, contemplating before continuing towards the vehicle, her voice devoid of emotion drifting back. It is of no concern to us. Xiaodou frowned, her eyes clouded with confusion as she observed Bai Kuei's unusual demeanor, unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. 2 hours later, the rain ceased. Lin Shu and his companions soared through the air in the luxurious vehicle, with the Black Emperor quietly resting atop it. Lin Shu reclined comfortably in his seat, sipping a drink while gazing through the windshield at the desolate landscape below. The view was bleak. The land seemed to echo a singular narrative of devastation. Had he not known the vehicle was hurtling forward at great speed, Lin Shu might have believed they were standing still. Contemplating the journey's outcome, a smile crept upon Lin Shu's lips, though the path had been fraught with challenges. He had ultimately succeeded in bringing Vandy away from the lighthouse. The vehicle sped onward, as the sun dipped towards the horizon on the following day, bathed in golden sunlight. Lin Shu and his group finally reached their destination. Vandy stared in disbelief at the vast expanse of the desert, perplexed about the mountains Lin Shu had mentioned. Lin Shu, have we arrived? Hearing Vandy's confused voice, Feishue stifled a laugh, but refrained from answering. Lin Shu, his lips curling into a smile, called out, Vandy, watch closely. With a hand gesture, he uttered the incantation, and a shimmering barrier suddenly manifested before them, revealing a stunning mountain range. Oh my goodness! Lin Shu, how did you accomplish this? You concealed such a vast mountain range. Vandy exclaimed, her first experience outside the lighthouse igniting her awe at Lin Shu's abilities. Feishue, having witnessed this before, maintained her composure, though she could not suppress her laughter at Lin Shu's smug expression. Vandy, filled with exuberance, radiated joy. Her once cold demeanor transformed into one of warmth and mirth. As she frolicked, Lin Shu simply smiled, his heart swelling with happiness as he watched her. The Black Emperor trailed behind, momentarily forgetting its earlier grievance with Lin Shu, grinning blissfully. The trio and their canine companion ambled towards the heart of the mountains, the sun setting behind them. Among the vast, barren mountains, one stood apart, lush with greenery, teeming with livestock, and fragrant with the scent of fruits, intoxicating even to those who abstained from alcohol. Lin Shu, I am so happy. From now on, I will stick to you like glue. Wherever you go, I shall follow. You can't shake me off. I will cling to you like a stubborn plaster, Vandy declared, turning back with eyes like melting water, her smile radiant in the golden light of sunset. Lin Shu remained silent, his heart brimming with joy. In the sprawling mountains, their voices echoed. Lin Shu, what is this mountain called? I hadn't considered naming it. No, it must have a name. From now on, let it be known as Mount Carefree. Chapter 75. Attempting to break through to the 6th and 7th layers of qi refining since that day when Lin Shu brought Vandy and Fei Xue to the mountains. The trio had not descended. Today, under the warm sun, they lounged comfortably on deck chairs, basking in the sunlight. Fei Xue, sipping water from a coconut, suddenly spotted a group of frolicking lambs in the distance, and, momentarily distracted, inquired of Lin Shu. A lengthy interaction here was omitted. Lin Shu quickly adjusted his attire, donned beach shorts, and raced towards the mountain's edge, summoning the Minghong blade beneath his feet with a thought. As he departed, Vandy clearly perceived his unexpected position, her eyes widening in astonishment. Noticing her surprise, Fei Xue, feeling embarrassed, hastily closed her legs and retorted, "You're not any better." Vandy, regaining her composure, covered her mouth and burst into laughter. "Fei Xue, are you truly so impatient? You." In an instant, Fei Xue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "How can you say that to me? Do you even remember who caused everyone to have nowhere to sleep that night?" "Humph. You are asking for it." Vandy's face turned crimson as she leapt towards Fei Xue. Fei Xue had anticipated Vandy's reaction and swiftly fled towards the mountains. "Fei Xue, stop right there. I was so concerned for you just yesterday." "Ha. The feeling is mutual." When Vandy and Fei Xue arrived at the mountain's edge, they were taken aback by the dense swarm of devouring beasts on the plains. There were layers upon layers of them, numbering in the hundreds. Lin Shu had already plunged into the crowd of devouring beasts, wreaking havoc. They had only been delayed for a moment. Yet the ground was already strewn with the remains and blackened earth. He Huang stood silently on the hillside, observing without intervening. Fei Xue suddenly realized that the swarm before her was the result of Lin Shu's efforts over the past week. She recalled Lin Shu mentioning that emotions were key to attracting devouring beasts. The intense emotional fluctuations from their relentless battles over the past 7 days had undoubtedly drawn so many beasts. "Lin Shu, you truly are remarkable. I thought you were so enamored with my presence that you forgot to cultivate." Fei Xue smacked her lips, quietly criticizing Lin Shu's lack of seriousness. Vanny, however, felt a sense of trepidation. Although she knew Lin Shu was exceptionally powerful, facing such a multitude of devouring beasts was a first for her, and fear was inevitable. The battle raged on for an hour before finally concluding, yielding a bountiful harvest of a multitude of regular and one mutated devouring beast. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Shu descended on his Minghong blade, munching on a roasted leg of lamb to replenish his energy. Vandy rushed into Lin Shu's embrace, her eyes glistening with tears, genuinely worried for his safety. Lin Shu affectionately ruffled Vandy's hair, amused by her concern, and reassured her, "It's all right, silly. I am perfectly fine. These devouring beasts were specifically lured here by my plan over the past 5 days." Vandy finally understood, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Oh, so you had a purpose these past 7 days. Ha. It seems you are the most astute of all." Lin Shu chuckled at her realization. He Huang, observing the affectionate trio from the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking they were truly a pair of infatuated fools. With the objective achieved, Lin Shu, satisfied, took Vandy and Fei Xue on a grand tour through the mountains on his Minghong blade, allowing them to fully experience the exhilaration of flying on a sword. Upon returning to the mountain peak, Lin Shu elaborated on why the devouring beasts sought humans, emphasizing the role of emotions, while also imparting the ice heart technique to the two. Since he intended for Vandy and Fei Xue to accompany him indefinitely, Lin Shu had no intention of keeping secrets from them, aside from a few crucial matters that were best left unsaid for now. He planned to gradually reveal other secrets over time. Reaching the summit, armed with the vast amount of life essence he had acquired, Lin Shu prepared to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement, or even the 7th. This world was rife with undercurrents, and the hidden forces were just beginning to reveal themselves. What connections lay between the mysterious Light-Shadow Society, the Kratos system on the lighthouse, and Master Lai within the Baiuqi base? Lin Shu urgently needed power to investigate. Chapter 76. Breaking through to the 7th level of qi refinement. The dismal fate of the two maidens Vanti and Feishue assumed that Lin Shu's so-called cultivation involved meditative sitting with closed eyes, which would conclude within half a day. Thus, they planned to wait patiently for Lin Shu. Since Vanti ceased being a light-bearer, she no longer had to wear a stern expression all day while managing the lighthouse's residents with her lackeys. Feishue had also left the lighthouse, no longer forced to battle devouring beasts as a hunter, living a life filled with uncertainty. Now, their existence on the carefree mountain was peaceful and delightful. They finally lived like true women, often strolling through orchards, playing with pets, and tending to flowers, filled with joy each day. This was a life they had never dared to dream of. Being able to live freely alongside the man they loved in this apocalyptic world was nothing short of a miracle. The two gathered a bounty of fruits from the orchard, reclining on their chairs while leisurely enjoying their spoils and engaging in casual conversation. They occasionally shared their combat experiences with Lin Shu, and when they reached the more bashful topics, both blushed and giggled behind their hands, stealing glances at Lin Shu in the distance. They waited and waited, from the setting sun to the high moon, until the moon set and the sun rose again. When they finally awoke, it was the dawn of the next day. "Hey, Vanti, wake up. Why is Lin Shu still in the same position, completely still?" Vanti, groggy from sleep, felt the morning chill and instinctively wrapped her robe tighter around herself, trying to cover her three-piece swimsuit. It was initially meant for Lin Shu's eyes only, but she had dozed off while waiting. Squinting towards Lin Shu on the distant boulder, she turned to the anxious Feishue beside her and muttered, "It's fine. He hasn't finished yet. Let's wait a bit longer. It should be all right." With that, she rolled over and went back to sleep. Feishue glanced at Vanti, her gaze fleetingly resting on her subtly exposed thighs and shapely rear. "Humph. No wonder Lin Shu is fond of you. With that figure, you must drive him wild." Feishue pouted and yawned uncontrollably. She too felt she hadn't slept enough, and after confirming Lin Shu was still occupied, she also succumbed to sleep once more. Time trickled by, and when Vanti and Feishue awakened again, the sun was already high in the sky. They stirred, awakened by hunger. Feishue had donned blue denim shorts, paired with the long black stockings Lin Shu had gifted her, and was wearing a loose white shirt, taking small bites of roasted rabbit meat. Feishue had an immense fondness for rabbits. She adored them in every form. In Lin Shu's words, loving someone meant accepting every facet of them. And the same went for rabbits. Each deserved equal affection. "Vanti, do you think we should wake Lin Shu after we finish eating? It's been a whole day. Won't he starve?" After saying this, Feishue tore off a rabbit leg and offered it to Vanti. Vanti, now dressed in a pink dress that accentuated her curves, drew Feishue's ire as she thought to herself, what a scheming vixen, clearly trying to vie for his affection. Receiving the rabbit leg from Feishue, Vanti began to savor it delicately, her elegance making Feishue's fists clench in frustration. But Lin Shu said we shouldn't disturb him while he cultivates. Maybe we should wait a bit longer? Vanti pondered before responding to Feishue's inquiry. Hearing this, Feishue frowned. Recalling Lin Shu's words, she reluctantly acquiesced. The two resumed their feast, indulging in meat and then fruit extravagantly. They waited for 3 days. Lin Shu remained seated in his meditative pose, utterly motionless, surrounded by a radius of dispersing spiritual energy. Any small insects that ventured into this zone were swiftly reduced to ash. However, Vanti and Feishue were too far from Lin Shu to notice the changes around him. At this point, Feishue and Vanti could no longer sit idly. They had never witnessed a normal human being able to go 3 days without food or water and still be unharmed. With worried expressions, they dashed towards Lin Shu at the top of the mountain. As they approached, only 20 meters away, He Huang suddenly jumped out and stood in front of them. "Woof! Woof! Retreat! It's dangerous to approach Lin Shu. He's fine." However, only Lin Shu could comprehend the voice of the Black Emperor, while Vanti and Feishue merely perceived it as barking. "You old dog, why are you blocking our way? Lin Shu will starve if he doesn't eat or drink." Move aside and let us pass." With that, Vandy attempted to circumvent the Black Emperor and rush towards Lin Shu. At that moment, if anyone got too close to Lin Shu, not only would they put themselves in jeopardy, but they could also disrupt Lin Shu's cultivation. The consequences could range from stagnation in his progress and severe injury to regression in his cultivation and damage to his foundation. The Black Emperor would not permit such an eventuality to unfold. Seeing Vandy poised to breach its defenses, the Black Emperor became furious. It cared not for the identities of the two women. In its eyes, Lin Shu was paramount. Anyone who dared to threaten him would face the Black Emperor's wrath first. In a moment of desperation, the Black Emperor swiftly stood upright and executed a series of martial arts moves. The agility of the dog astonished both Vandy and Feishua, leaving them momentarily speechless as they exchanged glances, unsure if they should continue their advance. Coupled with the threatening growls emanating from the Black Emperor, their hesitation deepened. This stalemate persisted for 3 days. During this time, Lin Shu opened his eyes once, just after breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. However, the sight of the Black Emperor standing upright and the two alluring women confronting each other left him momentarily bewildered. Yet, before he could utter a word, the increasingly restless energy within him compelled him to resume his cultivation, for the 7th level was within reach. Vandy and Feishua, witnessing Lin Shu suddenly open his eyes, were instantly elated. But before their smiles could broaden, Lin Shu anxiously closed his eyes once more. The two women stared at Lin Shu in confusion, unsure of what was transpiring. The Black Emperor, however, understood that the moment Lin Shu successfully broke through to the 6th level of Qi refinement, it too felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through its limbs. The Black Emperor grinned, revealing its iconic large yellow teeth, and thought to itself, "Well done, little brother." The stronger Lin Shu became, the sooner they could escape this desolate world and journey to the coveted realm of high martial arts and cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and 4 more days elapsed amid the standoff between the three. 10 days had now passed, and Vandy and Feishua were beginning to lose their patience. Observing Lin Shu's 10-day fast, they deemed it a reckless endeavor. As Lin Shu's complexion grew increasingly flushed and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, alongside his tightly furrowed brows and trembling body, Vandy and Feishua exchanged knowing glances and nodded resolutely. They decided to forcefully breach the Black Emperor's defenses. Feishua would stay behind to impede the Black Emperor, while Vandy made a beeline for Lin Shu. The Black Emperor, hesitant to engage given that both women were Lin Shu's partners, found itself unable to subdue Feishua, who was quite adept in her own right. As Vandy drew nearer to Lin Shu, 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, the Black Emperor's protective instincts flared. It could not allow any threat to Lin Shu. In a sudden, fierce motion, the Black Emperor struck Feishua, rendering her unconscious with a single blow, demonstrating its terrifying combat prowess. With Feishua incapacitated, the Black Emperor surged towards the rapidly approaching Vandy. Just as it was about to reach her, Lin Shu, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a golden glow. Vandy's heart soared with joy, but the Black Emperor was taken aback. With a resounding crash, Vandy's body was hurled backward, and she spat out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. From Lin Shu's very being, a wave of potent energy radiated outward, shattering everything in its path, including massive stones. The Black Emperor withstood this powerful force, but Vandy was not so fortunate. As the golden light in Lin Shu's eyes dimmed alongside the settling energy within him, he exhaled deeply, elation washing over his face. He had finally broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. In high spirits, Lin Shu surveyed his surroundings in search of Vandy and Feishua. However, upon spotting the two women lying on the ground, he was momentarily taken aback. Confused, he turned to the Black Emperor for an explanation, but the Black Emperor shrugged. Equally bewildered. Chapter 77. The Scapegoat. Black Emperor. Seeing the Black Emperor acting nonchalantly, Lin Shu narrowed his eyes, a wave of anger surging within him. Now at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his speed had significantly increased. Seizing an opportunity while the Black Emperor was distracted, Lin Shu charged forward and delivered a resounding slap. "Damn it! Is this how you look after my women?" The Black Emperor, momentarily caught off guard, was sent flying by the force of Lin Shu's strike, its large form soaring through the air until it vanished deep within the mountains. Lin Shu, filled with concern, rushed to examine the condition of the bloodied and weakened Vandy. His heart ached with guilt as he found her gravely injured, on the brink of death. Her ribs were shattered, but fortunately, none had pierced her internal organs. Otherwise, she might not have survived. Yet, in her current state, without Lin Shu's intervention, she would have been doomed. I should have warned you about the dangers of my cultivation beforehand, Lin Shu lamented as he gently laid Vandy down. He quickly moved to check on Feishua's injuries. After a moment of relief, he exhaled. Feishua had merely been knocked unconscious and would awaken soon. The priority was to save Vandy. Lin Shu returned to Vandy, cradling her in his arms. With a thought, he directed the energy in his dantian to reverse its flow, rapidly converting it into pure life essence. As the abundant life energy entered Vandy's body, her pallid complexion gradually began to regain color. The metallic taste of blood lingered in Lin Shu's mouth, causing him to frown as his concern for Vandy deepened. With the influx of life essence, Vandy's fractured ribs began to mend with audible cracks. Shortly thereafter, she emitted a low groan and finally regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to find Lin Shu so close. Moments later, Feishua stirred awake, instinctively covering her slightly swollen face with her hands, still feeling the sting of pain. Woe is me, Lin Shu. Your big black dog is utterly insufferable. It slapped me and knocked me out. How can it be so cruel? Feishua felt a surge of indignation. Having fought countless battles against ferocious beasts, she had never endured such humiliation. The fact that she had been bested by a mere dog was intolerable. Seeing Feishua in distress, Lin Shu quickly embraced her to comfort her. It's all right. That blind old dog has been sent flying by me. How dare it lay a hand on my women? Hearing Lin Shu's reassurances, Feishua surveyed her surroundings and, finding no trace of the Black Emperor, felt a wave of relief wash over her. As the dust settled, night had fallen. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Shu's face as he softly murmured, I truly wish these peaceful days could last forever. After this sentiment, he began searching for any sign of the Black Emperor. Old dog, where have you disappeared to? You should be returning by now, right? As Lin Shu bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice rapidly radiated into the surroundings. After a while, the Black Emperor sauntered over from a distance. Damn it. Only when you need me do you remember my existence. Just now, you slapped me away with such bravado, didn't you? The Black Emperor cursed as he walked, his resentful gaze seemingly wishing to sever Lin Shu with a blade. Alas, he was no match for Lin Shu and could only brood in silence. Lin Shu, with his thick skin, had long forgotten the earlier incident. Old dog, I wish for Vandy and Feishua to attain immortality. What must I do? Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor's advancing hoof suddenly halted midair, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. After a long pause, the Black Emperor lifted his gaze to Lin Shu, his wise, bulging eyes filled with gravity. Are you certain? I am certain, Lin Shu replied, his tone resolute and unwavering. The Black Emperor silently approached Lin Shu, remaining speechless for a time, before finally exhaling a sigh and speaking. To grant them immortality is quite simple. You merely need to guide them along the path of cultivation. But first, you must plant their spiritual roots. However, there should exist a cultivation system in this realm. I have only matched the template for this world to level 10, and there is much I do not comprehend. I require your cultivation to continue advancing so that I may gradually infiltrate the heavenly Tao and grasp the secrets and authority of this realm. A cultivation system? Lin Shu regarded the Black Emperor with skepticism, having caught the term from his words. Indeed, this world possesses a cultivation system as well. Do you recall the mysterious individuals you encountered previously? Lin Shu furrowed his brow in recollection before nodding. They referred to me as the Awakened. The Black Emperor gazed up at the starry sky and remarked, this must be the threshold for entering the cultivation system of this realm. Awakening. Can you guess what the condition for awakening is? Emotion. Lin Shu answered without hesitation, the two words escaping his lips. The Black Emperor was momentarily taken aback, tilting his head to observe Lin Shu with surprise. Impressive. How did you know? Lin Shu smiled mysteriously, crossing his arms and gazing at the starry expanse, his profound eyes seemingly piercing the heavens and reaching the depths of the universe. Have you forgotten my identity? I am a traveler in this desolate world. I have already pondered its secrets back on Blue Star. Ah, quite impressive. I thought you, the saint of earth and wood, only knew of the 365 days and tirelessly toiled without respite. The Black Emperor could not help but tease, amused by Lin Shu's prideful tone. Lin Shu turned to the upright Black Emperor, narrowing his eyes into a dangerous arc and retorting, such a fine system, yet it has a mouth. Humph. The Black Emperor snorted coldly, refraining from further retorts. The crux of awakening lies in emotion. The devouring beast seeks out humans based on their emotions. Do you think there might be a connection? I have my suspicions, but currently, I lack evidence to support my thoughts. Lin Shu sighed softly before continuing. Forget the conjectures. We shall take it one step at a time. Charles is dead, and Mark can no longer become an ecological hybrid. It seems futile to hope to use his cells to transform into a devouring beast and access the star portal. For now, I must hasten my cultivation. Once I am strong enough, the secrets of this world shall no longer remain secrets. The Black Emperor nodded in agreement. After a moment of reflection, Lin Shu turned to the slumbering Vanti and Feishue. Old dog, since the cultivation system of this world remains unclear, let us not dwell on it for now. Allow them to attain immortality through the cultivation system of the high martial world. How do we exchange for spiritual roots? Common grade, 1,000 points. Medium grade, 2,000 points. High grade, 4,000 points. Supreme grade, 8,000 points. What the hell? Is it really that expensive? Lin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the Black Emperor's explanation. Completely taken aback. He currently possessed fewer than 7,000 points and could not even exchange for a single supreme grade root. Old dog, swear you haven't secretly raised the prices. Lin Shu glared at the Black Emperor, his expression suggesting a readiness for confrontation. The Black Emperor rolled his eyes, exasperated. Believe it or not. Lin Shu sighed, feeling defeated. In this day and age, earning money is hard, and eating is even harder. Let us exchange for 2 medium-grade roots then. They're acceptable for now. When we deal with the devouring beast horde later, I'll surely have the means to obtain the supreme grade ones. My women deserve nothing but the best. Lin Shu was instantly invigorated, his spirits soaring. Now, he was a man with a family and perhaps soon to be a father. Vanti and Feishue had transformed into puffs. He refused to believe they wouldn't conceive. After the Black Emperor operated the shop in exchange for the spiritual roots, he hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something to Lin Shu. Seeing the Black Emperor's reluctance, Lin Shu grew impatient. Old dog, if you have something to say, spit it out. The Black Emperor, unfazed, pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Once they begin their cultivation and truly enter the high martial cultivation world, this realm is far more splendid than here. They are bound to. Are you suggesting that I should be wary of others? Lin Shu impatiently articulated the Black Emperor's implied meaning. I merely offer a reminder. They are your women. You decide how to proceed. Lin Shu regarded the 2 women, lost in thought. After the Black Emperor handed Lin Shu the 2 medium-grade spiritual roots enveloped in light, he departed alone, leaving Lin Shu to decide how to proceed. The following morning, as the sun rose, the Black Emperor did not inquire whether Lin Shu had prepared any contingencies. However, upon seeing Vanti and Feishue already meditating, he realized Lin Shu had placed the spiritual roots within them. Feeling bored, the Black Emperor resumed his task of managing another mountain. Lin Shu had long delegated the farm's management to the Black Emperor, granting him the freedom to plant whatever he desired, utilizing points as he pleased without needing to report back. At that moment, the Black Emperor, lost in joy, had begun humming a tune as he worked the fields. With the issue of food resolved, he chose not to continue exchanging for growth enhancers, opting instead to allow the plants to grow autonomously. In just half a day's time, the Black Emperor had cleared an entire mountain to cultivate rapeseed. Having accompanied Lin Shu for so long, the Black Emperor knew that grilled meat required oil to be truly fragrant. Thank goodness Lin Shu had surrounded the entire mountain range with a high-level illusion array. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to satisfy the Black Emperor's ambitious desire to cultivate an entire mountain. Since Vanti and Feishue were newly introduced to cultivation, they could only endure for half a day before they could no longer contain their impatience and insisted on dragging Lin Shu to stroll through the orchard. Lin Shu felt utterly speechless. It seemed that no matter the world, women were destined to crave shopping, as if it were ingrained in their very genes. Lin Shu, I want to eat grapes. The grapes in the orchard aren't enough for me, Vanti declared, eyeing the few remaining grapes hanging from the branches. All right, whatever my Vanti desires. I shall have the old dog plant an entire mountain for you. In the distance, the Black Emperor was watering the plants and nearly twisted his back upon hearing Lin Shu's grand promise. Lin Shu, I want a swimming pool in front of our thatched cottage. Feishue giggled, casting a playful glance at Lin Shu as she made her request. No problem. The old dog excels at digging holes. I'll have him find a suitable mountain. If we're building, let us construct a grand swimming pool. Damn it. I can barely hold myself back. The Black Emperor nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Lin Shu, shall we raise a few puppies? I think the old dog seems quite lonely. They could keep him company. Huh. The Black Emperor, hearing Fei Xue's voice from afar, could not help but set down his hoe and listen intently. At that moment, the Black Emperor suddenly realized that Fei Xue was quite an admirable woman. Lin Shu had indeed made a wise choice. Very well, as you wish. Hee, Lin Shu, you're the best. Upon hearing Lin Shu's agreement, the Black Emperor hummed a little tune and continued with its work. It longed to express that it had initially declined. Just as Lin Shu was enjoying a leisurely outing with Vanny and Fei Xue, the remote communication device resembling a pocket watch suddenly vibrated and emitted a buzzing sound. Lin Shu, perplexed, retrieved the device and, upon opening the received message, was taken aback. Lin Shu, please come to the lighthouse. It's urgent. Mark has been infested by the spine worm. Chapter 79. Lin Shu returns to the lighthouse with Charles and Chun Min 4068 already deceased. There should be no one left with motivation to harm Mark. Yet, how did Mark become infested with the spine worm? Was it an inadvertent occurrence during a mission? Or was it the work of a true member of the Shadow Society lurking in the shadows? Lin Shu racked his brain, unable to discern where the issue lay. Initially believing Mark's fate had been rewritten, it now seemed that he was once again on the path to becoming an ecological chimera. Lin Shu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening to an extreme, and a chill crept down his back, as if an invisible hand were manipulating everything behind the scenes. Vanny and Fei Xue, happily strolling ahead, were arm in arm, pointing at this and that. When they turned back, they found Lin Shu still standing in place. Lin Shu, what are you doing? Hurry up and come with us. Fei Xue and I have decided to choose a spot to plant a lot of roses and tulips. We want pink and purple ones. How about it? Fei Xue chirped cheerfully, glancing back at Lin Shu, chattering incessantly. However, Lin Shu merely gazed at the communication device in his hand, showing no reaction. Noticing something was off with Lin Shu's expression, Vanny hurried over. Lin Shu, what's wrong? Once Vanny and Fei Xue reached him, Lin Shu finally looked up at them. I received a message from the lighthouse. Mark has been infested by the spine worm. He handed the remote communication device to them, gesturing for them to take a look. What? Fei Xue exclaimed, snatching the device from Lin Shu's hand to examine it closely. Vanty, indifferent to Mark and the others, nonetheless scrutinized the message with curiosity. After a moment, Fei Xue took a deep breath, her expression serious as she looked at Lin Shu. Are you planning to go? Vanny pondered briefly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Shu as she softly spoke. Lin Shu, to be honest, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to take risks. But I respect your decision. Lin Shu's gaze swept over the two women, and he then relaxed his brow into a smile. I must go to the lighthouse. I understand your concerns, but you can rest assured, no one at the lighthouse can harm me. Seeing the proud glint in Lin Shu's eyes, Fei Xue chuckled. Got it. You're the best. Oh, in what way am I the best? Lin Shu replied with a mischievous grin, fixing his gaze on Fei Xue. Fei Xue's cheeks flushed, instantly understanding his implication. Humph, I'm amazing everywhere, especially with the Lin family gun. Here, the text has been forced to omit thousands of words. An hour later, on the way to the lighthouse, the large vehicle soared through the air at high speed. Why do you both insist on coming along? This trip to the lighthouse isn't for fun, it's quite dangerous. Lin Shu sighed, glancing at Vanty in the passenger seat and Fei Xue in the back, attempting to exaggerate the risks to persuade them to turn back. Humph. We want to go back. Fei Xue and I have already decided. Wherever you go, we go. You can't leave us behind. Lin Shu smiled wryly and shook his head, abandoning the idea of sending them back. As the vehicle sped through the skies, the distance to the lighthouse quickly diminished. 2 hours later, within Lin Shu's line of sight, the lighthouse, soaring 1,000 meters above the ground, began to slowly materialize. Fei Xue gazed at the lighthouse from afar, her playful smile fading. Mark, her former captain, was now infested by the spine worm, causing her great anguish, but her greater concern lay with Ranbing. Vanty's expression also darkened. This was a place of sorrow for her, yet she had no choice but to accompany Lin Shu. Moments later, the large vehicle halted midair, merely 10 meters from the lighthouse. As Lin Shu and the others approached, the bustling crowd atop the lighthouse erupted in excitement. Everyone look! That big black dog on the roof is Lin Shu. My heavens! He possesses a flying high-tech vehicle. Who on earth is he? Could he be a remnant of the old world? As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, the Black Emperor leapt from the vehicle's roof onto the lighthouse, casting a casual glance at the onlookers. Although the Black Emperor was a dog, its terrifying combat prowess had already been witnessed by many when Lin Shu caused a ruckus at the lighthouse. Thus, when the Black Emperor gazed around, everyone averted their eyes in fear, unwilling to meet its gaze. What do you think their sudden arrival at the lighthouse is for? Surely, they aren't here to trouble Lord Morgan? Humph, you know nothing. The news up there is sealed. It's a wonder you even know. Oh, what do you mean? You must keep it a secret. I heard that Captain Mark has been infested by the spine worm. What? There are spine worms at the lighthouse. Chapter 80. A turning point? Truly unforeseen. Lin Shu, accompanied by Vanti and Fei Xue, ascended the lighthouse. As the two women appeared, the surrounding crowd of lighthouse residents fell silent, their previously boisterous chatter abruptly ceasing. The attire of the two women was now far from the somberness observed during their previous visit to the lighthouse. Fei Xue donned tight-fitting sky-blue denim shorts paired with a white casual shirt, sleeves rolled up, her bare thighs smooth and radiant, appearing almost luminescent after prolonged care. She still wore her mask, completely concealing her stunning beauty, her aura enigmatic and alluring. Vanti's outfit remained bold, a knee-length black skirt with a high slit, revealing glimpses of her fair thighs as she walked. The high-tech helmet on her head had been replaced by a white baseball cap, the brim pulled low to obscure half of her charming face. Not only were the male residents of the lighthouse captivated, but the female crowd was even more so, all gazing in admiration and envy. Lin Shu, you finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't come. Mo Chung dashed toward Lin Shu, waving his hand with excitement written all over his face. As his gaze swept past Lin Shu to rest on Vanti and Fei Xue, his enthusiastic exclamations came to an abrupt halt, stunned by their beauty. Upon reaching Lin Shu, he stared at Fei Xue for a prolonged moment. Fei Xue? Mo Chung hesitated to confirm. Had it not been for the mask on her face, he genuinely would have doubted this was the Fei Xue he knew. What? Don't you recognize me? Fei Xue's beautiful eyes fixed on Mo Chung, her tone teasing. You've changed so much. I never noticed before. You've become so charming. As Mo Chung scrutinized Fei Xue, his gaze flitted quickly over Vanti, yet he dared not linger, the fleeting astonishment in his eyes quickly fading. Vanti's usual icy demeanor intimidated him, but he was undeniably captivated by her allure, the words enchantress fleeting through his mind. Fei Xue? From a distance, Erica's delighted voice drifted over. Once Erica approached, she leapt into Fei Xue's embrace, both women laughing joyously. Ah, Fei Xue, has your chest grown? It feels so much bigger. Erica raised her head, looking at Fei Xue with curiosity. Oh my, why would you say that in front of so many people? You're so shameless. At Erica's words, everyone's gaze inadvertently turned to Fei Xue, who, irritated, pinched Erica hard. Ouch. Fei Xue, take it easy. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Shu, you're here. Jeff was the last to arrive, approaching with a smile and greeting Lin Shu. However, Lin Shu discerned Jeff's forced smile. Upon hearing Jeff's voice, the laughter of Mo Chung and the others gradually faded. What happened to Mark? Lin Shu finally found the opportunity to voice his concern. At the mention of Mark, Erica looked up at Lin Shu with a distressed expression. Lin Shu, the captain. He was recently declared dead. Although the surgery was successful, alas, he did not survive in the end and has already been sent to the crematorium. Erica, who was easily moved, began to sob uncontrollably. Before Lin Shu's arrival, she had been holding back her emotions, but seeing him now, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and finally broke down in tears. Fei Xue hurriedly stepped forward to embrace Erica, offering her comfort. Lin Shu, with a grim expression, turned his gaze towards Mo Chung and the others, only then realizing that Ran Bing had not accompanied them. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he understood. Ran Bing must be with Mark, ensuring he receives a proper farewell under these circumstances. Can you explain why Mark was suddenly parasitized by the spine worm? Lin Shu frowned, struggling to comprehend this. If it were the Shadow Society lurking in the shadows, their clear intention was to use the lighthouse as a prison for humanity, continuously sending people to the surface to be devoured by the extreme beasts. Transforming Mark into an ecological hybrid would only disrupt this scheme. More importantly, if Mark became an extreme beast, he could potentially unlock the secrets of the mana ecosystem, which seemed to contradict the society's intentions. After a moment of silence, Mo Chung spoke up. To be honest, We are all still baffled. That day, the captain returned from a conversation with Lord Morgan and suddenly announced he needed to go to the surface to execute a mission to find something, claiming it was Lord Morgan's last request before his abdication. When we, the scavengers, arrived at the unfamiliar task point with the dust citizens, everything seemed normal at first. However, as we ventured deeper underground, a massive extreme beast suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of our inattention, it launched a vast sonic attack, and we lost consciousness. When we awoke, we discovered the captain had been slashed across the throat and was infected by the spine worm. Upon hearing this, Jeff and the others had already lowered their heads in shame. None of them could forgive themselves for what had happened to Mark. Lin Shu's frown deepened with each passing moment. Morgan, why would he suddenly order Mark to descend to the surface for a mission? He was well aware of Mark's secrets. He should never have exposed him to such danger. As this thought crossed his mind, a fleeting idea flashed in Lin Shu's mind, but vanished before he could grasp it. You mentioned executing a mission to find something? What exactly is it that necessitated your journey to an unfamiliar marked point? The chi machine. The task was urgent, and the captain didn't have time to elaborate, only briefly mentioning the name. At the time, we thought it was some high-tech equipment, Jeff interjected, answering Lin Shu's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu felt increasingly perplexed. Chi machine? What is that? Is it some kind of mechanical device? Why would you be searching for a mechanical device at an unfamiliar marked point? It makes no sense. Lin Shu racked his brain, trying to make sense of the situation. But the more he thought, the more confused he became. Chi machine? Marvelous machine? Miracle? Opportunity? Opportunity. Lin Shu suddenly raised his head, feeling as though he had grasped something significant. Old dog, take care of Vanny and Feishua. I must seek out Morgan. After hastily giving his instructions, Lin Shu prepared to head towards the command hall at the center of the lighthouse, eager to validate his suspicions. If his conjecture proved correct, it would indeed be a matter of utmost urgency. However, just as Lin Shu had run a mere 10 meters, a deafening alarm suddenly blared throughout the lighthouse. In an instant, the entire structure shook violently. Everyone flee. An extreme beast has appeared in the lighthouse. Chapter 81. Inevitable. The marked beast emerges in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere within the lighthouse transformed from calm to chaos. The relentless mechanical alarms, the terrified screams of the populace, and the cacophony of gunfire and explosions converged into a tumultuous symphony. Lin Shu's forward momentum was abruptly halted as he caught sight of a massive grayish-purple humanoid extreme beast rampaging through the crowd. Following closely behind were several heavy-duty units, firing their weapons in an attempt to subdue the beast. Yet it was evident that all efforts were in vain. The humanoid extreme beast possessed formidable defenses, and bullets merely elicited furious roars without hindering its movements. At the rear of the crowd, a woman struggled through the terrified throngs, her gaze fixed anxiously on the rampaging beast ahead. Her mouth opened wide, but her cries were drowned out by the surrounding chaos. It was Ranbing. Lin Shu recognized the white-haired woman with a single glance. At that moment, Feishua also spotted Ranbing and, disregarding the danger, charged toward her direction. As she passed by Lin Shu, her eyes locked onto his. Seeing no attempt to stop her, she decisively increased her speed. Vanny, feeling uneasy at Feishua's movement, quickly followed suit. Lin Shu, leave Feishua to me. I will ensure her safety. You must also be cautious. Do not let anything happen to you. As Vanty's words fell, Lin Shu's field of vision was filled only with her retreating figure, moving with remarkable speed. These two women. Lin Shu could only shake his head with a wry smile, then turned to the still-standing Black Emperor, calling out, "Old dog, you seem quite composed. Are you here to watch the show instead of attending to the two women? Damn it, when did I become your babysitter? Why is it always me?" The Black Emperor blinked its beady eyes at Lin Shu, feeling exasperated. It would rather not be involved, but it was bound to Lin Shu within a 3-kilometer radius. Hey, this is outrageous. If it weren't for you, Lin Shu's anger flared as he glared at the Black Emperor, ready to delve into past grievances, intent on unraveling how he ended up in this world. The Black Emperor, fearing Lin Shu would dredge up old stories, realized Lin Shu was gearing up to unleash a tirade. All right, I'm going now. Right now? With that, the Black Emperor galloped off, swiftly pursuing Feishua and Vanty, eager to avoid hearing Lin Shu's complaints. Just wait. I'll find a way to deal with you. Lin Shu chuckled, then turned his attention to the stunned Mo Chung, Jeff, and Erica. Stop dawdling. That humanoid extreme beast is Mark. I have seen it. You all handle the heavy-duty units. Leave Mark to me. Everyone move. With that, Lin Shu surged forward, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Seen it? Mo Chung and the others finally regained their senses. Yet they were momentarily bewildered by Lin Shu's words. They wished to inquire further, but Lin Shu had already disappeared, leaving them with no choice but to disperse and act quickly. Transformed into an extreme beast, Mark's eyes glowed crimson, his body constantly emanating a scarlet aura, and he was in a state of furious rage, especially with the heavy units attacking from behind, which only fueled his wrath. In mere moments, 4 heavy units had already been destroyed in the onslaught of the enraged Mark beast, and dozens of people had perished in the chaos of the battle between Mark and the heavy units. Wherever Mark ran, cries of despair followed. Energy devices were detonated. The homes of the dust citizens were obliterated, and the faces of the lighthouse inhabitants were etched with terror as they shouted in a frenzied rush to escape. Yet Mark paid no heed to any of this. In the throes of battle, he began to absorb the life essence of the fleeing citizens. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shu halted mid-stride, standing at a distance to observe the state of the Mark beast closely. The fate of the people on the lighthouse was of no concern to Lin Shu. He had no intention of becoming a savior, for rescuing them held no significance for him. As the Mark beast battled with the reconstructed entity and absorbed the life essence, Ran Bing finally caught up from behind. Ignoring her own peril, she dashed toward the Mark beast's location, crying out in desperation to prevent it from siphoning the life essence of the innocent. With each stride, she closed the distance to the Mark beast. Just when she was within 50 meters of it, Fei Shui arrived, seizing Ran Bing in a tight embrace and attempting to drag her away from the beast. However, Ran Bing struggled fiercely, screaming defiantly, unwilling to retreat, resolute in her desire to approach the Mark beast. This scene infuriated Lin Shu, who cursed Ran Bing for her reckless disregard for her life. Fei Shui had rushed ahead, followed by Vandy, and after a brief standoff between Fei Shui and the struggling Ran Bing, Vandy finally arrived. Seeing the futility of reasoning with Ran Bing, Vandy swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face. The moment the blows landed, Ran Bing froze, her eyes wide in disbelief, seemingly stunned by Vandy's actions. Fei Shui quickly took her away. At that moment, Vandy's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her previously gentle and fiery nature around Lin Shu had transformed into a cold, unyielding resolve reminiscent of her earlier self as the light bearer on the lighthouse. Lin Shu observed the scene from a distance, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Truly, she was his woman, full of strength. Just then, the Mark beast, still absorbing life essence, erupted in rage upon witnessing Vandy strike Ran Bing, plunging back into a frenzied state. Almost simultaneously as Fei Shui tried to retreat with Ran Bing, the Mark beast barreled toward Vandy and the others like a cannonball, emitting terrifying roars. Unable to tolerate the sight, Lin Shu muttered an expletive, vowing to retaliate against anyone who dared to harm his woman, even if it was the Mark beast. Just as he prepared to spring into action, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Lin Shu looked up in confusion, only to find the Mark beast had vanished from the square. Redirecting his gaze, he discovered that the creature had crashed into a building, leaving a human-shaped dent in the structure due to the sheer force of impact. Well, at least you have some conscience, Lin Shu grinned, casting his eyes towards the towering figure of the Black Emperor, who was the one to intervene. True to his word of protecting the 2 women, the Black Emperor had acted decisively when the Mark beast charged. It seemed to unleash all its pent-up wrath on the Mark beast, sending it flying with a single blow. The immense force caused the nearby hunter piloting the reconstructed entity to flinch, and for a moment, none dared to approach the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor glanced back at Lin Shu, who was hastily approaching, and with a tone of annoyance declared, "You needn't concern yourself here. I will watch over your 2 women, so hurry on with your business." As Lin Shu steadied himself, he had no choice but to comply. Before departing, he cautioned the 2 women to remain safe and lavished praise upon the Black Emperor. "Ah, you truly are the most reliable old dog. What would I do without you? Get lost. Don't disgust me." The Black Emperor suppressed waves of nausea, warning Lin Shu. Laughing heartily, Lin Shu sped toward the command hall of the lighthouse. And once distanced from the Black Emperor, his jovial expression turned icy. "Morgan, you truly are a cunning fox." Chapter 82. Do you know? He truly exists. Lin Shu navigated through the panicking crowd of lighthouse inhabitants and the soldiers of the city defense force, upon spotting him, hastily moved aside. Wherever Lin Shu went, none dared to obstruct him. Even the city defense soldiers quickly cleared a path to ensure his swift passage. For those unfortunate souls who lingered in his path, the soldiers even resorted to kicking and shoving them aside to clear a route. They had been thoroughly subjugated by Lin Shu's earlier display of power in their eyes. He was almost a divine being. The Lord of Light may have been formidable, but that was ephemeral. Lin Shu was palpably real. At this juncture, the soldiers no longer regarded Lin Shu with fear, but with fervent admiration, willing to follow in his footsteps through this apocalyptic world, provided he would take them in. Throughout history, whenever an individual possesses power that compels universal reverence, they become the faith of many, and Lin Shu exemplified such power. Navigating unobstructed, it took but a moment for the central command hall to come into view. Yet, the closer he approached, the more he sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet. The lighthouse was in turmoil, yet Morgan had not appeared to lead. It was exceedingly strange. Moreover, there were no city defense soldiers guarding the central command hall. Not only that, but the large doors were not tightly shut, but slightly ajar. Something is amiss, Lin Shu muttered, resolutely grasping his Minghong blade and quickening his pace toward the hall. As he pushed the doors open, a heavy stench of blood assailed him, causing Lin Shu's pupils to dilate in shock. The corridor of the hall was littered with the bodies of city defense soldiers, blood soaking the ground and forming small rivers that continued to flow. Shell casings were strewn across the floor, still warm to the touch, indicating that these men had been slain only recently. Morgan is in trouble. Lin Shu's heart raced as he realized the ominous premonition stemmed from Morgan's direction. As he hastened through the corridor, more corpses of the city defense soldiers came into view. The overwhelming scent of blood made Lin Shu's scalp tingle. This was the second time he had witnessed such a significant loss of life. With increasing urgency, he finally reached the vertical elevator leading to the command hall. The elevator doors were riddled with bullet holes, and one deep gash almost split the doors in two, prompting Lin Shu to furrow his brow. It seemed that the assailants could no longer contain themselves. With Mark being parasitized by the spine worm and transforming into a devourer, the balance would undoubtedly be shattered. It appeared many were aware of Mark's secret. Seated in the elevator, ascending rapidly, Lin Shu's thoughts raced. Many previously elusive answers began to crystallize. A greater catastrophe was on the horizon. The current scene was likely what the spine worm had alluded to when it was severed from its host. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. Numerous hidden forces lurking in the shadows were poised to emerge, heralding an era of conflict. Whether it would lead to destruction or rebirth remained uncertain. Clearly, it was imperative to enhance his strength. The impending emergence of even more formidable devourers, alongside the practitioners of this world, would likely introduce cutting-edge technology and a plethora of other forces. Lin Shu gazed at the shocking bloodstains on the elevator floor, lost in thought. When the elevator reached the highest floor, with a resounding clang, Lin Shu's reverie was abruptly interrupted. As he raised his gaze to the final door of the central command hall, the familiar figure lying at the entrance caused his heart to lurch violently. Victor. Rushing forward, Lin Shu flipped the city defense commander Victor over, only to discover blood gushing from his heart, his eyes wide open in death. On that fateful day at the lighthouse, Victor was flung away with a single slap. In retrospect, it was a miracle that he survived, but it seems that his good fortune has reached its limit. As he ultimately met his demise here, Lin Shu dared not linger, hastily pushing open the door and rushing toward the center of the command hall. The Minghong knife tightly gripped in his hand, ever ready for an assault. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, making Lin Shu's footsteps echo like drums throughout the vast space. Alas, he was a step too late. As Lin Shu approached the seat of the city lord, he discovered Morgan slumped against the backrest, eyes closed, pallor extreme, while blood pooled and flowed down the steps. After a swift search of the hall revealed no trace of the assailant, Lin Shu sighed in resignation and returned to Morgan's side. "Old fool, why did you do this?" Morgan's death confirmed Lin Shu's suspicions. The man had long been aware of the existence of the true shadow and light, as well as their intentions. With another sigh, Lin Shu turned to leave. With Morgan dead, there was no point in staying. Just as he took a step, a weak cough echoed behind him, reverberating through the silent hall like a thunderclap, causing Lin Shu to freeze. "Lin Shu, I didn't expect you to cough," he exclaimed, quickly turning to see Morgan. Eyes barely open, attempting to sit up, but the loss of blood had rendered him too weak. Morgan, what on earth is happening? You must tell me. Lin Shu rushed up the steps to Morgan's side. To prevent Morgan from succumbing immediately, Lin Shu hurriedly channeled his energy, sending pure life essence through the wounds into Morgan's body. Morgan's complexion suddenly regained some color, but the extensive blood loss made his death inevitable. He was merely experiencing a fleeting revival. Gazing up at Lin Shu, Morgan managed to muster a faint smile. Lin Shu, you are not from this world, are you? The revelation sent a jolt through Lin Shu. How could Morgan know he was a traveler from another realm? Just as he was about to inquire further, Morgan began to explain. You must be from another planet. The people of the old world have long mastered interstellar travel. Your origin from outer space is not incomprehensible. However, your power is truly astounding. Such strength can only inspire our awe. Haha, it is precisely because of you that I dared to initiate this plan. Given your relationship with Mark, I believed you would not abandon him. Morgan, like a cunning fox, looked at Lin Shu with a sly grin. Lin Shu's astonishment only widened Morgan's smile. But you cannot blame me. I intended to probe Mark's limits through Charles gradually, to unearth Mark's secrets. Yet, your sudden appearance led to Charles's death. You disrupted my plans. As he spoke, Morgan's voice was nearly laced with venom, for he could never forgive Lin Shu for killing Charles. Lin Shu remained silent, standing quietly by, channeling life essence to sustain Morgan's last breath. He was uninterested in anything else. He merely wished to hear some secrets from Morgan. Lin Shu, this apocalyptic world is far more complex than you imagine. Even I can only glimpse a fraction of it. Yet that mere glimpse chills me to the bone. I can hardly see any hope for humanity's survival. No, that cannot be said. Perhaps survival is possible, but humanity's dominance over this world is no longer feasible. They are far too powerful, nearly invincible. At this point, Morgan's face turned ashen, his body racked with violent coughs, his eyes filled with despair. He had concealed this secret for decades, never daring to speak of it, for he did not wish to shatter the last glimmer of hope for the lighthouse's inhabitants. After a moment of silence, Morgan stiffened, turning his neck to gaze at Lin Shu, his pupils dilated with fear, devoid of whites, rendering him a ghastly sight. Do you know? The Lord of Shadows and Light. He truly exists. Chapter 83. Morgan's Last Stand. Keeping Lin Shu on edge as Morgan spoke of the existence of the Lord of Shadows and Light. Terror gripped him, causing his heart to race and blood to rush from his wounds. His previously ruddy complexion was visibly fading to an alarming pallor. Witnessing this, Lin Shu felt a surge of frustration. The old man was on the brink of death, yet he was still holding back crucial information. Hey, old man, what are you getting so worked up about? Finish your words before you go. Don't leave me in suspense. With gasps for breath, Morgan's mouth hung open wide, his eyes wide with fear, fixated on Lin Shu as his trembling finger pointed in a specific direction. The Clotho system, it has too. Before he could finish, Morgan's arm fell limply to the ground, splashing blood across the floor. Lin Shu was utterly speechless. The old fool had actually chosen to die just as he was about to divulge something critical. In a desperate attempt to revive Morgan, Lin Shu increased the flow of life essence. Moments passed, but Morgan remained unresponsive, and with a heavy heart, Lin Shu ceased the infusion. Alas, he sighed, stepping back from the pooling blood. The Clotho system? Two. Two of what? Two systems? Or perhaps two consciousnesses? Pondering the implications, Lin Shu shook his head in resignation and turned to exit the command hall. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged from a hidden corner of the hall, barely perceptible in the stillness. Lin Shu's brows furrowed, and he gripped the Minghong knife tightly, rushing toward the source of the noise. He swiftly kicked aside the obstructing debris, raising the knife, ready to strike. Ah, please no. Spare me, I beg you. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shu halted. The blade mere inches from the trembling woman curled in the cramped space. Jing Nan, he exclaimed, recognizing the figure cowering in fear. Hearing the familiar voice, Jing Nan stiffened, gradually lifting her head from her arms to look toward the source of the sound. Her face was devoid of color, her pupils dilated in evident terror. Upon realizing it was Lin Shu, she broke free from her fright and rushed into his embrace, crying out in distress, releasing all her pent-up emotions. Her soft sobs echoed throughout the vast command hall, as if she had clutched onto a lifeline amid despair. Jing Nan clung to Lin Shu desperately, as if seeking to meld into him. Lin Shu, taken aback by her sudden embrace, tried to gently pry her off, but she only tightened her grip. With no choice, he allowed her to cling to him like an octopus, understanding that she must have witnessed the slaughter of Morgan and the others. He realized her survival was merely a stroke of luck. Listening to her cries, Lin Shu felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. He recalled their first meeting at the lighthouse, in the equipment room, where she had exuded confidence and composure, embodying a strong and capable woman. Yet now, she wept like a delicate flower, trembling and vulnerable, a stark contrast to her former self. To soothe Jingnan, Lin Shu had no choice but to envelop her in a tight embrace, gently caressing her back to provide as much reassurance as possible. Jingnan, it's all right now. With me, Lin Shu, you are entirely safe. No one can harm you again. Upon hearing Lin Shu's voice, Jingnan's sobs subsided, though her grip on him tightened, as if she were reluctant to let go. After a moment, her cries transformed into soft whimpers. Realizing her loss of composure, Jingnan hurriedly released her hold and stepped back. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I'm so sorry, Lin Shu. I was truly terrified just now. At that moment, Lin Shu took a moment to observe Jingnan closely. She wore a sleek black utility outfit, draped with a long black cloak. Her cascading black hair framed her porcelain complexion, and her delicate features, small face, arched brows, and almond-shaped eyes, exuded femininity. Raising her gaze, Jingnan was suddenly struck by the gravity of the situation. The circumstances seemed to conspire to draw her closer to Lin Shu. Hearing his commanding tone, Jingnan paused momentarily, yet inexplicably, she complied with his request to lift her head. Perhaps it was her long-standing curiosity about him. Every time Jingnan saw Lin Shu, she felt irresistibly drawn to his enigmatic presence, often standing at a distance, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Unfortunately, the two had never had the opportunity for private interaction. Each time Lin Shu visited the lighthouse, he only appeared alongside Mark, having little contact with others. It was also likely due to Morgan's orders. He had commanded everyone, except for Mark and a few others, to maintain a respectful distance from the mysterious Lin Shu, forbidding any excessive interaction or enmity. As Jingnan slowly lifted her gaze, it met Lin Shu's lowered eyes. Their eyes locked, and her face deepened in color, her heart racing. You must have seen who killed Morgan, right? Lin Shu inquired, naturally reaching out to wipe away the tears from Jingnan's face. At the moment their skin touched, Jingnan trembled, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. As the chief commander of the lighthouse's navigation control room, she had never been touched by a man before, making this moment all the more surreal. A strange electric sensation coursed through her limbs, quickening her heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Hearing Jingnan's heart racing as if it would burst from her chest, Lin Shu was slightly taken aback. You've never been touched by a man. Jingnan was caught off guard by his question, her face flushing crimson, even her neck turning a rosy hue. She stammered. And Lin Shu couldn't help but laugh heartily, amused to see the usually composed Jingnan flustered. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Changing his expression, he continued in a serious tone. Now tell me, who could ascend the thousands of meters high lighthouse and kill Morgan? Seeing Lin Shu's grave demeanor, Jingnan composed herself, shedding her earlier awkwardness, and returned to her usual steadiness. To be honest, I didn't see who it was. I was in the hall discussing important matters with the lord of the city when I suddenly heard the sounds of battle outside. Before I could react, the lord ordered me to hide. As she spoke, tears shimmered in her eyes as she glanced at her previous hiding spot, her voice tinged with sorrow. He told me not to come out, no matter what I heard, and insisted that I must survive. It was as if he knew who was coming to kill him. The lord's expression was so calm, as if he had already prepared for death. Chapter 84, Crisis. The mysterious one strikes again. Mark on the brink of death, hearing Jingnan's response. Lin Shu sighed once more, turning his gaze to Morgan, who was slumped silently against the chair on the stairs. Though Morgan had his own ulterior motives, his actions seemed to reflect a genuine concern for the people of the lighthouse, even to the extent of sacrificing his own life to compel Mark to become an ecological chimera and inviting Lin Shu into the fray through his death. Lin Shu found it challenging to pass a fair judgment on Morgan, as perspectives varied greatly. However, if Morgan were still alive and intended to harm those close to him to fulfill his plans, Lin Shu would not hesitate to strike him down. The fate of humanity in this world mattered little to Lin Shu. Even if they all perished, it was of no consequence. Yet, should the opportunity arise, he wouldn't mind extending a helping hand. However, No one close to him, regardless of their rationale, could ever be harmed. Even if their intentions were noble, it would only lead to a dead end. Recognizing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers, Lin Shu opted not to waste any more time and turned to exit the hall, gesturing for Jingnan to follow. "Don't just stand there, come with me." His tone remained commanding, yet softened slightly considering Jingnan's plight. "Yes, I'm coming," Jingnan quickly responded, jogging to keep pace with Lin Shu, her eyes fixed on him. Lost in thought, as Lin Shu and Jingnan descended the central vertical elevator to the platform, a sudden, deafening explosion reverberated through the lighthouse, causing it to tremble momentarily. "This is bad." Lin Shu sensed instinctively that the recent explosion could not have been caused by the Mark Beast. Nor would a battle between the Black Emperor and the Mark Beast create such a commotion. "Jingnan, it's about to get dangerous. Come here. Stay close to me. I'll lead you to safety." Startled by the explosion, Jingnan immediately heeded Lin Shu's voice, rushing forward to embrace him from behind. Lin Shu had intended for her to come closer so he could guide her while flying, but instead, she wrapped her arms around him tightly. Confused, he wondered if he hadn't explained clearly or if Jingnan had misunderstood. Attempting to loosen her grip, he found it futile. She clung to him with all her strength. Seemingly terrified he might let her go. Reluctantly, Lin Shu surrendered to her hold. "All right then, let us take off." He summoned his sword, the Minghong Dao, which swiftly appeared beneath their feet, and they ascended rapidly. This was Jingnan's first experience of flight, and in such a manner. She was so astonished that she pressed her body closely against Lin Shu's back. The sudden sensation of her ample curves sent an involuntary shiver down Lin Shu's spine. "What the hell? This is blatant seduction. It's too much." Sensing Lin Shu's reaction, Jingnan's cheeks flushed, yet surprisingly, she did not create distance between them. Instead, she pressed even closer, her face glowing with warmth. Thus, the two soared through the hall in an unusual posture, where even amidst the corpses and the thick scent of blood, an undeniable tension lingered. To free the ancestral Lin family gone from its restraints, Lin Shu exerted all his strength, continuously reminding himself, "Don't rush. Not now. Once this is over, I will definitely let you participate in the fight." Amidst his conflicting emotions, the two finally broke free from the confines of the central command hall, racing along the path they had come, and within mere moments, the figures of the Black Emperor and others came into view. With a mere glance, Lin Shu's pupils suddenly dilated, revealing a startling sight: dozens of colorful flying mechs hovering in the air. It was indeed this group. After eliminating Morgan, they would undoubtedly pursue Mark Beast. At that moment, Mark Beast was battered and surrounded by 5 flying mechs. Despite its anguished roars, it was of no avail, having just transformed into a devouring beast. It was still unfamiliar with its attack patterns. Confronted by the synchronized assault of the 5 mechs, it was almost entirely at their mercy, teetering on the brink of death. In the distance, Ran Bing continued to howl, but was tightly held back by Fei Shui, preventing her from rushing to her demise. He Huang shielded Fei Shui and Van Di from behind, facing off against the remaining mechs, neither side willing to make the first move. The rest of the citizens of the lighthouse kept their distance, rendered mute by fear as they gazed at the battle involving Mark Beast. Knowing neither faction was one they could contend with, the populace of the lighthouse had become a disarrayed mass, with nearly all leadership extinguished, without a guiding figure. Rebellion was inevitable, and the entire lighthouse could collapse at any moment. In an instant, Lin Shu assessed the situation and narrowed his eyes into a dangerous slant, quickly arriving at a resolution. These individuals must be eliminated. There was no room for their escape. With a swift motion, Lin Shu propelled his blade forward, charging directly at the nearest mech. Just as he approached, the mech finally reacted. Yet it was too late. Lin Shu's speed was as swift as lightning. With a thunderous crash, the pilot and the mech were obliterated in a shower of fragments. Blood mist shot forth, staining the 2 nearby mechs crimson in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu willed his Ming Hong blade from beneath him, accelerating once more. In a flash, the 3-foot-long blood-red blade sliced through the 2 mechs. Obscured from view, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time onlookers registered the events, 3 mechs had already been rendered inoperative. The Ming Hong blade twirled gracefully in the air before returning to Lin Shu's side, hovering silently. At that moment, Jingnan still clung tightly to Lin Shu, her body rigid with shock. Her eyes widened in horror at the Ming Hong blade, which loomed only a meter away. The faint traces of blood on the blade sent chills through her, and she struggled to steady her breathing, utterly unprepared for such a terrifying instrument of death. Lin Shu, you have finally returned. Fei Shui exclaimed joyfully, spotting the suddenly reappeared Lin Shu in the distance. At that moment, all eyes turned towards him. Even the 5 mechs engaged with Mark Beast were forced to halt. The citizens of the lighthouse erupted with chatter. Where did those mechs come from? Why didn't we know about the existence of surface dwellers before? This revelation was astonishing. If beings like Lin Shu existed on the surface, accompanied by a canine companion, it was likely that the lighthouse had known about others but had kept the information suppressed. Oh, that explains everything. Just look at the terrifying power Lin Shu possesses. 3 mechs inexplicably destroyed. Humph. He merely struck while they were distracted. If it were me, I would have fled immediately. Those mysterious mechs are far superior to our heavy models. By the time they realize what's happening, those people will surely be doomed. Indeed, I believe he is acting out for those 2 women, Fei Shui and Van D. TSK, they want to know how they met their end. Better for them to die. Once they're gone, the lighthouse will pose no threat. It seems those mechs have no interest in us at all. I'd prefer those mechs to obliterate Lin Shu and that devouring beast. Yes, eliminate them all. They never should have existed. Chapter 85, The Battle. On the verge of eruption, the citizens of the lighthouse and the commoners gathered together, seemingly casting aside their past grievances, united by a common adversary, Mark Beast and Lin Shu. Their fearful gazes were fixed on the distant battlefield, whispering harsh words in the shadows, venting their frustrations at those who held the power over their lives. At that moment, they resembled despicable cowards lurking in the dark, ready to strike at any moment for their own selfish gains. The cacophony of whispers finally provoked the ire of the mechs. With a mere turn of their heads, the citizens fell silent, fearfully averting their gazes to avoid making eye contact with the mechs. Though their hearts burned with murderous intent towards the mechs, their bodies betrayed them, each one behaving more submissively than the last. They desperately yearned for Lin Shu and Mark Beast to eliminate these foes as swiftly as possible. Ideally, both sides should suffer mutual destruction, suppressing their squeaks of discontent. The mechs turned once more, their scrutinizing gazes landing on Lin Shu, who had just steadied himself. While outsiders might be unaware of the mech's formidable defensive capabilities, these enigmatic individuals were all too familiar with them. Lin Shu's ability to effortlessly dismantle a mech had raised alarms among the mysterious figures. Mark Beast seized the opportunity to retreat, taking advantage of the mech's momentary distraction. Unfortunately, the path behind him was a dead end, a corner of the building. Terrified, Mark Beast pressed against the wall, his eyes wide with fear as he beheld the 5 mechs looming nearby. Gasping for breath, blood oozed from his numerous wounds. At this moment, Mark Beast desperately needed to consume life essence to heal, or he would perish. Kid, you can't possibly be one of the humans from the lighthouse. Can you? Is that dog with you? A blood-red mech surged forth from the throng, confronting Lin Shu. As Lin Shu observed the ethereal energy shield surrounding the crimson mech, an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. He sensed a faint yet palpable danger emanating from this adversary. This individual must be an awakened. Lin Shu mentally categorized him. Lin Shu did not respond to the mech's inquiry. Instead, seizing the brief moment of inaction, he released Jing Nan from his embrace, signaling her to retreat to safety. Be careful, he advised. Understanding that her presence would be more hindrance than help, Jing Nan quickly darted backward. The mechs watched her retreat. But out of respect for Lin Shu's formidable power, none dared to make a move. Fei Shui and Van D finally noticed Jing Nan behind Lin Shu, momentarily taken aback before they both pouted in unison, letting out a small huff. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Their concern for Lin Shu's safety overshadowed any feelings of jealousy. Faced with the sudden appearance of these mysterious mechs, endowed with capabilities far surpassing those of the lighthouse's gravity bodies, Fei Shui and Van D's expressions grew grave, especially for Mo Chung and his companions, who had recently encountered these mechs head-on. Unfortunately, the outcome had been a disastrous defeat for them, as the white shark gravity bodies struggled to breach the defenses of those formidable biomechanical mechs. Had it not been for He Huang's timely intervention, which sent the most aggressive mech flying with a single strike, Mo Chung and his team might have faced total annihilation. Yet, the strength of the mechs present now far exceeded that of the previous batch they had encountered. even with He Huang's assistance. The four hooves struggled against the multitude of arms arrayed before them. Moreover, He Huang's primary focus remained on protecting Fei Shui and Van Di. After a fierce skirmish, several seasoned scavengers had perished, and several newly recruited members suffered severe injuries. Fortunately, Mo Chung and his team emerged with only minor wounds. With He Huang's involvement, the battle's equilibrium was maintained, and both sides assumed defensive postures, poised for confrontation. However, the marked beast could not be attended to, and everyone could only watch helplessly as it was crushed by 5 mechs. At that moment, all eyes were filled with dread, fixed upon the suspended cluster of mechs, none daring to act recklessly. The only sounds in the arena were the furious roars of the marked beast and the pained wails of Ranbing. Tightly cradled by Fei Shui, Lin Shu observed Jing Nen retreating to a safe distance before he turned back to scrutinize the dozen or so mechs with a grave expression. How did you discover Mark's secret so swiftly? What was your source? As Lin Shu refrained from answering and instead posed a question, one of the mechs grew enraged, stepping forward to confront the blood-red mech, exclaiming, "Captain, why waste words with him? Let us act. Once we subdue him, we can interrogate him by any means necessary." The crimson mech remained silent, fixated on Lin Shu, sensing an extreme danger emanating from this human. As the atmosphere grew tense, with neither side willing to move, Lin Shu was not inclined to wait any longer. "Old dog, take them away. Return to assist me later. I fear I cannot manage this group alone for the time being." This was the first time Lin Shu had uttered such words in this realm. While he was naturally invincible and immortal, he worried about the potential danger this group of mechs posed to others in the short term. "Lin Shu, you must remain safe." Vanti gazed anxiously at Lin Shu in the distance, understanding that he intended for them to escape while he faced the mechs alone. Though reluctant, she recognized that the situation was beyond her and Fei Shui's capacity to assist. They would only hinder him. The man and the dog exchanged a knowing glance, both nodding slightly. With their long-standing understanding, He Huang comprehended Lin Shu's plan. After giving instructions to He Huang, Lin Shu averted his gaze, confident that He Huang would handle his concerns. Seizing the moment before the mechs could react, He Huang swiftly clamped his jaws around Vanti's arm, tossing her onto his back. He then did the same with Fei Shui before leaping directly from the lighthouse. Seeing her chance to act freely, Ranbing darted into the lighthouse complex, hoping to find another path to approach the marked beast, while the mechs were distracted by Lin Shu. The blood-red mech was taken aback by a dog daring to leap from thousands of meters up the lighthouse. Although he noticed He Huang escaping with the 2 women, he was momentarily stunned. Regaining composure, he glanced at the mechs behind him and issued orders, no longer paying attention. Following the blood-red mech's command, 8 mechs immediately soared out, pursuing He Huang. "You seek death," Lin Shu scoffed, then decisively struck, his Ming Hong Dao leading the charge. The Yun Ke Dao spirit began to autonomously engage the enemy, akin to activating a mode. As the Ming Hong Dao flew through the air, it suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a resounding eagle's cry that echoed through the lighthouse. Instantly, 9 identical blades materialized in the air, surrounding the Ming Hong Dao and spinning rapidly. Simultaneously, the opposing mech group commenced their assault. Aside from the blood-red mechs standing idly by, the other mechs unleashed their full firepower, charging at Lin Shu. Both sides unleashed their might, akin to a collision of meteors. A thunderous crash followed, sending shockwaves that caused the distant populace of the lighthouse to wail uncontrollably, while those closer bled from their ears. "Watch out for that strange blade. It is exceptionally sharp." In the midst of the fierce battle against the mech group, Lin Shu faced his opponents with unyielding strength, employing his bare fists to counter their assaults. Even against the weaker mechs, he struck with such force that, by the time they registered his attack, it was already too late. A single punch erupted in a spray of blood mist, shattering the mech into countless metallic shards. Lin Shu's relentless onslaught continued until he encountered 3 mechs, where he was compelled to pause. As the battle progressed, both sides exchanged blows, but this time, the anticipated outcome was different. Lin Shu's expression hardened as he felt an immense force slam against his arm, pain coursing through his body, causing him to stagger back several steps. The opposing mech, struck by the recoil, was sent flying. Although its energy shield had shattered, the mech itself remained intact. Just as Lin Shu regained his footing, another mech launched a fierce attack. Unfazed by the adversary's relentless assault, Lin Shu evaded just as the enemy's energy blade was about to connect. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary distraction, he executed a powerful kick aimed at their midsection. Caught off guard, the opponent could only concentrate all their energy into a thin layer of defense, forming a tangible energy shield just in time. Upon impact, a crisp crack echoed, and the thick energy shield shattered into scintillating fragments in the terrified gaze of the pilot. The mech was forcefully propelled upward until it collided with the solar panels atop the lighthouse, finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, the pilot's formidable defenses spared him from unconsciousness, but he coughed up blood and hastily maneuvered the mech to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu swiftly pushed off the ground, regaining his stance. But he was not yet out of danger. Just as he stood upright, dozens of energy rays sped toward him, closing the distance to less than 2 meters. At that critical moment, the Minghong Dao returned swiftly, appearing before him. As the energy rays approached, the Minghong Dao pivoted in front of Lin Shu, rapidly spinning to create an impenetrable barrier of blade shadows. Despite the multitude of energy rays, they were all thwarted by the defense. In the instant the energy rays dissipated, Lin Shu seized the Minghong Dao, gripping it firmly with both hands, and swung it forward with all his might. Begone! With a resounding crash. Another mech attempting to attack was repelled by the force of the Minghong Dao. Captain, this guy isn't awakened. His defenses are insurmountable. We cannot contend with him. After a fierce exchange, both sides retreated. Lin Shu panted heavily, a wicked grin on his face as he regarded the remaining 4 mechs. Is this all the light and shadow society has to offer? Just like the previous group, you cower behind these rusted machines? Ha ha ha, a bunch of vermin. Lin Shu laughed maniacally, his disdain evident, before releasing the Minghong Dao to hover above him. With a cold gaze fixed on the blood-red mech, he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he shook his head. Provocatively, he smiled at his adversaries. Is that all you've got? If this is your limit, then prepare for your demise. Jing Nan, standing far off, watched Lin Shu navigate the swarm of mechs with agility, her heart racing in tandem with his movements. As she worried for him, she was also captivated by his godlike prowess, and soon found herself utterly enamored. Women are inherently drawn to strength, and in this post-apocalyptic world, such attraction is amplified. In that moment, Lin Shu appeared as a deity, his overwhelming power igniting admiration within Jing Nan, which swiftly transformed into profound affection. This is the epitome of a man. Only such a man is worthy of my utmost devotion. Jing Nan's heart was filled with longing, and at this moment, it seemed she had made a resolute decision. She gazed at Lin Shu's retreating figure, biting her crimson lip, her complexion growing increasingly flushed. As Lin Shu drew the attention of all the mechas, there were none guarding the marked beast, presenting a fleeting opportunity for Ranbing. Seizing the moment when everyone was distracted, she swiftly dashed out from the cluster of buildings, racing towards the corner where the unconscious marked beast lay. Upon reaching him, she hurriedly cradled his head, calling out frantically, Mark, Mark, open your eyes and look at me. It's Ranbing. Hold on, Lin Shu is fighting the mechas. He will save us. It was only after a prolonged period of calling that the marked beast struggled to open his eyes. However, there was no trace of human awareness in those eyes, only the dying desire of a voracious beast. The citizens of the lighthouse had witnessed the earlier struggle of the marked beast alongside the hunters against the mecha swarm. Now, as they observed Lin Shu overpowering the mechas, having already dispatched 8 of them, their mouths fell agape in shock. They had previously been unaware of Lin Shu's true strength, but now, with a point of comparison, their gazes towards him shifted entirely. They regarded him with trepidation, and while they may have dared to mock him before, they now lacked even the courage to meet his eyes. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual remained undaunted by Lin Shu. Instead, her eyes glinted with overwhelming hatred as she glared at him, muttering something through gritted teeth. Give it up. Lin Shu is nearly unbeatable. Forget about those matters. That man chose his own path. He can't blame anyone else. A male voice suddenly interjected, attempting to persuade the woman whose eyes burned with animosity. I refuse. I must do something. Were you the one who killed my missing subordinates? The Crimson Mecha, enraged by Lin Shu's taunts, seemed to explode with fury, its voice rising, hinting at someone among them whom it deeply cared for. Lin Shu, momentarily taken aback by the intensity of the Crimson Mecha's reaction, pondered thoughtfully and arrived at a rough conclusion. That big-bosomed woman. Could she be your old flame? TSK, TSK, TSK. I must say, You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. However, I've had a taste with the old dog, and the sensation was truly exquisite. Lin Shu intentionally provoked his opponent, gesturing with exaggerated motions to emphasize the voluptuousness of the woman. Unfortunately, she has already met her demise. You brat, I will make you pay with your life. The mysterious figure piloting the crimson mecha could no longer contain his fury and let out a roar, launching himself towards Lin Shu at breakneck speed. Mid-flight, the crimson mecha suddenly split open, revealing a muscular middle-aged man with a bushy beard, his eyes ablaze with rage. Lin Shu, witnessing this scene, felt not fear but exhilaration. Shouting towards the bearded man, "Come forth. Let me witness the true power of an awakened one in this realm." Chapter 87. A Clash of Fists. A confrontation of wills. Upon hearing that Lin Shu had slain his woman, the bearded man erupted in uncontrollable rage, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. "Brat, I care not which faction you belong to, daring to kill within the territory of our light and shadow society. I will ensure you return to the abyss from whence you came." The words were spoken through gritted teeth. Lin Shu stood his ground, coolly meeting the bearded man's fierce gaze, as the energy within him surged, rapidly coursing through his limbs. While feeling the power swell within him, he continued to taunt his adversary. "Hey, I'm truly curious to see whether your strength surpasses your ability to make threats. You arrogant fool." The bearded man, infuriated, surged towards Lin Shu with increased speed. "Captain, kill him. Smash him with one punch. The captain will show him mercy. I want him to experience the methods of our third squad. Haha, I can't wait to see him begging for mercy at my feet. I see he has 2 women. Once the others bring them back, I'll have my fun right before his eyes." Ha! The other 3 mechas, witnessing Lin Shu's audacity to provoke their captain, laughed boisterously. They were well aware of the bearded man as power to the ordinary. An awakened one was almost like a deity. Perhaps Lin Shu was strong too, but they subconsciously believed the captain was stronger. As the bearded man dared to discard his mecha and confront Lin Shu head-on, Jingnan felt her heart racing in her throat. As the chief commander of the Lighthouse Navigation Control Room, she was far from a mere ornament. She had her own judgments. The crimson mecha was evidently superior to the others, yet the bearded man chose to forego the advantages of his mecha for a physical confrontation, underscoring his confidence. Jingnan couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Shu. Her palms were damp with sweat from tension. Among the hunters, Erica, with blood still staining her lips, clutched her chest with one hand while struggling to rise with the other. Those who had faced the might of the mechas understood all too well the danger posed by the vengeful bearded man. In her anxiety, Erica even forgot to breathe, her face flushed with apprehension. "Lin Shu, you must not come to harm." Mo Chung and the others were equally tense. Lin Shu's fate was intertwined with their lives. At that moment, all the hunters held their breath, except for the severely injured members who could not move. The rest followed Erica's lead, struggling to stand and fixate on the distant battlefield. "Kill him! Quickly kill him!" Among the citizens of the lighthouse, a woman stared unblinkingly at the impending clash, her eyes bloodshot from excitement. In contrast to the anxiety of others, Lin Shu remained composed, his fighting spirit soaring. Finally, in this desolate world, he had encountered an opponent worthy of his strength, far more exhilarating than slaying mindless beasts. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the fear reflected in his enemy's eyes. "Come forth. Let me see if all awakened ones are but trash." As soon as his words fell, the bearded man charged in, showing no hesitation as they prepared to clash fists. Bang! At the moment their fists met, a sound akin to colliding meteors erupted with a deafening roar. The shockwave surged outward at a visible speed, initially catching Lin Shu and the bearded man in its wake, sending them both hurtling backward from the immense recoil. Before the shockwave could dissipate, a violent explosion enveloped the entire lighthouse. "My ears. It hurts. It's so painful." Surrounding hunters, Jing Nan, and the distant citizens of the lighthouse all curled up, hands clasped over their ears, grimacing in agony. Even the Mark Beast and Ran Bing, who were sheltered in the corner of the building, were not spared from the tumult. Coincidentally, the intense sound waves disrupted the Mark Beast's absorption of Ran Bing's life essence. Awakened by the excruciating pain, Ran Bing looked at the Mark Beast, whose condition had slightly improved but was still writhing in agony from the sonic assault. A smile of relief crossed her face. Enduring the throbbing pain in her head, she struggled to draw closer to the Mark Beast. "Mark, if you need it, I shall provide. Lin Shu, propelled by the violent shockwave, slammed into a distant building, finally halting his backward momentum. The waves of pain coursing through his body left him momentarily dizzy, his arms numb and devoid of sensation. Now that's a real fight. How exhilarating! Lin Shu roared, straining to detach himself from the wall. The bearded man, whose physique was not as robust as Lin Shu's, crashed into a series of buildings as he fell, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a discarded sack. Wounds marred his body, blood flowing incessantly, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. The onlookers were overwhelmed by the reverberations, their heads throbbing with pain, save for three mechs, which remained unscathed behind their energy shields. Although these three individuals were spared the agony wrought by the sonic waves, their eyes widened in shock, frozen in disbelief. The anticipated devastation had not unfolded. Instead, their ostensibly invincible captain lay battered, while Lin Shu stood unscathed. A sharp intake of breath escaped as they observed their captain, motionless on the ground, contrasting starkly with Lin Shu, who emerged from the wall, struggling yet resolute. Jing Nan, positioned not far behind Lin Shu, gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, never having expected such an outcome. Lin Shu's garments lay in tatters, exposing his bare upper body as he emerged from the wall, his robust physique captivating Jing Nan's gaze, leaving her parched with desire. Lin Shu, still slightly unsteady from his recent ordeal, let his right arm dangle limply, attempting to shake off the numbing sensation. The three mechs, observing Lin Shu's condition from a distance, exchanged glances and nodded emphatically before rushing toward him. Seizing the moment while Lin Shu's right arm lacked strength, they resolved to strike first. Lin Shu, be cautious. Jing Nan, having focused solely on Lin Shu, was alarmed to see the three mechs charging at him and hurriedly called out a warning. Lin Shu sensed the impending threat and swiftly raised his left arm, grasping the Minghong blade, ready to channel his energy and unleash its skills. Just as he prepared to attack, an unexpected sensation surged within him, prompting a smile of surprise to grace his lips, halting his offensive motion. Lin Shu, what is happening? Quickly, take cover. Seeing Lin Shu abandon his assault, Jing Nan, perplexed, rushed towards him. At that moment, a colossal black hound materialized before Lin Shu, none other than the Black Sovereign, having traversed 3 kilometers in an instant. The Black Sovereign appeared at Lin Shu's side. Simultaneously, the 3 mechs launched their assault. Damn it, just as I arrived, and now I must fight again. Consider this a lesson. The 3 mechs collided with the hound, resulting in a chaotic encounter. What in the world is this beast? The mechs were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the massive dog, nearly suffering from shock as it delivered a powerful kick to their chests, sending them flying. With a series of thunderous impacts, the mechs were sent hurtling away. You startled me. The Black Sovereign grumbled as it returned to Lin Shu's side, casting a glance at the astonished Jing Nan. What brings you here? Where are Vandy and Feishua? What of the 8 mechs? Rest assured, your companions are unharmed, being watched over by them, and the 8 mechs have already been dealt with, the Black Sovereign replied impatiently, irritated by being summoned constantly. At the mention of them, Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, preparing to inquire further when a faint, cold chuckle echoed from a distance. Huh, you possess quite the audacity, capable of wounding me. I concede. You are impressive. Recognizing the voice, Lin Shu's expression froze momentarily. It belonged to the bearded man who had just been reduced to a pitiful state. He had initially believed he had vanquished the threat, underestimating the resilience of the awakened in this realm. The recoil from their earlier clash had inflicted considerable pain, even on Lin Shu's formidable body, rendering his arm thoroughly numb, showcasing the sheer force involved. Yet, astonishingly, the bearded man had endured it. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lin Shu set aside his questions for the moment, intending to later ask the Black Sovereign about the them it had mentioned. Upon locating the source of the voice, Lin Shu was startled to see the bearded man upright once more, his posture straight and his gaze dark as he fixated on Lin Shu. A faint glow enveloped his battered body, as if the gaping wounds had developed a will of their own, twisting and rapidly sealing. Accompanied by explosive crackling sounds, the shattered bones within began to realign. In mere moments, his body bore no trace of injury, completely restored. What trickery is this? Lin Shu questioned, observing the bearded man with a mix of irritation and curiosity regarding the peculiarities of cultivation in this world. This fellow is formidable. seemingly having reached the second stage of awakening, though his specific abilities remain unclear. You must advance to the foundation establishment stage for me to discern further. The Black Sovereign remarked, its admiration evident. He can regenerate his body, truly extraordinary. Upon hearing the Black Sovereign's insights, Lin Shu's interest in the cultivation methods of this realm intensified. As the bearded man approached Lin Shu with a sinister grin, he remarked, "Your physique is indeed remarkable. After such an assault, I find myself in this dismal state. Yet you remain entirely unfazed. Truly, you exceed my expectations. But I am a second-stage awakened one. Are you perhaps at the third stage?" "Third stage?" Lin Shu pondered, bewildered. How could that be? If I were at the third stage, we wouldn't even need to fight. Even the captain would fall in a single blow. Is he truly worthy of such power? The three mechs, having been kicked away earlier, were now returning, each bearing deep impressions of dog paws on their chests. Yet miraculously intact, their defensive capabilities formidable. Upon hearing their captain's skepticism, the three mechs exchanged incredulous glances. Unable to fathom that Lin Shu could be a third-stage awakened one, the bearded man reconsidered and fixed Lin Shu with a chilling gaze. "To have compelled me to completely release my genetic locks, you have every right to be proud. Let us continue this duel and see whose body is superior." With that, the bearded man surged forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. "You can step aside. I will handle this one. Damn it. Let us see whether you heal faster than I can inflict damage." The two clashed once more, the sound of their fierce collision echoing through the air. Fortunately, they were mindful to control their strength, for the sheer force of their impacts could have obliterated the entire tower. As time passed, their intensity escalated, both fighters fully committed, trading blows with reckless abandon. Lin Shu increasingly praised the bearded man's prowess. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his reflexes were astonishing, allowing him to evade Lin Shu's attacks on several occasions, even anticipating his moves. Despite sustaining injuries, the bearded man healed rapidly, reminiscent of an immortal being. Conversely, as Lin Shu fought with the bearded man, he adopted a frenzied approach, relying on his superior physique while abandoning all defense. Even when he could evade attacks, he chose to absorb them, adopting a mentality of "you strike me, and I shall retaliate." Lin Shu and the bearded man engaged in a frenzied battle that left onlookers utterly astonished. They contemplated how long they could withstand facing these two combatants. And the unanimous conclusion was that not even a second could be endured. Were these two even human? Their combat prowess was astonishing, akin to superhuman existence. Mo City observed from a distance as Lin Shu and the bearded man clashed, his body trembling involuntarily. Wherever they fought, the surroundings turned to ruins, albeit intentionally restrained, as neither party wished to destroy the lighthouse. Though their objectives diverged, the outcome remained unchanged. As time slipped by, Lin Shu and the bearded man remained evenly matched, leading the crowd to believe that they were equally formidable. My heavens! To think he could stand toe-to-toe with the captain. Who exactly was this individual? Which faction did he belong to? Was he part of the Apocalypse Alliance, or perhaps one of those despicable crystal hunters? Yet the captain possessed the ability to endlessly regenerate his body. As long as energy sufficed, he was inherently invincible. Amid the whispered exchanges among the three mechas, Lin Shu and the bearded man gradually ignited a fierce rivalry. "Come on, put in a bit more effort. Have you not eaten?" Lin Shu laughed broadly, hurling taunts at the bearded man during the brief moments of respite between their assaults. Although the bearded man's strikes inflicted unbearable pain upon Lin Shu, the initial few blows were manageable. However, as the onslaught continued, Lin Shu became numb to the agony from the successive punches. Relying on his invincible physique, Lin Shu could dismiss the rain of punches with a smile, but the bearded man was not so fortunate. Under the relentless barrage of Lin Shu's fists, his body bore countless imprints and wounds, and gradually, the speed of healing could not keep pace with the rate of injuries sustained. Panic began to seep into the bearded man as he cursed Lin Shu, a monster of such formidable defensive capabilities, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Just as the bearded man contemplated retreating, the three mechas behind him continued to stoke the flames of battle. "Captain, excellent work. Keep it up. Cripple his insides. Reduce him to a mere porridge of skin and bones." The taunts from the enemy only fueled Lin Shu's fury, prompting him to strike with even greater force. The bearded man's face turned ashen. Had he not been preoccupied, he would have relished the opportunity to charge at the three and trample them. As the battle grew more intense, Lin Shu found it increasingly tedious. This awakened adversary seemed to rely solely on brute force and physical prowess, with nothing more than the ability to regenerate. In contrast, the martial arts of this world utterly overshadowed the methods of cultivation in his own realm, as Lin Shu had yet to unleash any skills in combat, relying solely on his fists. Just as Lin Shu considered ending the fight, a sudden scream from Mo City pierced the air. Not good. Mark is absorbing Ran Bing's life essence. The alarmed shout startled Lin Shu, whose primary purpose in traversing this world was to prevent Ran Bing's tragic fate. Yet, despite all precautions, this dreadful scene had unfolded. Mo City's warning not only jolted Lin Shu, but also alerted the bearded man, as their shared objective was to eliminate the Mark beast, thereby preventing it from siphoning life essence to recover. You three, interrupt his absorption of life essence immediately. Ensure his demise. Understood. The three mechas responded in unison, swiftly darting toward the Mark beast's location. Seeing this, Lin Shu realized the urgency. Mark must survive, and Ran Bing could not perish. He gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the bearded man's chest, sending him hurtling back and creating space for Lin Shu to pursue the three mechas. Old dog, keep him occupied. I'll go save Mark and the others. Black Emperor recognized the gravity of the situation and wasted no time, rushing to confront the bearded man with decisive attacks. However, Lin Shu soon discovered that Black Emperor had rapidly closed the distance behind him. What the hell? Why are you still here? Go distract that guy instead of following me. Black Emperor swiftly twisted around, grumbling, do you think I want to? Look back at him. He donned his mecha. He knocked me away with a single punch. What? Lin Shu was well aware of Black Emperor's capabilities. While he could not defeat Lin Shu, it was improbable for the bearded man to best Black Emperor in a short time. Confused, Lin Shu turned to face the bearded man and was met with the sight of blood-red armor, the previously sensed danger re-emerging. This fellow hadn't he been fighting at full strength before? Was he truly most formidable now that he wore the mecha? Lin Shu glanced at the blood-red armor and then at the three mechas nearing the Mark beast, feeling overwhelmed. Leave Mark to me. You hold off that blood-red mecha. We cannot allow them to escape. Amidst Lin Shu's growing agitation, a familiar, icy voice suddenly echoed from another part of the lighthouse. Who is that? Chapter 89. The silver-haired girl from decades ago? Bai Kuei. Lin Shu was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Bai Kuei at the lighthouse. He couldn't help but wonder why she always seemed to appear during significant events at the lighthouse. Was everything orchestrated by Master Lai? In stark contrast to Lin Shu's astonishment, the reaction from the lighthouse's inhabitants was one of sheer shock, particularly among the elderly. What? White hair? Could she be the silver-haired girl from decades ago? What? The girl from decades ago? Gasps of disbelief erupted as people regarded Bai Kuei, who still bore the appearance of a youthful maiden. No, this is impossible. No one dared to easily accept that the Bai Kuei before them was the same silver-haired girl who had saved the hunting team led by Morgan decades prior. For them, this revelation shattered their worldview. Old dog, were you referring to Bai Kuei's team earlier? Lin Shu finally connected the dots regarding Black Emperor's earlier words. Black Emperor grinned, revealing his prominent yellowed teeth. Of course. Those 8 mechas were taken down by her and me together. Look, the one she's wearing is one of them, though the rest were destroyed. It's a coincidence that we encountered her group while descending from the lighthouse. At this moment, Bai Kuei donned a pale blue mecha, which covered her body except for her head. Her silvery hair danced in the breeze, and her cold gaze gave her an air of icy detachment, as if she were rejecting any approach. Lin Shu had already familiarized himself with this type of mecha, understanding that in order to wear it, one must first be stripped down, at least to their undergarments. As he beheld Bai Kuei's figure, elegantly encased in the mecha, he couldn't help but gawk. His eyes fixated on her without blinking. Have you finished gawking? Just as Lin Shu was lost in thought, Bai Kuei's eyes narrowed dangerously, her cold voice drifting through the air once more. Cough, cough, cough. Realizing his thoughts had been exposed, Lin Shu awkwardly chuckled and quickly raised his hand in greeting. Long time no see. Let us catch up later. For now, we need to get to work. With that, Lin Shu awkwardly smiled and turned, resolutely charging toward the blood-red mecha alongside Black Emperor. He feared provoking Bai Kuei, for the external threat remained unresolved, and an internal conflict would only add to his troubles. Bai Yukuei had stated that they could not let these individuals escape, and Lin Shu understood this imperative. Once word of the events here spreads, an influx of members from the Light and Shadow Society will undoubtedly arrive. If a blood-colored mech is already proving to be such a formidable opponent, the addition of a few more would truly overwhelm Lin Shu. Although the safety of the lighthouse is of little concern to Lin Shu, the Kratos system housed within it must not fall into the hands of those individuals, as it will prove invaluable in the future. As Lin Shu pivoted to confront the blood-colored mech, Bai Yukuei cast a sidelong glance at his retreating figure, letting out a cold snort before pursuing the three mechs. Bai Yukuei appeared to be quite adept in the use of mechs, swiftly accelerating and overtaking the trio in a mere blink. Without any unnecessary words, she, encased in a pale blue mech and wielding a blue dao, transformed into a blue beast, her speed astonishing. The three mechs stood no chance against Bai Yukuei, who seemed to be a second-stage awakened individual. In the blink of an eye, the trio was dismantled by Bai Yukuei, their robust defensive mechs proving utterly futile. Having dealt with the mechs, Bai Yukuei did not hesitate and headed straight for the corner of the building where the Mark Beast was draining the life essence of Ranbing. Moments later, upon witnessing half of Ranbing's body already petrified, and glancing at the sky beneath the lighthouse where the Mark Beast had vanished, Imo Chung and the others swallowed hard. What on earth is happening today? Why have such monstrous individuals emerged? We have searched for over 20 years and never encountered their trail. Where could they possibly have come from? Imo Cheng's series of questions went unanswered. Erica and Jeff remained in shock from the sight of Bai Yukuei overpowering the Mark Beast. They were most familiar with the strength of the Mark Beast, a creature that utterly crushed the hunters, yet it was knocked unconscious by a single elbow strike from Bai Yukuei. Just one blow, and that was while the Mark Beast had already regained its form. What kind of monsters are these? Jeff stared at Bai Yukuei's graceful silhouette, unable to suppress a shiver. He yearned to utter the phrase femme fatale, but swallowed it down. He feared that if Bai Yukuei were to deliver a blow to him, he would be reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Is humanity secretly evolving in this apocalypse, leaving us behind? Erica muttered as she gazed at Bai Yukuei's figure. Imo Chung and Jeff fervently nodded in agreement, feeling that Erica's words made a great deal of sense. Once the group regained their composure from the shock brought on by Bai Yukuei, they hurriedly surrounded the now unconscious Ranbing. Ranbing, wake up. After resolving the Mark Beast crisis, Bai Yukuei arrived at Lin Shu's battlefield, watching intently. Lin Shu, can you handle this? In the midst of combat, Lin Shu had just sent the blood-colored mech flying with a powerful punch and was about to deliver the finishing blow when he suddenly heard Bai Yukuei's voice questioning his abilities, causing him to freeze momentarily. What? Furious, Lin Shu turned to Bai Yukuei, unable to contain his ire. Hot air flared from his nostrils as he bellowed. A man cannot be deemed incapable. Do you wish for me to prove myself to you? Seeing Lin Shu, who had been relatively calm, suddenly erupt into rage left Bai Yukuei momentarily stunned, perplexed by his outburst. However, upon further consideration, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ugh, how can someone like you be so fixated on such thoughts? I see you are simply asking for a beating. With that, the mech quickly covered her head, and with a clang, she drew her dao, diving into the fray. As Bai Yukuei charged fiercely, Lin Shu felt a shiver run down his spine, fearing that she might engage him in battle regardless of the situation. To his surprise, she brushed past him, heading directly towards the distant blood-colored mech. What are you still standing there for? Take it down, and we will settle this later. Hearing Bai Yukuei's furious command, Lin Shu couldn't help but roll his eyes, then smirked. What a fierce woman. Bai Yukuei seemed to recognize her opponent's prowess, launching an immediate and ruthless assault without holding back. Yet, it was only during the engagement that she realized why Lin Shu had been unable to dispatch the blood-colored mech quickly. Its defenses were extraordinarily formidable. Her Dao strikes failed to penetrate the mech's energy shield. Faced with the blood-colored mech's long blade and energy cannon, Bai Yukuei found herself at a disadvantage. Haha, my mech is far superior to your inferior gear. The stronger I am, the more formidable my biological mech becomes. It possesses the astonishing ability to double the host's combat power. The bearded man within the blood-colored mech laughed maniacally, becoming increasingly aggressive, forcing Bai Yukuei to retreat repeatedly. Lin Shu observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening, eager to witness Bai Yukuei's struggle, all because she dared to question his capabilities without regard for the circumstances. Were it not for the many witnesses at the lighthouse, he would have gladly employed the ancestral Lin family gun to teach her a lesson. Old dog, can this mech even compare to a nano vanguard? Uft, not even close. With the Black Emperor's affirmation, Lin Shu regarded the blood-colored mech with a chilling smile. Then so be it. Let it be deemed useless. It seems that acquiring an intact mech will require significant effort, and I have no time to play with it now. With a thought, the Minghong Dao sliced through the air, swiftly appearing in his grasp. Bai Yu Kuei, open your eyes. Today, I shall show you what I am truly capable of. With a resounding roar, Lin Shu grasped the Minghong Dao and swiftly approached the blood-colored mech. Bai Yu Kuei, retreat. Do not overexert yourself. The more you force your power, the faster your cells will deteriorate. Let me handle this. Bai Yu Kuei, having been pressed by the blood-colored mech and ignited with fury, was about to unleash even greater strength when she suddenly heard Lin Shu's voice from behind. Her motion to activate the gene lock abruptly halted as she turned to see Lin Shu racing past her. She wanted to seize him and inquire how he knew her secret, but now was not the time. Suppressing her shock, Bai Yu Kuei intended to continue fighting alongside Lin Shu against the blood-colored mech. I told you to retreat. Do not come closer. Lin Shu's commanding voice caused Bai Yu Kuei to freeze mid-motion. She had never been so loudly admonished before, yet she found herself unable to feel anger. Inexplicably complying and stepping back. Seeing Bai Yu Kuei obediently retreat, Lin Shu secretly reveled in his triumph, murmuring to himself, "What a good girl." Quickly suppressing his thoughts, he focused on the battle against the blood-colored mech, activating the attack skill of the Minghong Dao for a decisive strike against the blood-colored mech. Lin Shu aimed to force it out of the lighthouse's vicinity, as the ensuing chaos could potentially jeopardize the structure. To create an optimal offensive environment, Lin Shu unleashed a flurry of brutal attacks, wielding the Minghong Dao with great force, each strike resonating with power. Confronted with Lin Shu's relentless assault, the bearded man felt a jolt of shock. Although he successfully defended against each of Lin Shu's strikes, fatigue began creeping into his arms with each successive blow. What an odd boy. I cannot delay any longer. I must find an opportunity to escape, or I will truly meet my end here. Lin Shu appeared unfazed by fatigue, his attacks ceaseless, akin to a tempest. At a certain moment, Lin Shu raised the Minghong Dao high, aiming a mighty slash at the blood-colored mech. Get out of the lighthouse. With all his might, Lin Shu unleashed the Dao, condensing a massive blade aura extending 40 meters, which came crashing down upon the blood-colored mech. With a resounding crack, the mech, attempting to defend itself, was forcefully propelled out of the lighthouse like a cannonball. It was only after shedding the residual force that the blood-colored mech finally managed to halt its retreat. Suspended in midair, the man with the scruffy beard was drenched in cold sweat, taken aback by Lin Shu's unexpectedly fierce assault. The energy shield before him had already begun to show signs of cracking, on the verge of shattering. Damn, this kid is outrageously strong. I need to retreat and seek reinforcements. Otherwise, I cannot eliminate this potential threat. As the bearded man muttered to himself, his gaze shifted beyond Lin Shu, attempting to locate the whereabouts of Mark Beast atop the lighthouse. However, disappointment awaited him, for Mark Beast had already been cast down by Bai Yu Kuei. Hovering in the air for quite some time, the bearded man grew puzzled when Lin Shu did not pursue him. Yet upon seeing Lin Shu standing bare-chested at the edge of the lighthouse, realization dawned, and he burst into laughter. Without any mech. Let us see how you can chase me. Arrogant little brat. I'll settle the score with you later. No one has ever escaped the pursuit of our light and shadow society. With that, the crimson mech accelerated and swiftly fled into the distance. Bai Yu Kuei, witnessing the crimson mech attempting to escape, was immediately alarmed. Under no circumstances could she allow it to slip away, or the consequences would be dire. Lin Shu, do you have confidence in killing him? Bai Yu Kuei inquired anxiously, observing Lin Shu's calm demeanor. Lin Shu was contemplating how to pursue the crimson mech when he heard Bai Yu Kuei's question and responded without hesitation. Isn't it just relying on its armored shell? I have plenty of ways to smash it open. Upon receiving Lin Shu's affirmative answer, Bai Yu Kuei took a deep breath, her thoughts shifting, and her mech swiftly began to crack open. Soon, a large gap formed, stretching from her shoulders down to her waist. Seeing Bai Yu Kuei fall silent, Lin Shu turned to look back, bewildered. To his astonishment, the sight almost made him spit out blood. Bai Yu Kuei was clad in nothing but a pink lace bra, her jade-like figure accentuated by the vibrant hue her ample bosom partially exposed, and her face displaying an unusual hint of shyness. She was shedding her mech, seemingly intending to give it to Lin Shu so he could pursue the crimson mech. Lin Shu realized the gravity of the situation. There were hundreds of men among the lighthouse populace watching from afar, and Bai Kuei's disrobing would undoubtedly attract their attention. Bai Kuei, stop right there. If you dare to expose yourself in front of others, do you believe that I'll kill anyone who dares to look at you? Lin Shu's sudden fury took Bai Kuei by surprise. She never anticipated such a strong reaction from him, leaving her quite astonished. However, as a girl from the old world, Bai Kuei's mindset was not as conservative. She had previously experienced the embarrassment of inadvertently live-streaming herself in her underwear, and though it was awkward, she had brushed it off. Therefore, the prospect of revealing herself in her undergarments did not seem to her a matter of great concern. Yet, Lin Shu's unexpected rage left her hesitant to continue removing her mech, especially with the palpable murderous intent swirling around him, which left her utterly flustered. Lin Shu, what is wrong with you? Put on your mech. I can handle this. Lin Shu shot her a fierce glare before retrieving the mech he had previously taken from the voluptuous girl in the void storage space. When Bai Kuei met Lin Shu's fierce and aggressive gaze, she felt an inexplicable unease. However, upon noticing the second mech in Lin Shu's hand, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. You idiot. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? Lin Shu observed Bai Kuei's reaction, and the sight of her petite figure made him gulp. How delightful. From now on, you can put away that icy demeanor in front of me. It's too cold. It doesn't suit you, and I dislike it even more. Who do you think you are? Bai Kuei retorted, ready to scold Lin Shu, but was rendered speechless by the next scene. Lin Shu, right before her eyes, stripped off all his clothes, gazing at his muscular back. Bai Kuei regretted ever climbing the lighthouse and lamented why she was alone with Lin Shu. You shameless man. Is it necessary to remove all your clothes just to wear a mech? You don't understand. This is how mechs are worn. Lin Shu quickly donned his mech without glancing back, countering her indignation. Look if you want. It's not like I'm ashamed. Women. With the Ming Hong blade in hand, Lin Shu swiftly ascended, pursuing the already distant crimson mech. With the blade's drag combined with the mech's own propulsion, he vanished from the lighthouse in an instant. Your body can only be seen by me alone. From afar, a voice echoed. Bai Kuei was about to marvel at Lin Shu's terrifying speed when the sudden remark stifled her praise. Ugh! What curse have I encountered to meet such a shameless person? Men. With fury boiling, Bai Kuei shouted, her once calm demeanor replaced by a burning rage. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she resolved that Lin Shu must pay for his insolence. Gripping her blue tang dao once more, Bai Kuei leaped from the lighthouse, propelling herself swiftly towards Lin Shu's retreating figure. However, just 200 meters from the lighthouse, she spotted Lin Shu returning from the distance. This left Bai Kuei in a state of confusion. Why are you back? Why wouldn't I return? The matter is resolved. What? So soon? I didn't see any commotion. Lin Shu flew past Bai Kuei, glancing back at her with a smirk. Strong individuals never look back at explosions. And be ready to defend yourself. Bai Kuei was left bewildered. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. As she turned to look, she witnessed a colossal, fiery cloud erupting like a mountain, with an immense shockwave rushing towards them in an instant. Bai Kuei's scalp tingled, her eyes widening in horror. The intense shockwave had yet to arrive, but the ferocious winds had already begun to disperse the heavy clouds within a 1,000-mile radius. Caught off guard, Bai Kuei was sent tumbling backward, realizing that the massive shockwave was imminent. She had no choice but to continue unlocking her genetic locks to unleash even greater power to counter this impending force, for the lighthouse could never be destroyed. Lin Shu, are you insane? What have you done? You will endanger everyone. Bai Kuei's voice trembled in fear, as the approaching shockwave's strength was overwhelming, causing her mech to begin to dent. If someone as powerful as Bai Kuei felt such terror, one could only imagine the panic among the ordinary people atop the lighthouse. Look, what is that? The commotion is immense. This is bad. It seems to be a nuclear explosion from the old world. But how could there suddenly be a nuclear bomb explosion there? What should we do? The shockwave is coming. Are we going to die? Everyone escape. Jump from the lighthouse. No, we can't jump. The lighthouse is over 2,000 meters above the ground. It's over. How could this happen? Light and shadow, we pray for your protection. As the crowd at the lighthouse witnessed the rapidly approaching shockwave, chaos erupted, and cries filled the air. How could a shockwave approaching at such speed allow them any chance to evade? There was no time. It was over. My lord, I have let you down. The lighthouse is about to be destroyed by my hand, and it is falling. Jing Nan's face turned pale as he helplessly gazed at the approaching shockwave, which was immense enough to engulf the entire lighthouse. Just as Jing Nan was lost in thought, he suddenly came to his senses and turned to the distant figure of Lin Shu, who was no larger than a bean, and shouted hoarsely, "Lin Shu, run." Lin Shu and Bai Kuei found themselves caught between the shockwave and the lighthouse, bearing the brunt of the impending disaster. "You must go. I will withstand this shockwave." Bai Kuei's mech had already activated, revealing her silvery hair once more. Her eyes were filled with grave determination, and she was prepared for the possibility of severe injury. Seeing that Lin Shu remained motionless, Bai Kuei grew anxious and turned to glare at him, coldly commanding, "Hurry and leave. Don't hinder me." She hoped that in the future, he would act with more restraint. With that, a powerful aura began to coalesce around her, causing her silvery hair to dance wildly. As Bai Kuei grasped her Tang Dao, silently channeling her energy, Lin Shu unexpectedly stepped forward, grasping her arm and pulling her back. "I truly do not understand why you all make such a fuss. It's merely a shockwave. Is it really so critical?" Bai Kuei, exasperated, attempted to use her energy to dislodge Lin Shu's iron grip. She had not anticipated that his hold would be so unyielding. "Lin Shu, this is not the time for your bravado. I can break through this shockwave, but I will sustain some injuries. You must leave now, and I hope you can catch me when I fall." With that, Bai Kuei intended to bypass Lin Shu and confront the shockwave directly. In that moment, her entire demeanor transformed. She exuded an undeniable aura, and the air around her surged violently, indicating she was preparing a formidable strike. Just as she was about to act, a crimson long blade suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path and forcing her to halt. "What do you mean by this?" Lin Shu's repeated attempts to stop her had ignited Bai Kuei's anger, and with the shockwave now less than 100 meters away, time was of the essence. "Get out of my way," she roared, attempting to shove Lin Shu aside. "Watch closely. I will only strike once," Lin Shu replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Kuei's outstretched hand froze, confusion evident in her gaze. Ignoring her furious outbursts, Lin Shu withdrew his Ming Hong Dao, positioning it diagonally before him. His eyes fixed on the imminent shockwave, he suddenly called out, "Ming Hong Dao, shatter the heavens." As his words resonated, Bai Kuei, who had been struggling behind him, fell silent. In her eyes, a nearly 1,000-meter-long crimson blade aura materialized. It surged upward to the heavens and downward to the abyss. With the aura's forward strike, the colossal shockwave, now close at hand, was abruptly cleaved in two, forced to redirect and rush away to either side. Lin Shu stood resolute, an immovable bastion against the tremendous force that threatened to sweep him away. As the shockwave passed by, it was as if it were a docile rabbit, causing no harm whatsoever. The lighthouse, too, was spared from disaster. Is this still human? Is this within the realm of human capability? Jing Nan, having plunged from hell to heaven, struggled to adapt to the immense contrast, standing in a daze and murmuring absent-mindedly. Not only him, but the citizens of the lighthouse, who moments ago were frantically fleeing for their lives, suddenly found the shockwave dividing and dispersing to either side, and they erupted into joyous tears, calling out the name of the master of light and shadow. Was this the attack of that silver-haired girl? She looks incredibly powerful. The hunters understood that this was no mere assistance from the so-called master of light and shadow. The newly joined members of the hunters, along with some seasoned veterans, craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the place where the crimson blade aura had appeared. They were obstructed by buildings and could not see how the blade aura had manifested. "It must be Lin Shu. It has to be him." Erica's eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured, then clasped her chest and staggered towards Lin Shu's location. "It has to be him. No one else could do this. He is getting stronger." Mo Chung was certain that the one who launched the attack was Lin Shu. He had witnessed Lin Shu's terrifying prowess when they had gone to the surface with Fei Shui to look for him. Jeff and Mo Chung exchanged excited glances, thankful in this apocalyptic world for having such a formidable friend. Meanwhile, in a grand underground structure somewhere in the Wasteland, chaos erupted. "This is bad. The captain's signal for the third squad has vanished. The entire squad has been wiped out." What happened?" "I don't know. It just disappeared suddenly. One moment there was a life signal, and the next it was gone, along with that advanced mech, vanishing from our surveillance." Investigate. I want a thorough search centered on the last known location. We must find them. Anyone who dares to harm our light and shadow society will pay. Is there any movement from the Alliance? What about those crystal hunters? Keep a close watch on them. If we find out that any of them have acted, we will go to war without hesitation. Those who dare to kill within our territory are courting death. Yes. Bayu Kuei, suspended in midair by her mech, stared blankly at the now dissipating shockwave in the distance. Her expression a complex mixture of shock, fear, admiration, and above all, curiosity. Her curiosity about Lin Shu had reached its zenith. You once claimed to be a remnant of the old world. You deceived me. Your abilities are beyond what technology can achieve, of that I am certain. Bayu Kuei's eyes widened in realization, startled by her own conjecture. You are a stage 4 awakened. Stage 4 awakened? Lin Shu looked bewildered at Bayu Kuei, utterly ignorant of the cultivation system of this world and what a stage 4 awakened signified. The mech enveloping Lin Shu's head had cracked open, allowing Bayu Kuei to see the changes in his expression clearly. Don't tell me you are unaware of what an awakened is. Lin Shu shrugged helplessly, genuinely not knowing. Without regard for Bayu Kuei, he retrieved a roasted leg of lamb from his spatial storage and began to eat voraciously. Since time within the space was nearly frozen, the items remained in their original state upon entering, so the lamb leg was still steaming hot. After the intense battles, Lin Shu could no longer endure the hunger gnawing at him and began to feast. Bayu Kuei, utterly astonished, could not hide her shock at the sudden appearance of a steaming roasted leg of lamb in Lin Shu's hand. It shattered her understanding of reality. Where did you pull that from? Bayu Kuei exclaimed, her eyes wide as she circled Lin Shu, trying to locate the bag containing the lamb. However, she had seen Lin Shu strip off his clothes to don the mech, and she knew finding such a bag was nearly impossible. But if she did not act, she would surely be driven mad. The situation was simply too bizarre. It appeared out of thin air. Lin Shu, having openly demonstrated his abilities before Bayu Kuei, no longer felt the need to conceal his uniqueness. He possessed the strength to confront any crisis and saw no reason to hide. No more pretense. It's time to reveal the truth. He is the little superhero of the Wasteland world, Lin Shu. From where do you hail? Why do you exude an aura that suggests you are not of this realm? Bayu Kuei searched in vain, having utterly surrendered, standing before Lin Shu with a gaze filled with complexity. Strangely, Lin Shu detected a hint of supplication in her tone. How rare it is. Observing Bayu Kuei's unusual demeanor, Lin Shu couldn't resist teasing her, a knowing smile gradually gracing his lips as he drew closer. As the distance between them dwindled, Bayu Kuei found herself unable to maintain her composure, her eyes instinctively seeking to evade his gaze, her complexion flushing rapidly, breath quickening, and heart racing. Confronted by the enigmatic Lin Shu, Bayu Kuei could no longer uphold her usual calm demeanor. In the presence of ordinary individuals, she prided herself on her exceptional abilities, often appearing aloof and condescending. Yet before Lin Shu, the tables had turned. Bayu Kuei suddenly realized she had lost her dominance. This mysterious figure before her made her once prized attributes seem utterly trivial. At times, she felt as though she were utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. Hey, I simply shall not disclose that to you. Guess. With that, Lin Shu erupted into laughter as he soared towards the lighthouse, leaving an exasperated Bayu Kuei frozen in place. At this moment, Lin Shu was in high spirits, relishing the sight of the once arrogant Bayu Kuei being humbled time and again. He could hardly contain his exhilaration, feeling ecstatic. It was only when Lin Shu had vanished from sight that Bayu Kuei regained her senses, realizing she had been played, and furiously cursed Lin Shu's audacity. Humph. I refuse to believe that I will not uncover all your secrets one day. With that, Bayu Kuei flashed a cunning smile and pursued Lin Shu's retreating figure. What is the secret to capturing a girl's attention? The answer lies in igniting her interest. This was a lesson Lin Shu had internalized deeply. He was adept at the art of charming women. As he felt the wind rush past him, a grin spread across his face. Knowing that Bayu Kuei had taken the bait, landing gracefully atop the lighthouse, Lin Shu ambled toward Jing Nan, who was seated against the wall, savoring a roasted meat skewer. Are you all right? Lin Shu inquired, slightly surprised by Jing Nan's demeanor, as he had not anticipated that the earlier shockwave would frighten her to such an extent. Hearing Lin Shu's question, Jing Nan forced a smile, softly replying, I am fine. She attempted to rise, but found her legs weak, ultimately resorting to sitting awkwardly back on the ground. Observing Jing Nan's discomfort, Lin Shu offered a gentle smile. Then you should rest here for a while. The danger has passed, and you can feel at ease now. Jingnan nodded slightly, her earlobes flushing with embarrassment, her gaze shyly averting from Lin Shu. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. Lin Shu, are you all right? Hearing Erica's voice, Lin Shu turned to see her approaching, clutching her chest and staggering toward him, her face etched with concern. Lin Shu's eyes widened as he fixated on Erica, not blinking. She, too, sensed his intense gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Strangely, instead of reacting with anger as she often did, she boldly approached him, meeting his gaze. Lin Shu hastily moved to meet her, knowing she was injured. Erica, you're hurt. Let me take a look. Hey, how inappropriate, Erica exclaimed, unable to hold back her reprimand at Lin Shu's blatant teasing. Though she secretly didn't mind, being a woman, she felt compelled to maintain decorum. Lin Shu chuckled awkwardly. I am sincere. I can genuinely help you heal. Erica, however, remained skeptical, thinking he merely sought to take advantage of the situation. It's nothing. It will heal in time. Besides, it's an internal injury, and no medicine can treat it. Only rest will suffice. Before she could finish, Erica's eyes widened in disbelief, her body suddenly stiffening. Although she had fantasized about being close to Lin Shu, this was not the circumstance she had envisioned, especially not under the scrutiny of so many others. In that moment, she wished for a hole to hide in, feeling utterly mortified. As Erica's beautiful eyes widened, she was astonished to discover the intense pain within her fading rapidly, until soon. She felt no discomfort at all. Her body seemed to yearn for the mysterious essence, sensing all her cells ravenously consuming it. Jingnan watched in shock as the two, seemingly out of nowhere, embraced each other passionately, leaving her bewildered. She couldn't help but murmur, am I too conservative, not proactive enough? Bai Yukuei had just landed atop the lighthouse when this unexpected scene unfolded, leaving her equally flabbergasted. There stood Lin Shu, one hand clutching a half-eaten roasted lamb leg, the other wrapped around Erica, completely unrestrained. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Bai Yukuei snapped back to reality, storming past Lin Shu in a fit of anger. Snatching the roasted lamb leg from his grasp, taking a large bite, she seemed to treat the lamb leg as a stand-in for Lin Shu. In the midst of rescuing Erica, Lin Shu suddenly felt his hand empty. Amidst the chaos, he stared in confusion at his now vacant palm, then turned to see Bai Yukuei, who was voraciously tearing into the meat and shooting him a defiant look. He longed to shout, I am truly rescuing someone.